All he needed was to succeed once. The air crackled with energy as the Hell Dog lunged. Its massive form filled the space. Ryu Hanbin gripped his sword, preparing to strike. He knew he only needed to land one hit. The Hell Dog moved with surprising speed. Hanbin steeled himself, knowing this was his only chance. With a surge of adrenaline, he focused his energy. The sword connected with a resounding impact. The force of the blow reverberated through the monster's body. A shock wave erupted from the point of impact. Weakened, Hanbin collapsed to the ground. The Hell Dog, enraged, loomed over him. But Ryu Hanbin noticed something was off. The Hell Dog roared, its massive jaws snapping shut. The beast lunged, claws extended. But there was nothing in this hell-like world. Please. He realized he was all alone with these monsters that kept appearing. Just this once. He had met the number of required. He had gained a level. Error. With a surge of power, Ryu Hanbin felt his body changing. Ryu Hanbin, swordsman LV.1, could only gasp. Anything was good, he thought, just... The player must be level 5 to proceed to the next area. Please, he begged, let him leave. But the world remained silent. The landscape remained unchanged, a desolate expanse of red rock and ominous skies. Time passed, marked only by the slow descent into deeper despair. 1 year, 2 years, the endless cycle of survival continued, each day a repetition of the last. The passage of time etched itself onto Ryu Hanbin's body, a testament to his brutal existence. 3 years crawled by, each marked with the same symbol of grim perseverance. The warning sign, a constant reminder of his slim chances of survival, became a mocking fixture in his personal hell. 5 years, the battles continued, each one a desperate struggle against the odds. Hanbin's face hardened, reflecting the relentless trials he had endured. He continued to fall, both literally and figuratively, deeper into the abyss. The question lingered, a constant torment. Will you end your own life? 7 years. The walls around him were covered in the marks of his imprisonment, each stroke a testament to his dwindling hope. After a decade in this world, Ryu Hanbin had lost all hope of escape. Hanbin had given up counting the days, each one blurring into the next. His existence had become a cycle of endless battles and isolation. He became isolated. The blade sliced through the monster's flesh, cleaving through bone and sinew with ease. The force of the blow continued, tearing through the monster's body. The monster's body was sent flying, pieces of its shattered form scattering across the landscape. The impact of the strike sent a shock wave through the air, dust and debris rising in its wake. With the monster defeated, Ryu Hanbin stood triumphant, his massive sword held high. The remains of the monster lay scattered around him, a testament to his growing power. He had become stronger. Now that he thought about it, Ryu Hanbin stood, his muscles tense, the sword heavy in his grip. He wondered what his level really was. He continued his training, pushing his limits further each day. Another monster appeared, its jaws wide, ready to strike. Its massive form towered over him, a formidable opponent. But Ryu Hanbin was ready, his resolve hardened by years of struggle. This was the survival story of a swordsman in a fantasy world. Prologue. The scene fades into view. The camera pans over a quaint town with buildings of varying heights and a large castle in the background. The perspective shifts to a narrow alleyway, where a figure groans in pain. The man, panting heavily, spits out the words trash like demons. The view changes to a woman suspended upside down, her pink hair flowing downwards. She thinks to herself that the goddesses won't have mercy on them. A man tells her to take it easy, remarking that it has been a long time since they've killed anyone. The woman responds that they'll be in deep trouble if they get caught by a Rathnian, but the man assures her that they can always come back to kill more after they finish this contract. He then asks if they just need to find him. The perspective shifts to a hooded figure walking down a street with a woman, thinking about the person who came to this world. The hooded figure and the woman stand side by side. The scene shows the town engulfed in flames. The scene opened onto a world called Felhala Rathni. It was a world where someone had been selected as the chosen one. Their goal was to survive and grow stronger. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a Hell Dog bit down on someone's arm. Another scream echoed as the Hell Dog continued its assault. The man, panting heavily, wondered what was happening. Confused, Ryu Hanbin wondered where he was and what the dog-like creature was. He barely had time to process his situation before the Hell Dog lunged. Another scream ripped through the air. The one thing Ryu Hanbin knew, for sure, was that he was in danger. Ryu Hanbin stared down at the Hell Dog, wondering if it was dead. He realized that if he didn't kill it, it would kill him. The Hell Dog snarled, ready to attack again. Ryu Hanbin, confused and desperate, demanded to know why he was being attacked and told it to stay back. The guideline mentioned a level and identified the Hell Dog as the lowest level monster in Felharathni. The guide also stated that the Hell Dog possessed strength similar to an unequipped adult male, and that Ryu Hanbin could level up by gaining experience from defeating powerful monsters. leveling up and gaining experience? Ryu Hanbin wondered what the hell this was all about, questioning if he had gotten stuck in some fantasy game world. The hell dog lunged. What did things go wrong? Ryu Hanbin would slowly wake up every day at noon. He wondered if he was being too lazy. He had just been discharged from his mandatory military service 3 months prior, so he felt he had reason enough to lay back and relax a bit. Ryu Hanbin had believed that after he finished his service, he would be able to dive right into being part of society. However, the last 3 months were nothing but a black haze. Nothing about him had changed, even in the 2 years that he served. This was reality. It was reality. Ryu Hanbin ate. Suddenly, he was interrupted. His chair was sent flying. The hell dog was there. The room was destroyed. The office chair sat empty, a silent testament to the chaos that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice declared that all the chosen ones had been gathered. A figure wondered aloud if they were. The figure questioned if this was all there was, having heard there were 7 billion candidates, and if they were dead. Surrounded by a crowd of figures, one struggled to see anything, questioning who or what they were looking at. The voice reasoned that because there were 7 billion candidates, they were able to find so many chosen ones, which was confirmed as true. Another figure wondered what they were talking about, as a directive was given to transmit the guidelines to all the players. A debate ensued about whether they could proceed in this manner, with concerns that it seemed too artificial. One argued that it served enough as motivation and assistance, questioning if the subject was a person or a god. It was stated that they were judging the situation, something already tested with previous chosen ones, and that they understood commencing guideline transmit. A whooshing sound echoed as something was transmitted. The transmission continued. Someone screamed in apparent agony. A figure realized they had made a mistake, questioning what was happening. It appeared there was an error with the guideline, but it was dismissed as only affecting one person. The transmission concluded. Chosen one number 398 was now commencing dimensional transport. He had been selected as a chosen one. The world around him was a crimson red, and the command to die echoed around him. This was the world of Thelha, and the command to die was still being shouted. His reality was now this, and he cursed. Having just exterminated a level 1 hell dog, Ryu Hanbin gained 13 experience, but he still questioned if this was reality. He cursed again. He wondered what about his life. He thought about his parents. He wondered what was going to happen to him, and cursed. The sensation of impact reverberated through him. Catching his breath, Ryu Hanbin realized he had just been discharged 3 months ago. He lamented that he hadn't even dated a girl yet, questioning why this was happening to him. He wondered if there weren't countless people who evade military service. A caution message appeared, stating that he had less than a 5% chance of surviving with his current capabilities in Thelha, leaving Ryu Hanbin in disbelief. He could only manage a hollow laugh, questioning if this was truly happening. The voice echoed in his mind, testing his very consciousness. A stark choice was presented. Will you end your own life? The title of the story was revealed, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. The narrative voice declared that he had been kidnapped and abandoned in a different world. It continued, stating that they were being told to kill monsters in order to gain experience. Again, the question was posed, will you end your own life? He tried to remain calm, wondering if death would send him back home. He realized that his kidnappers would not have taken him if they intended to return him after death. Whether he liked it or not, he knew that death was the end. For now, Ryu Hanbin knew he needed to focus on surviving and finding a way out of this world. A notification appeared, stating that his will and fighting spirit had been discovered, and his strength had been boosted. Another notification prompted him to select one skill. Since he couldn't always fight with his bare fists, Ryu Hanbin wondered if he was being told to pick a class. The option of Warrior, a melee class that could use various martial arts, was presented. Ryu Hanbin thought that choosing a class was only fun in games, not in real life. He believed long-distance combat was the best. He chose the Magician class, but his selection was rejected because he lacked the capability for that class. The system seemed to consider a person's capabilities. Ryu Hanbin thought of other classes, but the system rejected his choice of Magic Swordsman, stating he lacked the capability for that class. He then considered Priest, but that selection was also rejected. Ryu Hanbin knew it would be. The system then selected the Warrior class for him. It wasn't even a selection, he realized. The system prompted him to select a beginner's weapon, emphasizing that a long-distance weapon was a must. Ryu Hanbin chose the long spear and nothing else. The selection screen flashed brightly. The system instead gave him a long sword as his beginner's weapon. Ryu Hanbin questioned what was wrong with this, as the system displayed an error message. He had not chosen the long sword or the long spear. Errors seemed to plague the guideline. Ryu Hanbin realized he had made a mistake, as there seemed to be an error with the guideline. He cursed, realizing the guideline was the only useful thing. Here, too, there was an error. Ryu Hanbin chuckled, stating he didn't like acting according to what those bastards wanted. He thought that at least it was better than a rock, but Ryu Hanbin didn't want to die even more. That is how it began. His unending, hellish life of leveling up began. The landscape was a desolate expanse of red rock formations, stretching into the distance under a dim sky. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin was sent flying through the air, losing his grip on the sword. The impact of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, the sword clattering away as he landed hard. He lay on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he stared up at the sky. 7 days had passed since he arrived in Thelha-Rathna. He had asked the guideline countless times how he could return home. Ele se perguntava se o sistema estava com defeito, mas, em todo caso, estava lutando para viver. The hell dog lunged. Ryu Hanbin cursed the creature. The hell dog told him not to dare run away. Ryu Hanbin knew that the monsters he fought were always hell dogs, and he had learned that these hell dogs also leveled up. Ryu Hanbin realized that after he swung his sword, the hell dog used that opportunity to rush in and attack him. He wondered what kind of dog used its head, and if it was getting used to fighting him. He decided he could just do this. Ryu Hanbin attacked. Ryu Hanbin clicked his tongue, realizing he had no talent with the sword at all. The hell dog lunged. Ryu Hanbin prepared to strike. He landed, the force of his blow sending dust and debris swirling around him. The system registered his successful strike, stab. The system then notified Ryu Hanbin that he had finally acquired a skill upon reaching level 2. He thought to himself that he had finally won, realizing that his stab skill could be executed so easily, despite his lack of experience with a sword. This was only one of... The system provided information about the hell dog's meat and blood, noting that the meat contained fats and essential amino acids and should be eaten cooked, while the blood contained moisture, carbohydrates, fibers, and essential minerals and could be consumed as a drink. But unlike their violent nature, their teeth and claws quickly became dull and unusable soon after. He chewed on the meat, wondering why they had brought him here, figuring it wouldn't make sense to keep him stuck here for nothing. Elsewhere, a group of figures wondered if this was all there was, having heard that there were 7 billion candidates. Back with Ryu Hanbin, he wondered where the other chosen ones were sent. Suddenly, a ding sound echoed as a notification appeared. The notification stated that he may leave his current area, the Rock Mountains, once he reached level 5 and met up with other chosen ones. He exclaimed in disbelief, questioning if this was the Rock Mountains. The system provided information about the Start Zone, the Rock Mountains, describing it as a starting safe zone where the death rate was lower and gaining experience was more efficient, adding that low-level monsters roamed here. It also stated that this was an area in Thelha-Rathna where the chosen ones could learn about their situation and grow to level 5, and that monsters only appeared in safe zones. It further explained that he could meet up with other chosen ones in his current area within Thelha-Rathna, and that once he reached level 20, he would be able to complete the Thelha-Rathna map and travel to the Pathna continent. He shouted for someone to wait. He paused, taking a moment to process the information. This area, he realized, was designed as a newbie zone, a place where players could level up to 5. The world was called Thelha-Rathna, and it was divided into safe zones for solo players and main areas for party players. He further understood that he could venture to the next area, team up with other chosen ones, and level up to 20. Reaching level 20 would transport him to the Rathna continent, where the real fight would begin. The system then displayed an error message, prompting him to wonder what he had to do on the Rathna continent. The error message reappeared, frustrating him. It was true then that the hell dogs were growing stronger. The system displayed a comparison, a level 1 character versus a level 1 hell dog, and a level 2 character versus a level 2 hell dog. This, he thought, might be an important detail. The error messages continued to flash before Ryu Hanbin, and he wondered if he could ever return home. He sighed, admitting to himself that he couldn't trust the system's information. He knew that in order to meet other chosen ones, he needed to reach level 5 and gather more information. Ryu Hanbin resolved that he needed to reach level 5 and leave this hellhole. After that realization, he began searching for hell dogs. He shouted as he started his hunt. He observed that the hell dogs were growing stronger as he did. It didn't get any easier to defeat them. He gained 22 experience points, bringing his current total to 284 out of 280. He had met the required experience and would now level up. Ryu Hanbin continued to face the ever-growing hell dogs. He knew that a level 3 hell dog possessed strength similar to an unequipped novice warrior, and he fought. He got injured. A level 3 hell dog had been exterminated, killed. He ate. He slept, then fought. He got injured, then killed. He ate, and then he slept. He fought, got injured, killed, fought, ate, fought, and slept. LV.3 hell dogs had been exterminated. The hell dog fell. He moved with incredible speed. The hell dog lunged. The swordsman struck. The hell dog growled. He delivered a side slash. He gained 81 experience and met the number of required experience. He exclaimed that he did it on the 27th day. He would now gain a level. He had learned 3 new skills: stab, side slash, and vertical slash. Not only that, but Hanbin could feel the effects of his increased stats. Even the two-handed long sword, once difficult to lift, could now be easily swung. In this world, one could see the results of their hard work. Suddenly, an error message appeared. That's what he thought, but he wondered what was going on. The status window showed Ryu Hanbin as swordsman level 4, then immediately reverted to level 1. He was confused. He laughed nervously, hoping it was just the message acting up again. Wondering if the level pop-up message was bugged, Hanbin decided to take a look at his status window. He screamed in frustration. He tried to calm down. He needed to calm down, but the status window showed him as level 1 again, with his stats and skills seemingly still there. At first, Hanbin tried to look at things optimistically. Since this was the safe zone, that meant the Hell Dogs would also be level 1, meaning he could get more stats more easily. He realized this was messed up. However, despite the level reset, Ryu Hanbin continued to fight. The species was identified as a Hell Dog. He realized he was wrong. The Hell Dogs kept getting stronger, despite their levels. He continued to put his life on the line with each fight. The level of Ryu Hanbin, the swordsman, fluctuated between level 4 and level 1. Despite the odds, Ryu Hanbin continued to fight. The swordsman was sure he would get it now. The level of Ryu Hanbin, the swordsman, fluctuated between level 4 and level 1. He pleaded for it to happen just once. He would now gain. He would now gain. He would now gain. An error occurred. He continued his relentless assault, cutting down the Hell Dog. He kept killing the Hell Dogs, which only grew stronger, and he constantly checked his experience. He noted that he had 77 experience left to level up to 5. He wondered if the saying Lucky 7 would work this time. For the past 7 years, he had lived through this hell-like situation, running through levels 1 to 4 in an endless cycle. He knew that chosen ones don't age, and due to their recovery ability, they would be healed of all their injuries in a single day. But he couldn't learn a new skill since he couldn't get past level 4. The only skills he had were stab, side slash, and vertical slash. Another Hell Dog roared. Seeing how he crawled out of there himself, he thought he seemed quite lucky. The Hell Dogs only got stronger as his stats continued to increase. The system stated that the monsters were placed to help chosen ones get stronger, but he wondered if they were just there so they could be killed. He questioned how one could kill something that's already dead. He thought to himself that the same could be said about him. The guideline transmission to the chosen ones was complete. Jaren Rathna's 5th operation was commencing. Someone mused that they had gotten quite used to this, as it was the 5th time. Even if it was another world, players would normally take at most about a year to clear it. The unseen operator hoped there were some useful players this time around. A disembodied voice wondered what this world was, questioning if it was disposed of or broken. The unseen operator found it quite suspicious. Someone noticed Ryu Hanbin was currently logged into Thelna Rathna. The world around Ryu Hanbin seemed unfamiliar. He wondered if he was back home. It made sense to him that he had been discharged, and he decided to sleep a little longer. But the sound was too loud. A message appeared before him, asking if he would end his own life. His eyes widened. He reached out. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin found himself back in a monster-filled world, wondering where he was. He reflected on how he had been killing Hell Dogs like crazy for the past 10 years, and that it looked like he had survived yet another day. He knew that falling from a cliff didn't kill him. But that was it. He was leveling up. He laughed. He wondered if he could really say that. He wondered if he should. The sounds of battle echoed through the desolate landscape. Ryu Hanbin had agonized over his situation countless times, wondering if ending his own life would send him back home. He steeled himself, deciding that if he was going to die anyway, he would make it worth it. And yet, a part of him still didn't want to. He resolved to take down one more monster. The monster roared. The battle was joined. The survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world continued. After being stuck in this hell for 10 years, Ryu Hanbin had given up counting the days. He wondered how much longer he'd been there after that. 5 years? 7 years? He ended up developing a hobby, and even came up with work to do, as surviving alone wasn't an easy task. But this harsh environment didn't allow one to become lazy. This was reality. The sword fit perfectly in his hand. Ryu Hanbin stood ready, his massive sword held firmly. If he couldn't change his situation, he would change himself. There was nothing but rocks and boulders, so he focused on what he could do. He could make things. So he built a house. He lived day by day with such devotion. He no longer lived with rage. The Hell Dog's massive paw crashed down. Ryu Hanbin grinned. The Hell Dog's paw continued its descent. The house was crushed. The Hell Dog sneered. The Hell Dog barked. 3 years had passed since he started building the house. Ryu Hanbin asked if the Hell Dog dared to pound it into dust. He knew it was a bit small, so maybe he should build a palace this time. Bones. Ryu Hanbin thought that huge Hell Dogs like this appeared now. They were loud and didn't even taste good. After contemplating the construction of a palace, Ryu Hanbin faced the Hell Dog, who seemed to respond to his taunt. The Hell Dog, however, had learned the best strategy to defeat its prey through constant hunting. Once the attack began, the Hell Dog initiated a massive assault. The Hell Dog unleashed its dragon's breath. Hanbin was surprised by the sudden, powerful attack. He realized the Hell Dog was starting with its ultimate move. The dragon's breath tore through the landscape. The attack engulfed the area in a fiery explosion. The hell dog's claws dug into the ground as it unleashed its breath. The sheer force of the dragon's breath was immense. The hell dog's maw opened wide, unleashing the torrent of fire. It was impossible to dodge the hell dog's breath skill, given the attack's wide area of effect. Hanbin braced himself, preparing to block the attack with his full strength. Hanbin complained that the attack burned the ends of his hair, lamenting the lack of a hair salon. The light and fire magic intensified, but Hanbin noted that getting hit by these attacks was painful. Hanbin prepared to withstand the full force of the dragon's breath. To defend against the dragon breath, Ryu Hanbin carved up a massive wall of earth. The wall rose to meet the attack. Then, Ryu Hanbin prepared his final cut. The hell dog seemed confused by Ryu Hanbin's actions. Ryu Hanbin struck. He landed a blow on the hell dog. Ryu Hanbin thought that he couldn't really say he had a talent for swordsmanship, nor did he have any other skills since his level wouldn't increase, either. But with training, he had practiced his sword skills hundreds, then thousands of times. He continued to hone his technique. He had used it 10,000 times. Vertical slash, side slash, stab. Ryu Hanbin realized he had combined 3 skills into one. Cross impact. Triple cross attack. It wasn't a real skill, but there had never been a monster left standing after taking this hit. Ryu Hanbin was surviving. The scene fades in. Meanwhile, someone was currently logged into Thelna Rathna. The operator looked at a picture of Ryu Hanbin and realized it was the same kid that got bugged that one time. The operator realized that the 5th generation was operating in Jaren Rathna right now and questioned why Ryu Hanbin was still here in Thelha Rathna. They recalled that the 4th were at Roa Rathna and the 3rd generation went to Thelha Rathna, realizing it had been 22 years. The operator realized they wouldn't be able to come up with an excuse if that person found out. They couldn't kill Ryu Hanbin either and wondered what to do. The operator saw that Ryu Hanbin was level 4 and questioned how he survived for 22 years. They also noted that his stats and skills were terrible. The operator admitted they didn't know what was going on, but thought this could work. They realized there was a way for them to deal with him like this. The scene shifts to a nighttime landscape with a fire burning in the distance. Ryu Hanbin sat by the fire, stating that leveling up to 4 was always a breeze. He took a look at his stats. Hanbin wondered how strong the meat he was eating was, but realized it was still level 4. He wanted something tasty and to meet other people, wondering how much longer he would have to live like this. The scene shows Ryu Hanbin sitting by the fire, eating meat. Ryu Hanbin wondered how much longer he would have to endure his current situation. As long as he was alive, he believed there would be a day when he could finally escape. He tried to maintain a positive outlook. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin noticed something strange. He considered that if he proceeded, problems could arise. A notification appeared, indicating that he had completed the Thelna Rathna level. The operator decided that all they had to do was erase him and all his records. Ryu Hanbin wondered what was happening, as the operator reasoned that he would end up dying anyway in the Rathna continent, being only level 4. A surge of energy erupted around him. The energy intensified, swirling with chaotic force. Ryu Hanbin questioned what was happening as he was told to disappear in the Rathna continent. He exclaimed that there was no way he would accept this. A system message announced the commencement of transport of chosen ones to the designated level. Particles of light ascended towards an unknown destination. The world shifted around him. The world around Ryu Hanbin blurred as he was transported to an unknown location. Then, lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating a new, unfamiliar landscape. Deep within a cavern, a monstrous form stirred. Its eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie light. The monster roared, declaring the arrival of foreign demons. The cavern echoed with the creature's fury as it prepared to confront the intruders. Scattered on the ground lay the remnants of past battles, broken weapons, and discarded armor. After all this time, what Ryu Hanbin saw had naturally become a norm. Without warning, he found himself under a red sky where the sun never rose or set. With clusters of dead tree branches on the ground, Ryu Hanbin wondered why he was there. He couldn't believe it. Being stranded on a rock-filled mountain of hell had become a routine. Now he was in the Sadhe forest in the Greylight Kingdom. He was in the northern Rathna continent. Ryu Hanbin didn't know what was going on, but it wasn't home. It was better than that godforsaken mountain, though still a little damp. Ryu Hanbin was now level 5. He had suddenly become level 5 when he got here, and he also gained a communication skill. He told himself to wait a second, wondering if he didn't have to be level 20 to come to the Rathna continent. He wondered why he was transported here. He questioned if it was still bugged and what he was supposed to do, wondering what the point of asking was anyway. A ding sound echoed as Ryu Hanbin saw a window he'd never seen before. The window stated that the final mission was to kill one of 6 goddesses of Rathna. If he killed a goddess, the final mission reward would be eternal youth and immortality, being sent back to Earth with stats intact, and fulfilling 3 wishes. This meant he was going back to Earth. He would need to keep his identity as a person from another world a secret from others and register at the Hunters Guild in the corporate city of Ompris. A voice questioned if he was a hunter, as a large, blue dragon-like creature appeared. The dragon roared. The appearance of the monster shocked Ryu Hanbin. He wondered why the first monster to appear was such a powerful one. The dragon loomed, filling the sky. The dragon declared Ryu Hanbin a disgusting otherworldly demon and questioned how he dared enter its forest. Ryu Hanbin cursed, asking if the dragon planned on attacking him without him having a weapon. He realized he needed to grab his sword, wondering why this was happening now. The dragon responded that if that was the case, Ryu Hanbin realized it would be too late. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, declaring that Ryu Hanbin would burn to ashes if he was in such a predicament. Ryu Hanbin thought that it was the perfect time to shake his enemies, and that killing it would come after. The dragon mocked Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin resolved to go grab his sword. Ryu Hanbin was surprised. The story begins with a glimpse into the past, a tale titled Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World, an epilogue. Long ago, there lived a brilliant dragon among the Sky Dragon Knights of the Ixrad Kingdom. That dragon mount was named Ephor, and she was the great pride of the knights. However, a great ordeal befell Ephor. It came in the form of the kingdom's prince, who constantly whined about wanting to ride her. However, mounting a dragon was not a simple feat, and in the end, the prince met a sudden death. Ephor's poor knight was executed, but Ephor herself was able to escape the kingdom through the help of the other kind knights. The lonely dragon, now living in the forest, didn't even have time to mourn, because the forest was where many otherworldly humans would frequently appear. However, despite receiving training, she would never kill her opponents. She would let them live this time, but warn them to just wait. So is this kind Ephor really a source of terrible disaster? It was then that countless otherworldly hunters gathered together to hunt the poor dragon, leaving her badly beaten. Ephor thought to herself that letting the otherworldly humans live was a bad idea. After that, they kept appearing, so she had no choice. Besides, Ephor insisted that she wasn't a dragon, but a level 27 wyvern. Dragons have 4 legs, and their wings are located on their shoulders, while wyverns have wings on their forelegs. The wyvern stated that this was common knowledge and demanded to be let go. She wanted to know how Ryu Hanbin knew she was from another world, demanding that he speak. She sobbed, saying she couldn't tell just by looking, but their bodies disappear when they die. Ryu Hanbin wondered if she just assumed that he was an otherworldly person. He realized that meant no one would be able to find out his identity, judging by his appearance alone. He then wondered if this was the Sathe Forest in the Greylet Kingdom, but the Greylet Kingdom was destroyed long ago, and it's now called the Ixrad Kingdom. Ryu Hanbin realized that his guideline hadn't been updated. Ryu Hanbin cursed, wondering what the hell was going on. The wyvern pleaded with him not to kill her, saying she didn't think he'd be so strong. He retorted that she should have just laid low and questioned why she had to go and attack him. One of the Rathians questioned why they were being called a demon, given their otherworldly origins. The Rathian denied being responsible for the goddess's words, but was pressed to explain in detail. Meanwhile, the Rathian was asked if they could go home and apply medication, complaining of pain. The other retorted, accusing them of doing it on purpose and threatening to hit them again. At first, the otherworldly humans and Rathians got along, but that didn't last long. Otherworldly humans started killing Rathians to increase their levels. The more powerful ones banded together. They created Great Ursula, a group with the goal of killing the goddess. Because, just like dragons, these humans could easily level up simply by killing their opponents. The humans fought against many opponents. There was no way to fight against them when they were being led by a leader who was level 100. So before they came, there was Barolt the Sword King and Zenobia the Archmage. There was Garhan the Terrible. There was Halion, the Transcendentalist of life and death. After that, the 6 goddesses blessed the continent, but Earthlings were still considered such a waste. Otherworldly demons that had made contracts with a wicked demon god were quickly executed. The man lay prone, the weight of recent revelations pressing down on him. He recalled being kidnapped out of the blue, forced to rot on a rock mountain for dozens of years. He had finally gotten out, but was told that if anyone found out he was from another world, all this had happened before he was even born. He questioned if the goddesses were truly scary enough to orchestrate such events. He didn't care whether he made a deal with a goddess or became their underling, but he would get his ass back home alive. His eyes glowed with determination. He realized that he couldn't have anyone know his true identity. He knew that the man before him was also a demon. The other man begged, swearing he wouldn't tell anybody, promising to live as a normal wyvern and pretend not to know how to speak. The man screamed. His screams echoed. 5 days later, upon leaving the Sathe Forest, a huge castle wall stretched across the horizon. It was Onpris City, located in the northern part of the Ixrad Kingdom. Not only was the city large, but it also had a big population of residents. Nearby was the Sathe Forest and a dungeon in the Ifan Plains, where countless monsters continuously appeared. Many hunters tried to get rich quick by putting their lives on the line. This was the Onpris Hunters Guild. The people who come to this place are either hunters or those who aspire to become hunters, and sometimes they are otherworldly beings. From above, the scene unfolds, revealing the bustling activity within the establishment. The woman behind the counter, seemingly annoyed, gestures emphatically as she speaks to a customer. The sound of heavy footsteps approaches. The establishment is frequented by otherworldly beings. The patrons murmur in surprise at the newcomer's imposing size, noting that they have never seen him before. The woman behind the counter wonders if he is from another guild, observing that he looks like a veteran hunter. She then welcomes him. Another man states that he doesn't recognize him, and asks if this is Ryu Hanbin's first time coming to the Empress Hunters Guild. The woman asks Ryu Hanbin what she can assist him with. Ryu Hanbin looks on. A close-up reveals Ryu Hanbin's hand gripping the hilt of his sword. The blue-skinned creature questioned if Ryu Hanbin would like their help. Ryu Hanbin agreed that even if his appearance wasn't suspicious, the fact that he didn't have any clothing or equipment from this world would give him away. The creature pointed out that Ryu Hanbin would still kill them after they helped him. They reminded him that he had been killing people up until now because he was a wanted beast as well. Ryu Hanbin countered that it wasn't as if they could go and tell other people about him, adding that it had been so long since he'd had a decent conversation like this with another. The creature stared at Ryu Hanbin. Elsewhere, two men were seen holding the head of a similar creature. Returning to the cave, the creature agreed to help Ryu Hanbin. The creature exclaimed their thanks, but Ryu Hanbin told them not to tell anyone about him. The creature responded, "Okali dokali," to which Ryu Hanbin replied that no one says that here. The creature asked why Ryu Hanbin didn't change his clothes first. The creature was shocked to see Ryu Hanbin changing, exclaiming at his nakedness, to which Ryu Hanbin pointed out that they were naked too. The creature noted that the clothes were a bit small and that it looked like they would have to rip off the sleeves. The creature told Ryu Hanbin that they would first tell him about some common sense in this world, asking him not to take off his clothes just anywhere. Ryu Hanbin responded that he knew that, asking how he could meet the goddesses, but the creature explained that goddesses rarely meet people, even among Rathnians. The creature explained that one either had to be one of the four heroes or have done a great service to meet with them and receive their blessing, adding that it would be safe to say that the only way to receive that blessing was to become a hunter who hunts dungeon monsters. The creature continued, explaining that the dungeons were created by the demon god Ormflaus. Ryu Hanbin understood that the guideline also mentioned that he would need to become a hunter in order to contact the goddesses. After the explanation, Ryu Hanbin examined his hand, finding nothing there. The blue-skinned creature wondered if Ryu Hanbin was the only one who could see the guidance system, which was meant for otherworldly humans like himself. However, the system was broken, leaving him unsure of what was happening. The creature asked if Ryu Hanbin could decipher the broken guidance system's message. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the corridor. The narrator explained that, unlike other jobs, a hunter's lifestyle was more free. It wasn't suspicious for them to have a high level. The narrator warned that Ryu Hanbin needed to be extra careful, as many others like him had gone through the same method. The blue-skinned creature told Ryu Hanbin not to act like a foreigner. Ryu Hanbin nervously wondered if he couldn't relax his body because he was putting too much energy into it. A woman, addressing Ryu Hanbin as Mr. Eric Garoon, told him not to be nervous and confirmed that he was from North Campbell. The woman thought to herself that she looked shady for sure and that she stuttered. The woman welcomed him to the Empress Hunters Guild, assuring him that he was safe. Ryu Hanbin thought he would have been in deep trouble if he had followed the suggested guideline. The blue-skinned creature wondered how a person who wasn't even a hunter could travel across the kingdom, especially from the backwoods in the west to the north. The woman asked if Ryu Hanbin wanted to transfer to their guild from another. Ryu Hanbin said no. The woman then asked how she could help him. Ryu Hanbin declared that he wanted to become a hunter. The scene shifted to a lower angle, showing a group of people climbing a ladder, presumably within the Hunters Guild. The woman with blonde hair seemed unconvinced, pressing Ryu Hanbin on his earlier statement. She questioned if he was truly not a hunter. Her skepticism was evident as she awaited his answer. Meanwhile, other hunters in the guild whispered amongst themselves, speculating about Ryu Hanbin's identity. Some wondered if he was an otherworlder. Ryu Hanbin, noticing the strange atmosphere, wondered what was causing everyone to act so strangely. He began to question if he had made a mistake by coming to the guild. He reasoned that the fact that he hadn't been attacked yet meant they weren't sure if he was an otherworlder. The receptionist explained that, depending on his abilities, they could create proper verification. She added that all he needed to do was place his hand on the artifact. Ryu Hanbin realized that the artifact was meant to check if a person was from another world. He knew that if he got caught, he wouldn't be able to meet the goddesses, so he decided to run. He was sure that destroying the entire place would be easy to do, but he also knew that doing so would reveal his secret. Ryu Hanbin prepared to act. He was sure it would work out. Elsewhere, a woman reacted with shock. She was astonished that all his stats were at heroic levels. She exclaimed that he nearly got caught, and declared that he shall go slay Ormflaus, the evil god. The man watching the scene unfold knew it. Otherworlders were truly something else. The blue-skinned creature seemed to be enjoying what it called dancing. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He wondered if he was dreaming. Suddenly, a swordsman's level was revealed to be level 5. The man's hand trembled as he looked on. The receptionist and the other people in the room looked on in shock. The tension in the room was palpable. One of the men began to laugh, finding the situation amusing. The receptionist was shocked, realizing that she had misjudged Ryu Hanbin. She apologized profusely. She explained that most people who came from the backwoods to register were otherworldly humans, and if Eric's level was higher, they would have mistaken him. The man continued, stating that those bastards start at level 20, and they always say the same thing, wanting to become a hunter even though they're already level 20. He mused that those otherworlders were really incredible. The receptionist noted that the registration fee was 300 EX, and she never thought she'd be happy that her level was so low, as 300 EX was a lot. The receptionist and Ryu Hanbin stood together. Another man lamented that 300 EX was about 3 million KRW, and he didn't know how hard he saved up 400 EX. He planned to pay it back later, wondering if being frugal with his spending would allow it to last him 6 months. Another man looked at Ryu Hanbin's hands, noting that they trembled. He didn't know how, but otherworlders seemed to take out money from nowhere, wondering if others had money to begin with. The receptionist explained that to replace a lost identification badge would cost 80 EX, and told Ryu Hanbin to come back for a new one when he thought he'd leveled up. She held an Onpers Hunters Guild Beginner Hunter Swordsman Level 5 Eric Garun badge. Ryu Hanbin considered his situation. It seemed he was starting from the very bottom, but he resolved to make a name for himself in the hunter circles. He wondered if there was a certain quest in mind. He mused about exploring the dungeon. Someone scoffed, suggesting it would be better for him to stay put if he was planning on becoming monster food. The speaker noted that Ryu Hanbin's level should allow him to know his place. Ryu Hanbin was taken aback. Meanwhile, Mr. Loudy was asked if he and his party were planning on going to Sathe Forest. It was explained that dungeon monsters were increasing in numbers and attacking nearby houses. Since Loudy didn't feel comfortable sending useless hunters to do the job, he was hesitant. Another hunter declared that he would have to go since his level was high. Someone else remarked on how conceited he was acting, considering he was the same level as Zephyr. Another hunter noted that there wasn't even a dungeon there, wondering why those monsters were there, though he guessed he was higher than the rest over there. One of the women admitted that she didn't really want to get involved with him, finding him annoying. Another woman realized that Mr. Loudy still had room for one more in his party. Mr. Eric knew that completing missions alone was impossible, and he didn't want to be told to join the party. Ryu Hanbin knew he was much less likely to go to the dungeon. He considered doing miscellaneous work while learning the ins and outs with Mr. Loudy's party, which would be much better. He wondered if he really had to join a party with this obnoxious bastard, and considered what he should do. A woman declared there was no room for him. The woman, a level 37 magician, stated that she was a level 25 mage, but the guideline was showing a higher level. She guessed that she had her own circumstances, realizing she had stared too long. She wondered what was up. Ryu Hanbin stated that whatever, if she said he didn't have room, that was fine. However, the woman declared that he was 5 insects, and then she would. She demanded that he call her, stating that he was level 5 and she shouldn't fight him. She asked if he was dreaming of becoming the Sword King, noting that if she fought him there, he'd die, and that he was carrying a big-ass toy sword. Ryu Hanbin's grip tightens on the wooden training sword, his knuckles white with effort. Meanwhile, the magician wonders how Ryu Hanbin is even able to carry the sword, noting that it isn't budging. The Empress Guild receptionist's eyes widen in shock. She demands that he let go. Ignoring her, Ryu Hanbin strains, lifting the massive sword above his head. Elsewhere, a man with a scarred face declares that he has finally found him. The sound of metal echoed. Dust billowed as someone walked through the guild. The 2 guild members looked on in shock. Their expressions mirrored their disbelief. One of the men remarked that with a body like that, he'd be able to take care of level 10s. Another man, Berkman, shouted at the newcomer, asking who he was and telling him not to butt in as he was training the newbie. Berkman asked if the newbie's name was Eric, stating that fighting wasn't a problem. The newcomer warned that if they wrecked the guild, they'd have to fight them all. Berkman yelled that he didn't want to fight anyone and didn't want to get kicked out. Another man called Berkman a bastard, saying no one else would take a level 5 like him into their party but him. He asked if Berkman thought he'd be able to do anything with such a weak-ass level. Ryu Hanbin agreed, stating that he was right. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that he had used most of his money just to register and couldn't do anything because of his low level, wondering what he should do. But then he told Berkman not to worry. Ryu Hanbin stated that leveling up with a body like Berkman's would be a piece of cake. Berkman was surprised. As Ryu Hanbin said, he was looking for someone with a muscle body like his and asked if he would like to join their party. Ryu Hanbin's new acquaintance observed that muscles like his didn't just appear overnight. The man explained that the only reason Ryu Hanbin's level was low was due to a lack of experience, noting to himself that the swordsman's level was still pretty high. Being an otherworlder, Ryu Hanbin knew his growth rate was high, but he wouldn't be able to stay in this party for long. Regardless, he knew he'd still need to wear a helmet when he beat his head against a wall. He expressed his gratitude for being accepted. The story was titled Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. Empress City had been developed because of the dungeon and monsters. Business and trade revolved around the monster hunters, and the city created products that used monster materials which the hunters brought back. There were two main areas where hunts took place in Empress: the Ifan Plains dungeon and the entrance area of the Sathe Forest. There were small villages near the forest, but since monsters rarely ventured away from the trees, subjugation quests were rarely given. Lately, many hunters had joined the subjugation quest. Devoke was a high-level monster that inhabited the Sathe Forest. They may have slow movement, but their grips were strong enough to crush a rock, and they utilized their weight into creating more powerful attacks. The Devoke's attack continued, its massive form a constant threat. The swordsman, Berkman Ropal, found himself caught in a pincer attack. The Devoke roared, pressing its advantage. Berkman, despite the odds, declared that he was okay and ready for the next attack. The swordsman braced himself, preparing to withstand the monster's assault. Berkman realized he had been careless, leaving himself vulnerable to the pincer movement. The Devoke's attack landed, and Berkman grunted in pain. The monster's blow struck true, impacting the swordsman. Amber Bonnet, a spearman, moved to intercept the Devoke. She lunged forward, spear aimed at the monster. Amber was told that it might be time for her to retire, seeing as how she was getting pushed back by the Devoke. She responded that retirement sounded nice. Berkman dismissed his injuries as nothing, urging Amber to step back and get treated. He questioned if she wanted them to worry about him. Berkman told Amber that she didn't need to be concerned about him. Amber questioned when she was worried about him. A surge of green energy flowed. Erwin Ropal, Berkman's younger sister and a spiritualist, asked if her brother was all right, calling upon Prelier's breath. Berkman, despite his injuries, declared he could last the entire day. His companion, however, told him not to die. Meanwhile, the green-skinned monster stated that Berkman's brother really couldn't do without him. Erwin's eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the situation. A magician, Hubert Krutaz, unleashed a fire hammer attack from the back of the party. Someone warned that it was dangerous, addressing Erwin. Someone observed that something bright had occurred. The text below identified them as the Berkman Party. The scene shifted to an illustration of the Berkman Party, described as the number one party, a well-balanced and coordinated team that doesn't solely focus on attacks, and the most reliable party in Empress. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that there was no better place. The reason for this thought was revealed to be Eric Garoon, a level 5 bad boy swordsman and a muscle man in Berkman's party, who was bored. Ryu Hanbin reflected on being left out of the main fight because his level was too low and how they still left him the weak monsters, but they still split the profits equally with him. It was all well and good, but there was a problem. The green-skinned monster exclaimed that Ryu Hanbin was the problem. The red-skinned monster found it ridiculous to think that such a human could be his opponent. The Lord Devoke, level 25, roared that he would kill everyone if they were lying to him. The Lord Devoke was then struck down. Ryu Hanbin prepared a stone bullet, noting that it was not a real skill. Ryu Hanbin observed that the Lord Devoke was the highest level among the monsters there, but didn't give him any experience. Ryu Hanbin considered that he should ask the party to hunt stronger monsters next time. Amber Bonnet called out to him, announcing that they were done here. He agreed, stating that it was time to go gathering. The group's village stood nestled in a valley. The party continued their work. Berkman Ropal called out, showing off his spoils. He exclaimed for his brother to look at what he had found, noting that there were many held dogs, so it was nothing new. Amber Bonnet held up a magic stone, asking if they could get about 15 experience points for it. The group agreed that they could definitely get a good prize for the magic stone. Eric chuckled to himself, thinking that they could also sell Devoke hides, so it was like killing two birds with one stone. He reflected that if he had seen this scene before he was kidnapped, he would have vomited for sure, but now he had carved up so many. Amber Bonnet was impressed with Eric's speed, asking how he was so fast at doing that. Eric responded that he had been doing this for 20 years. Amber Bonnet asked Eric how old he was. Eric responded that he hadn't aged a day after 24. He added that he was kidnapped 20 years ago, so he didn't remember what his parents looked like. Eric thought to himself that it was impossible for him to go home, which was why he had a body like that. Berkman Ropal stated that he was thankful for allowing such a low-level person like Eric to join their party. Berkman added that there was no need, levels don't matter. Eric was confused, as Berkman was level 25 right now. Amber Bonnet added that there aren't any high-level monsters here except inside the dungeon. Amber Bonnet explained that the Lord Devoke would be considered a high-level monster here. She added that they didn't need to hunt stronger monsters. The group stated that they didn't need to hunt stronger monsters since they will never go to places like the dungeon. Eric stood up, towering over Berkman Ropal and Amber Bonnet. Eric declared he would go practice with his sword. His party members cautioned him not to push himself too hard and to avoid the Sathe Forest, as it was dangerous. The others thought that Eric, despite being a nice man, was an otherworlder. One of them offered to accompany him, voicing concerns about sending him alone, as one never knew when a monster might appear nearby. Meanwhile, someone called out to Eric, asking how his practice was going. The voice called out again, repeating his name. The sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. Eric, running through the forest, thought it impossible that there wasn't a single monster here. He wondered if there was anything that could give him experience. Eric couldn't believe what he was seeing. He thought there should be at least one monster, seeing a level 13 Haku and a level 21 Mudian. Eric still believed there should be at least one monster. He wondered if it wasn't scary living here by himself, thinking there really wasn't a monster as strong as him in Sadhe Forest. There really wasn't. Eric realized it made sense since monsters with similar levels as Effer didn't even give him experience. He wondered what his real level was, deciding he should go back before it got too late. Eric decided to head back before it got too late. The sound of something approaching was familiar to Ryu Hanbin. It wasn't as large as that hell dog, but Ryu Hanbin thought that if he could hunt it, he might be able to level up. The monster approached. It wasn't a normal monster for sure. Ryu Hanbin fukusid. Now he would bring it on. The monster lunged. The monster crashed into Erwin Ropal, sending her flying. Erwin Ropal was caught off guard. Ryu Hanbin was surprised by this turn of events. He realized he had made a mistake. The red-haired woman observed Ryu Hanbin, recognizing him as the mage from Laudi's party. She wondered why he was naked. The swordsman dismissed her concerns, stating that it wasn't important at the moment, though he admitted it was weird. He insisted there were no monsters nearby. The woman apologized, saying she would pretend she hadn't seen anything. She urged them to leave. The swordsman eyed the woman suspiciously, questioning if that was something she should be saying. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that this wasn't somewhere a level 5 should be, and that it wasn't even a public bath. The swordsman thought he needed to hurry and find a monster, as he had heard a huge sound while passing through and assumed there would be a big monster. The swordsman clenched his fist. He ran towards the source of the sound. The woman demanded that he stop and answer her truthfully. She asked if he had seen the monster, threatening him if he didn't tell her. The woman grabbed Ryu Hanbin by the arm. Ryu Hanbin stated that he didn't know why she was doing this, but he had already told her he didn't know. Amber questioned Ryu Hanbin's motives, accusing him of looking down on those of lower levels. Below, someone cursed. Meanwhile, Laudi, now at level 5, prepared to attack. Amber accused Ryu Hanbin of showing his true colors. Ryu Hanbin, in turn, complained about his wrist hurting and asked her to let go, calling her a bastard. Elsewhere, a figure wondered if humiliating Miss Seguri wasn't enough, questioning why he even had to lay a hand on their party's lady. Amber wondered who the lady was, while Berkman thought Ryu Hanbin was misunderstanding something and suggested they leave. It was said that Laudi was a strong magic swordsman, and that his pose meant he was getting ready to execute a technique. It was also noted that he could actually pull off a skill with that embarrassing pose, but that was the drawback of a magic swordsman. It was said that when he got into that pose, he had no hesitation. He declared he would say one final thing. The figure declared the name of the enemy who would be dealt with by these dual blades. Amber told Ryu Hanbin that he should put on his clothes, but he had forgotten. Laudi declared the difference between their levels. Ryu Hanbin prepared to fight. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that he really didn't want to make this into a big deal. A blade crackles with energy. The energy explodes outward. Someone apologizes. A fist clenches. The energy continues to expand. The title reads, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. Elsewhere, a small house sits nestled amongst the trees. Inside, someone sits with their head in their hands, a large sword resting beside them. The man was told that what happened to Mr. Atis wasn't his fault, but he knew it was a pain he could not be forgiven for, and that they should wait for the man. Someone asked how Atis was. They were told that his life wasn't in danger since Mr. Eric brought him there quickly, but that it was impossible. They were reassured that they had done everything they could. Someone calls out to Mr. Laudi. All the men that stood there fell silent. The blame may have fallen on Laudi himself, but the pain and suffering he was going through was something that no one could comfort him from. That morning, Mr. Atis took Laudi back to Ampra City. After, Laudi learned the truth of Atis' gender and had a hard time facing him again. The monster responsible for the loud sound remained elusive. The search was soon abandoned, fading into memory as 3 months passed in the company of Berkman's party. In front of Sadhe Forest, Berkman's camp was quiet. Inside the camp, a conversation unfolded. Someone asked if Laudi had gone to the dungeon alone. Another confirmed that was what they had heard, and Amber Bonnet acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. One of the party members stated that going to the dungeon alone with Laudi's level was akin to suicide. Another member of the party thought Laudi's level was fairly high. It was true that he was used to fighting indigenous monsters they hunted to survive. This helped him naturally raise his level, but there weren't any high-level monsters. One of the party members agreed that was true, stating that Effer and the Lord Devoke were unique. They then questioned if dungeon monsters were different. The dungeons were not originally from this world. They were created by the dungeons that were set up by the evil god Ormflaus, and it's common to see monsters over level 30. If they're over level 30, Laudi needed to go to the dungeon, even if he had to go in secret. Monsters weren't the only problem, as many other worlders also went hunting there secretly. Berkman remembered the screening for dungeon entry was rigorous. If it's so dangerous, why did Laudy go? Probably because of the hope of finding a healing artifact. The source that is placed within those dungeons are artifacts. They are items that come in various shapes and all have different abilities. According to rumors, one of those artifacts is able to heal any type of wound. Laudy is most likely hoping to look for that. Countless monsters have been creeping out of Sadhe Forest as of late, and Laudy hoped it wasn't a bad omen. Dungeons and artifacts? It's like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. He would put out the lights, as it looked like that was his only option. The camp was quiet under the night sky. The forest loomed, its trees casting long, eerie shadows. No matter how many times Ryu Hanbin ventured into this place, it always felt unsettling. He decided he should go and ask her. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the woods. Ryu Hanbin wondered where her house was, lamenting that he hadn't slept much in 3 months. The monster stood before him. Ryu Hanbin screamed. He exclaimed in shock at the sight of the creature. The creature was identified as a level 31 Tatiro. It was noted that attacks made by sword were nullified due to the entire body being encased in a carapace, making it weak to magic, and that they usually live in the dungeon. Ryu Hanbin wondered why a dungeon monster was here, noting that it was resistant to physical attacks. The Tatiro exclaimed that there was a human, adding that they were meat and that they could talk. The Tatiro questioned if Ryu Hanbin was a mage, deciding that he was insignificant. The Tatiro declared that knives were useless. The Tatiro questioned the effectiveness of the attack. Ryu Hanbin realized the guideline he was given was a lie. One of the Tatiro monsters focused on the knife. The Tatiro monsters exclaimed that the knife-shaped magic wouldn't work on them. They called each other stupid. One of the Tatiro monsters opened its mouth wide, declaring that they would eat the knife holder. The Tatiro monster questioned who Ryu Hanbin was talking about as he swung his sword. The Tatiro monster screeched, realizing they were outside of the dungeon and in danger. The Tatiro monster screamed, questioning where they were going. Ryu Hanbin's sword sliced through the Tatiro monster. The Tatiro monster begged to be taken along and urged Ryu Hanbin to hurry. Ryu Hanbin yelled as he struck the ground. Ryu Hanbin stood over the Tatiro monster. Ryu Hanbin noticed something and wondered what it was. A magical teleport was in use. The destination was the Ifan Plain dungeon, and a portal connected. Ryu Hanbin wondered if they were going to the dungeon. Spatial transition magic was active, designating the destination as the Ifan Plains dungeon. Because of this portal, monsters had found their way into the village. But he had never heard of portals appearing out of nowhere. The monster asked if they made this, but the man responded that he didn't know and that they can't use magic. He wondered if they couldn't? The monster was going to let this one slide, but guess not. He told the monster that they would get rid of it. The monster roared that no one must destroy it here, and that no one must enter, as it was his absolute order. The man said, all right, then let's just say that they didn't see anything. Like they did before, they shouldn't let anyone through, that way he wouldn't get spotted by other people he knew. Then he wouldn't know either, right? The monster asked if that was really the case. The monster said yes, and that he didn't know anything. The sound of impact echoed. The warrior cried out as he was struck. Inside the inner dungeon, Berkman yelled for Alicia to hang on, while another voice shouted for everyone to stay away. The warrior cursed, realizing his attacks were useless. He continued to attack, but to no avail. Berkman knew that hitting the monster with an axe wouldn't change anything. Magic was the only way. Alicia screamed as she was stabbed. The mage cast a spell, hoping to blind their foes. The spell resonated like a raging thunder, creating a flash of light. Berkman realized he had been hit by the flash as well, his vision blurred, but he could still see with his other eye. He prepared to attack. Someone begged Renard for a healing wind. The person on the ground cried out for someone to kill the magician, not caring who it was. The spiritualist, Erwin, watched as the battle unfolded before her. Ryu Hanbin stood ready, facing a monstrous foe. In the background, a desperate plea echoed. Please save us. The air crackled with unseen energy. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened. A mix of shock and pain etched on his face. Dark droplets scattered through the air. More unseen energy crackled. The Hell Dog monster was struck by a powerful blow. The force of the attack was enough to sever a Tatiro's neck. Berkman realized it must have been a chained attack. The monster's armor seemed impenetrable, the gaps between the shells too small to exploit. However, the attacker knew that to expose their head and lower their guard, they had to attack between the legs first, landing a critical hit. It was a technique only a dual-wielding magic swordsman could pull off. Someone asked if they were from the Onfrost Hunter Guild, specifically Raud, the magic swordsman. The swordsman confirmed, adding that he had heard they started exploring the dungeon by themselves a couple of months ago. Raud reflected on his 70th day of being lost in the dungeon, remembering drinking away in the guild after that incident, and waking up already inside. Raud reflected on his predicament, unable to recall how he had entered the dungeon and lamenting the lack of anyone to assist him. He realized, however, that he could leave now. The others questioned why Raud was looking for a healing artifact, and if he was okay. He responded that he had somehow stopped the bleeding and was fine. One of the party members offered Raud a high potion, though noting how difficult it was to obtain. The woman in the witch hat questioned if the potion was being offered simply because she was a woman. The party member denied this, so she asked why such an expensive potion was being used. Raud stated that it wouldn't help his injuries, and it would be harder to leave if someone was injured. He'd rather have it used than wasted. The woman in the witch hat said she would pay him back once they got out. She stated that exploring dungeons with that kind of injury was impossible, questioning why they were leaving after coming all the way there just to help some stranger. One of the party members declared that he was a proud hunter and wouldn't look down on anyone. Raud told him not to mind it, that it was nothing, and that he was only thinking about leaving as his stomach ached. Raud thought that he couldn't last much longer either, due to his irritable colitis. He also considered that even though he had an injury that he couldn't heal using the high potion, they were still helping some stranger like him. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. The party members wondered what was going on. One of the party members asked if it was an earthquake. Another party member responded that earthquakes don't occur in dungeons, as they are in different dimensions. They asked if the sound was coming from a monster. Raud urged them to quickly run through the tunnel, thinking that he would rather die than soil himself in front of a woman. Raud shouted for them to go, stating that it was coming out and to take on all these monsters by themselves. The tunnel entrance was visible. As the party fled, one of the members questioned their decision to leave, while another insisted that they couldn't let Raud's sacrifice be in vain. They were only going to be in his way. The swordsman with white hair was not pleased with their decision to leave him behind. He lamented that he should have leveled up a little more while he was inside the dungeon. He thought he could handle a couple of Tatiros. But the situation quickly escalated. The tunnel was now swarming with monsters. Recognizing the danger, Raud urged his companions to run. Back with Ryu Hanbin, he wondered what the hell had happened in there. The text simply stated that they were on the other side of the dungeon. The scene revealed a chamber littered with the corpses of crab-like creatures. Suddenly, one of the creatures was caught in a whirlwind of blades. The blade struck true, and the creature cried out. Ryu Hanbin admitted that he had high hopes for dungeons as he prepared to strike again. He complained that he couldn't even swing properly because of the narrow tunnel, and wondered if they even knew how tiring it was to tone down his strength. The yellow monster commanded the others to run away, declaring that sword-shaped magic was coming. The yellow monster affirmed that it was the right thing to do, declaring that the monster would not pass. The yellow monster declared that they would stop him, letting out a battle cry. Hanbin cleaved through the monster, demanding experience points. Hanbin whistled, remarking that he couldn't even find any Tatiros anymore. Hanbin stepped forward, noticing something. He wondered what it was. It was an artifact, a fireball bracelet, a power core. Hanbin wondered if these kinds of items usually popped out after defeating a mid-boss, noting that the LV.40 Tatiro King was dead. Hanbin recalled that if he took out the power core, all the monsters nearby should go away. He realized that if there were no more monsters, then he couldn't level up. He knew that there were only Tatiros around here, and there was still the final boss and central core artifact left, but something still felt missing. The fireball bracelet had 30 uses left. Hanbin thought that a chunk of fire being fired off his hand was more than enough, calling it a man's fantasy. Hanbin prepared to use the bracelet. He prepared to fire. Hanbin fired a fireball. The question lingered. Why did monsters spawn endlessly in a dungeon? The answer, it turned out, had been discovered by hunters who explored the dungeons. Surprisingly, the dungeon monsters did not reproduce. They were instead being created in a special room. Within this room, a magical core was centered, creating countless monsters. The mystery of the magical core, taking the form of an item, still couldn't be explained. However, hunters had begun calling these items artifacts concentrated with immense magic. The item was referred to as a ball. It was also known as an artifact. Ryu Hanbin wondered if it was malfunctioning and what was wrong with it. The artifact had a level requirement of 31, unlike other ordinary tools. But if it was someone who was able to reach this point, they should have no problem with the level requirement. These artifacts found in dungeons were a symbol of honor for hunters and were even traded at high prices. The hunter mused whether he should sell it, thinking it would be weird if a level 5 like him would sell it. Whatever he did, his level ended up being a problem. However, it was rare for hunters to return alive with artifacts in their possessions. The room was moving. That's because of their deep regret and arrogance grew within Ryu Hanbin as he reflected on his past hardships and the power he now wielded, thanks to the artifact. The path ahead seemed to promise only more trials, but Ryu Hanbin saw them as opportunities to further solidify his strength. A confident smirk played on Ryu Hanbin's lips. He mused to himself that this must be the boss room. The room continued to shift and change. Ryu Hanbin decided to head out, reminding himself that he needed to return before Berkman Ropal woke up. He found himself in the dungeon's central area, but noted that there wasn't much to see. He observed that all the monsters had left together, joking that they must have gone on a trip. He then declared his intention to take the dungeon core. From above, a voice declared that they were going to be homeless, accusing Ryu Hanbin of being a burglar. Ryu Hanbin prepared for a fight. He readied himself. Ryu Hanbin saw that it had finally showed up. The dungeon boss had finally revealed itself. The tentacle beholder, level 45, radiated an aura of immense power. The experience gained from defeating such a creature would be substantial. This was no time for games. He realized that both his arms and legs were restrained. Ryu Hanbin knew that if he made a mistake and got attacked, he was finished. He steeled himself, knowing he was finally at the end. Someone screamed. The figure stood in the distance. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened in shock. Someone questioned if the monster was only level 5. He realized he'd been exposed. He knew he needed to make some sort of excuse quickly, but all he could manage was a nervous chuckle. The figure chuckled. The figure continued to laugh, finding the situation hilarious. They wondered what was wrong with Ryu Hanbin, and if he was trying to creep them out. The figure asked if Ryu Hanbin thought they wouldn't know about the monster. The figure noted that with such low combat strength, but with the ability to shapeshift into the enemy's fear, they were a formidable foe. The shapeshifter found Ryu Hanbin's attempt to see through his disguise rather despicable. The shapeshifter was confident that his form wouldn't work on Ryu Hanbin, stating that there was no way a level 5 would be in this dungeon. The shapeshifter expressed how wonderful it was that Ryu Hanbin was able to see through his form and that he was safe. Meanwhile, the tentacle beholder roared, declaring that Ryu Hanbin would die and become manure for the dungeon. One of the beholder's tentacles shot forward. It was explained that this floating monster with no blind spots could thoroughly attack and defend its territory. The monster combined its extremely fast tentacles and excessive strength. It aimed for the hunter's blind spots. The tentacle descended rapidly towards Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin grunted as he dodged the tentacle's attack. The monster's eye widened. The tentacle slammed into the ground. Ryu Hanbin strained against his restraints, declaring the situation impenetrable. The tentacle monster roared. Ryu Hanbin noted how close the attack was, realizing that if he hadn't dodged, his pants would have been torn apart. Below, the shapeshifter and Raud watched the battle, the shapeshifter commenting that the boss is not the most important thing right now. Meanwhile, the shapeshifter's target unleashes a curse-filled cry. The attack strikes Ryu Hanbin, who cries out in pain. The tentacle beholder continues to weep. The beholder's tears fall upon Ryu Hanbin. The shapeshifter's target continues to curse. He blames someone for his current predicament. Ryu Hanbin, still restrained, realizes that the shapeshifter might think he is a fake and wonders if he has lost his mind. The tentacle beholder declares its honor is within the guild. The shapeshifter's target attacks, declaring he will destroy Ryu Hanbin's party as well as his honor. The shapeshifter's target laments the loss of even his egg. He accuses someone of making him like this and reflects on their past relationship with artists. Ryu Hanbin denies the accusation. The shapeshifter's target screams for someone to die. The shapeshifter's target continues to scream for death, calling someone a human. A figure leaps towards Raud, questioning his presence. Meanwhile, the shapeshifter's target asks what he should do if he were to be controlled by the enemy. The large, eye-like creature declares that the human dares to challenge it. The creature continues, enraged that it is being toyed with. It also notes that it has noticed that it has yet to attack Ryu Hanbin. The shapeshifter's target muses that Ryu Hanbin must be a comrade or party member. The creature states that losing one's life directly by a comrade's hand will be the most horrible fate for someone who cherishes their comrades. Ryu Hanbin struggles against his restraints. The shapeshifter's target says that he will give Ryu Hanbin to the creature. Ryu Hanbin demands that the creature give him its experience. The creature is startled by Ryu Hanbin's demand. The creature declares that it has changed its mind. The creature reveals that it was going to turn Ryu Hanbin into manure for the dungeon, but he will be remodeled as the dungeon's mid-boss instead. The creature continues, stating that after slaughtering all the humans who have set foot in this place, it will have Ryu Hanbin devour them alive. The creature states that Ryu Hanbin will be its first meal. The creature shouts at Ryu Hanbin. The creature's massive hand descends, poised to strike Ryu Hanbin. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin, with a burst of speed, deflects the attack with his sword. The tendrils of the dungeon boss writhed. It was said that tentacle beholders were notoriously difficult to handle, even among dungeon bosses. While they lacked destructive attacks, they were intelligent enough to outwit humans. As a result, party members were often captured and injected with parasites. The parasites pulsed with dark energy. The parasites were capable of transforming their hosts into powerful monsters. The transformation began. The monster declared that no matter how strong Ryu Hanbin was, he was still human. The monster insisted that even if Ryu Hanbin acted tough, there was no way he would cut down his own comrade. The monster missed its mark. The monster wondered when Ryu Hanbin had swung his blade. Ryu Hanbin's vision focused. He wondered if the monster was split. The monster fell, split in two. Ryu Hanbin questioned the strength of the foe he had just faced. The monster, now reduced in size, lay defeated. It seemed impossible that this was only a level 45 monster. The monster's eye twitched as it wondered how it could have been defeated. Ryu Hanbin mused that even the wind pressure from his swing was powerful enough to defeat the dungeon boss. He realized that the guideline didn't even appear, meaning the dungeon boss was too weak. The defeated monster realized that Ryu Hanbin was not human. It knew that if such a monster existed, there was no point in opening the portal. It resolved to take the core of the dungeon and make it disappear. The monster knew it must report back to its master. Ryu Hanbin noticed the monster releasing a bug. Hanbin sighed, suggesting they head back. Ryu Hanbin seemed surprised by something. The scene showed the dungeon's reward, which was revealed to be an exorbitant amount of money. The reward was 54 billion. The scene shifted to a morning view of a campsite. Someone scoffed, seemingly displeased. A muscular man, seemingly invigorated, exclaims with renewed strength. He declares it a great morning, feeling strong and powerful. Elsewhere, a woman asks if anyone has seen Eric. Another woman replies that she didn't see him when she woke up, suggesting he might have gone to relieve himself. She notes that even his weapon is missing. The first woman wonders if Eric went to the forest to retrieve something, her expression filled with dread. The two women scream in terror as they are confronted by a grotesque monster. One of the women apologizes, saying that Eric made her worry by disappearing without a word. Someone asks if something happened, but another voice replies that nothing did, though their expression suggests otherwise. A few minutes prior, Ryu Hanbin had exclaimed in surprise at receiving 100,000. The notification details that Ryu Hanbin exterminated a level 45 tentacle beholder, obtaining 113,340 experience points. Ryu Hanbin recalls that a giant magic hound only gave him 258 experience points, and that he needed 1,100 experience points to level up from 4 to 5. He realizes that it should only take him 2,200 experience points to level up to 6, and wonders how many levels he just jumped if he got 100,000 experience points. The experience required until the next level is displayed as a negative number, minus 54,581,860,2,560. Ryu Hanbin is shocked by the number, exclaiming, 54 billion? He realizes that if he needs that much experience. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widen in disbelief. Ryu Hanbin stares wide-eyed at the steaming food before him. Emerging from the portal, the surroundings appeared familiar. Looking around, Ryu Hanbin seemed pleased with himself. Nearby, two individuals discussed Eric's whereabouts. One wondered if something had happened to him, but the other dismissed it, stating that Eric claimed nothing was amiss. With a full mouth, Ryu Hanbin declared that he was done for. The sky was a blend of orange, pink, and blue. The sky shifted to a darker, more somber hue. Meanwhile, others reported that they couldn't find any monsters outside of Sod Forest. And so, they returned to Onfrost earlier than expected, their carriage coming to a halt. Guard demanded to see their permit, stating that the carriage was for the Onfrost Hunters Guild. The guards insisted that without a permit, they couldn't enter. One man protested, saying he'd been working long before the guard's father had even seen the light of day. Another guard apologized, stating it was the law, and questioned if they couldn't enter by showing the guild emblem. One of the guards asked if something had happened, explaining that they had gone to complete a request and hadn't returned for 3 months. Suddenly, Gory Man called out to Captain Buckman. Buckman greeted Gory Man, asking what was going on. Another guard asked if Buckman had heard the news. It was reported that the Hunters Guild had recalled all adventurers outside of town 5 days ago. The Ipen Plain dungeon had closed. The atmosphere in Onfrost felt heavy to Ryu Hanbin. Someone wondered if they should be celebrating the dungeon's closure. Ryu Hanbin noted that there was no one around. He realized that someone else must have taken the core and closed the dungeon. Someone wondered who could have closed the dungeon. They admitted they didn't know, and that was why the streets were so empty. One of the group stated that for a hunter, closing a dungeon was an incredible accomplishment. Another member of the group said that only an earthling would hide this fact, adding that it wasn't the only problem. The Inquisitor, sent by the church to find and execute earthlings, would drag people away and torture them to confess. This was because they couldn't tell them apart from the earthlings, so they targeted any suspicious individual who was above level 20, which someone called an absurd standard. It was pointed out that Captain Buckman and Amber Bonnet were both above level 20. That was also why most hunters had left the town. Ryu Hanbin realized that he would never be welcomed. Now, one of the group members stated that nothing was certain yet. Another member of the group said they should just finish what they had to do, explaining that they had been camping outside for weeks and should reap their rewards. One of the men suggested they head to the guild and turn in the demon stones. They would also sell the monster materials in Eric's bag. With that, they would celebrate how Eric completed his first request. Someone then asked Amber if she could go with Eric to the Baltan shop. Amber, having been asked to accompany Eric, declared that she knew where the Baltan shop was and could go by herself. Meanwhile, Buckman was the topic of discussion between two individuals. One of them stated that Buckman would find out regardless of whether they told him or not, especially considering what he was carrying. The man gripped his weapon tightly. The Baltan shop stood prominently in the town. Inside, the shop owner was being questioned about whether he would buy something. The owner explained that if he were to buy or sell anything, it would mean he would get involved, and he couldn't do anything about the current situation, even if Buckman was his loyal customer. He continued, stating that the reason this small town was able to thrive was all thanks to the dungeon, and without the dungeon, No one would stay in this place with an earthling and inquisitor. Ryu Hanbin, looking concerned, asked if the shop owner couldn't do something about it just this time. The shop owner, annoyed, asked if Ryu Hanbin was deaf, stating that regardless of money, if an inquisitor was involved, he couldn't do anything. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure was told to continue. The figure stated that since they came late, they would wait in line. The shop owner, looking terrified, realized that the cloaked figure was the inquisitor. Ryu Hanbin wondered if this cloaked figure was the inquisitor. The cloaked figure was asked what level they were, and complimented on carrying some quality products, to which they responded with a thank you. The air crackled with unseen energy. The inquisitor loomed over the shop owner, who stared up in shock. The inquisitor questioned what was wrong, wondering if his level was not visible, which was unmeasurable, as was his species. The masked figure waited patiently, stating that since they were late, they would wait in line. Suddenly, a man shouted about the Church of Darkness and identified the masked figure as the Inquisitor, thanking them for the introduction. The swordsman, overhearing this, wondered if this person was the Inquisitor. The masked figure, seemingly bored, was asked what their level was. They responded by thanking the person for complimenting their products. Startled, Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened. The masked figure wondered what was wrong, asking if Ryu Hanbin couldn't see their level. Hanbin stated that he didn't know what they were talking about, noting that the masked figure closed the gap between them in an instant. Hanbin remarked that he gets that a lot, questioning if there was anyone who wouldn't be shocked after seeing him. He added that he has no religion and that he doesn't know any fairy tales. The masked figure stated that being an orphan from a remote village with no religion and being a hunter who walks down the street was weird, asking if Hanbin was an earthling. Hanbin responded that it hasn't been long since he became a hunter, stating that the masked figure had the wrong person. The masked figure held up a small, glowing card. The masked figure stated that if that was so, Hanbin's level was 5. Ryu Hanbin listened as the masked figure spoke, confirming that since he had been inspected, he could sell the items he had obtained. The masked figure excused himself, stating that even so, he couldn't really price the items because he had nowhere to sell them. The appraiser looked on, confused by the masked figure's words. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin felt his heart pounding in his chest. The appraiser thought the masked figure seemed pretty strong, even though he couldn't see his level, speculating it might be due to the mask. He then asked if the golden object was also an item. The masked figure vehemently denied that it was an item. He insisted that it was this. The appraiser exclaimed that it was an item. The golden object fell to the ground. The masked figure knelt down. The masked figure picked up the golden object, wondering what the explanation for this was. He questioned how he could obtain an artifact when he was only level 5. He thought it would work out fine. The masked figure, flustered, claimed he didn't know anything and wondered if he should deny that he didn't know. Well, a level 5 wouldn't go into a dungeon. The masked figure stated that it was a valuable item and told Ryu Hanbin to guard it well. Ryu Hanbin thanked him. Since Ryu Hanbin said he was a beginner hunter, the masked figure said he would tell him a story. The masked figure continued, saying that the story would also serve as a lesson. The masked figure began his tale. It was 15 years ago in a small eastern village where a married couple lived. The husband was a veteran hunter. He wasn't the leader of his party, but he had the power to attract people. It was an average day, and his party was in charge of a quest. However, he got terrified in front of a seemingly harmless monster. His party members didn't know why the heroic and the strongest one acted like this. When the party members forced him, the man revealed. He shouted that its level was over 800. When his comrades didn't believe him, he told the whole truth. He revealed that he was an earthling and could see everyone's levels. However, the monster discovered them, and the man was left alone and fought with the monster. He fought to buy time for his comrades to run away. So then, the masked figure said he had a simple question. The masked figure's story concluded with a grim question. Who died in this story exactly as expected? The story continued, explaining that it would be the earthling who revealed his identity. Everyone involved died except for 2. The party leader was exempt because he reported the truth to the Inquisitor. The other party members died, while under investigation for suspicion of sympathy for taking sides with the earthling. The earthling, who miraculously survived, returned to his home. However, the villagers who heard the rumor and were influenced burned the house. There was no person left who welcomed him. He massacred all the villagers and ran away. The person who got involved with the earthling became unhappy. The masked figure then asked Ryu Hanbin, a level 5, what sin could he have? Ryu Hanbin questioned the reason why he was told this story. The masked figure explained that it is a common thing to use a naive beginner hunter for disposing of the artifact from the earthling, and that he would give Ryu Hanbin as much immunity as he could with his strength. The masked figure's words landed heavily, and a slap echoed through the room as Artist Bannister was struck by a nearby man. Artist, recovering from the blow, offered an apology. The priest, however, seemed to have misunderstood the situation, leaving Artist unable to help. The man who struck Artist warned that her actions were dangerous. Artist was then berated as a worthless buffoon and questioned about her inability to handle a simple task. Artist took responsibility for the situation, citing her mistake of leaving the artifact in the man's hands. The masked figure, observing the scene, demanded that the muscle-brained vermin shut their mouth and stay hunched. Artist then introduced herself as Artist Bannister. She declared that she was the 37th head of the Bannister family, while holding up a golden insignia. The masked figure examined the insignia. The masked figure remarked that, based on the glowing dragon insignia, the rumors about Artist must be false. Artist responded that she was still lacking, but doing her best for the restoration of her family. The masked figure then inquired about Artist's relationship with the man. Artist thought to herself that she was being seen as a chore boy, and that he was helping her. She explained that she had asked him to bring an artifact to help with research, but the situation had ended up like this. The masked figure realized that Artist also partook in magic research, and thought that they roughly understood the story. The man thought that at times like this, he needed to match the masked figure's story, and apologized to his master. The masked figure told them that since they were still busy with research, may the darkness protect them. The man thanked the masked figure, who warned Eric to never attempt to act anywhere else. Eric questioned why the fact that he possessed an artifact didn't make the others suspicious. He pointed out that they hadn't asked about what they saw in the forest, or any questions at all. He wondered aloud, what if he was a dangerous man? The masked figure responded that they simply thought he was a suspicious person. Artist asked what part of her was suspicious. Meanwhile, the masked figure changed the subject, asking about the artifact and what its ability was. Eric smiled, declaring he could use fireball or electric. Artist looked up at Eric, her expression one of shock. Suddenly, a large, glowing artifact appeared, hovering above the ground. Eric apologized. With a burst of speed, the masked figure struck Artist. The masked figure told Artist to come quietly. The story begins with a flashback to the first day he joined the Buckman party. Suddenly, the memory is interrupted by the appearance of a tree ogre. The ogre is quickly dispatched. Ryu Hanbin expresses his dissatisfaction. Next, a little panic appears. Again, Ryu Hanbin swiftly defeats the monster. Finally, a mudslime emerges from Rock Mountain. Ryu Hanbin wonders if these are the only types of monsters around. He thinks to himself that these monsters are trash who don't give him much experience, and that the Magic Hound was better. Hanbin reflects that he could at least gain 1 experience point from the Magic Hound. He resolves that he must raise his level. As he continues to fight, Ryu Hanbin hears someone calling out to Eric. Eric responds, and is told that it's his first time in a party, but he shouldn't be too nervous. Buckman offers Eric a special welcome food for the newbie, though he can't guarantee the taste. Someone asks what he said about his cooking, and Buckman is told to stop saying nonsense things to the newbie. Eric is told not to think that he is waging war when he goes out to the field. Buckman might have acknowledged him, but someone else hasn't. He is told that the party doesn't need a kid who is picky about side dishes, so he should know that. Someone wonders how long someone like him could last here, and if they did something with the food. Eric wondered if the food could possibly be worse than Magic Hound meat, before realizing how long it had been since he'd eaten anything other than that. He also pondered how long it had been since he had used cutlery. The scene shifted to a view of the campsite, showing the aftermath of a meal. Eric then thought to himself that he was not alone. The sound of utensils clattering filled the air as the party ate. It was the first time in a long time that day that they had eaten. The food was very hot, Eric remarked, asking for another bowl. From behind the tent, a voice insisted that he didn't have to force himself to eat it, adding that they had cooked it all for him. Eric felt as though he had escaped the Rock Mountain. The title card for the 12th chapter appeared, The Otherworld Swordsman's Survival Records. A voice apologized. A surge of power emanated from an unseen source. Someone asked for them to follow quietly. One of the figures questioned if it was magic, but the other responded that they didn't feel the flow of mana. The figure with red hair stated that it was the wind of healing, believing the unseen person to be a high-level spirit magician. Artists realized that they were dealing with a spirit magician of considerable power, and that an easy fight was out of the question. The masked figure stated that if they fought for real, they would discover their true identity, but that they shouldn't worry so much. The figure continued, explaining that inside this place, even with limbs severed, one would not die, but their situation was different. The masked figure demanded that they walk and follow them on their own 2 feet. Ryu Hanbin realized that if things were as they seemed, there was no other way. The masked figure asked if they were looking for a dungeon closer. The masked figure stated that if they found a dungeon closer, they wouldn't touch anyone else. They added that they didn't have much time. Ryu Hanbin declared that he was a dungeon closer. A voice declared it was the return of the hero. Someone shouted that they had returned, admitting they didn't know they would really come back. Another person admitted they were ashamed, and that they were very surprised that someone could close the dungeon alone. The person continued, explaining that they had ended up getting dazed, defeated the boss unconsciously, and took out the dungeon nucleus. However, the dungeon disappeared, and they were left starving to death in an open plain. Someone stated that they had discovered the person as they were leaving Onfrost. Another person thanked them for saving their life, saying they should at least do this. Someone urged another to look carefully, stating that the legend of Raud was about to begin now. Someone declared that they were not the one, and ordered others to get in now. Someone stated that Raud Estelpia was 21 years old, and that they would be put in a cell for now. Another person stated that they didn't know that Raud was a dungeon closer, and that they thought the artifact was real. Artis, standing beside Eric, recalled that she didn't know it was Raud who had completely transformed into a monster back then. Eric simply responded with a yes. The masked figure apologized to the two of them as a representative of the Church of Darkness, stating that the church hadn't done anything wrong. They then wondered what would happen to Raud. The masked figure assured them that Raud would soon be investigated and kept in prison, but if his words were true and there were no problems with his birth record, he would be freed. Eric thought it would be fine if they just locked him up and thanked the masked figure. The masked figure thought that things went well because of Raud. Eric noticed that the vehicle was a car powered by demon stones, which was rare to see in the countryside. The masked figure remarked that Eric couldn't sell things because of them and asked Eric to come there for a moment. The masked figure stated that they didn't have cash now, so they asked if they could give Eric a promissory note. The masked figure thought that it would be hard for the countryside boy, so Sir Binister would be the substitute recipient, and the real recipient would have to sign it. They recalled that their mom warned them that they shouldn't sign or put their seal on something carelessly, and sighed, feeling bad. Eric asked if this was about trying to convince him to join some church, stating that the Church of Light might do such dirty tactics. The masked figure responded that they didn't do such things. Eric thought that it was too much money for him to refuse and asked where he should sign. Eric signed the promissory note. The masked figure stated that Eric may be protected by darkness. Eric thanked God that it ended without anybody getting hurt. Artis asked Eric a question. Artis looked at Eric. The Onfrost Hunter Guild appeared to be in disarray. A woman in a blue uniform declared that this was all the money the guild had. Nearby, two men discussed the guild master's disappearance, noting that everyone had left in a hurry. One of them expressed amazement that they had still protected the place. Elsewhere, Amber was asked if she had been able to sell some demon stones. She replied that all they had to show for it was 5 silver coins. One of the men questioned what she meant by that. Another man believed that the guild master should be punished for running away with all the guild money, adding that the guild master didn't call them because they would notice if he came. Suddenly, a man announced that the beer was free, but Amber questioned how they could drink beer when they had no money and the guild was going bankrupt. The man then asked Amber if she remembered 20 years ago, when he had protected a remote village where there were no dungeons or guild, and insisted that he was a lone hunter. He reminded her that he had saved her hundreds of times back then. Amber responded that she had been with him since that day and that his heart hadn't changed at all, adding that was why she was still single. The man exclaimed that was not it. Just then, Captain Buckman arrived, saying that if he wasn't too late, there were a lot of snacks. Another man declared that they could congratulate Eric with this and told everyone to have a fun party. Buckman suggested that they should say more things after the celebratory party for Eric, adding that once everybody was gathered up, it would be the two of them alone. The party preparations continued, with one man tending to skewers over an open flame, while another stirred a large pot. A woman smiled as she carried a tray of bread. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the area. The woman paused, glancing towards the source of the noise. The other partygoers also stopped what they were doing, their expressions shifting to concern. A single word hung in the air, why? The man who spoke the word looked on with a concerned expression. In a nearby tavern, patrons enjoy their drinks and meals. Suddenly, a figure burst through a wooden door, the sound of splintering would echoing through the room. Buckman observes the scene with a stern expression. The figure demands to know why. Panting, Artis is asked why they have Eric's bag. Artis struggles to catch their breath. Their face is contorted with exhaustion and fear. Artis collapses to the ground, pleading for help. Buckman rushes to Artis's side. Another patron remarks that Eric was carrying a lot of heavy stuff. Buckman demands to know what is going on and why Artis has Eric's bag. Artis explains that the materials in the bag are gone, and Buckman refuses to believe it. Someone asks if something happened to Eric. Artis inquired about the details. Meanwhile, Buckman was instructed to examine something. The bag contained money. There was even more money present. Each bundle contained 1,000 EX, and there were 10 of them. Buckman wondered just how many monster materials they had sold. Even so, there was too much money, and Eric had also asked Artis about it. Artis was told to give something. Buckman observed the item. It was a golden emblem. Buckman held the emblem as Artis looked on. Artis admitted that she hadn't heard that either. Elsewhere, a figure walked through a town at night. He looked very scared. The man's expression was filled with fear. The title card displays the name of the series, Otherworld Sword King Survival. The chapter begins, marked as Chapter 13. Inside a room, a figure wearing gloves opens a box. The masked figure is asked if they recognize the object. The masked figure's eyes widen in surprise. A golden emblem is revealed. The emblem bears the inscription Great Earth. The words Great Earth are repeated, hinting at their significance. The masked figure recalls that the emblem was thought to have been destroyed by the 4 heroes 20 years ago and disappeared since then. The figure who presented the emblem is told that it is not something they should know. The figure acknowledges this with a simple, "I see." The masked figure is reminded that they are only level 5. It is reiterated that the emblem is not something the masked figure should know, but the masked figure is told that they cannot be from another world. The figure presenting the emblem states that they are taking precautions just in case. A voice echoed, remarking that if the emblem was recognized just now, the voice continued, reminding someone not to forget the ancient story they had been told. The voice insisted that they not forget the ancient story. A fist slammed down with great force. The force of the blow splintered the wooden cart as Ryu Hanbin stood over the wreckage. Someone declared that they were not doing this because they wanted to. The man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. Meanwhile, a group of men watched Ryu Hanbin from distance. The men looked on with concern. Elsewhere, a group of people looked on with worry. One of them exclaimed that he couldn't just quit suddenly like this, and suggested they go meet him and talk. Another asked what more they needed to hear, stating that they were definitely going to tell him to think it over again, and demanded that they stop it. One man declared that he couldn't force anyone to go through such danger. The door creaked open as the group of concerned individuals entered. Several individuals discussed what they would do if they were to meet Eric again, with one stating they would fix him up and re-educate him completely. Another individual questioned if they could say that they always welcome bag carriers. Meanwhile, Artist Bannister listened intently. Amber Bonnet expressed her frustration if Eric were to return, but another person cautioned her not to be too harsh. Artist admitted that she was jealous of Eric, even if just a little. The intensity of her jealousy was palpable. Eric's name hung in the air. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin was being healed. He questioned if it was water. An older man informed him that he was awake, brother. The older man told someone that they did good work and to go away now, while Ryu Hanbin wondered what this place was. A muscular man approached Ryu Hanbin, stating that he hadn't seen him around before and, seeing his sword, assumed he must be a hunter. Another man, bound to a chair, stated that he heard that Ryu Hanbin hurt their kids' arms and legs. The muscular man questioned if that was right, adding that Ryu Hanbin destroyed something. Ryu Hanbin apologized for their stuff, explaining that they twisted their arms and legs themselves while attacking him, and that he had no place to sleep and entered an abandoned house. The crowd questioned if what they were hearing was true. The man being questioned responded that it was true, but the crowd wondered how a human body could be as strong as a brick, suggesting it must be some kind of magic. Ryu Hanbin challenged them to try hitting him if they didn't believe him, or if they were just cowards who couldn't do what the guy behind them said. The large man with the crowd denied saying that. Ryu Hanbin thought that what the man said was a lie. The large man prepared to strike. The man's fist came crashing down. The chair Ryu Hanbin was sitting on was destroyed. The sound of the impact echoed. The large man was shocked that Ryu Hanbin was even weaker than Totiro. Then, Ryu Hanbin considered his options. He wondered what he should do. The crowd speculated about Ryu Hanbin's abilities, wondering if he was a magician, a spirit magician, or a magical swordsman. Ryu Hanbin considered that it would be easy to destroy this place and run away. It was noisy, so the crowd thought that there was a monster attack. The crowd thought that it was just a runaway dog, but the chairman thought that this place was dangerous, but it was okay. Ryu Hanbin was called an old man, and he questioned why he was being called a dog, stating his intense dislike for them. He then considered that they probably hated him too. The man was asked if he wanted to be told why, and it was observed that he was trying to look fierce. The large man inquired if Ryu Hanbin was perhaps from Rock Mountain. The crowd questioned why they were letting him go when they didn't know what he might do. Someone demanded to know what they would do if they didn't let him go, while another asked Ryu Hanbin what he was. It was stated that if Ryu Hanbin had wanted to, all of the people there would have been defeated. Ryu Hanbin, surprised, asked how the man knew about Rock Mountain. The large man chuckled, saying that if Ryu Hanbin was curious, then he should do some work with him. 6 months had passed since the dungeon's destruction. The scene shifted to Onfrost City, specifically the suburban area near the East Castle Wall. The city's outskirts showed signs of disrepair, with buildings damaged and in need of repair. Inside one of the houses, a large man oversaw the looting. He declared the house pathetic, boasting that they were taking everything they could sell for money, including the kitchenware and furniture. Outside, a man protested, questioning why they were doing this to them, exclaiming that they must have not heard from the man of the house. The large man grinned, stating that he had told him that they would end him today. From above, a figure dropped into the scene, declaring the looters to be the very men he was looking for, and calling them bastards. The man who had been robbed looked on in shock, exclaiming in relief that he was saved. The large man, annoyed, told the newcomer that he was making him tired and ordered him to get the hammer. The newcomer stood ready, a massive hammer in his hands. He realized that what he was holding was, indeed, a hammer. He observed that it was just a rock on an iron spike. The man with the hammer declared that even if the guild shut its doors, he was still a hunter, and that he could fight against a man. He gripped the makeshift hammer tightly. The masked figure, face obscured, prepares to fight. Nearby, a man watches the masked figure, observing that the sword isn't even going in. The man with the sword is surprised that the body is human. Suddenly, the structure above begins to collapse. The falling debris rains down upon the masked figure. The observer realizes that the masked figure is a monster. Elsewhere, a group of people look on with concern. The building they're looking at is under construction. The Onfrost Architecture Association strongly supports this project. The group discusses how they fixed the city's castle wall and demolished dilapidated houses. They also provide durable housing. The houses are made of the same stuff as the nobleman, mixed stone, and finished with golem magic to enforce it. Special slime resin coating is also applied to prevent monsters and enemies from climbing up the house. Citizens can live there without paying rent, and as they stay, they can receive support payment for maintaining the castle wall. It was explained all this before. The man behind Ryu Hanbin was thanked for his help, especially since the hunter work had been hard lately. Ryu Hanbin was told that he shoved his sword at someone and now doesn't know how to apologize. He was then asked if he had any more work there. The man was told not to be like that and was invited to have a meal with them. The man stated that he was going to make a report. The man was asked if he was being horrible and was told that he was weird. The people around him began to laugh, calling him weird. It was said that it wasn't something the two should fight over, as the people continued to laugh at Ryu Hanbin. One of the men said that Ryu Hanbin sucked and didn't know if there was anyone worse. He was told that he didn't have to force himself to be there. Ryu Hanbin was told that he could accept his apology and was called a weird big bro. The laughter continued. Someone pointed at Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin was told that he was not from this world and was called a weird big bro. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened. A woman told a child to look. The masked figure held the woman and child, apologizing. The man's hand reached out, seemingly in desperation. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with a deep-seated worry. Meanwhile, another man apologized profusely as he ushered a woman and child through a doorway. Elsewhere, a bald man speculated that someone must be furious, though he admitted he didn't know the full story. After joining their association half a year ago, Ryu Hanbin earned 600 EX per job, a sum higher than that of a middle-class hunter. With his assistance, work that would have taken a month was completed in a day, making him famous among architecture businesses in other cities. But nobody could talk to him. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin entered a room without any manners, prompting an older man to scold him for his behavior. The old man questioned what Ryu Hanbin was pointing at, demanding that he not be ignored. Ryu Hanbin insisted that there was no such building design there, and that nobody could have seen a building like that. The old man explained that he had sent Ryu Hanbin after paying a lot of money, but that it did nothing, as Ryu Hanbin never talked, and everyone thought he was mute. Enraged, Ryu Hanbin asked if the old man was playing with him or kidding him. Ryu Hanbin reminded the old man that he had done what he wanted for 5 months after talking about Rock Mountain. He demanded to know what more the old man wanted from him. In a fit of anger, Ryu Hanbin stood amid scattered papers. Ryu Hanbin, in a fit of anger, demanded to know what more was wanted of him. The old man responded with a dismissive insult. The old man then stated that 40 years ago, everyone lived like humans. Ryu Hanbin realized the old man knew about people from another world, like himself. The old man continued, saying that Ryu Hanbin ate food while hiding himself from others and questioned if he knew why he didn't talk or sleep comfortably. Ryu Hanbin stated that it was because he was from another world, but the old man dismissed this. The old man insisted that it was because Ryu Hanbin didn't live like other people. The old man explained that the people like Ryu Hanbin from the other world, they only saw hunters. He added that 40 years ago, when the first person from the outside came, there were many more jobs that had nothing to do with hunting, but now they have a lot of technology and culture from another world. Ryu Hanbin was told that if he didn't fight and lived quietly, nobody would think he was weird. The old man added that if Ryu Hanbin wanted to live like a human, he shouldn't get associated with hunters after this job, as this was a hunter job request. A hand in a white glove pushed a document forward, but Ryu Hanbin stated that he had no reason to take it. The old man insisted. The old man stated that he said that Ryu Hanbin would do it no matter what. Ryu Hanbin seemed to consider the old man's words. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The following panel is a blank white space with Korean text at the bottom. Artist's name escaped from Ryu Hanbin's lips. Across the room, Eric smiled, relieved to see him. The old man, however, was concerned that artist had found him, wondering how she knew he was here and had come looking for him. He wondered how he would hide his huge body with that piece of fabric. The man with the sunglasses told him not to panic, saying that everyone knew he was here. He explained that artist had visited him a lot and wanted to hear his story, so he let her in. He assured the old man that he would make sure that she didn't get involved with him anymore. Ryu Hanbin apologized to artist, but thought it would be best if she wasn't concerned for him anymore, as the old man requested him to. Artist greeted Ryu Hanbin, stating that it was her first time saying hello to him like this. She introduced herself as Artist Minister from the Onfrost Hunter Guild and suggested they stop being too polite. Meanwhile, The man with the sunglasses stated that Ryu Hanbin used to be a hunter in the past, and that he'd already heard about it. The man with the sunglasses revealed that Ryu Hanbin was now working for the Architecture Association. The man with the sunglasses asked if they wanted him to give Ryu Hanbin to them now, accusing them of looking down on their Architecture Association. Artist clarified that she wasn't asking for him because of her guild, stating that it was her personal request and that there had been a misunderstanding. She then asked what Ryu Hanbin had to do with him. The man with the sunglasses recalled that he didn't know Ryu Hanbin well, but Artist explained that when her party members saw her with Ryu Hanbin at the Sot Forest, he protected her. She questioned why she should hide being with him just because they were in different parties. Artist's memories flashed back to a conversation where an old man spoke of being naked and Ryu Hanbin understanding enough. The old man also accused someone of thinking weird. Following the route incident, Eric appeared tormented by guilt. Artist called him pathetic, questioning his strange line of thinking. After returning to the city, the situation proved difficult. The old man had requested a promissory note of 1 million X from Ryu Hanbin at the Hunter Guild. Ryu Hanbin stated that he paid him and that he had nothing to do with him anymore, implying that he could quit being a hunter. Someone was thrown out of a building. The man who was thrown out was told that if he caused such a serious incident to a woman, he should be responsible for it. He was told that they had nothing to say to him until he finished his business with her. Artist thought it was good that he gave his permission easily. She also thought that too many things had been omitted in that story and that she didn't want to talk about the Inquisitor. The situation was horrible. Eric had stopped being a hunter a long time ago, 5 months to be exact, not just a month. Artist explained that the duty this time was exploring Sot Forest and collecting samples, and that there wouldn't be any danger, so Eric shouldn't worry. Artist promised that if something happened to Eric, she would protect him. Someone stated that they were comrades now, so they should talk comfortably. The scene shifts to Sot Forest. The pair continued their journey through the dense forest, their footsteps muffled by the thick undergrowth. Ryu Hanbin, however, couldn't help but question Artist's choice to have him accompany her. Artist seemed to be having a hard time, but when Ryu Hanbin asked if she was okay, she brushed off his concern, reminding him that it had only been 10 minutes since their last stop, though it felt like 5 months to her. Ryu Hanbin reminded himself of the old man's advice, deciding to act natural to avoid suspicion. Suddenly, a Kellogg, a low-level monster that lives in the forest, appeared before them. Artist stopped Ryu Hanbin, exclaiming how cute the monster was and asking if he liked it as much as she did. She then asked if they could take it as a sample and raise it before blasting the monster with a fireball. Artist prepared to cast her spell. Ryu Hanbin was concerned, asking if she was hurt and warning her that there could be poison. He noted that it bit her hand, but thankfully she wasn't injured. Artist told him that if he found a sample next time, he should call her straight away and asked if the color of his blood was blue, since it was red. After that, their exploration continued. Artist torched the Kellogg, and torched it again, and torched it again. Ryu Hanbin observed that this forest had a lot of dangerous monsters. Artist, with a concerned expression, questioned Eric about any injuries he might have sustained. Eric assured her that he was fine, but Artist forbade him from using fire magic for the time being. She told him not to worry about the forest, explaining that if she stopped the magic power, the fire would be extinguished. Eric responded that he would try as much as he could. The forest stretched onward. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin was amazed by something. Raud asked if Artist's party was the first one he had joined. Artist confirmed that it was not a good thing. Raud admitted that he felt awkward and didn't get too close to him, as he had no experience with parties. He added that it was his first time sleeping outside. When asked why he joined the Hunter Guild, Raud explained that he thought it would be fun to collect research materials on his own, implying that rich people were. Artist explained that magicians also increase their level when they do magic research, so she had no reason to go outside. Ryu Hanbin wondered what kind of dragon hunter catches a dragon at home. Artist stated that she had nothing to do with her family's business. She added that these days, dragons are nearly extinct and hard to find. Ryu Hanbin exclaimed that there were no dragons and asked why. Artist questioned if he was interested in them. Smiling, Ryu Hanbin said that if he caught one, he could level up, adding that where he lived, there were no dragons. Artist stated that they are rare monsters and hard to see. A monster. Ryu Hanbin stated that dragons are definitely something to be feared. He explained that they fly in the sky with wings as big as the castle wall and can burn the earth with limitless magic power, but they're real. The swordsman considered the nature of leveling up, realizing that one's level increased by defeating enemies, even those from other worlds. Meanwhile, Artist pondered the nature of other intelligent beings, suggesting that they might be hiding to survive. Ryu Hanbin mused that even if they were lonely, it would be better for them to live safely, recalling a wyvern he once knew who chose to live in hiding. Artist found Ryu Hanbin's statement about a talking wyvern humorous, though she admitted his sense of comedy was strange. Artist called out to Eric. She then asked Eric if he wanted to be a hunter again. Eric wondered how he could return to Buckman's party, feeling it would be shameless, but then decided he would form a new party instead. Artist questioned what would happen if Eric ran away again, reminding him that she didn't know the reason he left Buckman's party in the first place. Artist pointed out that Eric was worried about Buckman for some reason he couldn't say, and asked if he wasn't the same by having a lot of secrets, questioning what he meant. Eric, annoyed, asked if she was stupid, demanding a guarantee that she wouldn't betray him first. Artist stated that it wouldn't matter if she betrayed him first, as she was just a beginner hunter at level 5. Ryu Hanbin observed that they were in a deep and dark forest. Artist called out to Eric, stating that she was... Eric, wand in hand, prepared to cast a spell. Recognizing the danger, Ryu Hanbin told him to drop the wand. Before Eric could react, Ryu Hanbin launched himself forward, closing the distance between them. Eric realized that this place was more dangerous than he had initially thought. Ryu Hanbin stood over the downed monster, Eric watching from a distance. Hanbin thought to himself that the situation was more dire than he had initially assessed. The monster collapsed, and Eric questioned what Hanbin had done. Hanbin explained that he had shot a magic chunk and burned the monster's lungs, ensuring it would suffocate to death. He added that if Eric yelled, the monster's group might attack them. Hanbin mused that Eric had thought all of that in such a short moment, and that Eric was certainly on a different level compared to the magician of Buckman's party. Eric considered that it would be good if Hanbin joined his party because of this, but he didn't think now was the time to say something like that. Hanbin wondered if Eric could cut the monster's stomach open while he kept watch, finding it strange that rich people were not interested in demon stones. He thought this was really strange. Eric explained that people don't ask others to kill monsters in this forest since they don't approach humans much, but today, too many monsters came close to them. Hanbin asked why Eric was saying all this, since he had burned all of them. Looking closely at the fallen monster, Ryu Hanbin realized it was a kobold, a dungeon monster. Elsewhere, Artist Bannister insisted that the demon stone was not the immediate problem. Meanwhile, in a watchtower, 2 kobolds stood guard. From their vantage point, they could see more of their kind in the village below, though it was too dark to make out details. One of them recalled that the finger found in the stomach of a slain monster belonged to a villager from this place. It was reported that the wild monsters in the area had begun eating abandoned corpses and were now hunting humans as prey. The question arose, was there a new dungeon nearby? Erwin Ropal explained that whenever a dungeon formed, the topography underwent changes, something Onfrost should be aware of. She then questioned why the dungeon monsters were present. Onfrost stated that they had checked it for now, so they should return and report to the guild about them. Erwin interrupted, noticing something at the village. Through their spyglass, they spotted a survivor. Erwin declared that she must go save him, but Onfrost stopped her. Onfrost urged her to think about it calmly, suggesting that the survivor might already be dead. Nearby, a kobold whimpered. The kobold continued to whimper and bark. Suddenly, an arrow struck one of the kobolds. The kobold, struck by an arrow, collapsed to the ground. Nearby, Artist considered that the survivor might still be alive, noting the device that shot demon stones with magic as a source. She declared that she would take care of them, urging someone to hide there, before someone shouted a warning. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin muttered about that guy. The race of the person hanging was human, level 27, and already dead. The kobolds were being attacked. Artist was seeing the state of the village. She realized that it had been more than half a year since the kobolds took over, and suspected that they were the only survivors. Artist wondered if they were hiding in the buildings. One of the hell dogs thought they were intelligent, but didn't know that they would hide and use throwing weapons. The hell dog roared. Artist was facing a flame magician while hiding inside a building. The flame magician scoffed, declaring his opponent was not so smart. The flames intensified. The hell dog, engulfed in flames, howled in pain. The flame magician, observing the inferno, thought he had used too much power. Despite the flames, the hell dog lunged forward, roaring. The hell dog attempted to bite the flame magician. The flame magician blocked the attack with a gloved hand. With a smirk, the flame magician prepared to counter. The hell dog's face was visibly burned and injured. Another explosion erupted. Meanwhile, the village was in ruins, still smoldering from the fire. Nearby, Ryu Hanbin remarked that burning the mountain with fire was nothing. Examining a body, Ryu Hanbin observed that the person had been dead for quite some time, and that they had died of the cold, not by the monsters who had hung him up. Ryu Hanbin dismissed the idea that the man had frozen to death, noting that he had lived there for a year and never felt cold. Examining a tag, Ryu Hanbin discovered the deceased was a level 27 hunter at Onfrost Hunter Guild. Artist held up a small, golden object, questioning what Ryu Hanbin meant by him too. She noted that there were a lot of hunter markings on the trash outside the village. The man with dark hair explained that not all villagers could have been hunters. He added that if a number of people disappeared like this, the guild would know about it. He also mentioned that the Sot Forest didn't provide people with much work, and the hunters must have disappeared slowly. Artist exclaimed that it was a dungeon. The dark-haired man stated that the dungeon at Ipen Plain, which route had closed half a year ago, meant the timing was right. He then wondered how one would transport people from Ipen Plain to here. Artist pointed out that the dungeon was centered on Onfrost and on the opposite side, so it was too far away. The man with dark hair wondered if it would be possible with this. Artist realized what it was. It was a portal, but there were things floating on the top, so it was closed now. The dark-haired man wondered if maybe the kobolds could make something like this. Artist scoffed, saying that the only thing that they could make were corpses and trash. The man with dark hair then asked what about Totiro. Artist told him to stop joking, explaining that a short-distance portal could only be made by a level 40 magician who was experienced with spatial transition magic. Artist stated that it would have to be at least level 60 to get from here to Ipen Plain, but maybe higher. The man with dark hair admitted that made him shiver. The man with dark hair wondered about the magician who made that portal, and what would happen if they met him as their enemy. Of course, then, the sounds of something falling echoed through the abyss. Below, Ryu Hanbin and Artist plummeted downwards, the wind rushing past them. Artist's expression was one of shock and disbelief. Ryu Hanbin's face was partially obscured, but his expression seemed grim. The two continued to fall, the bottom still nowhere in sight. Below them, a skeletal monster awaited. The scene is obscured by a swirling mist. Emerging from the mist, Ryu Hanbin and Artist Benister descend, their figures small against the vast, icy landscape. Artist, her expression one of disbelief, struggles to accept what she is seeing. Nearby, Ryu Hanbin's expression is grim as he realizes the enemy's level is high. The Lich, a level 72 undead monster resurrected with a destroyed body, remarks that he didn't expect a guest to come and leave his seat empty. The Lich observes that he still sees no trace of someone, adding that it looks like his kids played well with the missing person. The Lich examines the area, detecting a trace of burned mana and noting the firepower is good. The Lich addresses Ryu Hanbin, questioning if he is a magician and noting the presence of another person. Artist asks what is wrong with Eric, but Ryu Hanbin silences her, explaining that Eric probably lost his 5 senses when he became an undead. Instead, Eric senses the mana around him, but even if he senses the Lich believes Eric can't sense Artist. Artist tells Eric that if it's him, then he might be able to escape. The Lich prepares to attack Ryu Hanbin and Artist. The Lich declares that if a question is asked, it must be answered, adding that he can now see a bit. Ryu Hanbin reassured Artist that the attack had missed. Ryu Hanbin told her not to worry about him and to keep her eyes on the Lich. He added that, since the Lich didn't seem to have any intention of letting them go, he knew for sure what it was like to get hit. Artist stated that they would be no match for the Lich at her level. The Lich mused on the concept of a married couple, recalling a time when he had asked his married colleagues about it. He recalled that they answered that it was to look at the same place as a couple. The Lich, who was impressed by these words, thought of James and Katerina, declaring them husband and wife. The Lich recalled that Katerina refused his confession and dated James, but he claimed he didn't care. The Lich asked if they were listening to him before demanding that they give up. The Lich prepared to attack. Artist questioned what Ryu Hanbin was aiming at, commenting that his aim was weird. Ryu Hanbin responded that that wasn't it. The Lich realized that Ryu Hanbin's magic was guiding his mana and curving it, deeming it a waste of time. The Lich stated that Ryu Hanbin couldn't add an ember to his mana output, but that it was still fun to use his magic as a shadowless spear. He offered to tear Ryu Hanbin apart. Even if his level was high, Ryu Hanbin called out to Eric. Ryu Hanbin prepared to attack. The Lich insisted that the item was useful, but the attack seemed to have little effect. Amidst the explosion, Ryu Hanbin and Artist continued their advance. Ryu Hanbin wondered why the attack was effective this time. Artist reasoned that physical attacks were useless against the Lich. She added that Ryu Hanbin didn't think about blocking the Demon Stone, which wasn't mana, and that he wouldn't be able to move if the remaining mana exploded. Artist warned that it would be difficult for the Lich to trace them once they entered the forest due to the surrounding mana. Ryu Hanbin continued to stare ahead. He felt a strange sensation, one that he identified as fear. Ryu Hanbin realized that the current approach wasn't working, and he needed something more certain, something more likely to be captured by hand. Artist stumbled. They were inside the crevasse dome. The dome was made of ice. The ice dome was massive. Eric noted that it was snowing in a prison made out of ice, and despite surviving thanks to Ryu Hanbin, there was no time. Eric believed they would freeze to death like the hunter they saw before, and that they were to be amazed. Artist noticed that the mana in the atmosphere had frozen. Eric called out to Artist, asking if she was ready. She explained that the spell wasn't working because the temperature of the mana had dropped. Eric questioned what she was saying. It was observed that fire magic ignites mana, while ice magic freezes it, and that they are opposites. The Lich realized that the enemy's attack magic seemed to be fire magic, so he froze it, concluding his theory lesson. The Lich announced that it was experiment time. A freezing storm began. Ryu Hanbin noted that the air was cold, but not to the degree that he couldn't endure. Ryu Hanbin thought that this was probably because his stats were high. Artist realized that it might be difficult for Ryu Hanbin to endure the cold. Eric asked how it felt to have one's lungs freezing, though he wouldn't know since he didn't have lungs. He added that they say it's painful when the mana inside the body freezes. The Lich stated that if one fainted quietly like this, he wouldn't do a painful experiment, he swore. Ryu Hanbin realized that the skeleton didn't think of killing Artis immediately, and that he could fight once Artis lost consciousness. Ryu Hanbin thought that he could live like a human. To Artis, Eric thought that he was selfish. The Lich, teeth bared, focused his power. The effort caused him to scream out. Eric questioned what the Lich was doing, using magic on himself. The Lich cackled, saying he liked it very much, as it would stop his body temperature from dropping. It was observed that the Lich burned his own mana inside his body and had lost his mind, but it was unknown how long he could endure it. Artis called out to Eric. Eric told Artis that since it was the last chance, she should listen well, and that whatever happens from now on, if a hole in the wall forms, she should run away. Artis questioned what nonsense he was talking about and what he wanted to do by himself, demanding that he promise her. Eric looked determined. He promised, and Artis thanked him. So then, the Lich wondered what funny magic Eric would show him this time. The Lich prepared to attack. He launched his attack. The attack hit its mark. A massive explosion erupted, consuming everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, the explosion continued to spread, engulfing the icy landscape. The source of the destruction was revealed to be a series of explosions triggered by demon stones from the magic wand. By creating a hole in the ice wall, the concentration of power dropped, leading to the question of whether it was a suicidal explosion or merely a smokescreen. The Lich mused that it wouldn't be fun if it was too obvious, activating his mana detection. He clicked his tongue, noting that since the demon stone turned into powder, the noise was excessive. Based on the large mana left inside, it was still burning. The Lich observed that there was no trace of the magician, and nothing was working out. He further noted that the dungeon had disappeared as well. The Lich wondered if he should play with that level 5 from earlier. The burning mana continued to rage. It was only now that Ryu Hanbin realized why. He recalled the time he felt that presence in the forest, and he followed it. He now understood why Artis was there. The realization washed over him. He was face to face with a dragon. The dragon stood tall. The dragon told Eric that although it couldn't give him a detailed explanation, he should trust it for now. Eric couldn't believe it. The skeletal monster exclaimed that it was amazing, a dragon. Not only that, but it was a baby dragon that's only 100 years old. That's why it used so many flame magics. Red dragons can spew flames from the day they are born. The dragon told him to stop acting so smart with mere rumors they've just heard. The skeletal monster admitted that it didn't know much, but now's as good a time as any, no? The small dragon flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind. The title card appeared, Otherworld Sword King, Chapter 18. Eric, falling through the air, spotted the dragon and laughed, eager to gain experience by killing it. The Lich, observing Eric, considered the dragon's abilities. He believed that if he could interpret them, he could sufficiently recreate them. The Lich's face was illuminated by an eerie glow. The dragon unleashed a blast of fire. Eric shouted in alarm as the blast headed his way, realizing that even a young dragon was still a dragon. The Lich considered the dragon's power, thinking it might be too much to bounce. He then reasoned that freezing it to death wouldn't be possible either. The dragon continued to unleash fire, thinking that any more would be unacceptable. Onfrost noted that the heat was intense enough to turn the Lich's ice into water, but Artis' level was still higher. The dragon, identified as a level 52 fire dragon, continued to spew flames. The dragon stood its ground, ready to fight. A close-up of the dragon's face revealed its intense gaze. The dragon's power surged, a visible manifestation of its might. That power was then focused into a concentrated beam. Meanwhile, the Lich, channeling highly compressed mana of heat, prepared another attack. He was confident that no one would be hit by such an honest attack. The Lich reminded them that the area was already saturated with his cold mana. He added that even with their best effort, they wouldn't get far and would run out of stamina and die before piercing through the wall. The dragon, however, told him that he wouldn't want to die either and urged him to wait. The dragon admitted that he had failed to melt the wall and asked Eric if he was all right, telling him not to worry about it. Eric told the dragon that he was fine by himself and urged him to focus on the Lich for now, stating that he had to actually try now. Eric wondered if the Lich was targeting him now, but affirmed that he could handle this much. Suddenly, the dragon was struck, and Eric shouted out Artis' name. The dragon questioned what they were thinking, pointing out that he was only level 5. Eric was surprised, but refocused his attention on the Lich. The dragon was left speechless. The Lich remarked that the dragon could have easily blocked the shot, but got hit for that human, wondering who would have thought a dragon would protect a mere human. The dragon questioned if they were brainwashed, ordering Eric to stay back. Even in his dragon form, he admitted he hadn't reached level 70, but he was still determined. Meanwhile, a staff lay on the ground, seemingly forgotten, as the speaker thought of Eric. The dragon unleashed a torrent of fire. The Lich exclaimed that he had figured out what the human was, declaring Eric a snack that he would take away. The dragon told him to shut up. The dragon called the Lich a disgusting monster. The dragon's fire attack continued to explode. The Lich retorted that the dragon was suddenly saying something very human-like. The dragon insisted that they be honest, questioning why superior beings like them were being compared to humans. The Lich questioned if they had to live hiding in the gaps of humanity, stating that they were weak. The dragon declared humans to be weak and inferior beings. The Lich prepared to attack. The Lich declared that they should be afraid and should be worshipping. The dragon looked up at the Lich. The force of the blast sends the dragon staggering back. The dragon recovers, its eyes narrowed. Eric is sent flying as the ice wall shatters. Eric plummets through the air. The dragon lands on all fours, bracing itself. The skeletal monster lies prone, having been defeated. Eric tells Artis to faint already, while Artis lies defeated. The dragon asks if Artis is afraid of him because he is a dragon. Artis scoffs, saying that she has seen monsters much bigger than the dragon. The dragon retorts that Artis' size is cute, at best, and laughs, reminding her that she said there were no dragons. The dragon says that although he is curious about Artis' hometown, it looks like his time is up, and asks if she will fulfill her promise. Artis wonders why. The ice wall shatters. The skeletal monster wonders if the ice wall was broken and if Eric blew it up from the inside. The dragon tells Artis to run before it rebuilds, and Artis asks what about her. The dragon roared, reminding Artis Bannister of their promise to stop the Lich. The dragon commanded Artis to go, stating that Artis plans on fighting to the death while the dragon escapes. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin decided to watch the situation from outside. The Lich was surprised that the dragon would go to such lengths to let a human escape. Below, Artis realized that all the magic he prepared was going to waste. The Lich unleashed a large-scale, freezing magic. Blade. Squall. Artis wondered where it all went wrong. He thought he would be able to block it. Or because he didn't tell him that the man hanging was already dead. Or because he didn't step up despite knowing the Lich's level. Or because he wanted to live ordinarily. Like a normal level 5? The dragon stood tall, surrounded by ice. Far away, a large, icy structure looms over a forest. The dragon's hide is pierced by many icy spikes, and blood seeps from the wounds. Ryu Hanbin watches the dragon, his expression grim. The dragon's claw drips blood as it thinks to itself. That's what I only wanted. The dragon is impaled by countless ice shards. Hanbin continues to watch the dragon, his face unreadable. A small dragon lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. The masked figure floats in the air, shocked by what they are witnessing. A voice declares that this is no longer funny. A skeletal monster declares that someone is only a monster. Artis is caught in the dragon's grasp as Eric calls out to her, asking if she is okay. The dragon tells Eric that he is safe, adding that dragons are strong. Eric thinks to himself that he should be the one saying that. Hanbin thinks to himself that the dragon is not strong and wonders how long Artis could last. The eyes from the dragon pierced Artis' wound and is melting, but the bleeding won't stop. Even after Artis fell unconscious and he defeated the Lich, Ryu Hanbin wondered if she could survive. Even if she lived, he knew he couldn't heal her massive form with just an emergency potion. But Ryu Hanbin worried what Artis would think if she saw him fighting. Eric was told not to make such an expression. Ryu Hanbin thought that he was the one who should be apologizing, and that it would have been nice if he was stronger. He remembered promising that he would protect her. He had made a promise, but was it just because of that promise? The dragon remained impaled. The dragon's face was contorted in anger. The skeletal monster recalled that Artis was a young dragon raised by humans and became like a human. The skeletal monster asked if Ryu Hanbin thought it was just for the strong to protect the weak, and if he thought it was cool. The skeletal monster scoffed, saying that was just fantasy made by weaklings. They were just making excuses, trying to make a bunch of powerful people protect them. An ice giant's judgment sword loomed. The dragon and Ryu Hanbin were dwarfed by the ice giant's judgment sword. As long as Ryu Hanbin was alive, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't talk about who Artis truly was. The skeletal monster commanded to kill that human, and then he would accept the dragon as their comrade. The skeletal monster's command hung in the air as the dragon considered the offer. The dragon acknowledged the question, its massive form looming over Ryu Hanbin. The dragon's words echoed the sentiment, acknowledging that both he and the skeletal monster were, in the end, just monsters. The skeletal monster countered, arguing that the dragon's attempt to live like a human had only made him ugly, like himself. Ryu Hanbin, meanwhile, resolved that, even if he were to die, he would still live like a human. The skeletal monster pressed the dragon for an answer. The dragon declared his choice, bidding Ryu Hanbin goodbye. The dragon unleashed a torrent of icy breath. Ryu Hanbin smirked, telling the dragon that he was pushing himself too hard and that the dragon's promise meant nothing. The dragon retorted that living like a human wasn't easy, and the same was true of his promise. The dragon expressed surprise. Ryu Hanbin launched himself forward, intercepting the dragon's attack. Eric, witnessing the scene, questioned Ryu Hanbin's actions. Ryu Hanbin affirmed that he, too, wanted to live like a human. Ryu Hanbin soared through the air, propelled by an unseen force. The masked figure expressed surprise at Ryu Hanbin's jump, while Ryu Hanbin declared that getting killed first was the same as dying. Propelled upwards, Ryu Hanbin is taunted about his low level and challenged to prove his worth. In response, Ryu Hanbin prepares to unleash a horizontal slash. The dragon, witnessing Ryu Hanbin's stance, can only utter a single word, "What?" The title card appears. Otherworld Sword King Survival, Episode 19. The force of Ryu Hanbin's swing is immense, his muscles straining as he brings his sword down. His grip tightens on the hilt of his massive sword. The blade descends with incredible speed. The ice structure below begins to crack. The ice shatters violently. The ice formation is completely destroyed. The force of the impact sends shards of ice flying in all directions. The remnants of the shattered ice crystal fall away. Nearby, the small dragon is shocked by the display of power. The small dragon recalls that the ice only shattered when they blew it up from the inside, and Ryu Hanbin destroyed it with a single swing. He wonders if he swung too hard and if anyone saw it. The small dragon is astonished that Ryu Hanbin destroyed the ice with just one swing, especially considering that the lich wasn't even hurt when the dragon attacked him. The small dragon, still reeling from the display of power, exclaimed that he had definitely seen Eric measure his level with a measuring stone. He added that it was a long story. Eric smiled, stating that they both hid who they really were and told the dragon not to get angry. The dragon accused Eric of disguising himself, questioning if there was magic that could deceive the measuring stone. Eric responded that that wasn't it. Entangle of Gehenna. Summoning magic manifested as thick, green tentacles. The dragon realized it was summoning magic, as Eric was ensnared by unpleasant tentacles. Eric lamented that he didn't want to use this. He explained that the tentacle becomes stronger as it absorbs its prey's energy, and it doesn't let go until the prey dies. The skeletal monster, even if the order is from the master who summoned it, was sad, but would satisfy itself by experimenting with the dead body. The dragon realized that the skeleton's upper body had just been destroyed. Eric explained that the body of the lich is made of mana and can't be destroyed with normal physical attacks. The skeletal monster stated that it was too late for them to find that out now. If they didn't want to die painfully, they should tell him how they were able to disguise themselves as a level 5. Ryu Hanbin ripped apart the tentacles. The skeletal monster was surprised, noting that it was dirty. It was noted that Ryu Hanbin ripped apart the tentacles of Gehenna with his bare hands. The skeletal monster asked Ryu Hanbin to let him ask something. Eric stated that artist, and he had never said it. The skeletal monster asked how Ryu Hanbin knew his level. He had not been saddened to learn of his first death. He had been chosen, and his life on Earth had been hell anyway. He was more careful with his second life, since he couldn't afford to die once more. It took meticulous planning to steal the scroll of the undead. He had conquered both death and fear. Or at least he should have. Survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. 20. No matter how many times he saw it, he was incredibly powerful. He was pretty sure that he shattered his bones this time, but it seemed he's already stitched himself back together. The skeletal monster asked who Ryu Hanbin was and what kind of person he was. That's what Ryu Hanbin wanted to ask. Until now, not one person assumed that he was level 5 when they first met him. That meant there were two possibilities. Ryu Hanbin is told that he is a gifted fortune teller. The skeletal monster plummets downward. Ryu Hanbin's expression hardens. Below, the hell dog is struck by a powerful blow. The skeletal monster is sent flying. The monster curses as it falls. The skeletal monster realizes that he underestimated Ryu Hanbin, thinking he was just a country bumpkin, and wonders if Ryu Hanbin came to hunt him down knowing he was an otherworlder. The monster is shocked that someone like Ryu Hanbin exists. Ryu Hanbin swings his sword at the falling monster. The sword connects. The impact creates a massive explosion. The skeletal monster screams as Ryu Hanbin attacks. Ryu Hanbin shouts that it is because of evil people like the monster. The skeletal monster tells Ryu Hanbin not to make him laugh. An ice puppet, a frost knight, appears. The frost knight loomed, radiating an intense chill. From above, the skeletal monster watched the unfolding battle. Ryu Hanbin braced himself, his expression grim as he prepared to face this new threat. He focused his aura, ready to strike. The frost knight shattered into pieces upon impact. The force of the blow sent the skeletal monster flying. Ryu Hanbin pursued, closing the distance with incredible speed. The small dragon, observing from afar, noted that Ryu Hanbin's power level was far beyond that of a normal human. However, the dragon sensed something was off, realizing that a sword skill of that caliber shouldn't be possible with just human strength alone, concluding that Ryu Hanbin was likely an aura user. Meanwhile, the skeletal monster wondered how the lich was able to regenerate. The lich taunted Ryu Hanbin, questioning why he wasn't attacking with his aura, and accusing him of planning to turn him over to the Inquisitor for the bounty money. Ryu Hanbin, enraged, demanded to know what the lich was talking about, offering to double, even triple the reward money. The lich commanded Ryu Hanbin to stop, try run away, and get down there. The lich used stone shotgun, dealing physical damage. Eric, annoyed that the hell dogs didn't regenerate, was told to use his aura. The Lich explained that his body was composed of mana, and severing his mana connection with aura could neutralize him. Eric screamed that he was supposed to use energy skills like mana, aura, prana, or force, and that swordsmen could use these as they leveled up. The Lich countered that Eric couldn't use them, reminding him that he was only level 5. The small dragon considered this information. Eric was struck by a series of ice shards. He was sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The Lich stated that the same went for aura-less attacks, but he added that they should work just fine on the dragon. The small dragon cursed, telling Eric not to worry about him. Eric wondered how he could not worry, as he planned to increase the distance between himself and the Lich. The small dragon was confused by this. Eric's chest was shown. Eric stood in a circle of floating blue crystals. The Lich explained that the reason Eric couldn't use aura was because of his normal human body. The Lich continued, stating that even if Eric could block liquids made from magic, he would have no protection from the mana itself. Mana energy swirled intensely. The Lich declared that he would super compress the mana energy. He intended to vaporize his opponent. The compressed mana shot forward. The force of the blast intensified. The energy ripped through the air. The small dragon realized what was happening. The mana blast continued its destructive path. Eric dug up the frozen ground with sheer strength. The ground shattered as he exerted himself. One of the hell dogs warned that the wall wouldn't hold for long, urging Eric to get out of the way if he couldn't use aura. Another hell dog lamented that without aura, there was no way to kill the Lich. The small dragon observed that the skeleton looked dirtier than when they first saw it. Eric prepared to go and take a closer look. He moved forward undeterred. As the Lich prepared his attack, one of the hell dogs questioned his actions. The Lich unleashed a torrent of mana. The mana surged, striking the Lich. The blast continued to pummel the skeletal figure. The mana tore through the Lich. Eric stood firm against the onslaught. The mana continued to strike the Lich. The Lich was struck by the mana. Eric held the skeletal figure close. The Lich's robes were tattered and torn. The Lich remarked on the new cracks forming on his skull. The damage to the Lich's skull was evident. The skeletal monster's face contorted in what could be interpreted as a grimace. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin stood, his massive sword resting against his shoulder as he observed his foe. The skeletal monster chuckled, amused by the sight of Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin grinned, his red eyes gleaming with dark amusement as he noticed the damage he had inflicted. The skeletal monster, now visibly damaged, questioned if it could regenerate if it were ground into dust. The skeletal monster's bravado faltered as it began to scream in terror. Ryu Hanbin's body crackled with energy. The energy coalesced into a massive, jagged spike of ice. The skeletal monster, realizing the danger, cursed. The skeletal monster, in its final moments, declared that it had killed countless high-level people and monsters, but it didn't. The skeletal monster lamented that it was going to die from a muscle head who couldn't even use aura. The skeletal monster collapsed, its legs severed. The skeletal monster's eye widened in terror. The ice spike impaled the skeletal monster. With a sickening crack, Ryu Hanbin snapped the skeletal monster's arm. The skeletal monster, in its final moments, could only utter a desperate plea. But Ryu Hanbin ignored the monster's cries, continuing to break its bones. The monster's face contorted in a silent scream. The skeletal monster's agony reached a crescendo as it screamed for Ryu Hanbin to stop. The sounds of bones breaking echoed through the area. The monster's body began to disintegrate, its essence fading away. Ryu Hanbin, exhausted, raised a hand to shield his eyes. Elsewhere, Artis writhed in pain, undergoing some kind of transformation. Eric, tending to Artis, sighed, remarking that he thought she would be fine with this much treatment. He then questioned why she always transformed naked. Artis wished she had clothes that didn't shred into pieces. She then asked about the Lich. Eric stated that he had incapacitated the Lich for the time being. The skeletal monster's remains lay scattered on the ground, its final thoughts focused on its lost limbs. The skeletal monster screamed as the sword pierced its frame. Since the monster's bones were composed of mana, it shouldn't have been able to use magic. The monster swore it would get its revenge, but stopping its movements was the best that could be done. Meanwhile, Artis remarked that the monster still looked alive, its main body frame sturdier than she had expected. Ryu Hanbin wondered why. Artis understood his concern, telling him that he didn't need to worry about it. She explained that it wasn't easy capturing an enemy without killing it. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that if that enemy was a dragon, like Artis, then he could never have been able to kill it. Artis paused, asking if Ryu Hanbin knew her identity. She added that there was still something they needed to find out. The skeletal monster wondered what was going on, and if Artis was looking down on him in his human form. The monster's bones began to crackle with energy. The monster screamed. Artis winced as the monster screamed. Ryu Hanbin grunted, thinking he thought liches couldn't. Artis explained that a mana backlash of this amount may feel a bit uncomfortable for normal people, but for a lich whose body is composed of mana, the pain would be excruciating. Artis demanded that the monster answer her truthfully or would die suffering from such pain. The skeletal monster was asked why it was going around killing innocent hunters, and what artists had mentioned before. The skeletal monster's bones began to crack and break apart. The disintegration continued. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin held a golden coin, his expression unreadable. A voice cackled, amused by the destruction. Artists remarked that a young dragon truly didn't understand how the world worked, adding that a 500-year-old dragon would have figured out by now, especially since they had already joined them. Artists held out the golden coin, her expression serious. The skeletal monster declared that they would watch the world be destroyed together in the afterlife. The skeletal monster continued to break apart. Ryu Hanbin looked up, a concerned expression on his face. Artists also looked up, her eyes wide with alarm. The world began to crack. The destruction spread rapidly. A voice confirmed that they had 2 comfy blankets. The voice wondered if they had forgotten anything else, noting a nail file. It had been difficult for the wyvern to decide what to take, but now they were packed and ready to leave. They bid farewell to their old home. But the wyvern wondered if they should leave some things behind. Tears welled in their eyes. The wyvern didn't want to leave behind everything they had spent so long collecting. But strange things had been happening lately. A forest fire had appeared out of nowhere, causing embers to burn up their garden. The wyvern had turned off their lights to go to sleep. But a huge chunk of ice crashed down from the sky, and there was such a great earthquake that it seemed the continent itself would split apart. The wyvern's scales had become so haggard. The wyvern wondered how such things could suddenly happen, realizing it must be the goddess' punishment because they helped that meathead otherworlder. The wyvern insisted they were only a cute and smart wyvern. The wyvern looked up at the destruction. The sounds of wind echoed through the cavern. Knowing he should hurry and leave, the wyvern felt a growing sense of unease, a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The voice wondered when he had started talking to a wyvern. The voice continued, realizing he had been caught talking to himself. He quickly told himself not to be scared. The source of the voice revealed himself, explaining that he was looking for a friend and had heard voices, which was why he had stopped by. The wyvern responded, surprised that he was looking for a friend, since no one lived around there. The man admitted that he knew, which was why he was having a hard time looking for his friend. The wyvern, trying to be helpful, explained that he hadn't seen another human in over a year, so he didn't think he could be of much help. The man insisted that the wyvern could have seen him. He clarified that he was talking about that friend. The skeletal monster's face contorted, its glowing eyes burning with an unnatural light. His teeth were magic stones, artists realized, wondering if he was planning what she feared. She knew she wouldn't be able to stop him from self-destructing after all this. Mana surged around them. Artists wondered what that bastard was doing, urging Eric to run. It would explode. His mana was insufficient. He was losing consciousness. Far away, a massive crater scarred the landscape under the night sky. Artists wondered if a bomb had been dropped there or something. She asked what the guidelines said. Onfrost noted the traces of mana, estimating that the magic had happened a week ago. Alejandro points out that Shin Ha-jun self-exploded. Leslie questions if Shin Ha-jun didn't turn into a lich because he didn't want to die. Alejandro asks what Leslie is doing there. A blade cuts through the air. Alejandro exclaims in surprise. Leslie reminds Alejandro that she warned him to keep his hands off her if he wanted to keep them. Alejandro thinks it would be worth it. Leslie warns that if Alejandro doesn't mind getting sliced to bits, he should continue. A powerful blast erupts. Someone demands that they both stop. Alejandro states that Alejandro may not know since he came late, but this is where Shin Ha-jun died in battle, killed by that skelly. Alejandro explains that the lich initiated an explosion that exceeded his healing capabilities, and, as expected, not a trace of the enemy can be found, so he asks that they please try to maintain a shred of respect. Leslie questions why the skelly self-destructed there, finding it weird. Alejandro responds that they already concluded that. Leslie clarifies that she's talking about why he exploded at that spot, not that an opponent that brings a level 72 lich to self-destruct. Someone states that on their way there, they saw an area that most likely was where Ha-jun fought, about 2 kilometers away. The man wondered if Shin Ha-jun had been moved away from the battlefield as he was self-destructing. He also questioned why he couldn't sense any other energy besides Ha-jun's. The force of the explosion was immense. The man was shocked by the event, wondering how it could have happened. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman asked if he had kicked the lich's skull. He admitted he was just going to kick it away for the time being. The lich exploded. The woman stated she was pretty sure he didn't kick it hard enough to make it explode. She then realized that the lich was self-destructing. She continued, explaining that she brought him back to the village since he was unconscious. She added that jumping over the town's outer wall was against the law and wondered how he was supposed to get in through the town gate carrying a naked guy. She continued, saying that she didn't know where his house was, so she went to Gramps' office in the Builders Association, but got kicked out. She stated that at that point, he was just a criminal. She then mentioned that after that, he got chased by the guards. The woman explained that he ran into a bunch of smugglers and that he had just been busy. She asked if he wasn't more of a spectacle than a lich. The man replied that thanks to Gramps, he woke up within a day, so it all turned out well in the end. The red-haired woman said that she never dreamed that there could be a guy as strong as him, and that she didn't really know how to thank him. Someone prepared sliced apples. The woman stated that, of course, all she was saying was that even in the world she lived in, there were plenty of murderers. The man acknowledged that he knew. The man stated that, however, with Ormflaus's mission of infiltrating the Rathna continent and killing the goddesses, he'd rather choose to live the life of a normal folk adapting to this world than become a crazy killer. He listened as Atis explained that most otherworlders were normal humans, at least initially. However, she had heard that many of them became killers, setting him apart. According to Ryu Hanbin, what separated him from the others was that he had a defective guideline implanted in him. Atis wondered if the powers that otherworlders received from the demon god Ormflaus had something to do with it. Ryu Hanbin noted that being able to see levels was one of the powers granted by the guideline. He also suspected there was a hidden ability that the user wasn't aware of. Atis suggested that something might induce otherworlders to commit murder or follow the demon god's commands in due time. Hanbin believed that the reason he was shown as being level 5 was also the result of his faulty guideline. However, Atis didn't know how severe that defect was. With a wry smile, Ryu Hanbin mused that he might suddenly go crazy and become a killer. Atis warned him that nothing good would come of getting involved with her. Hanbin stated that he had a lot of money saved up and there was no reason for him to stay in this village any longer before telling her to take care. Atis revealed that her name was Atis Imphater Ragnarake. Ryu Hanbin recalled that he was created to be a descendant of dragons by the great goddess of shadows, Kivriel, and that among all species of dragons, the fire dragons were known to fulfill their duties. Atis declared that she was a fire dragon. Atis Imphater Ragnarake declared that she never forgets the debts owed to her. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin looked on with a slight smile. Ryu Hanbin, a military veteran, sat on the edge of a bed. A horse-drawn cart stood ready outside a stone archway. An older man instructed Ryu Hanbin to take the cart to his destination, using the provided map to find his way. He added that Ryu Hanbin should be able to pass through the city's gate if he showed them the Builders Association documents. The older man continued, explaining that he would send Ryu Hanbin's new identity through a broker whom he should meet over there. He told Ryu Hanbin to leave the goods at the drop-off spot and sell the cart. Ryu Hanbin simply acknowledged the instructions. Ryu Hanbin asked about the money from selling the goods. The older man told him to keep it, stating that it was worth sending Ryu Hanbin away, considering how troublesome he was. Ryu Hanbin thanked him, promising to pay him back, but the older man only asked that he promise him one thing. That one thing was that Ryu Hanbin should never kill a person. The older man warned that the moment he did, he would become a monster, and he should never forget that. Ryu Hanbin stated that he understood. The older man walked away, declaring that he would be back someday. The pair stood before a large, imposing gate. Looking up, someone prayed to the goddesses for protection. The night sky stretched out above them, a canvas of stars. In the distance, a figure stood near a pool of water, surrounded by trees. Someone wondered if this was the place where Shin Ha-jun had fought a week ago, noting that there were traces of his magic and another of a lower grade. Trapped, someone lamented their bad luck at being captured by Great Earth. Someone declared that there was no way the Lich could have lost against such weak magic, wondering what the reaction of the other was. Another individual confirmed that they had already checked for auras, pranas, and force. Someone asked if the Lich's bones were broken and shattered through physical force alone, questioning why they were being asked that. It was stated that there were some living things that could overpower a Lich through sheer force. For example, someone explained that the power of a dragon that had lived over 500 years was more than enough to turn a Lich's bones into dust, referring to dragon's blood. Someone was instructed to use the blood on the ground to find its location. Amidst the lush greenery, a merchant lamented his predicament, wondering what he should do. It seemed all hope was lost for him. Nearby, the merchant's companions discussed their situation. They realized that at the current rate, all the products in the cart would become useless. One of them pointed out something strange about the cart, but the boss told him to shut up, calling him a chicken. The boss sighed, telling his companions to have some balls and follow his lead. Meanwhile, another merchant called out to the first, greeting him. The boss explained that the cart broke down because they were carrying so much and asked if they wanted some help unloading. He added that they should be honored that Calendar was offering. It was revealed that the bandit in the Dark Gorge was willing to help out. The bandits began unloading the cart. The cart rumbled along the forest path, its wheels kicking up dust as it made its way toward the city. Inside the cart, Ryu Hanbin admitted that he couldn't seem to find the path no matter how much he looked at the map, and since there wasn't anyone around, he got really worried. Calendar, his face contorted in anger, muttered that it was supposed to be a trap, correcting Ryu Hanbin that his name was Calendar, not Callenroad. Ryu Hanbin, visibly shaken, stammered, claiming that Calendar was his name, realizing that Dong meant shit, and that Calendar's name was Callenroad Dong. Calendar told Ryu Hanbin to take a look. Ryu Hanbin remarked that it looked like there was quite a traffic jam. The city of Haitan, the dungeon city, came into view. It was the most famous and largest dungeon in the north. The entrance was at the base of the gorge, so it was rare to see monsters climb up to the top. Ryu Hanbin thought that as a hunter, staying in a dangerous building in the middle of the city was nice. Ryu Hanbin realized that being closer was nice, but climbing down that gorge to secretly enter the dungeon wouldn't be easy for him, adding that they've arrived. The cart approached the city, where there was quite a traffic jam. Passing through would be more difficult since the city was so large. Calendar stated that he had papers. They approached the inspection point. The guard stopped them. The guard begged Calendar not to let him get stopped by inspection, saying it would be over for him. The man on the ground was being berated for not knowing what this place was like, and for embarrassing the speaker. Nearby, a prison camp sat at the end of Crater Valley, where all the criminals from the north were placed. The camp was swarming with criminals who were monsters, and a small-time bandit wouldn't survive in a place like that. It would be better if those monsters were the only problem. Recently, they had caught and locked up an otherworlder, and even the other inmates were terrified of him. Someone wondered if there was another otherworlder, realizing that a demon would definitely rip him apart. Another man, fearing for his mother and daughter, was asked if there was a problem. The man was then struck. The man who struck him explained that the man had ditched his work, so he was scolding him a bit, handing over his pass. The man with the pass stated that he would proceed once he finished his business there, asking what the money was for. When he started his new life, it was difficult with just the clothes. The man was told that he should wash his hands of what he was doing and look for a different career. He would make sure to put these gold coins to good use. The man was surprised to see gold coins, wondering what was in his pocket. Along with the gold coins, Ryu Hanbin also found copper and silver coins. Elsewhere, a man called out from Mr. Calendar. Suddenly, a voice shouted that they had been given the wrong pouch. A sign hung on a wall, bearing an inscription. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered, holding signs. Some advertised Hunter's insurance, while another man sought Mr. Arya from Fatum. Ryu Hanbin realized he was screwed, lamenting that he wouldn't be able to last long with the amount of money he had. He then considered that he might have to return to the Builders Association and do construction work again, deciding that being a construction worker must be his calling in life. He thought that at least it paid better than some hunters, realizing there was no point in leaving in the first place. Ryu Hanbin wondered where the sign for the Builders Association was. Another sign read, "Looking for a military veteran." A person held up the sign, "Looking for a military veteran." Ryu Hanbin ran through the streets. Two people sat at a table, drinking tea. One commented that there weren't many nice locations like this in the city, and that all their worries seemed unimportant when sitting and drinking tea like this. Having calmed down, Ryu Hanbin questioned why Atis Infidor Ragnar AK was 2 days late. Atis retorted that she also wanted to know why Ryu Hanbin was there, pointing out that he had arrived 2 days before her. She explained that she got lost, which was why she was late, but demanded to know why he was present at all. Atis asked what Ryu Hanbin was so worked up about, and wondered if the Builders Association chairman had told him anything. Ryu Hanbin was told that he should be on his toes to keep his identity as a dragon a secret. He was informed the new identity would be sent to him through a broker, whom he should meet. He questioned the need for a broker. Ryu Hanbin expressed his gratitude that they thought so highly of him as to recruit him to their party, but stated that nothing good would come of getting involved with him. Atis remarked that she guessed she wasted money buying the house, and insisted that Ryu Hanbin would be the party leader. Atis questioned how she could be the leader when they had Ryu Hanbin. She pressed him, asking how she, a level 5, could be the leader. Ryu Hanbin explained that if he became infamous, he would never get the chance to meet up with the goddesses. He added that the Heresy Inquisitors would most likely be the first ones knocking at their door. That was why his original goal was to hide his identity and level up. Ryu Hanbin pointed out that most monsters did not even cut it, imagining how frustrating that would be. He then asked Atis if she had any water, and she told him it was in the back of the fridge. The camera quickly moved to the refrigerator. Ryu Hanbin was surprised that this world had refrigerators, wondering if otherworlders always looked down on this world. Ryu Hanbin exclaimed that after being stuck in Rock Mountain, he had completely given up hope. He wondered if this meant he could have as much cold water and ice as he wanted. Ryu Hanbin opened the refrigerator. A message appeared, stating that the player's level was insufficient. The message continued, stating that the player must be level 10 to use it. Ryu Hanbin was furious, questioning why there was a level requirement just to open the refrigerator. Atis Infidor Ragnar AK countered that a fridge was a magical tool, so it was obvious he had to meet the requirements. She then asked why that was obvious, stating that there was nothing like levels in their world. Atis then exclaimed that they were both tools that were the foundations for dungeons created by Ormflaus, the demon god. Ryu Hanbin cursed, calling them magical tools and artifacts. Ryu Hanbin listened intently. Atis stated that she just thought of a way where he could get infamous despite his low level. Ryu Hanbin reminded her that she had said there was no such thing as a magical tool that would lie about his level. Atis responded that it was something much simpler than that. Atis told Ryu Hanbin to take off. The Heightened Hunters Guild stood prominently against the skyline. The streets bustled with activity around the Hunters Guild, a hub for adventurers and those seeking fortune. Inside, the guild was a hive of activity as well. A man with white hair observed as two workers carried equipment. The main hall buzzed with the chatter of hunters and adventurers, all eager to prove their worth. At the registration desk, the receptionist smiled, informing a new applicant that, according to the measuring stone, he was level 37. The applicant thanked her, and she responded that he was very welcome. Behind the desk, another receptionist mused that it had been a long time since a handsome man like him had come to this sweat pit. Nearby, Ryu Hanbin wondered why he had to help such a purty guy like this. The receptionist, noticing Ryu Hanbin's discomfort, asked if he could wear something. Ryu Hanbin apologized, saying no and that he was sorry. The receptionist, flustered, announced that she would now check his level with a measuring stone. A hunter commented that it was the first time he'd seen such a striking hunter working here, adding that guys who come in bragging about their great bodies were seen once in a while, but just because they have such large bodies doesn't mean it couldn't be pierced with a sword. Another hunter remarked that it might not be a good idea to use a measuring stone on him, but then they wouldn't be able to register him as a hunter. The receptionist's expression was one of concern. She seemed concerned about the potential consequences of using the measuring stone. The receptionist held the stone, a look of apprehension on her face. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin, his face a mask of fury, struggled to contain his power. He roared, declaring that he would never allow such evil magic to touch his pure body. The other hunters watched as the measuring stone lay discarded on the ground. The onlookers commented that lifting the measuring stone with one hand wasn't the issue. Others whispered that the man had called the measuring stone evil. Someone remarked that they had only heard rumors, but now believed them to be true. Another cautiously inquired if he was perhaps of Valterra, the warring race of legend. The question of whether he was of Valterra, the warring race, hung in the air. Ryu Hanbin wondered what disguising himself had to do with anything. He continued to ponder the connection between tanning, not wearing clothes, and the Valterra race. He recalled that Valterra warriors prided themselves on their golden muscles, and wondered if they were even a real warring race instead of just flashy people, questioning if he really looked like them. It was said that Valterra tribes came from the barren mountains in the Far East, and that people's understanding of what they looked like was something like this. The text proclaimed, "We are the Valterra." The image showed a bizarre family portrait, including Cheol-su's grandfather, Cheol-su bringing food home, Cheol-su's mom, and Hell Dog loving Cheol-su's younger sister, Yang-hai. He wondered what the hell this was and where Cheol-su's dad was. The text described the brave warrior father stepping forth towards the Rathna continent for the sake of his family, identifying him as Philid Bene, Cheol-su's dad. Ryu Hanbin questioned why he was the dad and insisted he didn't have kids like these. The scene shifted to the Philid Bene setup, suggesting that the bachelor should walk around half-naked, embarrassed to death. Ryu Hanbin questioned what the point would be. The woman in the hat explained that if people believed Ryu Hanbin was a Valterra warrior, he wouldn't need to hide his level anymore. She added that he could become famous by clearing dungeons and eventually meet the 6 goddesses. She then asked if he had forgotten that he needed to use the measuring stone to become a hunter. Ryu Hanbin muttered under his breath that he wanted to crush the stone when that happened. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka asked what he was talking about, and the woman in the hat said she would take care of the rest. Meanwhile, onlookers whispered about the Sword King's race being present and that Ryu Hanbin looked like a Valterra warrior. Philid, the Empress Guild receptionist, seemed scared that Ryu Hanbin had crushed the measuring stone. Ryu Hanbin apologized for getting carried away, and Atis Infidor Ragnaraka apologized, stating that his friend was still new to things. The receptionist explained that magical tools, such as measuring stones, utilized magic stones. She added that Valterra warriors were strictly forbidden from having anything to do with items such as artifacts. She emphasized that they were evil stones. The receptionist stated that Ryu Hanbin would be unable to act as a party without registering as a hunter. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka replied that it was fine and that they did not have to register his friend as a hunter. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka declared that Ryu Hanbin would be registered as his bodyguard. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka wondered what the point was of pretending to be Valterra if he had a good excuse like that. Ryu Hanbin protested, stating that he was able to avoid getting his level measured because he was a Valterra. The receptionist thought that registering as a bodyguard wasn't easy and annoying to do. She then said that she accidentally forgot Mr. Bannister's document proving it at home. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka declared that he would register Ryu Hanbin right away. He suggested that Mr. Bannister should go to the bars around there and have a drink sometime. He then asked about coffee. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka wondered why he had to be the only one popular. Ryu Hanbin was thankful to Atis Infidor Ragnaraka that he could now go around without worrying. He thought that he should have known that his body wouldn't attract any girls. A group of people crowded around, inviting someone to join their party, promising they had a spiritualist, and even offering to let them touch their muscles. The offers intensified, with promises of half or even 70% of the profit if they would just join, and repeated requests to touch their muscles. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding they stop. The scene shifted to a building with a crack running down its side. The view expanded to reveal a landscape of rolling hills under a bright sky. Meanwhile, a city sprawled beneath a network of elevated structures. Elsewhere, a winding road cut through a vast canyon. The perspective shifted again, this time to a cavernous space filled with swirling energy. The energy intensified, converging towards a central point. The convergence reached its peak, creating a blinding flash of light. The light faded to reveal a colossal structure within a vast, cylindrical chamber. From a balcony overlooking the chamber, a figure remarked that the place had gotten big. Inside a room, a man with short brown hair and a scar on his face bristled at the suggestion that he had caught Rathnians, insisting he had only brought in wandering drifters. The other man countered that hunters gathering around the crater dungeon were more profitable than normal citizens from the perspective of a territory ruler, adding that they only accepted selected Rathnian drifters as citizens since no one followed orders as easily as poor scavengers. Leslie questioned if that meant Alejandro hadn't done anything, but the other man stated that the place was given to them as proof of their alliance with the greater dragons. The man acknowledged that his efforts had gathered many people. He added that, as Leslie had said, every dragon over the age of 500 years had joined them. If there was a traitor among them, he mused, they would need to think carefully about what their goal was. Elsewhere, a man reclined, expressing relief that someone had run there, adding that he wouldn't be able to live anywhere else in his human form except for in dungeon cities. Meanwhile, Leslie held up a vial, lamenting that the dragon's blood they collected had dried up, preventing them from using location spells anymore. It seemed that Alejandro would need to start working hard to look for him. Leslie retorted that it wasn't her fault they couldn't find that dragon. Alejandro's name was called out. Someone asked if that was the reason they had been called there, to which a man responded in the affirmative. The man was told that he could play king in front of them, and he agreed. The scene shifted to a stage where several people were seated. Leslie ordered for someone to be brought in. It was revealed that he was an ex-hunter who got caught because he was ripping monsters apart and started killing female hunters in the dungeon. Someone thought he had killed about 25 hunters, but he was taken away before his execution. The man greeted his boss, asking if he would be let go if he did what he was asked. Leslie remarked that he was level 37, and someone questioned if he wasn't a bit worn out, prompting Leslie to suggest taking another look. Leslie's eyes widened as she processed the information. Nearby, the ex-hunter showed a scar on his neck, revealing an artificial guideline. The revelation prompted Leslie to exclaim her surprise that anyone could survive having those guidelines implanted. The man with blue hair explained that they had changed the method from dungeon extraction to human extraction. He was then asked if they had minimized the side effects of the implant, to which he responded that even with the changes, it still might not meet expectations. Another man acknowledged Sir Richard's understanding, before asking what was needed to increase one's performance. Elsewhere, a blue-skinned creature with a caged muzzle struggled against its restraints. The creature's struggles continued as a voice declared it had a refined taste. A woman with dark hair smiled, stating there was no reason to feel sorry, since it wasn't her fault. Nearby, a woman with dark hair stood with two swords at her side. The voice from before complimented someone, saying they had such refined taste. A grotesque face, scarred and bloodied, asked if they needed to kill her quickly. A man with dark hair and a sinister smile offered someone some time to play. The screen displayed the words, "Game start." The show continued, with the two figures on stage seemingly unaware of the audience watching them. The figure in the center admitted to feeling anxious at first. Meanwhile, the other being found that the more they used the guideline, the more they began to enjoy it. The first figure scoffed, believing that the little lady should be able to see that their level was higher. They wondered if it would be better if she begged for her life. The other figure thought that doing something like that here was useless. The first figure screamed that it was better for them. The other figure was struck. The attack continued. The wyvern wondered what they were doing, remembering that they were the ace knight who protected the kingdom, even if they were scared of otherworlders. They sobbed, realizing this wasn't right. The wyvern knew they needed to look for an opening when the otherworlders weren't paying attention, save the girl, and escape from here. Someone peered through a crack in the wall. The battle raged on. The figures continued to fight. A foot strikes, the sound echoing in the room. The figure in white pauses, seemingly considering their next move. They begin to dance. Meanwhile, an observer demands more provocative behavior, reminding the dancer that they have an audience. Leslie retorts that if that's the case, then the observer should have taken some time with their appearance in the first place, as she raises her sword. Another observer hopes that someone likes what they are seeing. The intensity rises. The first observer angrily calls someone a bitch. Nearby, Artist Bannister states that even if someone says that, a 5-level difference won't matter much if she's of that caliber, noting that she reached a high level at that age without one. Leslie wonders why someone wanted to show off that guy, thinking that he only looks good enough to use as an experiment. She tells someone not to be like that, and to take a closer look. It is realized that she is blind. Leslie demands to know, how dare someone touch her hair? A figure falls to the ground, an axe clattering nearby. Someone shouts for them to stop, declaring that they won't go any further. a monstrous figure threatens to rip someone to pieces. Artis is shocked, wondering why he's changing into a Tatiro, when they were supposed to be using the human extraction technique, which involved creating half-human, half-monsters, like this guy being half Tatiro. The transformation had an immediate effect, negating the side effects of the implant. Apparently, the transformation only occurs when they toy with humans. Atis watched as the transformation continued. Bolts of energy crackled around the transforming figure. The energy intensified. The process revealed a grim truth. The human extraction technique was the only way to be rid of the implant side effects. The transformation continued to inflict pain. The transformed figure cursed. The figure lay on the floor, writhing as Artis approached, sword in hand. Elsewhere, Sir Alejandro was informed that the test had been stopped due to the opponent losing consciousness. He simply replied that it was all right. One of the observers remarked that they wouldn't be able to use him. He instructed another to take care of it before it ran wild again. The transformed figure insisted that they were fine. From behind a door, a pair of glowing eyes watched Artis. It was declared that she had killed him. Even if he looked like a monster, he was still a Rathnian. The deed was done. Elsewhere, one of the observers recalled that the girl was supposed to be blind, and if that was the case, the magic swordsman skills and sword skills must have been executed using the guideline. He added that not only that, but her senses were extremely heightened. Another man questioned why they hadn't informed that being of the success. The man with blue hair explained that it was because when a person with an artificial guideline implanted in them kills an opponent, they can't gain experience. Artis, overhearing the conversation, realized it was a guideline that couldn't absorb experience. She wondered why they still. The man with blue hair continued, explaining that absorbing experience points from defeated opponents to level up wasn't only possible for Earthlings, but also dungeon monsters. The other man explained that was why they've tried to experiment on dungeon monsters as well, but as they can see, there are still side effects. He added that the ability originates from another source. He then asked if they were referring to the dragon's core. Because they were in an agreement with the greater dragons, they were unable to test it out. The man with blue hair stated that if there's a traitor, then the story changes. The other man said that Madame has given them this unique item for when they exterminate that greater dragon. He asked if artists would be able to handle it with her level, as it was able to deal with a lich. The man with blue hair remarked on how generous they were being, as being given an artifact is great in itself, but to be. The other man stated that he shall inform, that being that they are close to completing the artificial guideline. He added that they got work to do, so they'll be going first. Artis thought to herself that she was so jealous, as they get to catch a greater dragon. Plus, if they end up making, Artis wished them luck, as she gave them the middle finger from the balcony. The man with blue hair sat in his chair, holding the artifact. The man with blue hair chuckled to himself, musing that if he doesn't find it, then he'll be responsible. He realized that he became a complete pushover. Alejandro pondered how he could locate a dragon in human form without any location skills. Meanwhile, someone gave instructions. The order was given to Ellie to tell that wyvern to come out and clean up the corpse. Elsewhere, Atis was asked if she was planning on going out, to which she confirmed and stated that was right, and that she understood. Atis gripped her sword tightly. With purpose, Atis walked forward. Her expression was stern. The wyvern questioned if it was an experiment and guideline, and also realized that the girl was also Alejandro's subordinate. The wyvern thought everyone was crazy and that it would be killed if it stayed there. It knew it needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. The wyvern burst through a door. It flew away. The wyvern flew through the city. Inside the room, someone shouts for the wyvern to stop. The wyvern, already outside, is surprised by the sudden command. Meanwhile, Atis is seen holding a sword, which is crackling with energy. The energy intensifies around Atis' sword. The energy continues to build. The wyvern's expression shifts to one of shock as they witness the power being unleashed. Atis unleashes the energy. The blast of energy propels the wyvern forward. The wyvern plummets from the sky. The wyvern realizes that the distance was too short, and they would have. Atis wonders if this is the force she has been looking for. Atis is sent flying backwards from the force of her own attack. The wyvern's eyes widen. The wyvern continues to fall from the sky. Atis prepares for another attack. High above the arena, the wyvern continued its ascent, the woman clinging to its back. The woman, sword in hand, declared that they could not go any further. A surge of energy crackled around the wyvern's leg. The wyvern questioned if it was being told to stay leashed there. The wyvern expressed its detestation of restrictive skies. With a determined expression, Atis swung her sword. The pair plummeted from the sky. As they fell, Atis shouted for the wyvern to wait. From below, Onfrost commanded them not to fly any higher. The ground rushed up to meet them. The wyvern wondered if, as a magic swordsman, Atis should be able to land safely, and admitted it had feared there would be archers at the top. The wyvern realized there was nothing there. They crashed into the ground. The impact of the crash sent debris flying. Suddenly, Atis' eyes widened in shock. The pair had crashed into the Crater Valley dungeon. The dungeon was a deep, cavernous space. They had reached the lowest floor. A monstrous creature lunged forward. Ryu Hanbin reacted instantly, striking the monster down. He realized he had forgotten to adjust his strength and accidentally killed it. Another monster fell before him. He muttered that there were countless truck-sized bastards. Ryu Hanbin knew this wasn't the time to take care of them one by one. He had been planning on using something, but Ryu Hanbin was surrounded. Ryu Hanbin charged forward, cutting through the horde of monsters. He knew where to hold his weapon and how to pass underneath the tall monsters, subduing them. He thought the monsters were too weak to kill, but guessed that was one of its advantages. The monster screeched. One of the monsters let out a keek. The monsters were engulfed in flames. The monsters were burning. Ryu Hanbin wondered if he was burning life force. Atis asked Ryu Hanbin how he felt, and Hanbin apologized for stealing her prey. Atis told him not to worry, as it was good for her in the future if he leveled up as well. Ryu Hanbin wondered why his level wasn't going up. Atis asked why not, and then explained that levels reflect a being's overall ability to control the flow of their life force, or in his case, stats. She added that leveling up would be as difficult as replacing one's skeletal structure. Ryu Hanbin knew that dragons could absorb experience whenever they killed opponents. Atis clarified that, to be precise, dragons don't absorb experience. They take in an enemy's life force. That life force goes into their dragon's core. However, this force could be extremely unstable and in a way have a life of its own. Therefore, Ryu Hanbin realized that in order for them to level up, they needed to deal with that unstable life force. Ryu Hanbin listened intently as Atis explained that there was a limit to how much life force a dragon could absorb at once. Atis confirmed his understanding, adding that even water could be deadly if consumed in excess. Ryu Hanbin mused that he was excited to level up in 15 years and wondered how many more levels he could gain in that time. Hearing this, Ryu Hanbin was taken aback by the time frame and asked Atis how old she was. She responded that she was turning 150 this year, which surprised him. Atis explained that 150 years was considered adolescence for dragons, who could live past 1,000 years. Ryu Hanbin wondered what level an old dragon could reach. Atis admitted that she wasn't sure, as there was no way to confirm a dragon's level. However, she was sure that they were in the same situation as Ryu Hanbin. She wondered if the reason for this was that they didn't have anything to hunt that would increase their levels. Atis noted that there weren't many opponents high enough to hunt, plus it was riskier. Ryu Hanbin thought it would be nice to stop leveling at some point. Atis considered that greater dragons hungered for greater power and realized that continuously absorbing a small amount of life force was useless in helping them level up. Ryu Hanbin reflected that no matter how many level 25 monsters he hunted, it wouldn't give him any experience. It only counted when he killed a monster over level 50. Thus, greater dragons believed that gathering a great many life force in a single location was the solution. Humans called this location the Dragon's Nest. The Dragon's Nest was a place of immense power. Ryu Hanbin then wondered if someone like him could go there to level up, meaning without a dragon's core. Atis warned Ryu Hanbin to stop dreaming, explaining that there was no way he could safely venture into the Dragon's Nest without protection, as his physical body would be unable to absorb the life force. The energies of the force within the Dragon's Nest would cause the body to burst, but they would also cause it to regenerate, beginning a painful and vicious cycle, making the Dragon's Nest an impregnable fortress. Panic spread among the observers as one of them pointed out that it was Sir Alejandro's wyvern. They urged Miss Aligi to quickly come back inside. One of the observers stated that if Sir Alejandro hadn't tied it up, then it meant it had no more use. They worried that Miss Aligi would stay there and get hurt, prompting another to ask what they meant by no more use. Another observer insisted that Sir Alejandro would never forgive them. The wyvern flew through the air, crackling with energy. The group decided to leave. The group began to move. The wyvern's maw opened wide. A crown appeared. The wyvern seemed confused. The wyvern was high in the sky. The wyvern wondered where it was. The wyvern wondered what it was doing. The wyvern stood beside a figure clad in brown boots and a yellow-trimmed cloak, its blue scales shimmering in the light. Its large, green eye blinked slowly. Above, the sky was a clear blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The new year had arrived in the Rathna continent. Even the distant villages seemed to bask in the dawn of a new year. Even in Thelha Rathna, someone screamed in frustration. The source of the outburst was Ryu Hanbin, his face contorted in anger. He was bombarded with notifications that his age had increased. The notifications continued to flood his vision. Each notification confirmed that he had gained another year. Despite the notifications, Ryu Hanbin smiled. Even for dragons. Atis Infitor Ragnar aka stated that she was now 151 years old, and she was surprised that Ryu Hanbin wasn't even fazed about it. Even on Per City, the new year is being celebrated. The celebration should be celebrated with a Korean barbecue. The festivities continue with food and drink. Even in the Dark Brotherhood, the new year is being celebrated. Someone asks for a closer look at something. A hand carefully places a golden coin on a table. The coin is engraved with Happy New Year. Even in the Valterra family, the New Year is being celebrated. The Valterra family celebrates the New Year with a variety of characters and gifts. And in Heighton, the New Year is being celebrated. Someone exclaims that their New Year's gift is in the fridge and is reminded that they are a dragon that never forgets. Someone wonders if the gift is Jack, Guinness, or Goose. A hand reaches into a refrigerator. A notification appears, stating that the New Year's gift has arrived. A prompt appears, asking if the user would like to open something, with yes and no options presented. The scene shifts to a panel titled The Pitiful Romance of Ryu Chunhyang, where a man in traditional attire observes a woman on a swing. He thinks she looks pitiful, while another figure declares they must scout her as one of their guards. The next panel showcases a character card for Park Suk-tae, described as a colorful magic swordsman. His stats include strength and health at 1, coloring and contrast at 50, revision at 74, efficiency at 43, and editing at 71. His skills include efficiently utilizing SFX and always saying he wants to clock out. The card wishes everyone the best of 2020. The scene changes to Atis, the explosive fairy, who is making a debut. The panel displays a character card for, just for today, an all-weather spiritualist. Their stats include strength at 3, health at 5, coloring at 40, contrast at 50, patience at 10, and omnipotence at 70. Their skills are listed as jokester and can shove into a teddy bear. The card wishes everyone a happy new year and hopes they enjoy survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. A portrait of a muscular man in a suit is shown. The panel presents a character card for Ju Jae-min, a background magician. His stats include strength at 10, fake muscles at 99, health at 15, background at 80, Valterra at 99, and ring fit at 18. His skills include creating useless high-quality stuff and always looking forward to lunchtime. The card wishes everyone good blessings for the year of the rat. The scene depicts Kwon Seung-gyu, described as an honorably discharged musclehead, carrying a small figure on his shoulders and holding another in his arms. The final panel wishes a happy 2020 Year of the Rat from Kwon Seung-gyu with Studio Kit at Rafna. A crown sits amidst swirling energy. Suddenly, the Wyvern _154 snaps to attention, questioning what they were doing. The Wyvern _154 stands on what appears to be a body of water, surrounded by a bright sky. The Wyvern _154 remains in the same spot, the vast body of water stretching out around them. The Wyvern _154 stutters, wondering where they are. The Wyvern _154 continues to wonder what they were doing as someone calls out to them. The Wyvern _154 seems to recognize the voice as the person asks what they will name the Wyvern. The person suggests Afran, then Effer, ultimately deciding that the Wyvern's name will be Effer. The person asks if Effer likes her name, and she responds affirmatively. Effer asks if the person is really Captain Baldy, who confirms that it is him, the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. Effer, with tears in her eyes, exclaims that Captain Baldy is alive, while also questioning who he is. Captain Baldy dismisses his tears as just the wind in his eyes, while wondering where the other knights are. Captain Baldy states that it is not their time to come yet. Below the dragon, a crown sits atop a pool of blood. The crime, failing to protect the prince from dying in flight. The punishment, executing the entire Sky Dragon Knight squadron, including its captain. The dragon exclaims that the captain did nothing wrong. Captain Buckman tells the dragon that he is a smart kid and that he has a lot. Buckman tells the dragon, Effer, that he should trust people sometimes. Effer is told that if the wind gets in his eyes as he flies around, he'd need someone beside him to wipe those tears away. A surge of energy crackled through the air. The energy coalesced around Atis, who stood with swords raised. The energy intensified, focusing around her hands. The surge of power knocked Atis to the ground. Gory Man rushed forward, concerned. Atis knelt beside the Wyvern, urging them to wake up. The Wyvern stirred, questioning why Atis was there and expressing relief that they were awake. Atis explained that the Wyvern had received a massive amount of life force, causing their own force to be in chaos, but assured them that she would heal their outer injuries. Atis called for her aunt to bring her a potion. Alejandro dismissed the idea, saying it would be a waste of the potion. Atis questioned Alejandro's presence, as she thought he was going out, to which he responded that he had been halfway out but returned when he saw the flash in the sky. Alejandro stated that he didn't think Effer would try to run away, and told Atis to leave the Wyvern alone. Atis began to protest. It was explained that the amount of life force needed to heal the Wyvern was difficult for even dragons to withstand, so the Wyvern had no chance. Atis considered whether using a potion to save the Wyvern would be worth it, but then remarked that she didn't have one on her anyway. A figure stands over a kneeling person, asking if their name is Effer. The kneeling person responds that they are Eligi and are asked to close their eyes. Eligi is told to imagine they are a dish overflowing with water and to slowly form the water into balls of marble. As Aliji continues to imagine the water turning into balls of marble, they are told that they are no longer in pain and that the feeling just comes naturally. Effer is praised for doing it correctly. The healing continues. Meanwhile, Alejandro stands nearby, watching the healing process. Alejandro appears concerned. Aliji asks about the cost of a potion as blood drips from their arm. Aliji wonders if the blood sacrifice is enough. Nearby, Alejandro is asked to stop Aliji. Alejandro thinks to himself that the wyvern better be worth it, and that this will only work just this once. Aliji thanks Alejandro. The scene shifts to a room with a chandelier and plants. The wyvern lies in a room, covered in bandages. The wyvern tells Aliji that they are scheming something by saving them, and that is the reason why they saved them. Effer waters a small plant in a pot, remarking that it's true she has one. The wyvern asks if Effer has ever raised plants before, to which she responds that she had a small garden. The wyvern, in disbelief, asks if she's planning on eating them. Effer denies this, stating that she doesn't eat her flowers, and questions why they think she is raising them in the first place. Effer explains that she can see the world through the artificial guideline, since she is blind. She clarifies that while she may not be able to see colors, she can clearly see the wyvern's mane. However, it's difficult to see inanimate objects, so she has been raising plants. The wyvern points out that they typically don't water plants with diseases or ones that are completely withered dry. They then note that, in contrast, they are still alive even after absorbing a great amount of life force, and ask if that is why she asked for the potion. Effer responds that most people, and those that have guidelines, may believe that they were just asking for the potion. Effer explains that the life force circulates inside the wyvern's body, and she thinks what they have is a dragon core. The wyvern finds that impossible, stating that they are a wyvern. Effer counters that wyverns are a type of dragon species, which may be why it was possible. She adds that they are a very intelligent wyvern, implying that they instinctively created one in the process of receiving the life force. The wyvern thinks to themselves that they are sure that Alejandro was looking for a dragon core. Effer states that it's the last material needed for the artificial guideline that's implanted in her to be complete. Effer asks if the wyvern still believes that she is a devoted subordinate. The wyvern thinks that if she says it like that, then it does seem that she is quite devoted to him. However, they quickly dismiss this, thinking that she could be pretending. They consider that it's lucky that they are even alive, so it would be impossible to say that she planned for all this, but then reconsider, thinking that it could be obvious to say that they'd fly away when they made their escape. The wyvern thinks that if that's the case, then Effer said that she can make out forms even though she cannot physically see with her eyes, and asks why. Effer is seen touching the wyvern's face. Effer says that cows lick her hair every morning. Atis Emphater Ragnaraka wondered which cow would be good today, but she told the other voice to stop it. Meanwhile, the wyvern remained in the room. Elsewhere, an old, dilapidated building stood amidst a dense forest. Elsewhere, a man with short blue hair, presumably Sir Alejandro, reviewed a list, identifying it as the list of hunters. Elsewhere, another man, wearing glasses, insisted that the hunter they were looking for wouldn't be on the list, suggesting that the hunter was already gone from this place. The man with glasses continued, stating that it was unlikely the hunter was on the list. If they were, they'd have to head to the mid-continent, which would require a lot of money to save up for, and working as a hunter was the only way to make enough money for a trip like that. The man with glasses clarified that the list included every hunter over level 50, and if they were asking for one that stood out but wasn't on the list, then... Another man, with short blue hair, examined what appeared to be a hunter's newspaper. The man with short blue hair chuckled, wondering what the hell these boys were, noting that there was no way they'd be able to stay hidden looking like that, and that they were most likely not who they were looking for, because their level was too low and they stood out too much. Deep within the crater dungeon, a massive spider's nest looms. Below, Berkman Ropal battles a large spider monster. Another adventurer, presumably Martin, approaches Berkman, commenting on his struggle. Martin offers Berkman some help. Berkman refuses the offer. He fires a volley of arrows. The arrows strike their target. Martin continues to fight. Martin and Berkman bicker about who is faster and who has killed more monsters. Berkman suggests they get healed first. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. Erwin wonders where the spiderweb came from. Another party member tells Erwin to look above them. A giant spider looms above the party. The adventurers are ambushed, one shouting for his comrade, Foel, to stand firm. The attack lands, the force of it evident. Brad is asked if he's okay, the other adventurer noting how close that was and wondering what the hell those things are. The adventurers identify their attackers as torrential knights. One of the adventurers wonders how they came so far into the dungeon, realizing that it will be impossible to beat the torrential knights without buffs, but they can't run away. Elsewhere, a hand extends a rod, and the air becomes freezing. The torrential knights are frozen in place. One of the adventurers wonders why it suddenly got cold, and if the torrential knights can use magic. The other adventurer doesn't think it is monster magic, noting that the spiders are dead. The adventurer realizes that the spiders have simply lost consciousness. The adventurers are surprised by the arrival of new figures. The newcomers are Atis, the fire mage, and the Valterra warrior, who remark that it wasn't their plan to interfere. Atis suggests that someone go rescue those maidens while they take care of the monsters. The adventurers express their gratitude to Atis and the Valterra warrior. The adventurers express their gratitude, stating that Atis Imperator Ragnarake is showing them the way. Foel and Elja chime in, mentioning rumors they'd heard about Atis being a fire mage, but also acknowledging her skill with ice magic. Elja admits she loves a man who lives so diligently. The Valterra warrior asks if anyone is interested in joining parties after this. One of the adventurers asks why not, stating that they know the dungeons here quite well. Another explains that the Valterra warrior doesn't like being distracted from his training, which is why they've refused all party offers. One of the spiritualists suggests that while training is good, cooperating as a team is even better. She then suggests that after exploring the dungeon, they can go drinking with Atis, or perhaps just drink tea while planning out strategies on their days off. Atis explains that they need spectators in order to gain recognition. She emphasizes that no matter how hard they try, without witnesses, the only thing that will increase is their record. Atis continues, stating that if their records go up drastically without any recognition, it will only cause more suspicions. She believes the best way to increase the public's opinion of something is through rumors and one's image. Atis outlines a plan to show their overwhelming power by cooperating with other parties. By doing this, they'll be able to convince others of the Valterra warrior's identity as a Valterian hero, which will also help increase their chances of meeting the goddesses. Atis adds that at the same time, she'll need to maintain a certain level of mystery. To decrease the chance of her identity being exposed, they will only cooperate with teams once. She notes that there's already a line of people requesting to cooperate with the Valterra warrior anyway, but wonders if this will really work. Atis tells Ryu Hanbin to trust her, assuring him that she's going to make him the most famous hunter in this city. Ryu Hanbin realizes that everything Atis said came true, but there's just one thing that he didn't expect. One of the spiritualists wonders if Atis will even have free time on her day off. Another says it'll be perfect, because while the Valterra warrior trains, the three of them can meet up. Atis says she has her magic research to do, lamenting that this is why she's unpopular with the ladies. Brad is called out by one of the adventurers. A blonde-haired hunter tells someone not to joke with him, explaining that the job of a hunter is one where they sacrifice their free time to fight monsters in a never-ending cycle. The man with the orange hair continued to berate Ryu Hanbin, accusing him of being too handsome and popular with the ladies. He apologized, but the man continued his tirade, declaring that he wouldn't back down. Ryu Hanbin, taken aback by the outburst, could only stammer in response. The orange-haired man questioned if Ryu Hanbin was threatening him for criticizing his master. The man continued, stating that everyone was looking at Ryu Hanbin with respect simply because he was a Valterra, but he didn't believe it. He then declared that it looked like they were here. Before them lay a series of archways, each leading into darkness. Above, a massive web-like structure stretched across the cavern ceiling. One of the adventurers remarked that he felt the tunnels were long, but the mid-dungeon magic source was close. Another responded that clearing this wouldn't make the crater dungeon disappear. It was explained that the crater dungeon was actually a group of dungeons all located within the crater valley, and there were more besides the one they were currently in. Ryu Hanbin expressed his relief, noting that it was still too early to leave the city. The orange-haired man noticed something. It was an artifact. One of the armored men warned Brad not to forget that if there was an artifact, there was going to be a dungeon boss. The orange-haired man told Ryu Hanbin that the monster was the type to spit poison from a distance, and they should stay with him and attack the legs first. The man ordered Brad to protect the ladies with Atis until they gave the signal. Another adventurer, impatient, declared that he would never let another group take his prize and charge forward. The figure declared that they would leave the protection of the spiritualists to Atis Imperator Ragnaraka and another individual. The group prepared to move forward, but one of them expressed that something didn't feel right. Atis Imperator Ragnaraka questioned if they had to go. Another figure stated that they should observe for now. Elsewhere, two figures joined hands, creating a protective barrier. Meanwhile, Berkman Ropal's companion urged him to use the blitz tactics they had discussed, frustrated by his impatience. Berkman Ropal charged forward, declaring that whoever killed the monster would win. The monster spat a stream of green liquid. The light of Altia and blessings of Yes-Sun became a protective anointment. The monster's attack was deflected by the protective barrier. Someone commented on how outstanding the spiritualists were to perfectly time and place the wall and use supportive ones. They had made it so that the monster would lose its opportunity to use long-range attacks. Another figure declared that they would deal with its legs one by one. The monster's red eyes glowed menacingly. Another figure stated that if Berkman Ropal was going to finish it off, then he should go for it. The swordsman's attack lands squarely on the monster's head. The other hunters watch as the monster cries out. One of the hunters comments that while the others may be veteran hunters, the monster is a bit weak for a boss, and its level is too low. Two female hunters celebrate finally clearing a dungeon. Meanwhile, another hunter states that there is nothing to be surprised about. He asks what the others think about advancing to the 4th district, so they can be high-ranked hunters. A fist clenches. Berkman Ropal stands before a wall of faces. The hunter looks on with a concerned expression. The 2 female hunters look on with concern. The hunter stands ready. The monster's leg descends. The tarantula queen looms large. The species is identified as a tarantula queen. The narrative continued with the revelation that the death rate in dungeons was not as high as hunters believed. That was because hunters received commissions based on the level of the monsters they were required to subjugate. Surviving hunters would return and report every detail after facing the monsters. Therefore, the more monsters that were discovered, the more information that was available. In other words, this method was useless for unique creatures. This was why most hunters died. They met a boss monster. They died because they met a boss monster. The hunter cried out in pain. A monster prepared to fire a blast of energy. The hunter looked on in shock. The hunter realized that no one had ever said there was anything like this. The monster attacked. The monster's attack exploded. The hunter was sent flying. Another person called out, asking if he was all right. The group inside the barrier questioned how the magic was working, given the levels were similar. It was revealed that the mage had once dealt with reflective name Anemone. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka stated that there weren't any more wands left. She was then questioned about sacrificing their magic wands. Suddenly, the group was attacked by a giant spider. It was noted that the monster didn't only use magic attacks. The swordsman yelled for Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka to watch out. The swordsman was hit by the spider's attack. The spider's attack continued. The dark-haired man stated that the attack took a while, and he inquired about the spiritualists. He had evacuated them, so they should be exiting the dungeon by now. The giant spider screeched. The swordsman stated that since the spider had a huge body, it would be slow, so they should get out of there. The dark-haired man responded that it would be a bit risky to climb onto its back. He judged by its weight and how it was able to hold itself up like that. They could only assume that its outer carcass would be thick. The swordsman responded that piercing through its body would be quite difficult for another person if they didn't have his swordsmanship. But he still wouldn't be able to pierce through with one swing. The swordsman asked what the hell the dark-haired man was talking about. He stated that they needed to hurry and go back to the guild to report this. If they died here, then other hunters who came here without knowing would end up dying. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka stated that it was quite obvious, which was why they needed to kill it, so it's no longer a threat to others. The swordsman was shocked that she said to kill it, and he wondered why the other 2 were so calm. The dark-haired man stated that it was the only way, right? He asked if she was okay with it. The swordsman stated that it looked like Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka didn't have much experience, but that monster wasn't like her average boss. Ryu Hanbin instructed the other man to cover his ears. The force of the blast sent debris flying. The energy surged upwards. The blast impacted the ground. The tarantula queen was at the center of the explosion. Berkman Ropal was confused by the turn of events. Ryu Hanbin observed that the boss had been stabbed, and with a broadsword, not a spear. He told himself to wait. The tarantula queen declared that it wasn't over. Berkman Ropal shouted a warning that it was still alive. The area was engulfed in flames. Objects were sent flying through the air. Berkman Ropal was sent flying backwards. It was revealed that a wand had been stuck on the sword, causing an explosion. Berkman Ropal looked on in shock at the explosion. To think that Ryu Hanbin would hunt a boss monster like the tarantula queen. The system indicated that the level 50 tarantula had been exterminated, and Ryu Hanbin gained 238,110 experience. Still, he had a long way to go. Killing hundreds of these monsters seemed endless. The spearman sighed, wondering if this was all there was to it. Ryu Hanbin confirmed that they were clearing this dungeon. The spearman sobbed, finding the situation embarrassing. He continued to wail, lamenting how embarrassing the situation was and asking Ryu Hanbin to do something about it. The red-haired woman explained that he was in shock and that not everyone was as strong as Ryu Hanbin. She admitted that she had really tried, but when Martin died, her body froze and she couldn't do a single thing. She confessed that she was jealous of the Valterra. The woman with red hair stated that Ryu Hanbin was strong from the day he was born, but that this friend had to live in severe conditions. Ryu Hanbin told the spearman to look at him, questioning why he would talk about the unfairness of the world. Ryu Hanbin asked if he wanted to survive, stating that if luck was on his side, he would stay alive and get stronger, but that it was the same for Martin. Ryu Hanbin continued, saying that it was because of the spearman's luck that he was able to meet them and stay alive. If fortune wasn't on his side, then he'd be dead. The spearman conceded that Ryu Hanbin was right, stating that if it wasn't for him, he would already be on his way to the underworld. The spearman exclaimed. The spearman questioned if Ryu Hanbin was saying that Martin wasn't lucky. The crowd expressed their relief at the party's return, though one man questioned if Martin had to die. Meanwhile, downstairs, the party prepared to leave. The crowd berated Ryu Hanbin for his lack of gratitude, reminding him of the effort it took to save their lives. One man explained that Ryu Hanbin had grabbed him as he was thrown out, cushioning the blow against the wall, which is why he was lucky and lived. He swore he saw Ryu Hanbin fly and crash, and they had forgotten to mention that they saved Martin, too. Another man wondered if that was even possible, but the first man insisted that whether it was or not, it was their job. Elsewhere, Atis Amphitor Ragnarake addressed Mr. Valterra. The survivors bowed, stating that they owed them their lives. Atis declared that she would be going first. Someone excused themselves, and another person mentioned that Ryu Hanbin was mad because of them, asking what they were going to do. They admitted they never thought it would turn out like this, and that they had an offer for them. Atis explained that they couldn't use the artifact and were planning on selling it. Someone mentioned that Atis' companion said why not offer to sell it to them first if they were interested. They would even offer it for half price since they would be doing them a favor by buying it off of them without having to go through the hassle. Someone asked why they were offering this expensive weapon to them. Atis smiled, stating it was because of good fortune. With the artifact in hand, Ryu Hanbin declared that they should discover its abilities. He then considered that it would be unfortunate if those they had saved had died. He also realized that he wouldn't be able to use the artifact due to its level restriction. Elsewhere, a man drove a horse-drawn carriage down a road. The man tapped on a screen. The man on the screen reported that he had found the Valterra warrior, but the mage had not come out of the lift station. Atis Benister hoped that they would be willing to cooperate. Earlier, Ryu Hanbin considered how to increase his fame. He believed that if he became famous, the goddesses would want to meet him. He reasoned that by helping the goddesses, he could increase his level of contributions and gain their trust. He planned to team up with them and get revenge on the demon god. However, he wondered where Felid had gone. Meanwhile, Atis swore that the big lug really knew how to hide, as someone knocked on the door, asking for pardon. Atis wondered if she could take up some of the person's time. Ryu Hanbin figured it was time for him to come out, calling out to Atis. Elsewhere, someone wondered if Ryu Hanbin had gone first. The sound of a carriage wheel turning echoed. Someone questioned what was happening. The person inside the carriage stated that they got on because Atis said there was something she wanted to talk about, questioning why the carriage was moving. They also didn't think it would be this easy to escort her, wondering who in the world she was. Atis cursed, realizing she had used up all her wands, even the backup ones, in the battle. She had gotten careless because this was a densely populated city. The person in the carriage told Atis that she was wise to not take out her wand. Seeing her in person made him think that she did look like someone. Atis revealed that she was the older sister of Lady Adora Benister, asking if he knew her sister. The man in the carriage acknowledged that there wasn't much known about Adora, but that she fought the evil greater dragons with the 4 heroes 10 years ago. The history of the Upper Draconium organization, dedicated to monitoring the greater dragons, was recounted. It was also mentioned that if Adora Benister were still alive, she would have received the blessing of the goddesses. Interrupting the conversation, Eric demanded that they stop talking about Adora Benister, wanting to be the sole focus of their attention. Sir Atis apologized, explaining that he was merely concerned about rumors that the current head of the Benister family had been living in seclusion for the past decade following his sister's death. He added that seeing Eric in person had reassured him. Eric questioned what Atis was talking about. The carriage wheels turned as they continued their journey. Eric announced that they had arrived, mentioning he had selected a location with hardly any humans. He suggested they head inside to discuss the details. Atis seemed surprised by their destination. It was a large house. Eric questioned why they were there. A cena mudou para mostrar o cocheiro, que estava sendo confrontado por Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin chamou o motorista de besta e selvagem, comentando sobre seu talento natural em dirigir carruagens. The driver asked what Ryu Hanbin was talking about. Ryu Hanbin explained that the driver was going the wrong direction, so he thought he should take a nice break. He added that Atis' actions didn't seem like something she planned when they were strategizing their rise to fame, and that having a stalker was completely out of his expectations. The driver denied being a stalker, insisting that Ryu Hanbin had it all wrong. Eric demanded to know why they didn't hear all about it. Someone shouted for them to wait. Atis stated that she could feel subtle holy energy coming from the emblem, which belongs to Althea, the goddess of light, and that it was genuine. Ryu Hanbin realized what that meant. The man tied to the chair was identified as a priest from the Order of Light. He wanted to know if his captor understood. Emil Otto, a level 45 spiritualist, introduced himself as a high priest who worshipped Althea, the goddess of light. The red-haired woman apologized, stating that being kidnapped by a priest was something she had never considered. Emil Otto clarified that he wasn't trying to kidnap her, but secretly take her. The shirtless man, Valterra, was told to say something. The woman with red hair expressed her annoyance at violence preceding explanation. Valterra admitted he couldn't speak current. As a skill, translated his words into Valterian. He demanded that they stop pretending not to understand him. The red-haired woman found it unexpected that the Order would be looking for her rather than the powerful. Otto asked if this meant it was a confidential mission. He warned that if she tried to come looking for him in secret. Otto remarked that she was indeed quite sharp, now that most of the greater dragons were gone. The woman with red hair thought to herself that she had been looking down on this young, inexperienced dragon. She couldn't believe he was only 17 years old, though she was 150 years old. Otto stated that he would trust Atis and formally ask for her cooperation with the Order of Light. Otto asked her to be attentive to the information he would reveal, as it was classified as top secret. He was currently investigating a man named Alejandro in the refugee villages surrounding Crater Valley. Atis stated that she had never heard of Alejandro before, wondering if he was running a criminal organization. Otto thought it would be a lot simpler if Alejandro was using the refugee villages as his base, explaining that he must first explain about refugee villages to understand the situation. The refugees are originally not citizens of this city. The refugees were forced to live outside of the city due to a sudden inflow of hunters. The villagers continued to struggle under the ruling lord's sharp increase in resident taxes. Meanwhile, a family greeted the father as he returned home. The man was welcomed by his wife and daughter, who asked how his day in the city had gone and whether he had sold much. He admitted that business wasn't great, joking that it might be because of his looks, which his daughter playfully refuted, saying it was because he looked scary. The wife then asked if he had found the person who helped him in the city. He responded that he hadn't, but he had seen someone similar while requesting a monster subjugation quest, identifying him as the famous Valterra. Someone nearby overheard and exclaimed their wish that the Valterra warrior would come to their village as well. Suddenly, villagers began shouting for someone named Hyungnim. The man from before, named Joseph, urged his wife to take their daughter and run towards the middle of the village, sounding panicked as he asked what was wrong. Joseph then screamed that a monster was attacking. The monster in question was a large, green, frog-like creature. The creature's bulbous eyes and slimy skin made it a truly terrifying sight. Joseph yelled the monster's name as it approached the village. Joseph's wife exclaimed that the monster was supposed to be nocturnal, urging him to hurry and leave as she couldn't find the children. She realized that the children were probably somewhere inside the house and urged Hyungnim, who had arrived, not to irritate the monster. Joseph couldn't believe that Hyungnim had actually charged into the monster's nest after saying he'd hunt one. He had told him that he'd make a request to the Hunters Guild, but Hyungnim just couldn't wait. The villagers wondered if the Hunters Guild would even accept their quest for such a small reward. The villagers expressed their frustration, noting that this wasn't the first time they requested help. They grumbled that the hunters were likely waiting for them to die. From a distance, a child called out for their father. A normal person, even with training, could only reach level 10. The speaker lamented that the monsters hunters killed so easily were what normal people feared more than earthquakes and storms. The man with glasses explained that the order couldn't interfere with the management of territories. Therefore, they had to ask hunters for cooperation in helping those in need. The woman with red hair offered that, in exchange for cooperation, they could increase the level of contribution, increasing the chances of meeting the goddess. She asked if they could start right away. The dark-haired man suggested it would be a good idea for her to stop making her words sound as if they had a sense of justice. He stated that if what she said was true, there would be no reason for her to come and find a dragon hunter. The man with glasses agreed, stating that the goal of this mission was the base of. The woman with red hair stated that if he was a dragon hunter, then he most likely would have heard of it. The woman with red hair exclaimed that it was impossible, and they should all be destroyed. She continued that even if one still existed, this wasn't a matter to be handled by hunters, but by the Order or Brotherhood themselves. The man with glasses added that, of course, their order wished to go. However, they couldn't find a single fault with this man, and the actions that he's seen doing are not criminal in nature. The scene shifted to a display of power. The refugees actually called him a hero. A child cried out that the monster was there. A man wondered who in the world it could be. The woman in armor stands guard over the fallen man, while the blue dragon-like creature looms protectively behind her. The woman assures the dragon that everyone is safe now. Meanwhile, a man with a sinister smile reveals that they came from the dragon's nest and were sent by Alejandro. A woman with dark hair was asked if she and another person named Effer would assist the refugee town. The man responded that it was a small effort on his part for those powerless refugees, and that all they needed to do was hunt the monsters prowling around town, along with a man named Aligi. Sir Alejandro stated that he would do his utmost not to disappoint, though he had no idea he would be given such a huge opportunity like this, given that he hadn't joined for long. The woman wondered why Alejandro would send a refugee support team out with her and Effer, and what in the world he was planning. Alejandro also wanted Mr. Hendy to check on that wyvern every day. Aligi was asked if he could handle the rest, and the woman confirmed that she had been warning him continuously, so that meant if she let her go, he'll have the support team take responsibility. Alejandro thought that up until now, they'd been moving secretly for the sake of justice, but if many refugees wish to migrate here, after hearing of Dragon's Nest, they will be accepted to come in through evaluation. The woman wondered what in the world he was talking about. Then, what was the point of minimizing the number of residents here, while strictly keeping this place a secret? Why is he suddenly adamant in telling the world about Dragon's Nest? Elsewhere, Atis Infitor Ragnarake is seen. Atis is seen facing a large monster. The monster screeches as Atis attacks. The monster is seen falling to the ground. A blue dragon-like creature called out for Aligi. Aligi, kneeling on the ground, was asked if they were hurt. The dragon-like creature offered to clean Aligi up. Green slime dripped from Aligi's body. The title card appeared, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World, 31. Elsewhere, the small dragon rested near a lake. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka stated that Efer was quite something. Efer asked what she meant, insisting that they should fully dry her beautiful hair. Atis expressed her gratitude for the sentiment, but warned that there might be some monsters left to hunt. Efer wondered if Atis was planning on completely exterminating the wild monsters, pointing out that doing so would alert humans to their presence. Atis considered this. Efer noted that Atis had also lived the life of a wild monster. He then asked if she ever used her sword without the guideline. Atis admitted that she did sometimes, feeling it wasn't good to be too dependent on it, which Efer had also noticed. Efer confessed that he had ended up memorizing the movements of Atis' swordsmanship because he had witnessed it many times. He also noticed that the rhythm became unstable once in a while. Atis wondered if the magic swordsmanship of the guideline was accurate for sure, but she wanted to get used to the magic swordsmanship that she had seen when she was younger. Atis reflected that she never knew about hunters when she was a child. She recalled her mother brushing her hair every morning, never showing that side to her. Atis realized later that her mother was a magic swordsman. At that time, she had thought her mom was a dancer. Atis recalled that whenever she saw her mother practice every morning, she thought it was quite beautiful. Atis recalled that morning, certain it had begun like any other. She remembered. But her mother, who had gone out to hunt, never returned. And the one who came looking for her a few days later was Alejandro. He brought her to the dragon's nest, forcibly implanting the guideline in her body. And she lost her eyesight. Now, whenever she practiced, it was on the artificial guideline, and it scared her to think she might end up becoming nothing more than that person's pawn. Then, Efer interjected. He reminded her of the West, where no one could follow. Efer expressed that he was thankful for what she said, but he couldn't. If he ran, Alejandro would probably kill someone. Atis asked why he didn't report to the Heresy Inquisitors. He had tried getting help from a villager a long time ago, but the next day, the villager was discovered as a corpse. To train or participate in a test, Alejandro would say a person's life was cheap and would force him to obey. In the end, there was only one way to escape from that man and the other otherworlders, to have the dragon's nest absorb all life force and render it useless. Once that happens, Efer stated that they needed his dragon core, but he still didn't know how to absorb life force. Atis told Efer not to force himself, reminding him that he was a genius and that she was sure it would come to him soon. The woman with the dark hair suggested the name Genius Wyvern. The blue-scale dragon agreed, stating that they needed to hurry before another dragon arrived. The dark-haired woman realized that other dragons would also hear about it. She then realized that Alejandro was using the dragon's nest to bait a greater dragon, but doubted he could defeat such a monster. Elsewhere, a man sat in a chair, confident that Alejandro never took risky moves. He was sure that Alejandro had a method of extracting a dragon core once he found a greater dragon. The woman with red hair was told to call for Sir Atis to infiltrate that place alone, but she questioned if she should go by herself. A man with glasses explained that it may be called an infiltration, but they would provide the information so that she would pass the evaluation test. He added that Alejandro was looking for proficient mages, so they would be more welcoming towards her. The man with glasses continued, saying that the spies from their side that had already infiltrated the place would be assisting her. Benet stated that he was going too, arguing that going into an enemy's hideout alone was suicide and that he would arrange it so he could enter as well. The man with glasses responded that a person like Benet would always be noticeable and that Alejandro would be suspicious of a Valterra. Another man stated that they would not be accepting this request and that there was nothing further to talk about. The woman with red hair was told to find someone else. She declared that she accepted the cooperation request from the Order of Light. The woman with red hair was told that she may leave it to her. Atis' name echoed in the room. A guard stood silently. The person who decides to accept or decline a request is the master. Then it seems that the request has been accepted. Elsewhere, a carriage made its way down a long road. Back in the room, Benet called out to Atis. Benet questioned how Atis could accept the request without knowing anything. He argued that cooperating with the order might be good, but he couldn't be of any help if she was required to go alone. He urged her to hurry and tell them she wouldn't do it. Atis retorted that it was absurd, stating that she had already accepted it, swearing on the Binister name. Besides, this was something that she could do. Benet asked if she was saying that unrelated people should just back off. He added that if she wanted to get all technical, then Atis demanded that he take that back and cancel the request, asking what was so important about the Binister name. Atis explained that she might be a dragon, but she had a debt to pay to the Binister family. She asked if he truly expected her to ignore the fact that a dragon's nest still existed after that person sacrificed her life to destroy their nest. Benet questioned if otherworlders did not know what honor was. Atis countered that honor didn't mean anything if you were dead. Atis asked Benet a question. Benet stated that he would like to think that he'd gotten a bit stronger after. Benet told Atis not to worry, stating that he wouldn't die. Benet's words hung in the air as Atis walked away, her footsteps echoing in the room. Elsewhere, a stagecoach rumbled along a dusty road, kicking up small clouds of dirt with each turn of its wheels. Meanwhile, preparations were underway. A briefcase containing a disguise was presented, along with identification papers. An official document had been added, stating that the individual's level was lower than their actual level, so that others wouldn't be on their guard. Attis, focused intently, demanded to be left alone so she could concentrate on reading the document. The document gave the priest the chills, noting that it looked like someone had just had a couple's fight. The priest noted that the gender on the document was checked as female. Attis, looking up from the document, was asked if she knew how to put on makeup, to which she responded with confusion. A line of people stood outside a camp of covered wagons. The line of people waiting to depart stretched into the distance. Nearby, a child told her father to have a safe trip. The father assured his daughter that he would buy her something good to eat when he returned, reminding her to keep herself and the child safe. Mr. Carlander observed that the line was quite long. A woman asked what he was planning to do. She explained that they had come to escort the people going to Dragon's Nest, implying that in the end, he was planning to. Carlander confirmed that doing physical labor was the only thing he knew how to do, so he was going to work as a construction worker. The woman reminded him that he couldn't go home until the work was complete, and then asked about his family. She expressed her worries about the monsters, but noted that Sir Alejandro would be hiring some hunters. It was said that the hunters were chosen through a strict selection process, which was reassuring. Someone was struck in the face. The force of the blow sent them flying. The hunter stated that they were both hunters, so the rejection shouldn't be taken personally, as he declared pass. The recruitment for construction at Dragon's Nest continued. The man with the clipboard announced that numbers 56 and 60 should step forward. Meanwhile, onlookers discussed the high pay for hunting wild monsters. They speculated that everyone was thinking the same thing, but the levels of the participants averaged from 25 to 30. It seemed that everyone's levels weren't as high as expected. The woman with short black hair remarked that going to the dungeon was more beneficial for those of higher levels. She sat atop a blue dragon-like creature. The man with the clipboard then asked where number 59 was. A woman called out to get his attention. Nearby, two armored men looked on. The woman approached the front of the group. She introduced herself as Ariana Staya, number 59. Elsewhere, a man with glasses was told that he needed to make haste, Sir Attis. Attis was reminded that he was the one who suddenly told her to cross-dress. She asked if he would like help wearing the top. He declined. She said she was almost done. She then wondered what the reason was for the Order of Light to make such a decision, and what about the other 5 religious groups? The man with glasses thought that the other water, fire, wind, and earthly orders strictly stay out of affairs that don't involve them. He added that the Dark Brotherhood would only send out their heresy inquisitors who'd end up burning everything to the ground if they asked them for help. Therefore, as one to want to deal with this carefully, the woman asked if it looked weird as she walked into the light. Inside a room, a man excitedly presents Ariana Staya with a pair of glasses, assuring her they will perfectly match her disguise. Ariana tries on the glasses and asks what the man thinks, wondering if she looks different. The man is moved to tears, stating that there is nothing else he wishes to see. The group's mission is for Attis Infida Ragnaraka to find out whether Dragon's Nest is the real thing, and their first goal is to pass the selection round. To achieve that, they need to use the documents that have been prepared for them. A man asks to see Ariana's papers, and she confirms. Ariana is used to hiding her identity, but this is the first time she has felt so nervous about it. She notes that it feels as if the people around her are all looking her way. 2 men who failed the selection offer to escort Ariana out, but she suspects they are dangerous. Outside of the Hunters Guild, one can even die while taking the test. As Ariana walks away, another woman thinks to herself that there are always annoying jerks like that wherever one goes. The woman thinks that something is strange about that person. Miss Ariana Staya, level 30 mage, is confirmed to be correct. The woman wonders why a level 45 mage would hide their level and come here. Someone is watching Ariana. Ariana passes. Ariana is welcomed to Dragon's Nest. The woman from before is still suspicious. The other recruits were outraged by Ariana's selection, believing it to be blatant favoritism. One of them pointed out that she hadn't even taken the test. However, someone else urged them to settle down. The man explained that mages were often used in research, so their tests were different from the start. Another swordsman interjected, asking them to wait. He stated that because this might cause others to feel that Sir Alejandro was being unfair by not notifying others of such special cases. A woman declared that she, a level 35, would test Ariana out. Another woman questioned if this was directed at Miss Aligi, stating that it was a bit sudden. She was told that it was an order and to step aside, but she thought that something fishy was going on. The woman who was going to test Ariana thought to herself that she didn't know what it was, but she needed to make sure Alejandro didn't get any more stronger people to his side. Aligi prepared to attack. Aligi thought that Ariana would make it so that she'd be unable to use one of her swords with his first attack. She noted that Ariana seemed quite used to battle despite. Ariana thought that it was a lucky shot, She knew that she needed to be careful to not use advanced magic since it would reveal her identity. Ariana thought that she should probably stick to ice magic. Eligi thought that a magic swordsman wouldn't be able to do anything with just one sword, though. Eligi and Ariana clashed. Eligi was sent flying back. The force of the impact created a cloud of dust. One of the men wondered if he did this, then they both die. So did he pass? The massive figure, known as Polly Pork, declared himself a level 45 freak eater, recently discharged from Crater Asylum. Polly Pork recalled that human meat didn't taste good, so he had been searching for tastier things to eat. The judge, impaled on the end of the makeshift spear, wondered if he had been killed. The judge questioned what was happening. The spear was sent flying through the air. Ariana stated that it seemed they should postpone the test. The dark-haired woman told Ariana not to tell her that this was also a lucky shot. Ariana responded that of course it was, adding that he was using a bad weapon that relied on weight alone. The dark-haired woman thought that even that thing was dead weight. Polly Pork stated that he had lost interest in this meat and told him to hurry up and die. Polly Pork swung his fist. Polly Pork's fist connected. The judge was sent flying. The judge asked what, wasn't he the judge, and thanked them for worrying about him. The judge was informed that unfortunately, they would not accept any more applicants today. The obese man, sprawled on the ground, asked if that meant he passed. Polly Pork grinned, stating that he had failed to inform them of something in advance. He questioned how a person could pass if they were dead. Ariana Staya watched with concern. Polly Pork's fist connected with another applicant. The force of the blow reverberated. The applicant was sent flying, crashing into a building. The judge, standing nearby, marked down another death, commenting on how weak the applicant was and speculating that he may have lied about his level. Ariana realized that Polly Pork wasn't weak and that she had seen his energy as red as blood. She realized that he was an aura user. Polly Pork, holding a piece of paper, asked if they should depart for Dragon's Nest. The sun shone brightly on the building. Aura, a red-colored energy, is emitted when one trains their body and life force to the extreme. Once a person obtains the ability to create aura, their strength will transform. He could feel it, a burning energy rising up within him. The energy surged. Hanbin muttered that he swore he was feeling something burning. Suddenly, it was hot. Atis apologized, saying she was sorry and would put it out for him, but then it became freezing. Hanbin questioned what she was doing, exclaiming that even with his high defense, it still burned. Atis apologized again, explaining that she was practicing some new magic spells. She explained that she was practicing some new magic spells that she got. The scroll was expensive, enough to buy a house, but the price was worth it because it provided knowledge and mana and how to control it more efficiently. Atis sighed, telling Hanbin that he was lucky he was a mage. She asked if he knew of any secret tomes that could help her learn to create an aura, but Hanbin said that unfortunately, there was nothing like that. Whether it be aura, mana, or life force, they're all a fixed state in the first place. Those four energies are what helps to distinguish a person's special trait. They will then learn skills and become a certain job class according to those traits. Life force is something we're born with, and manipulating the four energies may be learned. However, unlike the other energies, aura must be learned through vigorous training. It's been said that even one who's trained for over 40 years isn't guaranteed to acquire it. Hanbin realized that since being able to use aura varies upon individuals, people aren't suspicious that he still isn't able to use it despite how strong he is. He wondered if someone would start to suspect him one day in the future. Atis responded that it was most likely, since Crater Dungeon is both good and bad for him. Since the higher-level dungeons have monsters that are impossible to hunt without being able to utilize one of the four energies, not being able to use aura would only raise suspicion. Atis said that they'll most likely encounter problems that would be impossible to solve with physical force alone, and asked if he was saying there were countless monsters like that leash. Hanbin thought that if only his guideline worked properly, he'd be able to use aura easily. He wondered if he would really be able to learn it without the guideline's help. If they faced an enemy they couldn't handle, Atis had assured Ryu Hanbin that they would somehow get through it with her magic. Even though she still had a long way to go, Atis remained confident. She promised that she would work hard to raise her level, so he shouldn't worry too much. The next day, Ryu Hanbin cursed, frustrated by something. He wondered why that idiot had to be so stubborn. Still, he had lived until now hiding his identity as a dragon, so he was sure he'd be all right with his disguise, and there shouldn't be anyone else who had a level as high as his. Meanwhile, at Dragon's Nest, the recruiter announced that Ariana Staya was the last successful applicant. The recruiter welcomed her to Dragon's Nest. The recruiter asked Judge what he had done, understanding that he may have caused a scene during the test. He questioned how Judge could report it as an accident when the person was still alive. The recruiter noted that it seemed that man's subcutaneous fat was thicker than expected, and that he'd probably die of natural causes if they just left him. She then asked the black-haired magic swordsman if they were referring to him. The black-haired magic swordsman confirmed that they were referring to him, and urged them to help him out, as they didn't have enough time. The recruiter asked if they should help him, and suggested that they open up his mouth so she could feed him this potion. She added that they couldn't leave him like this, and that they should place him in the bag carriage and take him to a hospital. Judge looked on with shock. The group had arrived at their destination, a massive crater carved into the landscape. Within the crater, a complex structure of buildings and pipes had been erected. The new arrivals disembarked from their wagons, ready to begin their work. Meanwhile, the wyvern rested, exhausted from the journey. His companion acknowledged the difficulty of transporting him, assuring him that it wasn't his fault. She reminded the wyvern that this favor was owed to the person who had saved his life. Atis Amphitter Ragnarake observed their surroundings, noting that this place was Dragon's Nest. She had initially believed it to be a naturally formed location. However, Atis realized that the pipes and devices indicated it had been constructed by human hands. She further noted that a true dragon's nest would be filled with life force, which she did not sense here, and wondered if they had simply occupied the ruins of one. Atis considered testing something to see if it worked, prompting her companion to question her actions. The companion asked Atis what she had been looking at so intently, and Atis replied that she had just noticed something. The companion asked what was wrong. Atis thanked her companion for saving her life, but also noted that the man who did it was quite reckless. The companion stated that they were talking about when she tried to save his life, and told Atis to look behind her. The companion asked if Atis saw the man who had crushed the other man, and identified him as Judge, who was only working as. One man explains that Judge's real job is the head of security in Dragon's Nest, adding that Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka humiliated that kind of man. Even so, Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka wonders how she could leave a person to die like that, but she realizes that good people don't survive here. She notes that this place also has things that it lacks, such as food, water, and space. Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka asks if it looks like a dragon's nest to her companion, clarifying that it is an isolated island. Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka realizes that the stone walls are chipped away on a daily basis, and then it looks like there's no other choice. The pair walk toward the source of heat. Suddenly, a figure is engulfed in flames. The companion's eyes widen. Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka shouts for it to stop. The flames continue to burn. A figure asks what they are. Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka states that warmth is very important to a patient. She adds that it seems that people are just as important to her as well. The companion looks at Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka. The companion begins to speak. The dark-haired woman believed that someone had acted on purpose, and then laughed. It appeared to Hindi that Ariana and Alejandro were already close. Hindi stated that he was sure that Ariana was busy with the newcomers, so what seemed to be the problem? He then asked Ariana to leave her wands behind and follow him, adding that Sir Alejandro wished to speak with her. The dark-haired woman wondered about Alejandro. The group continued to move through the city. Footsteps echoed through the halls. Ariana was relieved to have successfully infiltrated the place, but she was now faced with a leader already. Hindi asked Ariana what she thought about seeing a real dragon's nest, and he stated that it was as great and magnificent as the rumors indicated, and without a weapon. Ariana laughed, stating that wasn't what she was asking, and then asked what was. Hindi wondered what would happen if this was a Real. Hindi was concerned about Ariana's behavior. Hindi reminded Ariana that Priest Emil had told her that there were other spies here as well, and that she could call him Hindi, asking what proof she needed. Ariana then asked why Hindi had told her to leave her wands if they were on the same side. Hindi stated that Alejandro would also be without a weapon at the moment since he was working, and that Alejandro was a magic swordsman without his weapons, and Ariana was an aura user, so she shouldn't worry. Hindi was worried about what was going on. Hindi told someone that if they wanted to finish the job as soon as possible, they shouldn't do anything useless. The man who had been speaking warned that Elijah might notice something was amiss, urging haste. He reminded the other person that they were both hiding their true power levels. Adding to that, the woman with red hair considered that they could also be the ones receiving them, so Hindi should hurry and deal with this. Hindi, holding what appeared to be a door handle, stated that if she wanted to stop such sacrifices, she should do her best to obtain as much information from the interview as she could, regardless of whether this was a real dragon's nest or not. Meanwhile, Alejandro was being subjected to some kind of energy surge. He was told to make sure he wasn't too obvious. Elsewhere, someone stepped on a spot of blood. Back in a room, the woman with red hair called out to Hindi. As the energy surged through him, Alejandro wondered why all of a sudden. Hindi mused that a useful insect might be better than a harmful one, but either way, he didn't like bugs. Elsewhere, a figure was being bombarded with energy. The woman with red hair looked concerned. Hindi reflected that he pretty much knew since the time a level 50 came here. He added that thanks to the Order of Light, he was able to advertise himself. Hindi considered that if he was part of the Order of Light, then who might the little lady be? Deep within the cavern, a figure rested. The small dragon, weary from flight, admitted that they were sore all over and perhaps should take a break. The dark-haired woman suggested that the dragon, who she called Yuni, should allow her to get on so they could fly over to their room. The dragon asked if she had gotten something on her hand, but the woman dismissed it, saying it just felt weird. She explained that she usually felt a kind of static on her hands. The woman elaborated that this static allowed her to feel the person she was in contact with. However, she noted that the person she had just touched felt different. The dragon considered that it was familiar, but different at the same time. The woman exclaimed that it was this. She realized that the static was similar to Effer's and demanded to know why she wasn't told. The dragon wondered if that meant the person was a dragon, referring to Effer. The woman stated that they may. It was already too late. A building was struck by lightning. A surge of energy crackled through the air. The energy coalesced, focusing on a single point. The force of the blast sent Atis Infiter Ragnaraka flying. As she was sent hurtling backwards, Atis Infiter Ragnaraka realized she couldn't efficiently use her magic without any magic stones. The question of whether Dragon's Nest was the real thing or not weighed heavily on her mind. Meanwhile, another man considered that they need a legitimate reason to make a move, and to achieve that, they most likely sent an expert to investigate the place to begin with. The woman with red hair realized things seemed to have become clear, seeing as how they had killed an order's priest. The man with blue hair grinned, asking if she thought so. He didn't think it would matter if there were no witnesses. The woman with red hair was sent flying backwards. Lightning crackled as the man with blue hair watched. The woman with red hair was sent flying through the air. Elsewhere, a woman exclaimed that they were in trouble because they were already fighting. Another wondered if that meant he found out that she's a dragon, even though Alejandro couldn't see the dragon's core. The woman with dark hair stated that there was no way he'd know, but he used Dragon's Nest as bait. The man with blue hair mused that she was a level 45 mage, and there was only one way he could find out whether she's a dragon or not. Atis Infiter Ragnaraka was being forced to transform into her dragon form. Alejandro's companion questioned if Atis was even a dragon, pointing out that a normal person would die. Alejandro responded that he wouldn't care, stating that was the kind of person he was. It was becoming clear that if things continued as they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The woman with dark hair resolved to kill Atis before her identity as a dragon was revealed. The transformation was underway. A blue crystal materialized. Atis knew that since her magic was weak, she would have to at least dampen his attacks. She wondered what Alejandro's reasons were for creating a dragon's nest. Onfrost suggested that they try asking after they killed him. Onfrost declared that if they could stay alive long enough. Atis wondered if it was a physical attack. The attack landed. Atis was struck. The force of the attack sent Atis flying. The attack continued. Atis was being bombarded by attacks. Atis is struck by a powerful blow. The force of the attack shatters the ground around her. Meanwhile, Alejandro stands atop a structure formed of blue crystals. Alejandro wonders if Atis is already dead. The area around Atis erupts in flames. The flames engulf Atis. The attack seems to have landed, but Atis is still standing. Atis is surprised that the attack barely affected her. Another attack descends upon her. Alejandro remarks that even if she is imitating a dragon, she is still too weak or perhaps not even human. Atis thinks that she will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Effer is flying in the opposite direction, prompting concern from an unseen character. The unseen character states that they need to get to where Alejandro is, but another wonders what they're supposed to do there. Another unseen character realizes that Alejandro is going to force Atis to change into a dragon by driving her into a corner, and that it would be better if they stopped him. A character declares that they will kill her themselves, believing that if they don't stop Alejandro's plans, everyone will die. The dragon, Atis Infiter Ragnaraka, found the situation incredibly irritating. The woman with dark hair questioned the reason for Atis' annoyance. Atis admitted to being a coward, stating that even if that mage died, she would pretend not to know anything. She added that she didn't even know her and was sure she knew the risks. Atis expressed her deep-seated hatred for the fact that Yuni had to bloody her own hands, stating it was for the sake of others, something a person couldn't easily forget. The woman asked what Atis expected her to do, suggesting she be an onlooker again. Atis lamented being frightened and unable to do anything, stating she never wanted to be like that again. The woman declared that the only thing she could do right now was what she was doing, questioning what Atis expected her to do when there was nothing else she could do but this. That's why. Atis declared that this time, she would deal with it herself. Elsewhere, Leslie was restrained. Onfrost remarked that it was getting pretty boring and asked if the man was being honest about having another reason for coming here. Leslie stated that there was nothing he could gain from this. The man asked why she thought so, mentioning Dragon's Nest. The man explained that it could only be handled by dragons, and since they would need a dragon's core to collect life force, he wondered if Leslie could be a dragon. Leslie thought that, fortunately, this place was still incomplete as a dragon's nest, and that she didn't know what his goal was, but it wouldn't be easily obtained. The air crackled with tension. The man holding Leslie captive told her that she shouldn't be worried about whatever was happening. He threatened that he could crush her neck with a little more strength. The man gave Leslie one last chance to show her trump card, or he would let go and have her fall to her death. Leslie's neck was surrounded by crackling energy. Her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a different location, where the man was still holding Leslie captive. Two figures stood within the dragon's nest. One of them remarked that they were thinking of leveling up using the dragon's nest. The other responded that it was too bad because there was a slight problem that would prevent it from working. The man stated that they wouldn't be able to level up. The woman questioned what he meant by greater dragon. She realized that she wasn't the one gathering life force. The life force was gathering elsewhere. The life force was indeed gathering elsewhere. She wondered if the real dragon was over there. She was thankful that she was able to keep her identity safe and that no one would have thought there would be another dragon besides her. The man thought to himself, if everything was planned in order to bait a dragon, he considered himself a vicious schemer to create such an elaborate plan like this. He knew it was dangerous and that he needed to get out of here and quickly tell the order about this. The woman realized that she couldn't even lift a finger right now. The dragon's nest was... Another woman was glad it was over. The woman with red hair thought that it seemed there was a dragon that infiltrated the place on the other side of the building. The man thought that young lady over there was the dragon, but it looked like he was wrong. He wondered if it wouldn't be a good idea to go check it out. He knew that even if he did, it would be in human form and he'd have no way of knowing who it is. The man stated that they wouldn't be able to level up with a broken dragon's nest anyway. He made it so that all the bridges that lead outside a dragon's nest would explode as soon as it begins to operate, and it won't be able to escape in its human form, either. Onfrost's associate questioned if isolating the location was his intention from the start. Onfrost confirmed that if the young lady was indeed the dragon, he would capture her immediately. Meanwhile, Ellie walked away, leaving Onfrost and Atis Emphator Ragnaraka behind. Onfrost considered the troublesome prospect of future construction. Atis Emphator Ragnaraka, lying on the floor, heard Onfrost say that he was able to obtain something good to experiment on, so he was pretty satisfied. Onfrost apologized if he gave her hope that she be kept alive. He mused that the living state there wasn't all that great, so it would be a shame to waste any resources. Ellie questioned what Onfrost was talking about. Onfrost revealed that he had no idea this dragon's nest was broken. Ellie thought she might be the one to do it, and maybe even help fix this place. Atis Emphator Ragnaraka wondered if Ellie was trying to help her. Onfrost questioned if she was telling him to assign a job like that to a spy of the Order. Onfrost smiled. Onfrost stated that he liked it. He added that she wouldn't be able to escape anyway, so they might as well make her useful. He then put Ellie in charge of her, counting on her. Onfrost continued to smile. Footsteps echoed through the corridor. Atis Emphator Ragnaraka wondered if she was talking to Miss Magic Swordsman. Eligi suggested that they simply call her Eligi for the time being. She noted that her true identity had already been discovered, so there was no reason to hide her real name. Eligi's companion seemed surprised by this revelation, stammering out her name. Eligi carried the red-haired woman on her back, explaining that a magic swordsman could use force energy, making it easy to lift heavy things. She asked if she was uncomfortable. The red-haired woman insisted that she could walk, explaining that it felt wrong to be piggybacked by a lady. She pointed out that they were both women. The red-haired woman admitted that she felt bad about lying to Eligi before directing her to her room. The red-haired woman thanked Eligi for what she had done earlier, but Eligi insisted that she shouldn't be thanking her. Eligi simply acknowledged the thanks. The red-haired woman revealed that when she found out that Eligi was a dragon, she was truly thinking of killing her. Eligi questioned why she would say that, since she had seen that the dragon was elsewhere. She told the red-haired woman to stop trying to feign ignorance. The red-haired woman explained that she was guessing that Eligi had gathered a great amount of life force, and that it wasn't by normal means, which meant it was from the dungeon. She then asked how Eligi did it. Eligi admitted that she could feel the subtle flow of life force, and that she was able to learn more while carrying her. She decided that before she decided to cooperate with her, she needed to find out who was giving the orders. The red-haired woman stated that there was no one there and that the walls were thick. She revealed that her level was 35, while Eligi's was 45. She then explained that, because a magic swordsman requires a metal tool to use force, she was nothing but a regular human without one. The red-haired woman pointed out that she didn't have a sword or even a piece of metal on her. She added that it would be easy for a wandless mage like Eligi to kill her. The red-haired woman called out to Eligi, asking if Alejandro had asked her to get her to reveal her identity to her. Eligi denied that, stating that the dragon's nest was something evil created by greedy greater dragons. She insisted that she was not being tricked by him. Atis Emphator Ragnaraka declared that, despite being a descendant of the duty-bound fire dragons, she was hiding her true identity by taking on a human form. Instead of keeping her secret and helping her out, Atis was being attacked. The blue wyvern struck Atis. The dark-haired woman yelled. The wyvern demanded that they stop bullying her Uni, calling the attacker an evil dragon. The dark-haired woman sighed. Atis wondered if that was the dragon that operated the dragon's nest earlier. The dark-haired woman told the wyvern to hide, but the wyvern was yelling at her. She was sure it was a wyvern. The dark-haired woman explained that the wyvern's threat just now would have meant she wouldn't care if this one spread rumors of her identity. She added that it seemed that Atis' goal was the same as theirs, so she would tell her this. The dark-haired woman revealed that this child was responsible for operating the dragon's nest and pretending to be a dragon in place of her. And because of her, Alejandro's suspicion of her had disappeared. The wyvern declared that they were a genius, a talking wyvern that possessed a dragon core, and identified themselves as F-Fire. Attis was surprised to learn that the wyvern was F-Fire. F-Fire asked if she knew about them, and Attis confirmed that she had heard so much. Attis stated that she was truly grateful for F-Fire helping her hide her identity. She had even heard that F-Fire loaned him a whopping 300 EX. The wyvern responded that there was no way. Someone exclaimed that they were an otherworlder. Everything had gone wrong. Ryu Hanbin cursed under his breath, wondering how things had spiraled so far out of control. The situation was dire. Ryu Hanbin's face contorted in frustration as he tried to make sense of the chaos. He pleaded for the water to stop, but it was no use. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened in horror as the situation worsened. The high-grade automatic toilet, requiring level 12 to use, sprayed directly into Ryu Hanbin's eyes. 3 days had passed since Attis Amphitter Ragnaraka left for their mission, and in that time, the house had become a living hell. The high-grade water spout, requiring level 8 to use, continued to spray uncontrollably. Nothing was going Ryu Hanbin's way. He desperately needed clean water. Ryu Hanbin felt no different from a primitive man in that place, with the refrigerator destroyed and requiring level 8 to use. The cooking burners required level 8 to use, and Ryu Hanbin didn't have money to go to a restaurant. The top-grade safe, requiring level 33, warned that its contents would be destroyed if forcibly opened. If he didn't have money, he had to make money. There was only one way out. Ryu Hanbin declared his mission. The Onfrost Guild receptionist explained that, according to the Hunters Guild, a personal guard could not receive missions without the consent of their masters. The receptionist continued, stating that their policy concerning personal guards was a bit. Suddenly, an earthquake began. The receptionist exclaimed that it was an earthquake, but Ryu Hanbin realized the source was him. A man pleaded with Ryu Hanbin to calm down, promising to give him something in return. He explained that it would be a personal favor, so the reward wouldn't be significant. The man with glasses insisted that the size of the reward didn't matter. He sighed, admitting he shouldn't be doing this, and warned Ryu Hanbin not to tell anyone. The man with glasses recalled an event from a week prior. He had bought some new clothes to wear to a party, but couldn't find anything suitable, even after searching extensively 4 days before the event. After shuffling through his room for a while, the man with glasses found something nasty. He wondered if it was the criminal's hair, but lamented that he couldn't do much with just that. The man with glasses realized there was only one person who would come into his room and steal his clothes. He cursed his older brother of 9. The man with glasses wondered if this guy was Priest Emil. He recalled that Emil was jabbering about some sort of secret undercover mission and even touched his makeup. He questioned if Emil had a thing for undercover work. The man with glasses demanded that Ryu Hanbin track Emil down, get his clothes back, and burn him up. Ryu Hanbin replied that he would do what he could, thinking to himself that it was lucky for him to finally get mission. Ryu Hanbin realized he needed a lead to start tracking Emil. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to initiate his tracking skill using genetic information. Ryu Hanbin was surprised by the prompt. The system prompted Ryu Hanbin, asking if he would like to initiate his tracking skill. He thought to himself that he wished he had known sooner that he had a skill like this. Ryu Hanbin activated the tracking skill, thinking that he was thankful it was working. He reasoned that there shouldn't be anyone around this far from the city. He resolved to start tracking. The system began activating the tracking skill using genetic information, analyzing life force, and identifying it as prana. It searched for individuals with prana energy within the area, finding 312. It also searched for individuals with similar characteristics within the area, finding 24. The system found one individual and prepared to start tracking. Tracking was complete. Ryu Hanbin looked on with a serious expression. The system warned that the individual was on the move, therefore the location may not be precise. The tracking skill cooldown was 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds. Hanbin continued to look on. He wondered if he should just wait for Attis at home. A cave entrance sat in the side of a mountain. A hulking figure stood in the darkness. The figure demanded to be told something. The figure in the cave demanded to know where Priest Emil had hidden the item received from the spy. Under duress, the priest insisted he didn't know. The interrogator revealed that they already knew Hindi was a spy, and that Sir Alejandro was in league with him, demanding if Emil understood the gravity of the situation. The hulking figure realized that the artificial guideline had a serious side effect. Growing impatient, the interrogator threatened to rip the priest's mouth apart if he didn't start talking. The hell dog's eyes narrowed. The priest, terrified, asked who the hell dog was. The hell dog lamented that Emil didn't know who he was, though it made sense since he had been researching the underground dragon's nest the whole time, declaring that he was the one responsible for creating the artificial guideline and products like this. The priest, in disbelief, questioned how the hell dog dared to change humans that were created by Althea, the goddess of light. The priest called the hell dog foul for turning humans into foul things and calling them products. The hell dog, enraged, exclaimed how uncivilized it was to not know that the true value of humans didn't lie in appearances. The priest was sure it wasn't easy getting to that level. The hell dog questioned why the priest leveled up in the first place, if it wasn't because he wanted to be acknowledged as a human being, stating that humans' worth lies in their level and that the guideline helps to realize that worth, adding that this process is a blessing since it helps the individual to be transformed into a more efficient form. The hell dog told the priest to stop bullshitting, stating that if worthless beings like him were to get stronger, he should realize how big of a sacrifice it would be. The hell dog stated that it wasn't any different from what the world is like now anyway, adding that the weak are consumed and that a genuine artificial guideline is just about to be completed. The priest, caught off guard, stammered, realizing he had revealed too much. Suddenly, a grotesque eelworm emerged from the priest's mouth. The eelworm, it was revealed, entered the body through the nose, consuming the brain and weakening the host's willpower, making them easily controlled. The priest, now under the eelworm's influence, thought that he needed to inform the order. Dust billowed as something approached. The approaching figure moved with great speed. The priest's eyes widened in alarm. A figure emerged from a portal. Ryu Hanbin, having located the priest, announced his presence. The priest, surprised, questioned why Ryu Hanbin was there, revealing that Emil had been tasked with bringing him in. The priest wondered if the order had sent Ryu Hanbin to bring him back, realizing that the Order of Light had other spies besides him. Ryu Hanbin, confused, asked what was wrong with the priest's face. The situation had become completely chaotic. Ryu Hanbin questioned the priest. The priest, now fully overtaken, declared that Ryu Hanbin was Valterra. The beast-like creatures stood over Ryu Hanbin, who was struggling to comprehend the situation. One of the creatures questioned what Ryu Hanbin was. The creature wondered if Ryu Hanbin was a person, since monsters wouldn't know what a Valterra was. He then considered how he was supposed to act like a Valterian and whether he should still try talking to them. The lizard-like creature stated that even a real Valterra wouldn't be able to beat them. He mused that Ryu Hanbin looked like a lizard, but he remembered learning that Rathna had many intelligent subspecies. The creatures wondered if Ryu Hanbin was a beast person, but recalled that there were no beast people in Rathna. Ryu Hanbin thought that he hadn't completely gotten used to living there, and told himself that he shouldn't show any racial discrimination. The creatures prepared to attack. The lizard-like creature used Fierce Tiger Palm and Death Serpent Palm. Ryu Hanbin was shocked by the attack. The attack landed. The force of the blow reverberated through the area. Ryu Hanbin realized that was it. The lizard-like creature remarked that this was all because Ryu Hanbin was prancing around pretending to be a Valterra when he was only a level 5. The creatures looked down at Ryu Hanbin. The wolf-like creature noted that Ryu Hanbin was still alive and wondered if they had held back their strength. One of the hell dogs addressed Ryu Hanbin, calling him a self-proclaimed Valterra and demanding to know if he had anything to say. It offered to entertain him, suggesting they might let him go. Ryu Hanbin, still kneeling, responded that he didn't know if they would believe him. The hell dog noticed that he seemed completely unharmed. He apologized, explaining that he never thought the cave was their home and that he didn't mean to make a hole in it. Another hell dog remarked that Ryu Hanbin wouldn't forgive them so easily if they were in his position. It recalled when a huge hell dog completely destroyed its home, stating that it completely understood how Ryu Hanbin felt. The first hell dog continued, saying it didn't know what the yellow-haired man Ryu Hanbin captured did wrong, but it would take him back after Ryu Hanbin fixed up their house. Elsewhere, a man wondered if Valterra was trying to negotiate with them. He guessed it made sense that not all Valterra were the same. He suddenly realized that Valterra didn't know the identity of those two. The man exclaimed that those two weren't human. Back at the cave, Ryu Hanbin was told to take a good look at them. The hell dogs confirmed that they were not human. Ryu Hanbin admitted he didn't know what the hell they were. One of the hell dogs stated that it made them want to eat him up, and the other agreed. The hell dog, identified as level 62 and of the species who, Dim, declared it would be happy as long as it could kill and eat Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin noticed that the hell dog's level went up and its name changed, realizing that their forms weren't the only thing that changed. Ryu Hanbin felt his humanity slipping away as he faced the hell dog. The creature seemed to mock him, asking if this was what he called liberation. He realized that they weren't human. The ground exploded as the hell dog moved. With a burst of speed, Ryu Hanbin scaled the cliff face. He realized what this meant. Nearby, another figure lay on the ground, babbling about experiments gone wrong and Rathnians with artificial guidelines. The babbling figure continued, stating that once an experiment runs wild, they won't be any different from an otherworlder. The figure continued to ramble, stating that a Rathnian who kills another Rathnian will go berserk and that they are as strong as boss monsters. Ryu Hanbin, looking down, was shocked by what he saw. The hell dog's foot crashed into the ground, shattering the earth. Ryu Hanbin realized that they were monsters. He steeled himself, thinking that they should have just... He recalled someone telling him this. The hell dog's shadow loomed. The hell dog's massive form crashes through the wooden structure, splintering it into pieces. The monster's tail whips around, demolishing what remains of the building. The force of the hell dog's attack sends debris flying in all directions. Elsewhere, The landscape stretches out, a coastline meeting a vast, arid plain. A figure, trapped in a dark place, babbles incoherently, repeating that it's over. The name, Valterra, echoes with a desperate urgency. The sun sets over a rugged, mountainous landscape, casting long shadows across the terrain. A hand places a small offering before a grave marker. The inscription reads, "I'm sorry, Priest Emil." Ryu Hanbin reflects on his limitations, lamenting that this is all he could find and wishing he wasn't so weak. Elsewhere, two figures have barely escaped through an ant tunnel. One of the figures, seemingly rescued, thanks Valterra, who responds that he was just about to look for him. Valterra then asks if they should head back to the city, prompting an apology from the rescued figure. Ryu Hanbin looks on with a shocked expression. Another figure laments that Alejandro found out about everything and that it is all his fault, mentioning Sir Atis. The weight of the situation is heavy on the man. Ryu Hanbin, visibly shocked by what he saw, demanded to know where Dragon's Nest was. Sir Alejandro was informed that the only thing the artificial guideline could absorb was experience points. Because life force contained experience points and life energy, the excess life energy would kill the person without a force. The man with blue hair responded that it didn't matter, as they were only testing to see if the Dragon's Nest would operate properly. The other man stated that he understood and was told to increase the amount of life force. The artificial guideline continued to absorb the life force. The absorption continued. Suddenly, Alejandro was informed that operations had ceased. He guessed that it really didn't work. It was determined that to complete a genuine artificial guideline, they would need a humanoid guideline, a dragon core, and a working dragon's nest to infuse massive amounts of life force into the dragon core. It was reported that rebuilding the destroyed dragon's nest had been completed, but it had started to shut down after starting up recently. The man with the blue hair stated that he was sure there weren't any problems with the great dragon's blueprints. The man with the blue hair looked on. Elsewhere, a man lay unconscious. A hand reached out. A strange, segmented worm-like creature approached. The worm-like creature approached the unconscious man's foot. As expected, another key was required to operate the device. He had gone to procure some testing materials a few days prior, but they hadn't heard from him since. The mention of testing materials led them to believe Priest Emil was involved. He had supposedly left with 2 level 60 testing subjects who possessed tracking abilities. A level 60 testing subject was said to be similar in power to a dungeon boss. The man wondered why Emil hadn't returned yet. Someone capable of facing 2 level 60 subjects could only mean heresy inquisitors? Things were getting out of hand. He ordered the test subjects to be gathered and instructed to guard the deepest basement. The deepest basement meant the life force fusion. The man wondered how many he should send. All of them. It had been a week since Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka came to Dragon's Nest. During that time, Atis and Alija Yuni had been continually investigating every corner of Dragon's Nest. Being a dragon, Atis seemed to know a lot about Dragon's Nest, which seemed to have relieved Yuni somewhat. But since the Wyvern score 154 was a large body, they hadn't been able to help them out at all. Which was why Wyvern score 154 hadn't talked to Yuni much lately. And since they were left by themselves all day, they were a little bored and lonely, but it wasn't like they had that much free time. They were busy trying to complete their dragon core. Wyvern score 154 was determined to change Yuni's perception of them. They resolved to completely ignore her before she could even form an opinion. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the area as Wyvern score 154 called out to Yuni. Wyvern score 154 expressed that they had a good feeling about the day, attributing it to the development of their dragon core. Meanwhile, Atis asked if her wound was okay, but Leslie dismissed it as a scratch, stating that something like that was nothing among hunters. Atis apologized for comparing herself to hunters. Wyvern score 154 scoffed, wondering why a dragon was being such a crybaby over something so small. The others asked if they had learned anything through today's exploration. They responded that they hadn't found anything special, which Atis found strange, as she recalled that the dragon's nest was said to be broken. Leslie stated that she thought she knew the reason why it wasn't working properly. Leslie explained that it was because of Wyvern score 154's dragon core, and that it was the key to operate it. Atis recalled that Wyvern score 154 had been hit with blasts of life force when they first tried to escape. She added that Wyvern score 154's newly created dragon core became registered as the key for the dragon's nest. It was explained that because Wyvern score 154's dragon core wasn't complete, and although they could materialize life force, they still couldn't absorb it. That was why they weren't able to absorb the life force there, and also the reason why it looked as if the dragon's nest was broken. Wyvern score 154 realized that they were the super important key to solving all problems, and that it was up to them to hurry and complete their dragon core so that they could absorb the life force. Atis and Leslie looked on. Leslie declared that they were stopping that plan. It was revealed that there was one other way to complete Dragon's Nest. Leslie explained that the life force fusion was located at the heart of the Dragon's Nest, down in the basement. Her plan was to go down there and directly absorb the life force. She added that she would also go down and look for the fusion with Atis. Meanwhile, a small dragon was working hard to escape. Suddenly, Leslie heard a strange sound and wondered what it was. The pair realized the sound was coming from underground. The other woman seemed shocked as she wondered if the sound was coming from the underground testing lab. Nearby villagers looked on in fear. A monstrous creature thought only of meat, driven by its hunger. The creature fixated on its desire for meat. The creature, identified as level 51, was of an unknown species. The villagers scattered as the creature approached. The monster's hunger grew. It roared, driven by its insatiable hunger. Leslie dismissed the idea that it was trying to escape, judging by how it destroyed the ground as it came out. She asked if there were any hunters on standby below, but was told that even if there were, they would be below level 40. Being level 45, she was the only one that was closest to its level. Leslie realized there was a 6-level difference, and that attacking from a distance didn't seem to work at all. Leslie ordered Effort to take her up in the air. The wyvern resolved to follow through. With a surge of power, it prepared to act. Meanwhile, Leslie called out to Effort, warning them of the danger and urging them to return. Leslie's expression was one of concern. Below, one of the villagers, his leg injured, urged Mr. Carlander and the others to flee. The level 51 monster roared, its massive mouth wide open. A blast of energy shot forth. The monster unleashed its attack, sending a wave of destruction towards the fleeing villagers. The wyvern descended rapidly, intercepting the blast. The monster fixated on the wyvern, declaring it bird meat. The wyvern retorted, questioning who the monster was calling bird meat and declaring that it didn't need it. The monster dismissed any fire spells from Miss Atis, stating that even at level 51, it was still a monster and commanded the wyvern to eat Big Bird. The monster continued to fixate on the wyvern, calling it bird. The wyvern dodged the incoming attack. The wyvern noted the monster's speed. The wyvern unleashes a blast of energy. But the level 51 monster counters with its own energy attack. The wyvern's attack is deflected. The wyvern thinks that the monster could never catch him. The monster's attack explodes against the ground. The wyvern descends, preparing to strike. The wyvern taunts the monster, telling it to eat this if it's so hungry. The wyvern unleashes a powerful blast of energy. The level 51 monster inhales deeply, smelling the energy. The monster thinks that it smells good. The wyvern is caught off guard as the monster prepares to devour the attack. It was surprising to hear that Alejandro was considering taking the artifact with him. That was the first time the woman had heard Alejandro say, "You never know what might happen." Alejandro mused that they seemed to be getting entangled with either the Heresy Inquisitors or some other annoying group. He planned on taking care of them, so they wouldn't bother them from completing their work. The woman asked what they should do if a dragon appeared while Alejandro was gone. Alejandro assured her that he had already taken care of that. Elsewhere, a young man looked up, his expression one of shock. The young man's eyes widened in terror. Back in a room, the woman was told that the test subjects were useless and was ordered to go down to the basement and check on them. Alejandro thought it might be a better idea if he went down to see for himself. He lamented that it would have been nice if he had more than one body, since the situation required his attention as well. High above, a wyvern soared through the sky. A monstrous creature roared. A hand reached out to touch a serpentine creature. Another creature exclaimed that it should be saying something. The wyvern flew through the air. Atis Emphater Ragnaraka demands that Epher come down, her voice filled with urgency as the red-haired woman is accompanied by another. Meanwhile, Alejandro realizes that Atis is planning to use the dragon's nest. Below, the wyvern flies towards the dragon's nest. Epher recalls being told that they were the key to the dragon's nest and steels themselves, resolving to do it. The wyvern soars through the sky. They plummet downwards. The wyvern dives into the mouth of a monstrous creature. A surge of energy erupts. The energy explodes outwards. The dragon's nest crumbles. Dust and debris fill the air. Atis calls out to Epher. She continues to shout Epher's name. Atis demands an answer from Epher. A monstrous roar echoes. With the dragon's nest collapsing around them, the wyvern stood firm, protecting Ellie. The wyvern's head turned as Ellie exclaimed that she had done it, and that the monster had exploded, but she was fine. The wyvern and Ellie were seen from a distance. Atis urged them to leave now and hurry. The wyvern's eyes widened. Atis was seen leaping towards the wyvern and Ellie. The wyverns I was shown in detail. The wyvern recalled Atis' words, that they were planning on running away, and that she begged him not to kill the wyvern. Alejandro remarked that the wyvern having a dragon core was beyond his expectations for Ellie. The wyverns I was shown in detail. Ellie was reminded that Alejandro had told her before that there were no second chances. Alejandro smirked, stating that there were no second chances. Alejandro watched as Leslie was sent flying. Leslie prepared to attack. Leslie unleashed a fiery attack. The fiery attack engulfs the area. Meanwhile, Ellie stands ready, her sword glowing with power. She wonders if the man beside her has already won that lady over to his side as well. The man beside Ellie comments on her speed. Elsewhere, another woman stands ready, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka urges someone to hurry, warning that it will be all over if they get caught. The wyvern descends. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka prepares to strike. Leslie prepares another attack. The wyvern's wing cuts through the air. Ellie prepares to strike. Atis Infidor Ragnaraka and Leslie face each other, energy crackling between them. The wyvern lands. The woman, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, looks on with a sinister expression. A figure is struck by a massive blow. Two figures stand on a distant cliff, having come all this way because they heard that dragons. The man with the sword and his companion continued their search. Ryu Hanbin expressed his frustration, noting that all the mountains looked the same. His companion suggested he look more carefully, pointing out that the place should be similar to his hometown. The companion continued, reminding Ryu Hanbin that the whole situation was due to a spy who didn't even know the enemy's location. He reminded Ryu Hanbin that he was a high-ranking priest, and if he went into enemy territory, there would be no one to make the report. The man in the robe countered that it couldn't be helped, as he was the secret contact on the outside. He then asked if the ant was sure they were going the right way. The ant responded with a questioning tone. The narrator noted that Ryu Hanbin's appearance had also completely turned into a monster. The robe man questioned why Ryu Hanbin was feeding the ant a cow. He stated that it would be impossible to find a dragon's nest like this, and they should go back to the order and get some soldiers. He wondered why the ant would be eating grass from his home if it was originally human. He also considered that the ant might not have gotten any reports of Sir Atis' death. The robe man considered what Ryu Hanbin could be going through while they were fooling around like this. The robe man stated that he wasn't angry at Ryu Hanbin, but that he shouldn't be saying that since he was responsible for this. The robe man recalled telling Ryu Hanbin that he could die if he went, and that he treated him like he was weak. He thought that what he said wasn't completely wrong, and in the end, he was right. The man with the robe thought to himself that he was only making excuses, since he would be the one who'd be having a hard time if Atis wasn't there. The robe man chuckled, and Ryu Hanbin asked what was so funny. Ryu Hanbin thought that Valteras were barbarians who loved blood and guts. Ryu Hanbin's companion noted that they could also worry about their companions, and that Ryu Hanbin was quite different from what the rumors said. Ryu Hanbin asked what he meant by worry, stating that blood and guts were the best. The pair continued their journey through the mountains. The two men wondered if the flash they saw was lightning. His companion dismissed the idea, stating that it shot up from the ground. Ryu Hanbin realized that it must have been a magic swordsman. The man exclaimed that if it was a skill from a magic swordsman that could be seen from all the way over here, then it must be Alejandro. He added that they could finally return to the order and bring back troops. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin continued to crawl forward, his sword dragging behind him. The man from before started to say, "Don't tell me. You're going to—" Suddenly, a foot stomped down. A powerful force erupted from the ground. The force shot toward a distant mountain. The figure stood amidst a surge of energy. Two figures clashed, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks and energy. The woman with red hair realized that they wouldn't be able to back out once Alejandro discovered that Efer had a dragon core. She knew she was the only one who could fight him right now. A massive claw emerged, and the realization dawned. It was a dragon. Lightning crackled around a massive structure, hinting at the power contained within. It had taken longer than expected. But a dragon core pulsed with energy. A man congratulated Efer, who lay defeated. Efer was told not to be like that, and to just pretend they never had one in the first place. Someone declared that there was no need for the girls to be so torn up about it. Two figures stood ready to fight. The woman with red hair wondered why she was not. Leslie and Alejandro discussed countermeasures against the dragon. It appeared Alejandro had planned this after learning Atis' identity. Alejandro's necklace was a unique item, a polymorph necklace with the ability to transform a dragon into a human. Using it, he ensured that dragons within the vicinity were unable to morph into their original forms. Leslie realized it was a unique item, but there was no other way to fight against him. Ellie stood ready, her sword drawn. Alejandro declared that the only thing left to complete the artificial guideline was his guideline, and ordered everyone in Dragon's Nest to go. Leslie warned that if he didn't, Miss Aligi would be in danger. Aligi called out to Ellie. Alejandro thought that she would know him by now, since they had spent so much time together. He questioned if she really thought he took all that time gathering so many Rathnians just for nothing. Ellie found it strange that all this life force was gathered here, and she couldn't feel a thing. She wondered if life force could be contained in a non-inanimate object. Leslie told her not to tell her, stating that Dragon's Nest wasn't a storage facility, but the Rathnians were used to extract life force from humans and other living creatures. Leslie was shocked. It was explained that even if their plans were successful, all those Rathnians would still die. Alejandro stood firm. Ellie questioned how Alejandro could do something like that to other beings, being human himself. A blade descends, poised to strike. The attacker questions if their target is even human. Alejandro sneers, dismissing his target as nothing but a mob. The blade finds its mark, and Ellie cries out in pain. Elsewhere, Atis Infetor Ragnar AK shouts in distress. Atis Infetor Ragnar AK tries to stop Alejandro, but is too late. Atis Infetor Ragnar AK believes this is all her fault. Atis Infetor Ragnar AK is in distress. Meanwhile, someone muses about using a recovery device on an artificial guideline test subject. The individual admits they never expected to use the device on Ellie. The figure states that Ellie should be grateful to them. Ellie, wounded, is shocked to hear that the person before her is the one who helped her meet her dead mother. It is explained that to lessen the side effects of the artificial guideline, genetic data similar to one's own is needed. Alejandro wonders if that is too difficult for a Rathnian to understand, but dismisses it as unimportant. The figure states that since not knowing will let Ellie die more peacefully. A figure is engulfed in flames. The flames roar intensely. Amidst the inferno, a figure plummets downwards. Eligi shouts. Another figure prepares to strike with a sword. The figure with the sword yells as Eligi falls. Another person yells, Yini. Wyvern flies through the air. Below, a figure falls. Eligi calls out to Ephor. The red-haired woman wonders if the two will be okay, but then steels herself, deciding that this isn't the time to worry about them. She decides to trust that the two will be all right and do what she can. The red-haired woman prepares to give it her all. Energy gathers. The energy explodes. A surge of fiery energy erupts. The energy intensifies, crackling with destructive power. The red-haired woman recalls that the magic stones are already in place. She remembers keeping her opponent alive because they seemed like a strong mob, but now believes they picked the wrong opponent. The man declares that if they really want to die, he will grant their wish. He vows to fry them to a crisp with his high voltage. The red-haired woman is struck by a powerful blow. She wonders if this is the end, realizing that if Eligi and Ephor are still alive, they would probably destroy the life force fusion that's located underground. This would put a stop in Alejandro's plans. She wonders if she did a good job as the head of the Bannister family. But she realizes that without her, Hanbin will be troubled. The impact of the blow sends debris flying. The ground erupts as something crashes down. Someone wonders if something like a bomb dropped from the sky, and if something broke because of Ephor earlier. The red-haired woman is shocked, finding the situation impossible. Hanbin apologizes for coming on his own while she's working, stating that it's great that Atis is alive, and that it looks like Emil pissed his pants for nothing. Hanbin questions why he is there. Atis Infetor Ragnar AK, kneeling on the ground, wondered what had just happened. She realized that Hanbin looked like she couldn't do anything with her strength alone, but that she really did try her best. Atis heard someone call her pathetic. Meanwhile, a figure in armor approached, asking what the construction workers were whispering about, and stating that they weren't done here. Another figure told him not to, but in and scram, stating that there was no way a level 5 would survive falling from the sky like that, and wondered if he was hiding underground, before saying he would give them 3 seconds. The armored figure was struck. The attacker called him a pervert. The force of the blow sent the armored figure flying. The attacker landed a powerful blow. Atis thought to herself that Hanbin didn't know that she disguised herself as a girl in order to infiltrate this place. The armored figure was sent crashing through a wall. The attacker stood amidst the rubble, as Atis thought he was a trashy-ass bastard, and wondered how he could make a guy. Atis thought that he was misunderstanding something, and wondered if Alejandro was dead, and why his level was so high, and if he was the leader. The armored figure thought that he wasn't confident in his punches, and that someone at his level would get his bones crushed, but it wouldn't kill him. The armored figure also thought that if Hanbin's bones get crushed, doesn't that normally lead to death? Atis thought that anyway, she would have died without his help, and that she didn't have anything to say if he told her that she was useless. Atis' savior stood tall, dismissing the idea that something so trivial could stop him. Meanwhile, a surge of energy erupted from the ground. Elsewhere, a figure observed the scene, remarking that a single punch wasn't enough. Atis realized that he was absorbing the life force around him. The ground trembled as the energy intensified. The energy surged around Ryu Hanbin, enveloping him in a vibrant aura. Another figure, fueled by the same energy, cursed the mobs. The woman screamed at her opponent, calling him a bastard. Below, another figure lay prone on the ground. Suddenly, the woman's sword crackled with energy. The blade glowed with a menacing, pinkish-red aura. The woman's face contorted in rage. The wyvern crashed through the ceiling. The tunnel stretched far below. Nearby, a sword lay abandoned, stained with blood. The wyvern lay motionless amidst the rubble, as the woman called out to it. She desperately urged the wyvern to get up. The wyvern realized that her heart wasn't beating. The wyvern cried out, declaring it was her fault. The wyvern cradled the woman in its arms. The unconscious woman lay still in the wyvern's arms. Energy crackled around her. She coughed violently. Her eyes snapped open as she called out, "You Yuni." Meanwhile, a surge of energy erupted from the dragon's nest. Someone wondered if he injected the dragon core into himself. The man with the dark hair questioned what a dragon core was and told the other not to tell him it was his. The other man responded, telling him not to worry because that guy doesn't know that he's a dragon. The woman with the red hair asked if he could normally recover health using a dragon core. She explained that usually when you hunt one, the amount of life force that remains in the dragon core is low, so it would be nearly impossible. The man with the dark hair thought that if it's here at a dragon's nest, then it can be done, since there will be plenty of life force left to absorb. The man with the blue hair was sure the guideline said he was level 5. The woman with the red hair wondered where his strength comes from. The man with the dark hair asked who the hell he was. The man with the dark hair smirked. He declared himself a genuine Volturian warrior. The man with the blue hair yelled at him for his perverted actions. He told him that if he sincerely apologized, then he will let him leave here alive. The woman with the red hair asked if he can't be serious. She told him that there's no reason for them to butt into this business. She said that they just need to hold out until Priest Emil reports this location to the Order and comes back with reinforcements, and that guy is a part of. The Volturian warrior stared down at the figure below, who remained silent about their identity. He resolved to uncover everything about them, regardless. If they were an outside variable to his plans, Ryu Hanbin would find out everything about them. When a magic swordsman covered his body with his force, the surrounding energy rose up from the ground into the air. This technique was known as the magic swordsman's path of lightning. Enemies facing this skill could see the caster leave a trail of sparks behind as they rushed towards them. This was why it was also called footsteps of lightning. Ryu Hanbin prepared to strike. He was ready to test his opponent. The Volturian warrior declared that he would find out what level they were hiding. The warrior lunged. Ariana Staya observed that his speed was so fast that it was hard for her eyes to follow him. She wondered if he was not using his full strength as he was fighting her. Ryu Hanbin asked if this meant they were not going to bother hiding the fact that they were an otherworlder. The warrior stated that if they were at least level 50, then their neck would have been lopped off with this attack. He noted that they had such an indifferent expression after learning that he was an otherworlder. Ryu Hanbin decided to see if they were over level 60. He thought that bastards with regenerative abilities were so annoying. Ryu Hanbin considered his approach, realizing that to gather information about Great Earth, he would need to fight his opponent at arm's length. The energy around him intensified. Meanwhile, the opponent thought it might be a good idea not to evade the attack, unless they wanted to see the person behind them shredded to pieces. Ariana Staya watched intently. Ryu Hanbin knew that the movements of his weapons would cause his force to spin, increasing the attack power of his skill beyond his control. Lightning slash. The attack surged forward. The opponent wondered aloud how many pieces they would be ripped apart into. The force of the attack intensified. Lightning crackled around Ryu Hanbin's arm. The opponent's eyes widened. The attack landed with devastating force. The opponent was struck by the full force of the lightning slash. The opponent reiterated that it might be a good idea not to evade the attack, unless they wanted their arms sliced up as soon as they lost strength. The opponent, feeling the impact, exclaimed in shock at Ryu Hanbin's strength, wondering what level he thought he was. The force of Ryu Hanbin's attack reverberated through the area. Meanwhile, Atis called out, urging Hanbin to wait. Ryu Hanbin was surprised, realizing he could hear Atis' voice in his head. Atis explained that it was a one-way telepathic skill, allowing him to hear her thoughts, and that she had something important to tell him. She revealed that Alejandro was currently operating Dragon's Nest, using the facility to absorb the life force of the people there to heal himself. Atis warned that killing Alejandro would cause the place to spin out of control, causing the lower-leveled humans to lose their life force and die. Hanbin realized that the only way to prevent that was to destroy the life force fusion, which would be difficult to do while facing Alejandro. Despite the risks, Atis insisted that they had to kill him. She stated that if Ryu Hanbin hadn't come there in the first place, she would have died. Even so, Atis would still do all she could to kill Alejandro, and the death that followed wouldn't be Ryu Hanbin's fault. Atis admitted that even if she went underground, she couldn't guarantee that she'd succeed in finding the fusion, acknowledging that her stubbornness had gotten her into this mess. Therefore, Atis resolved to stop being a burden. Ryu Hanbin flicked Atis on the forehead. Alejandro, lying on the ground, watched the exchange. Atis, surprised by Ryu Hanbin's action, questioned what he was doing and why he was giving such a long explanation. She urged Ryu Hanbin to destroy the fusion, promising to do her best to keep Alejandro from interfering. Atis knew that even Ryu Hanbin's strength wouldn't make him immune to Alejandro's dangerous attacks. She felt responsible, knowing she had started this. Ryu Hanbin smiled, telling her to make it quick so they could go home. Atis looked on. She watched Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin told Atis that he would be back. Meanwhile, the small dragon watched them from afar, thinking that Ryu Hanbin was too delicate for a dragon. Ryu Hanbin noticed the small dragon, wondering why he was still there and if there wasn't something more important for him to do. Alejandro mused that it wasn't as if he hadn't planned for a situation where a weakling would try to go after him. Alejandro thought that his plans may have been interrupted somewhat, but something like this was fine, since Ryu Hanbin wouldn't be able to kill him. Alejandro decided he would just have to beat Ryu Hanbin's ass without killing him. The group continued their journey through the dark corridors. The wyvern was instructed to head down the second path and go straight. Effer noted that she could feel more life force and that they were getting closer to the fusion. The wyvern asked if she wasn't pushing herself too much without the guideline. Effer thought to herself that just because her ability disappeared didn't mean it was gone. She also knew that Alejandro may have placed subordinates around, but they wouldn't know about her betraying him. Even if they successfully disrupted his plans, it didn't guarantee they'd get out safely, and she never knew things would get this complicated. The wyvern apologized, but Effer told him that there was no need for that. Effer stated that she would do whatever it takes to survive, so she could wander around the world. She admitted that she honestly wanted to see Alejandro's expression when they destroyed this place, and that she never thought of ending it here like this. The wyvern asked if they could ask Miss Atis to explain their situation. Effer told him that they were all going on a trip. Okay. Suddenly, Effer coughed up blood, and she realized that Yuni. The wyvern noticed that the shaking caused Effer's wound to worsen. He stated that Miss Atis must be fighting and that they should hurry. Effer could feel the life force slowly being released from a while ago, and she thought it was either that or the feeling of her injury. Effer called out to Yuni. The wyvern asked if she was sure this was the right way and what was wrong. Effer stated that she could feel strong life force from over there and that she was sure the fusion was there. The wyvern realized that Yuni couldn't feel them and then asked if everything here was. Effer realized that something happened here. Effer stood over a figure lying on the ground, noticing signs of a recent struggle. Effer wondered aloud who Alejandro was talking about, realizing that someone had been there recently. Elsewhere, a hulking figure questioned why his prayers had gone unanswered, declaring that he would complete his holy duty. Meanwhile, the wyvern descended a long staircase, with a winged monster in pursuit. The winged monster carried a dark-haired woman with a bandaged arm. The winged monster unleashed a blast of energy. The blast struck the wyvern, sending it crashing to the ground. The hulking figure, now enraged, shouted a challenge. He demanded to know how they dared disrupt his mission. A red-haired woman lamented that Priest Hindi, originally over level 50, had become a test subject. She declared that they were not his enemy, but had come to destroy the place as part of their duty. The hulking figure roared that anyone who got in the way of his duty would face his wrath. The red-haired woman stood defiantly before the hulking figure and the winged monster. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin was struck by a powerful blast of energy. The blast of energy crackled, a display of raw power. The energy continued to surge, a torrent of destructive force. The landscape around the two figures began to crumble and break apart from the sheer force of the energy. The magic swordsman's blade shimmered with power. The magic swordsman observed that his opponent's fighting style had many openings, but wondered if his strength and speed were covering for them. He admitted that Ryu Hanbin would indeed be dangerous for him. The magic swordsman continued to analyze Ryu Hanbin. The magic swordsman declared that if he could cut off Ryu Hanbin's head, that would be that. The magic swordsman prepared to strike. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that he would not let himself get hit by a punch that refuses to kill him. He realized he had already figured out the magic swordsman's fighting style, and that the magic swordsman had never faced an enemy who wields lightning. Ryu Hanbin prepared to counterattack. The magic swordsman exclaimed that he was originally an expert at PvP. The magic swordsman declared that it would be easy dealing with Ryu Hanbin after he fell to the ground. The two warriors clashed, their battle reaching a fever pitch. The magic swordsman unleashed a flash of lightning. The solar lightning flash exploded with immense power. The solar lightning flash erupted, bathing the area in blinding light. The energy crackled and surged, a display of raw power. The magic swordsman declared that the moment Ryu Hanbin swung his large sword, he would be completely defenseless. The swordsman's lightning spear descended upon Ryu Hanbin, the magic swordsman declaring it was game over. The magic swordsman sneered, confident that level 68 monsters underground would have taken care of Ryu Hanbin's friend. The lightning spear continued its descent. The lightning spear struck the ground with tremendous force. The impact shattered the ground, sending tremors through the area. The magic swordsman looked on in disbelief. He was wondering how strong Ryu Hanbin was after bragging so much, as Ryu Hanbin had broken the lightning spear with his hands. Ryu Hanbin stood defiantly, the magic swordsman thinking it impossible for him to be uninjured by the attack, assuming he was heavily injured and just trying to remain calm, and wondering if he had some kind of trump card. Ryu Hanbin revealed that his Atis was a level 67 dragon, prompting the magic swordsman to question if he meant a dragon. The magic swordsman began to laugh maniacally. His expression was one of dark amusement. The magic swordsman stated that if Ryu Hanbin's trump card was that his companion was a dragon, he now felt bad. Ryu Hanbin is shocked to hear that Atis cannot transform into a dragon. Meanwhile, Raud smirks, revealing that he has a unique item. Elsewhere, Onfrost is searching for something. The dark-haired woman is surprised by what is happening. Aligi is calling out to someone as she holds a glowing object, realizing what it is. Suddenly, a dragon appears. The dark-haired woman watches as the dragon appears. The dragon's face is shown in detail. The battle between the priest Hindi and the others continued. The priest Hindi, in his transformed state, expressed disbelief that he had fallen so low. The priest Hindi and Ryu Hanbin clashed. The wyvern joined the fight. The wyvern and Ryu Hanbin moved in tandem against the priest Hindi. The priest Hindi roared, his massive form looming over Ryu Hanbin. The wyvern and Ryu Hanbin continued their assault. The priest Hindi was struck by the combined assault. The priest Hindi continued to battle against Ryu Hanbin and the wyvern. The wyvern and Ryu Hanbin pressed their attack. Elsewhere, someone called out to Atis, asking what had happened to Alejandro and who was fighting above ground. The dragon-like creature explained that his friend was doing his best to hold Alejandro off, but to defeat him, they had to cut off his connection to the life force fusion. The dragon-like creature stated that there should be something to stop the facility from exploding. The dragon-like creature declared that he would deal with Priest Hindi, so, in the meantime, the force of the impact reverberated through the area. Another shock wave followed. Atis Amphitor Ragnarake urged them to leave Hindi to destroy everything. However, another voice countered that destroying the facility itself would trigger an explosion that would kill them all. They believed there should be a channel that allows the life force to pass through somewhere. A pipe glowed with an eerie light. Effer realized that if they cut that pipe. The realization came as Priest Hindi continued his assault. The priest unleashed a blast of energy. The energy surged outwards. The wyvern called out to Aligi and Effer. Effer cried out in pain. The wyvern asked if Effer was okay, thinking to himself that something like this was worth taking as long as they could get back at Alejandro. Aligi urged her to go. Effer screamed. She was caught in the jaws of Priest Hindi. A massive scaled claw, wreathed in fire, dominates the view. Elsewhere, a figure is seen moving at incredible speed. The attack continues, the force of it visible in the air. The small dragon faces off against a much larger foe. The title card appears, of a Sword King in a Fantasy World, Chapter 42. Back in the facility, a beam of light shoots up from a large hole in the ground. Inside, the beam strikes Ryu Hanbin, who is surrounded by electrical energy. The energy crackles and arcs around him. A man with dark hair exclaims that the dragon they've been after has finally appeared, questioning if a level 67 dragon can even grind up a lich into dust. Another man wonders how the first man knows the dragon's level. The first man's expression hardens. The beam of light continues to shine. The second man realizes that the first man is also an earthling, noting that everyone knows that you can't gain experience by killing other earthlings. The first man asks if the second man is the one who killed the lich, confirming that he is. The first man asks if the second man is going to take revenge for his colleague. The masked figure stated that he was actually grateful, claiming he never liked the lich in the first place. He added that others wished to deal with the one who got rid of the lich. The man with dark hair asked if he was talking about the demon god, Ormflaus. The masked figure chuckled, clarifying that he was referring to those with far more influence than the unseen demon god. He continued, stating that there wasn't a place they hadn't touched in Rathna, making them the enemy. He warned, meant making the entire continent of Rathna their enemy. The man with dark hair countered that everyone else thought a dragon was responsible for the death of the lich. Since he already had a dragon core, he would report to them that he killed the dragon. The masked figure told him that all he had to do was take his dragon and leave quietly. He added that he would get his rewards, and the man could be on his way with that pet of his. There was no need for them to fight, so they should part ways there. The man with dark hair asked if it wasn't a bad deal, right? The man with dark hair, having been stabbed, stated it was as bad, and that it wasn't a bad deal. He admitted that he liked it. The masked figure stated that Atis wouldn't take it. He added that the man with dark hair may be a mob, but he hates bad guys. The man with dark hair was called Moron. He was told that he was just relying on the fact that he was an otherworlder, and that compared to them, the masked figure and the others were nothing. The man with dark hair asked what that was. The masked figure revealed that he was originally supposed to present this power to them. The masked figure thought that if it helped to get rid of the man with dark hair, he was sure they'd forgive him. The man with dark hair noticed that something was different. He felt a feeling similar to when he first disappeared from Earth, wondering if it was side effects of the artificial guideline. Ryu Hanbin is engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy. The energy intensifies, becoming a blinding torrent. The energy coalesces into a strange, tentacled form. The figure of the level 72 being materializes, surrounded by this swirling energy. The being's status is displayed, showing the unstable Ormflaus blessing at 9% completion. Elsewhere, the level 72 being wonders if an incomplete blessing means a lack of life force. He decides he needs to head over to the fusion core. Meanwhile, Alejandro is no longer able to receive life force. Sir Hindi apologizes, while Uni is questioned. Elsewhere, Ellie is asked how she got there. Wyvern sighs in relief. Effer calls out to Miss Eli Jet, asking if she is her auntie. Elijah tells her that it is dangerous and that she needs to escape to the surface. She is told not to be grateful for Sir Alejandro. Effer is told not to understand how much that man has sacrificed for them. Effer is shocked. Effer is knocked to the ground as a monstrous figure looms over her. Another figure runs away from the scene. Elsewhere, a monstrous head with large horns is shown. Meanwhile, a figure stands with their arms outstretched, connected to a device. Below, the figure remains in the same position, connected to the device. The device is activated, and the figure's mouth opens wide as a green substance is forced into it. The device continues to operate, with a green orb at its center. The figure's face is visible, showing signs of distress as the green energy courses through their body. Below, text is displayed. Below, the unconscious forms of many lay scattered on the ground. The bodies were surrounded by swirling green energy. The green energy intensified, swirling faster. Suddenly, a figure shot through the air, propelled by the force of the energy. The wyvern's eyes narrowed as it descended. Below, the dragon-like creature braced itself. The dragon-like creature wondered if the life force fusion was starting to explode, realizing that trying to suppress it would only buy a little bit of time. The dragon-like creature roared. The wyvern was called out by name, as it was revealed that its dragon core was stabilizing the fusion, but only as a temporary solution. It was explained that the only way to return the life force to the people was to destroy the huge mass of life force, and that physical attacks wouldn't work unless hit with the other remaining offensive attack types. Then it should explode. It was also stated that Miss Eligi's magic swordsmanship was the only way to do that. The wyvern realized that not only were Yuni's injuries really bad, but she lost her consciousness because her life force was leaving her, and that if they stayed there any longer. The wyvern's eyes narrowed. The wyvern's opponent revealed that he now understood why they wanted Ormflau's blessing. He was sure that Ryu Hanbin knew the benefits, since he was an earthling with a guideline. He continued, explaining that he could see enemies' levels, detect the type of species they were, and even gain experience from hunting them down. Besides those who had guidelines, these things could also work for those who could measure life force. However, he realized there was an incompatibility with Ormflau's blessing and the guideline. Not only that, but an endless supply of life force would also constantly help him regenerate his body. Just like a lich, he claimed he couldn't be destroyed with the 4 powers. He declared that this was the same as saying he was immortal. Plus, he could tell what was going on around him by reading the life force. He had been worried that the remaining life force would be destroyed. Thankfully, Eligi was on death's door, and the dragon had no other way out. The only thing left for him to do was absorb the remaining life force. He then asked what Ryu Hanbin would do next. Ryu Hanbin stated that buying time now would only kill the wyvern and be his win. The opponent began to absorb the life force. The wyvern was struck. Someone shouted for Miss Atis. The wyvern apologized to Effer, saying that this was as far as they could go and that Effer should at least escape from here, as there was nothing else. Effer called out to Yuni. Effer thought that everyone would die if they didn't do anything. The wyvern unleashes a torrent of energy. The energy spreads. The energy continues to spread, engulfing the area. Zephyr calls out to Effer. Zephyr thinks of Miss Atis. Meanwhile, Atis Infitor Ragnar AK has one last favor to ask. The wyvern continues to unleash energy, frustrated that they can't do anything. The wyvern wonders why they are always so helpless. The wyvern coughs up blood. More blood drips from the wyvern's mouth. The wyvern doesn't want to be alone any longer. Effer also doesn't want to be alone. Effer calls out to the wyvern, using a familiar term. The wyvern tells Effer not to move around, apologizing and admitting they were always alone in this place. The wyvern tells Effer that she was always more brave and outstanding than they ever expected, but that they can't fight like her or be of any help to her. Effer, looking up, questioned what was being discussed. Atis reminded her that she was a talking, genius wyvern. The wyvern's eye reflected the light. The wyvern considered that the unique item could help a dragon. The wyvern continued, explaining that the item could imitate another species. The wyvern noted that there had never been a wyvern taking humanoid form, plus the risks, but Atis believed that Effer could do it. Atis expressed that there was nothing she could do but believe in Effer. The wyvern thanked Atis, trusting her. The item glowed brightly. Energy surged. The energy coalesced around a figure. The figure laughed. The figure's back revealed glowing lines. The figure laughed, stating that it didn't matter how many times they had to say that they couldn't die. The masked figure acknowledged the statement, but dismissed the idea that Ryu Hanbin's immortality would save him from suffering. The masked figure continued, stating that as long as Ryu Hanbin could feel pain, he would continue to inflict it until he begged for death. The figure's expression was one of cruel determination, promising to tear Ryu Hanbin to pieces. Meanwhile, another observer remarked that there had never been a sane earthling who had lived for a long time. Ryu Hanbin, fueled by rage, was called a beast and an expert in hunting as he lunged towards Alejandro. Alejandro, however, declared that he would wrap his entire body with armor that had the strength of a dinosaur. The armor began to materialize around him. The force of Ryu Hanbin's attack caused Alejandro's body to explode. Though Alejandro lost consciousness the moment his body exploded, the life force gained through Ormflau's blessing caused his body to regenerate again. Every part of him was restored in less than 0.5 seconds. This caused Alejandro's consciousness to return once more. However, the pain that coursed through his body as it had exploded was still signaled to his brain. It was noted that if it were any other person, they would have gone into complete shock from the pain, but that was impossible for Alejandro due to Ormflau's blessing. Ormflau's blessing was the key to his survival. While Alejandro was going through this suffering, Ryu Hanbin once again made an attack. Ryu Hanbin's attack landed with a resounding impact. Alejandro felt himself losing consciousness, wondering if it was because his Ormflau's blessing was complete. He realized that if this continued, he would end up having to absorb and use all of his remaining life force. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure wondered if the dragon near the fusion was still alive. Something was happening there. A girl asked if she looked weird. Another girl responded, "Nope." She added that anyone could tell they were sisters. Effer steeled her resolve, reminding herself that she could do it. She pondered the mechanics of walking, realizing that humans didn't move their arms first. She considered how to move by taking rhythm and her center of gravity into consideration. She knew that since a human's center of gravity was high and they didn't have a tail to balance their body, they could fall very easily. She realized that falling wasn't a problem, but that one had to tip their body first. She understood that before they actually fall, they catch themselves by stepping forward with the opposite foot. With a surge of determination, she knew that this was it. It was astonishing to those watching that she had talent in moving force, and that she could even walk on her first transformation. It was hard to believe, even seeing it with their own eyes. Effer's companion encouraged her, telling her that she could do it. With a burst of speed, someone moved. The dragon realized what was happening. A powerful force erupted. Someone shouted not to get in their way. The figure mocked their opponent, calling them a monstrous bastard and suggesting they check themselves out in the mirror. The dragon roared for them to look down. Effer, now walking, wondered what was happening. The Sword King barely dodges the monster's attack. The monster continues its assault. Meanwhile, Atis and the others are still dealing with the aftermath of Effer's transformation. Hanbin remarks that the attack was close. Effer notes that it took her forever to walk over to them, and Hanbin is confused. Atis hisses at Hanbin, questioning if Effer is suffering from the side effects of the artificial guideline. Effer demands to know why Hanbin is walking around naked after taking her clothes and money, calling him a streaker and a pervert. Hanbin retorts that he doesn't want to walk around like this, and asks what is going on with Atis, who is pulling on her hair and asking for help. Hanbin tells them that he will explain in detail later, and thinks to himself that he knows she is Atis' friend, relieved that she is not an otherworlder. The dark-haired woman thinks that Hanbin seems like a good guy. The skeletal monster yells at someone to shut up, declaring that it will make the decisions. The monster is warned that its current body is not suitable to house the power of the blessing, and that it is advised to transfer to another physical body in order to survive. It yells for someone to shut up. The monster declares that it will absorb all the life force. The monster is seen absorbing life force. The monster's face is shown. The monster continues to absorb life force. The group strategized, knowing that if Alejandro absorbed the life force, it would be over. The priority was to keep him occupied and away from it. Dismissing the idea of a piggyback ride, the muscular man declared he was too busy and that they would have to handle things on their own. Meanwhile, the woman with white hair stood alongside the dark-haired woman, both seemingly ready for what was to come. A gloved hand reached out, stopping someone in their tracks. The woman with white hair called out, asking them to wait, promising to finish things. The dark-haired woman reassured them that she would be there for them, as a green aura began to emanate from the woman with white hair. Elsewhere, the dragon-like creature mocked their running, sarcastically calling it astonishing and asking if she wasn't amazing. The dark-haired woman explained that Effer had great observational skills and was quick-witted, which was why she had been nervous. The muscular man yelled at someone to stay still. A monstrous roar echoed as someone questioned what was happening. Hanbin, seemingly injured, declared that he had already been stabbed plenty of times by them. The skeletal monster declared that by now, he was like a god. The skeletal monster stood tall, energy radiating from it as Hanbin leaped towards it. As Hanbin lunged, the skeletal monster unleashed a devastating attack. Below, Leslie watched the attack approach, realizing she couldn't stop it. Hanbin knew that fighting the monster would be never-ending. If that was the case, he thought, he would have to end it all. The skeletal monster's attack intensified. The attack continued to descend. Hanbin braced himself against the force of the blow. The attack was nearly upon them. Hanbin cursed. The skeletal monster's attack was about to hit Leslie. Leslie wondered if she would be able to block Alejandro's attack. She realized what she had to do. Leslie cried out to her sister, realizing she had to act. Leslie steeled herself, declaring that this was her. Leslie prepared to intercept the attack. Leslie remembered Yinny's dancing form and the timing of her steps. With that memory, Leslie knew she could do it. Just like her, Leslie focused on the timing of her steps. Leslie was confident she could do it. The skeletal monster was shocked, declaring that this could never happen and wondering how mere mobs dared to defy it. The skeletal monster continued its attack. Hanbin recalled that there were countless times he almost died from hell dogs as a level 5, and that was how scary mobs were. Leslie screamed. Hanbin moved. Leslie moved. Hanbin and Leslie moved. Energy surged. The ground shattered. The survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. Chapter 44. Hanbin lay on the ground, blood pooling around him. Nearby, a golden disc rested in a pool of blood. The rain continued to fall. A group of people stood in the rain, their faces grim. The victory that day could be seen as a miracle, but the human experiments planned out by Great Earth had disturbed their plans. The group stood near a large hole in the ground, the rain obscuring the details. It was said that those below level 10 who had their life force sucked out were able to wake up. Their life force had miraculously returned to their bodies. Once they were rested, they had no problems returning to their everyday lives. There were 36 deaths, mostly from those injected with the artificial guideline. This disturbed the plans of Great Earth, and the ones who dealt with Alejandro were considered heroes. However, their victory wasn't celebrated with a single shout for joy. Silence had fallen. Amidst the downpour, 2 figures remained. Elsewhere, the Order of Light's crater temple stood tall. The Order of Light beckoned, promising blessings, pardons, and limited edition items for those who contributed by completing missions. An official apologized that the Order wouldn't be able to give any official contributions for the incident, which would be announced as an unknown magical disturbance. He was assured that the secret contributions distributed wouldn't be low, as the incident involved Great Earth and Otherworlders. He wondered why something so big wasn't being announced to the world, but knew those bastards would do whatever they wanted. Even if they were a Volturian, they surely knew about the attack on the goddess that happened 20 years ago, when Great Earth tried to kill her and the 4 great heroes defended against it. After that incident, the hunt for Otherworlders had become prevalent. Among those hunted, only 30% were real Otherworlders. The other 70% were regular Rathnians. Nobles used the hunt for Otherworlders as an excuse to murder countless people in the name of cleansing the world of the evil demon god. That was when the Order realized their mistake and did their best to stop such judgments which had no evidence. However, 20 years wasn't really a long time, and the animosity that the Order felt against Otherworlders was still there. Epher was found imprisoned. Epher's fate hung in the balance. It was decided that the child would face trial in 10 days, after which she would be sent to Crater Camp. The evidence against her was substantial, indicating her involvement with Aligi as a direct subordinate of Alejandro. Atis was brought up in conversation. It was believed that if she was truly Aligi's twin, the judges might conclude that she, too, possessed the demon god's blessing. Meanwhile, the speaker observed that they weren't protecting Atis, but treating her like a criminal. The man with glasses stated that the trial was a mere formality. He added that if it weren't for Epher or Aligi, he and all. Another person interjected, emphasizing the child's importance and noting that it hadn't been long since she lost her only family. Atis, imprisoned, was asked what she was talking about. She responded that she didn't have a family. Atis smiled, stating that the person was just someone that looked like her and that they weren't even close. Someone exclaimed, questioning what Atis was talking about and mentioning Epher's name. The man with glasses revealed that he had already spoken with that child. He thought it was a shame to do, but this was the only way. The other man stated that if that child had nothing to do with Aligi, then the judges would determine that it was only Aligi who was the sole subordinate of Alejandro. Epher, behind bars, was asked if she was okay, as it was expressed that letting a subordinate of an otherworld to live was something they could not allow. A hand reached out to Epher, as someone assured her that they would find another way and help her. A cloaked figure told the person reaching out to Epher that they could only go so far, as they were allowed down there through the favor of Priest Emil, and asked them not to cross the line. The man with glasses stated that he would leave the rest to Emil. The person reaching out to Epher was told not to tell them. From within the prison, a collective gasp of shock and dismay echoed as the prisoners witnessed something terrible. The sound of a body hitting the ground resonated through the prison as a prisoner was thrown to the ground. One of the guards demanded to know what the other was doing, but the guard simply stated that he had leaned against the door and thought he broke his bone as it broke. He wondered if the impact of the previous battle was now affecting his body. Another guard questioned how he could be fine for the last 3 days. He reasoned that Volturians were tough, so he was sure he was holding the pain in. He stated that he couldn't heal him with his abilities right now, and asked for help moving him outside, but the other guard stated that he needed to guard this. One of the prisoners stated that Sir Atis would be here, so there was nothing to be worried about. Another prisoner stated that they would be back in 5 minutes. Silence fell over the prison. Atis thought that she and Hanbin were such good people. She realized that they were trying to help her out despite not knowing her for long. She understood how they felt, but it was really okay. Epher thought that even though she was so worried about her, she wasn't as sad as she thought. When she thought about it, it hadn't been long since she met Yuni. The dragon thought that they had to experience some of the worst situations. Effer thought that they had to be careful every day, hoping that no one would find out that she had a dragon's core. The dragon thought that he never understood why they should care about the lives of others when they fought. The dragon asked if she got it, and stated that it was weird. Effer thought that she was like an idiot, and that there were so many ways to live happily if she just ran away. Matisse hugged Effer. A dragon who? The woman with red hair explained that first transformations could not be undone, and that it might even feel like a curse. A figure stated that it was what she desired, and the one she loved the most. A woman screamed in anguish. Light streamed through the windows. Meanwhile, two men sat on a bench, one sighing deeply. Elsewhere, a man clicked his tongue, remarking that old men were useless in times like these. The man with glasses countered that he might not be an old man, and his companion agreed. The first man pointed out that the other was a top-ranking priest, questioning if there wasn't something he could do. The man with glasses explained that the trial wasn't done by the order, and that he wasn't allowed to help her directly. He added that today was the last day of interrogation by the order, and that in 10 days, he would leave her protection to them. He warned that if she escaped, they would both be under trial. The other man asked if they should just release her during the protection period. The first man stated that in that case, they would also need a pardon. It was revealed that one may not have any relationship with that girl, but that contributions could be used as a pardon. Since one just received a massive amount of contributions, if they just completed a simple mission, they'd be able to receive a pardon. It was also noted that the Order of Light was a place where they just use people. The man wondered if there was a mission that would reward him with a lot of contributions. The man with glasses stated that originally a spiritualist like him should be joining them, but at the moment he couldn't go anywhere. He added that it should still be fine with them and Surtees. The other man was tasked to subjugate some ghosts, and he seemed confused. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous location. The ominous task set before Ryu Hanbin led to a dilapidated house under a dark, stormy sky, the air thick with an eerie presence. Within the house, tattered curtains hung limply, barely concealing the darkness within. Suddenly, a ghastly face appeared, its eyes wide and black, a chilling grin stretched across its spectral features. Even with Ormflau's blessing, the crystal's energy was unstable and easily absorbed by a level 70 being. Alejandro, however, had been too greedy. Leslie was complimented on her work procuring the item, despite the Order of Light's thorough investigation of the dragon's nest. She surmised that the Rathnians had mistaken the crystal ball for a regular modified one and left it alone. The Demon Lord's blessing was valuable to them, something they had been waiting 10 years for. With it, they could appease those who lost the dragon's nest. However, the Order might suspect something, and they also had useful dog. Leslie noted that they looked like they had started actively looking into Great Earth. It was a relief that the Order was the one to take initiative. If they were the Heresy Inquisitors, they would have already been cut off. In the past, the Rathnians would be scared senseless if they just heard the name Great Earth, but now they were like an ungrateful lizard's tail. There was a reason they needed to be that tail. Leslie was told that even with the item in their hands, they couldn't be careless. It was also mentioned that, by the way, in the past Rathnians would be scared senseless if they just heard the name Great Earth, but now they're like an ungrateful lizard's tail. So, if there's a reason why we need to be that tail, Leslie was warned not to misunderstand. There were countless otherworlders that could replace them. The only reason they were chosen was because they could control their urge to go on a killing spree. It would be best to clean up here quickly before the Order suspects anything else. The man in the suit asked if she was planning to run since she didn't want to get bitten by a dog, and questioned if they really had to do that. Leslie responded that they could just pluck out those teeth so they couldn't bite them. If they had to clean up here, they might as well submit a mission that would gather those parties so they could easily deal with them one at a time. Leslie stated that she would leave the guests to the other woman, a maiden. The title card reads, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World, Chapter 46. The scene shifts to a rundown villa that was sold off by a ruined family. It was famous for being haunted and was located near the village. However, the truth was, it was a site where Great Earth ran experimental tests, which was why it was a place with many secrets. In order to keep those secrets hidden, the place was riddled with traps. Those traps were hidden in every corner of the mansion, like hidden masterpieces of art. Since no one would be able to come out alive once they witnessed them, fighting enemies directly face-to-face wasn't for an artist like Leslie. This was why Miss Leslie knew her best. Terror was her art, despair her muse. She couldn't even sleep, consumed by thoughts of her victims, shaking in fear. For days later, she wondered why they weren't here yet. She questioned if the mission submission had been done wrong and considered checking the address again. The state of the wallpaper was also a concern, unsure which part was blood and which was the wallpaper itself. This was hurting her pride, and she thought she should repaint it. She reasoned that the place was hard to find because it was located in a deserted area, built to avoid easy discovery. She mused that the exterior was as important as the interior of the mansion, and that there were a lot of trees surrounding the mansion, so it couldn't be seen from afar. She resolved to get the main gate ready as well. 2 days later. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin's group was on their way. Ben explained that they were late because he insisted on hunting all the monsters on the way. He added that it helped Effer level up and had her dragon core be recreated, so it was all good. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka retorted that they were late because Ben took such a long dump on the second day, and Effer took a long time to get ready on the first day. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka added that she had to help Effer get dressed. Effer responded that girl clothes were hard to wear, and that Atis Infitor Ragnaraka wouldn't know since he liked to go around butt naked. The woman with red hair was growing impatient, wondering how they could make her wait so long and warning them not to faint on her now. The group approached the mansion's gate. Ryu Hanbin thought the warning sign was cute, but Atis Infitor Ragnaraka thought it was dumb. Effer commented that she had no idea what the creator was thinking at all, and that it looked so amateurish. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka thought that was mean, and that they probably put a lot of effort into it. Ryu Hanbin suggested they head in for now, noting that it didn't look good. A disembodied voice declared that they were dead, though they'd all be dead. A white-haired woman declared that she'd be the one taking that girl's corpse first. She vowed to kill her as she runs in fear. Meanwhile, a spiritualist in the party would be best when it comes to facing ghosts. The group discussed their plan of action. Since they didn't have a spiritualist, they need to find the ghost themselves and deal with it. Since they didn't have much time left, they considered splitting up to look for it. It sounded good. The dark-haired man ominously stated that the ones who separate from the group are always the first to die, and that you never see them again until the ending credits start rolling. The group continued forward despite the ominous atmosphere. One of the companions noted that physical attacks were useless against ghosts. Ryu Hanbin assured them that it was just a ghost and that he would take care of it. Ignoring Ryu Hanbin's confidence, another member of the group urged them to look around, pointing out the unsettling environment. Scrawled on the wall in what appeared to be blood was the plea, "Save me." He questioned why the others were so calm, wondering if they were being filmed. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin considered his own limitations. Since he couldn't utilize any of the four energies, he decided he would have to wait and see what happened. Elsewhere, Atis told someone that she would wait outside, instructing them to say hello for her if they found it. Two figures discussed the concept of ghosts, one sarcastically asking if Sir Valtician Warrior was afraid. The other denied it, growing increasingly agitated as they were seemingly touched inappropriately. The touched person continued to scream, demanding to be let go. Ryu Hanbin said he would head over to the other end so the two of them could go the other way. He suggested that Effer should be able to tell them about ghosts. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared, asking how Atis could leave them there. The ghost beckoned them to come to its house, repeating a rhyme about finding flowers, specifically roses. One of the companions told the other to shut up, asking if singing made them feel better and accusing them of acting like a child. The other retorted that they were trying to lighten the mood, adding that they had seen plenty of ghosts when they were a wizard. The companion told them to just tell them about the ghosts instead of wasting time singing a stupid song. The companion explained that it was a low-ranking monster that absolved its victim's health, but since it could fly around, it was pretty annoying. They added that ghosts usually inhabited monster corpses or humid places and were most active in summer. That was why people who couldn't utilize the four energies usually bought holy water, which had properties that could exorcise ghosts. Ryu Hanbin stared intently at the ghost, noting its species and level. He then realized that it was an F-killer. Suddenly, the ghost grinned, declaring that it had them and that a ton of ghosts were waiting for them. A voice declared that these ghosts were just bait to lure them deeper inside the mansion. The voice continued, stating that the moment they stepped forward to exterminate the ghosts, they would die from all the traps lying in wait within the place. Another voice declared that it was time to activate their masterpieces, cackling maniacally. Atis realized there was a trap there. Ryu Hanbin, caught in a trap, struggles against the restraints as he is bombarded by projectiles. The projectiles strike, splattering against the floor and walls. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman with the glowing sword declares her resolve. She unleashes a flurry of attacks, her blade leaving trails of light as she strikes down spectral figures. The woman continues her assault, her movements swift and precise as she eliminates the ghostly apparitions. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin's companions discuss the situation. One of them notes that if they continue to run forward, they'll end up tripping all the traps. The other companion retorts that he didn't freak out at all, while the first one insists that his sweating betrays his fear. He then changes the subject, expressing concern for Atis. The white-haired woman expresses confidence that Atis won't get caught in any of the traps, adding that the traps are practically announcing their presence. She also notes that once activated, the traps clear out the area since they're only used once. The first companion realizes that Ryu Hanbin is the only one who ever got caught in these traps. Angrily, he shouts that the other should apologize to the trapper, reminding him that he was the one who destroyed them. The ghostly figure declares that Ryu Hanbin's companion was the one who destroyed their masterpieces. The white-haired woman, sensing something amiss, wonders what's wrong and what could be behind her. Back in the trap, Ryu Hanbin struggles, wondering what is happening as the sword gets stuck. Ryu Hanbin continues to struggle against the trap. Ryu Hanbin's companion asks if the approaching figure is Sir Atis, while the white-haired woman tells him not to joke around. Atis Infitor Ragnarake watched from above as Ben-A struggled against his captor. The dark-haired woman seemed to be in control of the situation. Beneath them, a sword lay discarded on the ground, stained with blood. High above, the text declared that there were only 4 days left until Efra's trial. The words echoed the grim reality. They were trapped in a mansion. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, with no end in sight. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka asked if the mage from their party was all right. A ghostly figure responded, feigning ignorance about a mage being present. It then taunted them, asking if they were stuck as well, before declaring it could leave whenever it wanted. The ghost figure stated that since they had no way out, they had no choice but to do as it said. Ryu Hanbin was thankful that Atis Infitor Ragnaraka seemed to be okay. He remarked that it was his first time hearing about a house becoming a dungeon, but that it was similar to what he had seen when a dungeon was created. He then realized that even if there wasn't a designated entrance, there would definitely be an exit somewhere. The ghostly figure explained that if they found an artifact, they would be able to clear the dungeon. It added that the people who were inside would all be instantly transported out, so finding an exit would be unnecessary. The ghostly figure continued, stating that the rules were simple. It had prepared tests in each room, and all they needed to do was clear them to proceed into the next room. The ghost concluded that all they had to do was clear every room. Ryu Hanbin listened intently. The ghost stated that somewhere in the room was the key to open the door located on the other side of the room. Ryu Hanbin and Atis Infitor Ragnaraka stood in what appeared to be a large room. The ghost added that there were also hints hidden in little spaces around the room, wishing them good luck. Ryu Hanbin remarked that this was just like an escape room, a treasure hunt where he finally felt like a real hunter. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka asked what was so exciting about this, stating that where she was from, something like this was done on a common date kid. Ryu Hanbin was taken aback, asking if she meant a date. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka declared that he would be dead if she found it first. The ghost figure cackled, stating that they were in trouble if they thought all they had to do was find a key. It explained that since every wrong place they searched would activate a trap that would kill them, it would be able to see them struggle as they went through all the twists and turns of its tricks. The ghost wondered if it would be too difficult for hunters to figure out since they had to use their head. As Ryu Hanbin and Atis Infitor Ragnaraka entered the room, the ghost wondered how they would solve it. The ghostly figure declared that she could use her force to find metal pieces after Ryu Hanbin. The white-haired woman accused her of cheating, arguing that she never said anything in the first place. The ghostly figure retorted that if she said it was cheating, then it was cheating, and she wouldn't let her leave. If they wanted a hint, they were told to look at the clock. The door opened, and the ghostly figure declared that she had won. Ryu Hanbin wondered what the hell was going on. Ryu Hanbin stated that this was how adults fought, and that they were not allowed to break doors. Various traps were triggered throughout the room. Ryu Hanbin's face contorted in frustration. The white-haired woman jumped away from Ryu Hanbin as he triggered another trap. The white-haired woman screamed in terror. The ghostly figure smiled. A giant snake coiled around Ryu Hanbin and the white-haired woman. Ryu Hanbin, the white-haired woman, and the ghostly figure were sent flying. Atis was sure that if one became a part of the guild, they could move to the Mage Kingdom and have the right to access all the latest magical theories. That was the reason why Atis was so sure. She realized this magic was unlike anything she had seen when she was in Thinkers. She wondered who in the world created this magic and why they would place it on a rundown mansion like this. It was dimensional sealing magic. It was perfect as long as the operating tool was present. The magic would keep working even if the caster wasn't around, just like a dungeon. If that was the case, then nothing could get out as long as the magic kept running. But it was unstable, and Atis thought the caster made this kind of mistake. Suddenly, Atis realized it wasn't a mistake, but done this way on purpose. She shouted for Ryu Hanbin to stop. Atis knew it would activate once a trespasser tried to leave. Atis knew it. This mansion would soon cease to exist. Someone thought to themselves that was why no one wanted to adopt an orphan with a face like theirs. Those people were the only ones who took them in when they were being chased out of places, starving to death. They were the only ones who needed them, so they didn't care if they were the devil or murderers. One of the figures thought it was funny to be like a human after giving up being one. The other figure told them that they didn't have to be human to live like one, and that they totally understood. Suddenly, someone asked what the hell was this. Someone asked what was with the sudden camping atmosphere. Another figure responded that they looked like they were almost done, plus they were getting a little hungry. They were reminded that they still haven't faced the boss. Someone asked who the hell they were and how come they were so calm. One of the figures stated that they were someone who was trying to kill them. They thought they were some weak traps for someone trying to kill them, though. They also thought they didn't have poison on them or cause any fatal injuries. One of the figures told the other to stop fooling themselves, as they were level 35. Even if they were strangely strong, they were only a level 5. That was the only reason why they were. Someone stated that keeping them alive was so that they could have some fun, until when? The Hell Dog's companion spoke, asking if Ryu Hanbin would finally stop feeling lonely. The spectral woman responded that he wasn't a ghost yet, but a normal person, and that people get lonely when they are alone. She added that as long as he had an artificial guideline, he would be acknowledged for his hard work, even if he had killed someone before. Elsewhere, the armored figure slammed their fist on a table, noting that those bastards from Great Earth were different. They believed people's lives were like mere flies, but it wasn't too late yet. The spectral woman asked to leave this place together. The spectral woman was then seen falling from above. Ryu Hanbin asked if she was okay. Meanwhile, the ground cracked beneath someone's feet. Hanbin and Effer were called out, as someone noted that this felt completely different and that something was wrong. Someone else wondered if this was how a dungeon closes. Atisse was called out. It was then stated that this place was a trap, that they were expected, and this entire space was prepared for them. To stop this place from ceasing to exist, they needed to find the operating tool and destroy the source. Ryu Hanbin asked why the hell Atisse came inside then. Ryu Hanbin explained that he was frustrated watching them from outside, so he came in. He wondered how they were not able to find the source in just 2 spaces. Atisse asked what Ryu Hanbin was talking about, as they had passed through so many rooms. She stated that they had been moving in and out of just 2 rooms. Atisse continued, stating that they had been with the source this whole time. Ryu Hanbin asked what she was talking about, stating that if there was an artifact here, they would have already closed the dungeon. Effer noted that that was the signal she had been getting. It was then realized that the spectral woman was one person. The spectral woman thought that those people were going to get rid of her too, and wondered if Sir Richard and Miss Leslie had abandoned her. The spectral woman thought that there was no way, and that was all. The spectral woman was seen with a crazed expression. The battle continued within the collapsing dungeon, Ryu Hanbin and Atisse facing off against the spectral woman. The spectral woman was knocked back by Ryu Hanbin. Ryu Hanbin apologized as he struck her. The force of the blow sent the spectral woman crashing through the dungeon floor. Atisse watched as the spectral woman fell. Atisse expressed her concern for Ryu Hanbin, but also reminded herself that their priority was to destroy the source. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin wondered where the spectral woman had gone, determined not to let her escape. Ryu Hanbin stood amidst the dust and debris, his sword at the ready. Atisse, relieved that Ryu Hanbin was unharmed, asked what they should do next, wondering if there was another way. Atisse called out to Ryu Hanbin. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin's expression shifted to a sinister grin as he declared that it was time for a vertical slash. Ryu Hanbin prepared to unleash a powerful vertical slash. An explosion rocked the area. Atisse Amphitter Ragnaraka realized that the magic was from Great Earth, musing that it wasn't unthinkable for them to make an artificial guideline testee into an operating tool. Atisse knew they needed to quickly find the spectral woman to stop the place from being destroyed, wondering if she was trying to waste time by hiding in a safe place. The idea of a safe place struck a nerve with Atisse, who told herself not to think about it. Below, Ryu Hanbin stood ready. Effer looked on with concern. The air crackled with energy. Effer, having been blown back by the shockwave, asked Atisse what was going on. Atisse explained that she had tweaked an artifact Hanbin had with him in the past, noting that it only had a few uses, but it was better than nothing. Effer was shocked that Hanbin had become possessed, but Atisse countered that only kids get possessed. Atisse continued, stating that normally, since children were the only ones who weren't yet awakened with any of the 4 energies, they were the only ones who could be possessed. She added that their enemy wasn't an average ghost, but an intelligent experimental testee. Effer questioned why Atisse was doing this, exclaiming that if she kept doing this, they would all end up dead. Effer pleaded with Atisse to let them help. Hanbin, now seemingly possessed, told them to shut up, stating that if they wanted to live, they would have to kill him and the spectral woman. The force of the possession slammed into Ryu Hanbin. The impact radiated outward. Atisse and Effer watched the event unfold. Despite the possession, Hanbin gave a thumbs up, declaring that he would handle the situation. Effer realized that a highly trained physical body could suppress magic. Atisse questioned if Hanbin's brain was being overruled by muscle strength. She insisted that they couldn't give up and that Hanbin was still fighting. Despite his efforts, it looked like Hanbin was dying. Inside Hanbin's mind, the battle raged on. Within Hanbin's mind, a vast world of memories stretched out. The library of memories stood tall. Hanbin struggled against the possession. The spectral woman declared Hanbin to be redder than blood, a demon of darkness, as Hanbin begged her to stop. A battle was in progress in Hanbin's mind, as the spectral woman demanded a vow to her in blood, and Hanbin pleaded for her to stop. The spectral woman and Hanbin were sharing each other's memories, falling into a deep sleep in this fabricated world. Even Ryu Hanbin had a dark history, one that included his own death. He had severed the heavens and earth with a vertical slash. That past was what was hurting Hanbin. The damage was furthering Maiden's possession of Hanbin's body. Not only that, but the time that he'd spent alone in Rock Mountain was 22 years. So it goes without saying that there was bound to be some dark history within that time frame. The spectral woman wondered if it was done. She then questioned where Hanbin thought he was looking. Something caught her attention. It was also the same case for Maiden. Her personality was being caged inside the mansion, and she told someone not to tell her something. It was her own personal dark history. Hanbin's inner voice cried out, remembering tears coming to his eyes every time he thought of someone on a starry night. Hanbin desperately asked where the one he loved was, begging them to call to him in the empty void that scattered their voice, and to stop. He lamented that the person's voice was like the stars that he could not reach, demanding to know where they were and why they wouldn't answer despite his calls. Hanbin continued to cry out, calling the person the star with no. He screamed their name. It was a love letter written to an imaginary lover. Hanbin, reeling from the high recoil of his attack, recognized the drawback of such a powerful move. He lamented that shame was for the onlookers. His opponent, the spectral woman, was sent flying through the air, a collection of weapons falling with her. The spectral woman's target, now recovered, declared that this was the end for Hanbin. He held a piece of paper titled, Maiden's Four Great Heroes BL Fanfic. The spectral woman descended, enveloped in a blinding light. The man focused his energy. He unleashed a powerful blast. Elsewhere, one of Atis Imphater Ragnaraka's companions wondered how intense the battle was. Atis' companion asked if a device scraped together by all the debris would even work. Atis responded that since they were used by Great Earth to create this place, it should, but there was a problem. Atis explained that since magic from an otherworld mage was used with the assistance of their guideline, the fundamentals were unknown, making it almost impossible to independently create this. She added that she was sure there was a spy from Great Earth in Thinkers. The woman noted that it looked like they could finish up since that side received its bait. She guessed they wouldn't have any evidence with this, and that there were a lot of useful magic tools, so it was sad that they'd be losing them. The man stated that there was no need to feel that way when it comes to using them for their missions. Atis agreed, adding that since this place was the holy land of magic tools. The pair stood atop a building in the Magic Kingdom ruin. One of the pair asked if they should go shopping, as they hadn't done it in a while. The other responded that after, their mission comes first, though it couldn't be helped that the Mage Symposium was about to start, so there'd be a lot of eyes. Hanging from the side of a tall tower, two figures made their descent. They knew that whoever was inside would not want them to be noticed. The Mage Symposium had started as a simple lecture. But once the nobles started collecting magic tools as luxury items created by thinkers, the symposium also became of interest to them. Thus, the Mage Symposium ended up being a place where new magic tools were revealed and where nobles went to socialize and show off the ones in their possession. At the top of a building, Atis Imphater Ragnaraka knelt before the masked figure. Meanwhile, inside the building, the masked figure signaled for silence. Elsewhere in the building, guards overheard the commotion. One guard thought it was probably from the party, but the other thought it sounded closer. One of the intruders directed the other to go a certain way, not caring about the guards. The intruder questioned what the big idea was. Suddenly, they were confronted by a golem. The intruder wondered what it was. The golem detected them as intruders and was ordered to eliminate them. The golem attacked, and one of the intruders questioned if it was a golem. The golem continued its assault. One of the intruders was struck by the golem's attack. The other intruder prepared an aura blade. The masked figure engaged the golem, their blade meeting the construct's tough exterior. Meanwhile, Atis and Onfrost discussed the nature of their foe. Onfrost stated that there was no way a monster would be here, and that it was obvious that this was an artificial golem. Atis questioned why he ruined his sword knowing that. Elsewhere, a woman lamented that someone had to ruin the product that they were going to reveal at this symposium. The woman continued, reminding Atis and Onfrost that they had destroyed her lab as they pleased in the past. Atis and Onfrost apologized. The woman responded that it was whatever, and that it would be fine if what they had to report was worthy. The spectral woman's eyes widened in confusion. Her expression remained blank. She wondered if she was still fighting just a moment ago. The woman questioned if she was dead. She thought it was pretty weird for this to be hell, realizing she was just used as a tool and live a useless life. Seeing as how she was dead, she figured those guys were able to get out safely from the mansion, adding that she would have felt bad if those guys died. She knew she'd only be hunted down if she lived longer anyway, but was still happy that she had fun in the end and didn't die a painful death. The spectral woman sat on the ground. She remained still. The woman wondered if that was a dog. The hell dog told her to stop whining like a kid, saying she's dead. The hell dog told her it's all over if she doesn't keep moving. The woman wondered if this wasn't hell. Still within Ryu Hanbin's consciousness, the spectral woman wondered how this was possible. The spectral woman continued to scream. The spectral woman's trauma, despair, and anger were almost too much to bear. It was a miracle that Ryu Hanbin was able to withstand it. Elsewhere, Atis Imphater Ragnaraka was informed that the spectral woman was out. The operation to extract the spectral woman was now active. The spectral woman continued to scream. Her screams echoed. The mansion where they had been was now in ruins. The space around the mansion was also destroyed. Amidst the rubble, Ryu Hanbin struggled to regain his senses. With a mighty roar, Ryu Hanbin pushed himself up, relieved to be alive. Ryu Hanbin wondered what had happened to the mansion and the space around it. The others noted that the magic had worked, even though they had lost consciousness. They realized that it was already morning, and a whole day had passed. Atis Imperator Ragnaraka stated that the last step was up to her. Atis Imperator Ragnaraka, now seemingly powerless, was shocked by her current state. She wondered how she had lost her abilities. The red-haired man explained that he had been able to nullify her role as the operating tool from the space trap. He stood with the silver-haired maiden, who looked on. The man continued, stating that because Atis had tried to take over Bin's body, he really wanted to hand her over to the Order. He added that because of her actions, Epher wouldn't even be able to make it to her trial, forcing them to go all the way to Crater Prison Camp. Despite this, he admitted that Epher still wanted to save Atis and kept asking him to wait for her to come out. Atis was incredulous, asking if they honestly thought someone like her would be thankful for being saved. She declared it was just useless pity. The dark-haired man with her told her that was a bit harsh. The silver-haired maiden explained that her uni was also used by Great Earth like Atis. Because of that, she was scheduled to go to trial, and this was her way of fighting against them. Atis vowed to make sure to survive, even if she had to go to prison. She believed that being alive would help her to win her battles. The dark-haired man assured Epher that prison probably wouldn't be a bad place. He added that there was no way they'd let that happen, and if she went to jail, they'd just break her out. The dark-haired man declared that there was still a way. The group looked on, ready to move forward. It was explained that this was a carriage that moved with a magic engine. Due to the lack of mechanical efficiency and power, the engine utilized magic power through the help of mana stones, though the transport worked without the use of the mechanical horse. It seemed the creator had a great interest in the beauty of aesthetics, as this was a multi-legged golem carriage transport tarpan, Cavalis F8000. Someone commented that they had only seen this in books because it was something with overspec. The red-haired man remarked that he never thought he'd be able to see the actual thing. He believed that with this baby, they could be like the wind. Someone else wondered what in the world was making him like that. It was explained that it was used by the mansion owner a long time ago and was just stored there. The red-haired man exclaimed that they could make it in time if they rode this, thanking the silver-haired maiden. Atis asked what was wrong. Atis stated that they needed a high-ranked mana stone to power their ride, but she couldn't provide it. The dark-haired man clicked his tongue, knowing that Great Earth wouldn't leave such a great item without reason. He asked if a strong mana stone was all they needed. The man held up a fragment of an incomplete Ormflau's blessing, wondering if it would work in place of a mana stone. The golem carriage continued to travel across the desert landscape. The carriage sped along, kicking up dust as it went. As the carriage sped along, one of the passengers wondered why Atis was taking them with her. Another passenger, a Tarpy, thought he was going to throw up. The dark-haired man stated that if it was related to the Thinkers, it wasn't something that could be left aside. He then asked Atis if she wasn't also a part of their group, and why she couldn't just make a report to the goddesses for their deeds. Someone stated that the leader of the Thinkers was one of the four heroes, Zenova the Archmage, the strongest Rathnian mage who saved the world by stopping the attack on the goddesses. It was said that with all the noblemen wanting to wed Zenova due to her beauty, someone like the dark-haired man wouldn't be able to get close to her. Zenova was also the female king of the mage, Kingdom Rune. Someone asked what happened 20 years ago when Zenova was level 100 when she dealt with the Otherworlders, and how old she was anyway. It was then stated that the four heroes were acknowledged by the goddesses for their deeds. It was said that the goddesses blessed the four heroes so that their bodies would never grow old, which is why they are known as the Blessed. The dark-haired man remarked that the four heroes were living legends. Atis mentioned that she had heard something about them from Epher in the past, and that she would tell him more about them. It was said that as a Voltirian, this was something he needed to know. The continent's strongest swordsman was Berolt the Sword King. He was the strongest of the four heroes and a Voltirian warrior, and it was because of him that the current image of the Voltirian remains, but no one has seen him in recent years. It was asked if he was a mystery because he's one of the four heroes. It was said that the Sword King was especially unusual. The ultimate spiritualist was Halion, the transcendentalist of life and death. It was said that she's a beauty of the spirit species and was the strongest nymph, but now is the queen of Alanya, the spirit kingdom, and her current actions are to support her role. Garhon the Terrible, the regent and real monarch of Kalduri, was known as the top magic swordsman. He was also the one who had hunted more Otherworlders than anyone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the topic of conversation turned to the old days. One person wondered if all the old members of their party should start an alumni club. Another wasn't so sure about the Sword King, but thought it would be awesome if the three representatives of each kingdom gathered together. The discussion continued, with the group surmising that the location was either a place where war was taking place, or a place of something else entirely. Elsewhere, a set of large doors stood closed. Elsewhere, a woman mused that those nobles who usually tried to take a glance at her couldn't even do a single thing today. She thanked Garhon, as her newest creation had sold out. She noted that because of their weak military power, they were trying to borrow power from the foreign aristocracy. She scoffed at the idea of authority through military force, stating that it was expected of the regent of Kalduri. Garhon was told that even despite knowing that, he wasn't called just to sell his golems. He was also told that it didn't look like Halion even came in the first place. The other person confirmed that Lady Halion agreed with both his advice and whatever decision came about. Garhan thought that she's gotten lazy with her long lifespan, before pausing and saying, wait. Someone asked if they had that in their hands. The woman was asked if it was Ormflau's blessing. Since they didn't have much time left, she asked if they should get started. It was stated that darkness is emptiness, and that emptiness is the end, but the end is the beginning. It was then stated that out of the 6 goddesses of this world, the one who controls the darkness is the goddess Kivriel. Then, in the name of Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, she asks for something. The question hangs in the air. What are they? Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, is addressed. She is asked to convey her will and words, as the embodiment of the goddess who speaks for her. Kivir is asked to fulfill her promise with the blessing of Kivriel in her name. Kivir is asked to gather together the children who have heard her calling, to come and meet her at her altar to carry out her command. The words echo around her. The goddess of darkness's words continue to reverberate. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka stands with her arms outstretched. She asks as one who speaks for Kivriel, as the embodiment of the goddess of darkness. She mentions Garhan, the terrible, and Zenova the archmage. She asks if they're truly ones who've received the blessing of the goddesses. A figure prepares to strike. The figure questions the blessing. The figure scoffs, declaring the blessing is my ass. A woman with long, dark hair stands silently. The woman questions if they're truly the ones who have received the blessing of the goddesses. The scene shifts to a man with blonde hair, his expression unreadable. The man questions the idea of a blessing. He scoffs, calling the blessing my ass. The man states that they both aren't there for just answers, questioning why they are there. The man stands opposite the dark-haired woman, a tense standoff between them. The narrative recounts how they fought against the otherworlders who sided with the demon god 20 years prior. It's revealed that they were old at that time and sacrificed their weary bodies to fight for the sake of the goddesses. It may have been for a short while, but they were victorious over them. They believed they gave their all in giving their last stand for this world, and then they received the blessings of the goddesses, gaining youthful bodies and rebuilding their impoverished hometowns. They even gained the wisdom of truth and were given the opportunity to gain another level of strength, in a position where they were able to end the war. They believed that those who were given the highest position possible wouldn't be greedy for immortality. However, it seems that they've only been too good to them. The woman with dark hair stated that mistakes and despair are reserved for those who enjoy life, and if they've received the answer to their question, then they should leave. The figures remained still. Another figure questioned what the goddesses did after that incident, lamenting that despite their sons and daughters sacrificing themselves to fight against the demon of this world, they were dying. They felt it was unfair, despite having the goddesses' names on their breath, when all they had done was give out their blessings and observe as the world went into chaos. The man with blonde hair declared that his despair was the goddesses themselves. He questioned how those who live for a fraction of time could understand, stating that while the chaos may indeed be in front of their eyes, they couldn't see the whole truth. The truth remained unseen. A surge of energy erupted. The man with blonde hair argued that this world did not need a god that just spectates, but a hero who punishes evil and sustains justice. He continued, stating that was why they had no choice but to become the pillar of immortality that sustains the world. They asked to be granted immortality so that they may protect this world, and then called out to Jigarin. Zenobia appeared. The man with blonde hair called out to Zenobia. It was stated that seeking eternal life is not their sin. The figure stood within a swirling vortex of energy, a barrier of light surrounding them. They declared that the death they were about to grant was not a punishment. The man with blonde hair, his expression grim, stated that there was no other way to avoid the pain and fear of death except through what was about to happen. He vowed that they would grant a painless rest while their glory as heroes remained. The man, his face contorted in anger, declared that this was the opportunity they would grant to the goddess of darkness. Another figure, enraged, shouted that in the end, it was the goddesses who had betrayed them, calling out to Kivriel. The scene shifted to the crater courthouse, where a figure in a robotic suit remarked that they had barely made it on time. Back at the staircase, Bene sat, listening as Artist Bannister descended the stairs. He wondered what would happen, but Artist stated that they had done everything they could for her to be exonerated. Bene asked if Artist felt like talking about Great Earth, but she dismissed the idea. Artist explained that Emil had decided to protect Maiden since she was a victim of one who turned into a ghost. Artist continued, stating that if they told him that they got mixed in a Great Earth business again, it would only make them more suspicious of not only Effer, but also of them and their connection with Great Earth. Bene agreed, adding that the Lich incident may have been a complete accident, but if they knew about Alejandro and the mansion incident, it would be hard for the Order to believe them, even if they said they had no connection to them. Artist noted that, judging by how they completely destroyed one of their bases, it seemed that they were just annoying people and focusing on staying alive. She then assumed that they were still unaware of their identities. Artist stated that if it becomes known that they possess a fragment of Ormflau's blessing, then those bastards will come for them for sure. For now, she wanted to not report this to the Order and keep it with them. Vinay asked what it was, and Artis replied that it was only a speculation, but she thought it was a guideline that Rathnians could use. Vinay wondered if his guideline was normal. Would he be able to use magic like that? But Artis said probably not, as this demon god's blessing is most likely different from a normal guideline. Vinay remarked that the item was specialized, allowing the user to input new magic spells or skills inside it. Atis wondered if that meant he would be able to use the ones he was compatible with. Vinay explained that the problem was that he could even use those that he wasn't compatible with. He added that a person could go beyond the capabilities of their own limits as a mage. Atis continued, stating that a swordsman and a high-level mage would both be able to use magic that could read an opponent's level, similar to how a dragon absorbs experience. She then referred to the item, calling it this. Vinay recalled that they were lucky to have escaped from a mansion. He explained that humans were like computers with low specs, and advanced magic was like a high-spec program. The only way the computer could use the program was either to have a guideline or Ormflau's blessing. He added that they were able to stop the magic because Maiden was stuck inside with them. Atis stated that the fact that this was only a fragment of Ormflau's blessing meant that the magic wasn't complete. She then mused that if this was a more complete blessing, Atis believed that they both would probably have been able to get out of that magic trap, and she wouldn't have been able to do a single thing. Suddenly, Vinay grabbed Atis and took a bite of her burrito. Atis exclaimed that it was her burrito and the first real food that they had had in a while. Vinay retorted that it was her fault for not focusing on eating the food in front of her, adding that if this was Rock Mountain, then the food wouldn't have been a burrito, but her. Vinay wondered what it would have been like if his guideline wasn't messed up, and how he'd be living if he never came here. He figured he probably lived about 5 years in fear every day in Rock Mountain. He then decided that thinking about it was useless, since there's no if when time passes. The important thing was that he was there at that time. Atis agreed, stating that they were able to survive up until the present. Effort drops to the ground, and someone asks how it went, noting that it didn't take them. Elsewhere, someone states that they will be exonerated thanks to Maiden's evidence. Another wonders what Ryu Hanbin just did, noting that he didn't ask. Meanwhile, someone exclaims that Ryu Hanbin ate it, and another shouts for someone to die. The man with dark hair looks angry, while the woman with white hair looks shocked. The woman with red hair looks shocked and raises her hand. The title card reads, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World, Chapter 50. It is stated that the goddesses are beings of a higher dimension than us, implying that the dimension they exist in is completely different. There is no way they would be able to understand beings who lived in a four-dimensional world, but they could also think in reverse. Just as they were shapes drawn on a plane from the goddess's point of view, the eternity that they longed for was simply just another dimension for them. That was why they couldn't attack the goddesses. That had been the rule, until now. A dimensional sealing magic was being prepared. It was dimensional sealing magic, level unknown, and its species was goddess. The man holding the cube thought that such a high-dimensional being would be trapped in such a low-dimensional field, and it seemed that their roles had switched, Kivriel, until he was able to understand their divinity. Their future would continuously repeat itself in this space. He wasn't sure, but maybe if they forced themselves into that space. The goddess of that time and space was the one to call them there, right? That was when their magic had begun to erode. And when they cut off her head was when she became completely entrapped by their magic. Plus, even if she figured it out now, it was too late, since they had absorbed half of her power of darkness. That was true. She was unable to recognize Ormflaus. But half, they wouldn't be able to attain immortality with just that. He wondered if it had become incomplete. Ormflaus' blessing was incomplete. He wondered if they would be able to absorb all the goddesses once they created a complete one. Someone asked how they were planning on creating one. In order to keep the goddess trapped, they couldn't step 1 foot outside this neutral space. And since there was no time in this space, their lifespan wouldn't decrease, so they could take their time absorbing her power. He asked Zenovia if she could hear him. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that it was the goddess's voice, and that it should be impossible in a low-dimensional field. If it was something that would surprise even the Archmage, then it was truly worth it. Garhin's companion questioned if he had used some of the goddess's power that he had absorbed. The woman with the golden circlet confirmed that they would be able to communicate with the outside world using this skill. She added that even if they wanted to make use of Great Earth, the Order of Light was keeping a close eye on them, so they would face religion with religion. Garhin declared that they would go to the Dark Brotherhood. A card with a cross on it appeared. The card was held in a gloved hand. A young person with white hair looked excited. Someone remarked that including a newbie level 15 hunter into their own was unexpected, but there were reasons. Another person offered to pay for that child's guild registration fee. Another person insisted on paying, since their brother was indebted to his Volturian warrior. Someone mentioned that they forgot to bring back their clothes and burn down Emil's temple. Another person questioned burning Emil's temple. A third person stated that they would make sure to suck every penny out from their dumbass brother as payment for saving his life. Someone asked if since Atis was there, would they like to register for a new guild card, and that it was free for those who cooperate with the order. Atis thanked them. Someone else welcomed a new arrival and asked how they could help. Someone mentioned that they heard one can become a hunter if they came here. Another person remarked that the new arrival looked like he was from the countryside and remembered being as awkward as him when they first came. They asked if he had come to register as a hunter. Someone stated that was right, and that the guy looked like he just bought his equipment seeing how clean it is. The new arrival was level 20, and his species was human. Someone thought that he was level 20, but was now registering to be a hunter, and wondered if it wasn't a bit late. He was then asked to state his name and place of birth. The new arrival stated that he came from Shanghai. The new arrival introduced himself as Sanaa, the warrior. Far to the northeast of Kalduri, a kingdom steeped in 1,000 years of history, lay a range of snowy mountains. The tranquility of the mountains was shattered as an intruder was detected. A member of the group wondered why dragons had to build a nest in such a place. Panic set in as one of the men shouted for everyone to run. The group questioned why the heresy inquisitors were present. A figure in a dark cloak stood tall amidst the snowy landscape. The sound of something breaking through the ice echoed. A figure was seen standing on top of a large, cylindrical structure. Someone lamented that the inquisitors had arrived just as their experiment was succeeding, holding a fragment of an Ormflau's blessing. Another man wondered how the inquisitors had found this place, doubting they could have pinpointed it even with a general idea of its location. One of the men felt the need to escape. The cloaked figure questioned where the man thought he was going. The man was grabbed. The man being grabbed was asked why he was doing this, as they were just wandering folks with nowhere else to go, while another wondered how he had gotten so far already. Onfrost watched as the man begged for his life, offering to leave immediately. He considered the gold trim on the man's clothes, wondering if he was a general. The masked figure chuckled, stating that he knew they didn't have a good reputation, but they didn't target refugees. He then ominously added, if they were part of Great Earth. Suddenly, the masked figure was struck by a blast. The man who had been begging now stood with a gun, maniacally laughing. He exclaimed that if they knew he was going to use it, they should have killed him on the spot. The masked figure wondered if the man thought he could stand against the gun he had created. With a swift motion, Onfrost retaliated. A powerful force erupted, obliterating the ground around the gunman. The gunman was sent flying as his weapon shattered. Onfrost noted that the man was an otherworlder who had crossed over recently. Onfrost stated that there was a reason for everything. He explained that the reason his seniors never used guns was, and why they just left him to live. Onfrost reiterated that there was a reason for everything. He thought that handing over the fragment would. Onfrost sighed. He thought to himself that this was a hassle. In the distance, a large tower stood tall. Onfrost's opponent, empowered by a surge of energy, unleashed a maniacal laugh, reveling in the newfound strength. The transformed figure, standing over Onfrost, questioned why he shouldn't educate the pitiful bastard. The otherworlder boasted that not only had his level increased, but every one of his skills had as well, confidently declaring that he was now overpowered. The transformed otherworlder wondered how Alejandro could have lost with such power. Meanwhile, the masked figure lamented that his first opponent with this power was a mere spiritualist and healer, but expressed confidence that he wouldn't die too easily. He then posed a question, wondering how the spiritualist knew there was an Ormflau's blessing there. The spiritualist warned the masked figure not to touch his mask. Suddenly, a beam of energy struck the masked figure. The force of the blast reverberated. The mask shattered into pieces. The spiritualist seemed surprised by the turn of events. The masked figure exclaimed that it was impossible for someone to be at that level. The spiritualist retorted, asking if he hadn't told him so. The masked figure's hand glowed with power. The masked figure prepared to unleash everything. The masked figure's power surged. The title card displays the name of the series, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. The chapter begins, titled Crater Valley. The view looks down into a deep chasm. Below, someone shouts that something is heading their way. Another voice urgently commands that it be stopped before it leaves the dungeon. Below, someone runs along a narrow pathway. The camera angle shifts to show the depth of the chasm. The pathway is revealed to be a bridge suspended between two cliffs. The sound of something approaching echoes. The person continues to run. Someone shouts that they can't stop it. A massive, segmented creature hurtles forward. Another voice warns that it's headed their way. A warrior stands ready, shield raised. The warrior, a level 50 class, declares that he will show them the power of a shield that protects the crater. The giant millipede roared, its massive form shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The colossal creature continued its descent. Its level was marked as 61. The millipede's descent continued, its bulk filling the cavern. Nearby, a knight and his companion looked up in alarm. The companion asked what was falling. From above, a figure plummeted towards the cavern floor. The millipede noticed the falling figure. It realized that it was a person. Below, Ellie wondered what they were thinking. A hand crackled with blue energy as it fell. The hand struck the millipede, sending sparks flying. The figure continued to fall, surrounded by crackling energy. A sword, wreathed in blue lightning, pointed downwards. The figure plummeted, the sword leading the way. The sword continued its descent. The figure crashed into the millipede, sending debris flying. It was Effer, a new hunter who had appeared only 2 months prior, and she was already leveling up at a frightening pace. She might be a new magic swordsman. According to rumors, Effer's sister died in the Dragon's Nest incident, but she decided to become a hunter to help people. One of the observers noted how scary it was that the other knew so much, but he was quickly reminded that it wasn't the time to be thankful for another party. The giant millipede declared that it wouldn't be defeated by such a weak attack. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka stood her ground against the massive monster. She may be a new magic swordsman. Atis prepared to strike. The magic stone began to crack. The staff glowed. The giant millipede loomed. Its legs towered over Atis. Someone off-panel exclaimed that the magic was something else and told Atis not to tell him. Atis' name was shouted. The number 1 scouted all-around mage who could attack and support was ready. Atis thought that the magic stone couldn't withstand higher-level magic, and that not only could she use magic, but she could also use magic that she invents. 2 figures observe Atis, one noting that she is able to use magic that exceeds her own level. The other comments that she seems to be getting prettier as time goes by. The first figure's companion confirms that Atis is a woman, but the first figure replies that it's okay as long as he just looks. He then admits that it's kind of gross. The second figure recalls seeing Sir Atis in the papers and is pretty sure that she was in the picture. Elsewhere, a figure remarks on the Volturian warrior, who is from the Sword King's tribe, and instructs others to finish the job. 2 armored figures walk together, one commenting that it's not bad since they're in the... A voice declares that someone is smaller than expected. One of the figures from panel 2 states that they can hear the voice. The other figure replies that they probably don't know since they came recently. A woman recalls an incident that happened at the guild 2 months ago. Someone states, because of that, the Valerian warrior. A figure is asked, will you end your own life? The Hunters Guild stood tall, its architecture seemingly influenced by otherworlders. It was described as a place where criminals from other worlds resided. The speaker questioned if hunters had no aesthetic sense. The speaker mused on the influence of otherworlders on the world's architecture, considering them products of another world. The judge was asked what brought him to the Hunters Guild. He explained it was about the white-haired girl recently on trial, Miss Effer. The judge was greeted by another, who confirmed that Effer had been on his mind lately. The judge remarked on Effer's beauty, lamenting that such a pretty girl was doing dirty jobs as a hunter. He admitted he came because he was worried about her party. One of the men noted that the judge was saying favorable things with a disgusting look on his face. Still, he reminded himself to be patient since the judge was a small-time noble who gave large donations to the order. The atmosphere of the hunter guilds was usually noisy. Due to the nature of the job, friction between hunters was always high. In addition, they carried weapons around, which could result in one losing their lives in a private fight. In order to prevent this, fights between hunters using weapons were strictly forbidden within the guild, and those who broke that rule would lose their hunter's license. That was the rule when a new hunter registered with a level of over 20. Basically, it's when a person who is suspected of being an otherworlder appears at the Hunters Guild. A figure falls through the air, plummeting towards the ground below. Below, a man wonders aloud what the push was for. Another man questions why he was pushed, while a third wonders if Ryu Hanbin is truly an otherworlder. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka asks if anyone has heard of Shanghai or Zhonglushin. Effer seems confused by the question. The otherworlder, Ellie, wonders if Zhang Raishan is a food. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka states that it is the first time she has heard of it, wondering if it is a place. The realization dawns on Ellie that those words are used on Earth. This explains why Hanbin was so sure of his identity, while the other hunters remain suspicious. Despite the tension, the other hunters are not making a move while Ryu Hanbin stands his ground. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka tells Hanbin that he is awesome. Hanbin wonders what Shanghai is again, recalling that he has heard it somewhere before. He reflects that the 22 years he spent living on Rock Mountain were too long for him to accurately remember the countries of Earth. Regardless, he knows that the kid is an Earthling who recently crossed over. Still, the guideline should have warned him about hiding his identity. It would be best to scare him a little and chase him out. Hanbin realizes that in order to become a warrior, he has to show his skills. The man declares that if it is his destiny, then he will neither run nor hide from it. He thinks that if being a warrior means cutting down another opponent, then he asks that they step aside. Hanbin resolves that as a Volturian warrior, he will not. Hanbin smiles confidently. Enraged, Ryu Hanbin screamed at the top of his lungs. The force of his blow reverberated through the area. The impact was devastating. As the victim fell, Hanbin demanded if they were there to announce his level to the whole world, adding that if they were going to die, they should do it in a corner somewhere. The onlookers were shocked, wondering what he had just said and why he had to tell everyone his level. The crowd murmured, noting that the Volturian was level 5, and Hanbin was screwed. Atis, watching the scene unfold, wondered what had just happened, while another person urged her to do something. A bystander wondered what was going on, noting that the Volturian warrior was level 5, but judging by how that person fights, it didn't make sense. Another person questioned how a level 5 could hunt a level 70 monster, calling it a joke. Someone else suggested that maybe he was just a crazy bastard, not an otherworlder. Another agreed, saying that if he knew the Volturian's real level, he'd probably turned and ran off. The man who had received the artifact spear thanked the people who had given it to him, even though he didn't know who they were. A group of soldiers ordered the Volturian to stop, drop their weapons, and surrender. A priest was asked to do something about the soldiers, as they weren't people from the order, but the judge's soldiers. Chapter 52 began with the establishment of the Crater Prison Camp, built specifically to contain those from other worlds. Within this hellhole, all captured otherworlders were confined. The prison's design incorporated a massive coffin-like structure, the creation of Garhan the Terrible. Using naturally formed dungeons on either side of a steep valley, the prison was constructed with 26 floors to house these otherworlders. It was said that even if prisoners attempted to break out, they would only fall over a steep cliff. And should they try to fly away, the walls were 15 meters thick, with the deepest parts reaching at least 48 meters. It was even said that Barolt, the Sword King, couldn't penetrate a 48-meter-thick steel wall during a test. Therefore, even a Volturian wouldn't be able to escape from his prison. The guard questioned Ryu Hanbin, asking if he understood that he was a greenhorn Volturian. The guard declared that from that moment on, Ryu Hanbin was no longer a Volturian. The guard continued, stating that Ryu Hanbin would serve a 100-year sentence there. The judge, looking down at Ryu Hanbin, held a glass of wine. Ryu Hanbin questioned the length of his sentence, asking what he had done to warrant 100 years. He continued to question the length of his sentence, demanding to know why it was 100 years. Ryu Hanbin insisted that what happened was an accident and that it was the other guy's fault in the first place. He was told that there was no point in asking for an appeal since all the other judges were nobles and that Priest Emil wouldn't even give him a chance to be exonerated. Inside the prison, two women discussed the judge in charge of Crater Prison, noting that he is fond of money. They consider paying him off, believing that even if outsiders cause trouble, it won't matter. The woman with white hair suggests that they should sit tight and do their best to save money. The camera pans across the prison interior. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin reflects on his situation. He realizes that if he escapes, he'll be hunted down for the rest of his life. He also laments that he'll lose his chance to receive the goddess blessing through the order, meaning he won't be able to meet the goddesses and ask them to return him home. Ryu Hanbin resigns himself to waiting for Atis and Effer, as he feels he can't do anything else. Elsewhere, a prisoner is being beaten. He pleads for them to stop, insisting that it isn't right. One of the guards scoffs at him, asking what he did to end up there, implying he's only been there for a week. The prisoner insists that he did nothing shameful. The prisoner's crime is revealed. He headbutted a noble and was charged with attempted assassination of an aristocrat. It's noted that he was imprisoned without trial due to an unidentification, and his sentence is 100 years. The prisoner's crime is reiterated, throwing an unidentified person toward the noble and being charged with attempted assassination of an aristocrat. It's also noted that he worked as a bodyguard. The prisoner's sentence is revealed to be for the Order of the Light for a week, but his sentence is 100 years. He is greeted by another prisoner. The other prisoner remarks on their funny meeting, and Ryu Hanbin thinks to himself that he should have punched the man's head instead of slapping him. A fellow prisoner called out to Ryu Hanbin, using a mocking tone. The other prisoners admitted they didn't recognize him, wondering if he was a newbie looking down on them. Another prisoner remarked that he had felt the same way before being struck by Ryu Hanbin's palms, finding it unbelievable. Ryu Hanbin prepared to strike. The force of the blow sent his opponent flying. The prisoner was sent crashing into the wall. The prisoner fell to the ground. One of the prisoners exclaimed in surprise at the skill, while another told him to shut up. The dark-haired man thought to himself that he couldn't believe he had to deal with this idiot when his plans were already screwed. He realized that his identity might be revealed if the idiot kept blabbing like this, and that Atis and Effer would also be in danger. He wondered if he should just kill him. The man admitted to himself that he was at a loss since he wasn't from around here. The man with the red scarf expressed his happiness at seeing a familiar face. Felid Bin sighed, telling the other prisoner to just call him Felid. The prisoner introduced himself as Zhang Luxin, stating it was nice to meet him. Onfrost changed the subject, questioning how Ryu Hanbin had managed to survive until now. He added that Ryu Hanbin was practically advertising that he was from another world, wondering if people had simply let him go. Felid Bin interjected, saying that they had pretty much decided he was crazy after he told them Ryu Hanbin's level. He insisted that he himself was not from another world. Zhang Luxin realized that Ryu Hanbin knew he needed to keep something a secret, but he didn't know exactly what. He thought he would need to tell him the difference between otherworlders and Rathnians. Felid Bin offered Ryu Hanbin a small token of his thanks, revealing that they were magic stones taken from the monsters he had hunted down. Onfrost questioned if monsters were in prison and if it was some form of labor. Felid Bin confirmed that the other inmates had tried to take the stones from him just now. Onfrost asked if the other inmates had tried to steal the stones from him, questioning the point since they couldn't sell them for money inside the prison. Felid Bin guessed that Onfrost didn't know since he had just arrived. He explained that if they gave the magic stones to the guards. Onfras finished the sentence, understanding that it would affect their sentence. The man below expressed his frustration, stating that he should have been informed of this information from the beginning. From above, the prison could be seen, with multiple levels of cells. The man continued, explaining that otherworlders never forget the taste of killing a Rathnian once they start. He added that they would gain a great amount of experience from killing a high-level Rathnian. The man with the mustache admitted that there were times when he was jealous of those bastards, as things had been quite boring for him lately. The man with the mustache asked if the other was already excited. The other man was told that Voltirian was his next target. He was told that he looked like he couldn't stay still after imagining ripping that prideful face apart. A figure could be seen behind a metal door. The figure behind the door called out for Eric. It was explained that people from Earth have small and weak bodies. Not only did the development of society cause their body muscles to weaken, but they did not have to hunt large monsters like Rathnians did. And though they need to move their bodies more than Earthlings did, they are both still the same human. In order to hunt monsters, Rathnians learn to fight. They increase their body strength through leveling up. Even so, a human's body limit is level 15. However, a monster's level can vary greatly and can even grow to a higher level, which in turn causes humans and their level 15 strength to be pointless. This is why Rathnians have powers that are called the four energies: strong physique and destructive energy, aura, magical energy, lightning and internal energy, and mana. Force, regenerative and protection energy, and prana. These four unique powers are called the four Rathni energies. These energies allow them to fight monsters, so that they can successfully hunt huge monsters. However, what if one cannot use one of the four energies? Magic tool. Sealing handcuffs which seal the four energies that change colors once the wearer tries to force their energy to be exerted. Level 36. Species, Killer Bee. Level 45. Class, Warrior. Though a hunter's level may be high, a human, unable to use the four energies, finds himself in a dire situation, surrounded by enemies. He is identified as a level 36 magic swordsman. Elsewhere, a level 44 mage appears shocked by the unfolding events. The mage emphasizes that there are no exceptions to the established rules. The captive's face contorts in pain as he is struck. A swift, brutal attack lands with devastating force. The impact sends the captive flying. The captive is sent flying as if hit by an explosion, and he thinks to himself that the killer bee is tough. From the captive's perspective, a thrown knife comes into view. He wonders if it is a kitchen knife. He realizes that it was just a thrown kitchen knife, but he shouldn't be able to use aura because of the handcuffs. The mage realizes that he's a Voltirian, but questions if this is even possible. Despite his restraints, Ryu Hanbin manages to hurl several knives with surprising accuracy. It has been the 5th week of his imprisonment. Ryu Hanbin reflects that they may have taken his broadsword, but using a throwing knife like when he was stuck in Rock Mountain is okay, too. He thinks to himself that if he adjusts his strength, he can make sure that the monsters he attacks don't die, since increasing that kid's level will help them in the long run. Ryu Hanbin continued his assault. Having defeated a bee, he gained experience and leveled up. The title card appeared, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. The chapter was titled 53. The armored figure stood silently. The armored figure explained that with the magic stones, they would be able to decrease their sentence by 2 months, half of which would be Ryu Hanbin's. One of the prisoners expressed disbelief that they could decrease their sentence by a month, given how difficult it was to decrease it by even a single day. Ryu Hanbin requested to trade a loaf of bread and 8 kitchen knives as well. Felid questioned why he would want kitchen knives instead of an actual weapon. Felid stated that the kitchen knives would break if he swung them even once, so the cheaper the better. He admitted he was ashamed to be carrying a good weapon, even though Ryu Hanbin was doing all the work. For the past 5 weeks, they had been slowly descending floor by floor, collecting magic stones. Ryu Hanbin thought it would be faster if he headed down to the deepest levels alone. He realized he couldn't leave Felid alone since he knew his actual level, and he needed to level up, too. Ryu Hanbin considered that Felid had a working guideline, and there might be important information in there that would be useful when he negotiated with the goddess once he met them. Ryu Hanbin realized this meant they both needed to be released at the same time. Instead of reducing his sentence, Ryu Hanbin asked for something else entirely. He requests 100 loaves of bread. The request echoes through the prison. The other prisoners thank Ryu Hanbin, explaining that most of them are victims of bullies who have been terrorizing the upper floors. The prisoners express their surprise that he would use his magic stones on them, but Ryu Hanbin simply laughs, reminding them that monsters will appear again anyway. The prisoners are grateful and encourage each other to help themselves to the food. Another prisoner angrily asks if Ryu Hanbin wants to rot in jail forever, questioning if he thinks this is his home. Ryu Hanbin believes that someone who wants to be a hero can't just look away for people suffering, even if they are criminals. Elsewhere, prisoners are being escorted. The prisoners are marched along a narrow corridor. They are led to a large metal door. The prisoners are lined up. One prisoner remarks that it is a total cesspool here. A guard, identified as a judge, is present. One prisoner pleads to let his family visit him just once, but the guard orders him to halt and wonders what this is all about. The guard states that if a prisoner wants visiting rights, they should at least try to hunt some monsters, noting that the last time this prisoner headed into the dungeon was 3 years ago. It was said that he lost his leg to a monster. This meant he could no longer hunt or gather magic stones, but one of the guards wondered if they should give him an opportunity. Ignoring this, the order was given to throw him into the dungeon. The prisoner desperately called out, begging the judge to wait. Elsewhere, a guard with a large mustache apologized, explaining that he was looking for a prisoner, but his superior reminded him that they needed to get rid of trash that no longer made a profit. The prisoner continued to cry out for help, calling out names. His pleas were cut short as he was dragged away. One of the armored guards told him to stop squirming, stating that it was hard enough as it was, and at least they didn't have to kill him themselves. The prisoner, now on the ground, was called a madman. He was then struck repeatedly. The blows continued to rain down on the prisoner. One of the guards asked if he was looking for a fight. Two figures stood near the entrance to the dungeons, one of them explaining that they had already cleared out all the monsters in the other dungeon. The larger of the two suggested they simply proceed together into this dungeon. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the depths of the dungeon, questioning their actions. The armored figures wondered if they weren't about to head in. The figure, with glowing red eyes, asked if they wanted to go around. Elsewhere, northeast of Kalduri, the kingdom of 1,000 years, lay the snowy mountains of 1,000 years Dragon's Nest. It was confirmed that all the citizens of the levels had been evacuated, and none were suspected of being an otherworlder. This would make the 6 Dragon's Nest they'd successfully brought into their control. One of the masked figures inquired what the matter was, questioning if it wasn't a smooth operation with no casualties. Another figure responded that Captain decided to stay behind because he smelled something fishy. The masked figure wondered what in the world would be left after ruining the site like that. It seemed that they were quite displeased. One of the figures wondered where the captain was, and another responded that they went to the head temple to make a report. The head temple of the Dark Brotherhood. The temple stood tall. Saint's Chapel. A long corridor stretches into the distance, illuminated by a bright light at its end. The scene shifts to a conversation, where someone acknowledges the hard work of Sir Inquisitor, inquiring about the expedition's outcome. Within a grand hall, figures stand in attendance, their presence suggesting a formal gathering. The Inquisitor reports that, as the Saint is foretold, they discovered a research facility for otherworlders and managed to collect an Ormflau's blessing. He notes the ominous feeling emanating from such a small object. The Inquisitor holds a purple crystal, acknowledging that without the goddess's oracle, the world would have fallen into great chaos. The speaker assures Sir Leon Hart that Kivriel, the goddess of darkness, will look favorably upon him. The focus shifts to Sir Leon Hart, standing in what appears to be a place of honor. A close-up reveals Sir Leon Hart's face obscured by a mask with glowing blue lines. Sir Leon Hart is asked by the Saintess if he doesn't find it strange. Sir Leon Hart questions why the goddesses no longer send prophets to observe the world and provide enlightenment, as they did in the past. The Saintess responds that they never directly influence their behaviors. The Saintess suggests that this implies how disrespectful the otherworlders are now. Sir Leon Hart explains that by the time they arrive at the scene, after receiving the oracle, the casualties already exceed 100 people. The Saintess exclaims that if the goddesses know the location, they should inform them earlier. Sir Leon Hart is addressed again, as the Saintess declares that she has been a Saintess for over 70 years. The Elder states that he has never received so many oracles at once. However, the masked figure is told that questioning the goddess's judgment is unforgivable, even for one who is blessed, as their only concern is for the safety of the world. The Elder is asked to forgive his foolishness and to take care in the words he speaks, lest he repeat the mistakes of his youth. He is reminded that he may not grow old. The masked figure is reminded to remove their mask the next time they visit, and they offer their apologies. It is considered a shame to cover such a handsome face, given to them by the goddesses. The masked figure states that they will be on standby until the next oracle is revealed. Oh, Kivriel, goddess of darkness, they offer Ormflau's blessing. The masked figure notes that the oracles contain detailed information never given before, and that because of them, they were able to take Ormflau's blessing from Great Earth's hands. No matter how many times they ask, the goddesses will only say that its existence shouldn't be revealed to other orders. The goddesses only tell them that its existence shouldn't be revealed to other orders. Something seems to be going on. He has received the Ormflau's blessing. The masked figure knew the Dark Brotherhood would be reliable. A fragment of Ormflau's blessing appears. The blessing fragment is absorbed. The incomplete Ormflau's blessing reaches 91%. Someone remarks that the Dark Brotherhood is proving reliable. Someone observes that it was only 3% this time, implying there weren't many refugees there. The speaker wonders if they should get Richard to help deliver the fragments from the dragon's nest. Another voice expresses the hope that they can use the Dark Brotherhood, adding that they can even get rid of Great Earth while they are at it. Garhon is complimented on playing with politics while acting as a regent. He thinks to himself that his mind has gotten sharp despite his body not having. Someone expresses disappointment that Great Earth is so easily crushed, but another voice says they can't say that the Dark Brotherhood's heresy inquisitors are that powerful either. The first speaker agrees that New Great Earth is weak. The other voice wonders if Great Earth is being easily crushed because the Brotherhood has been given so much information on them, adding that there's also one other reason. It's revealed that the Dark Brotherhood has Leon Hart, one who's blessed by the goddesses like them. Someone thinks of the good-looking kid from before. The speakers suggest they can just bring him over to their side, since he should also know his own lifespan. They add that he may have gotten the goddess blessings, but he refused having a successful life and joined the Brotherhood, and that his devotion is completely different from them, so he'll definitely come after them if he finds out about their plans. Someone asks if it wouldn't be better to get rid of him first, but another voice says that an inquisitor like him is still useful. The second speaker adds that Great Earth won't be able to face him anyway since his level is so high. It was true that the heresy inquisitors sought to capture otherworlders to extract information, making them experts in such confrontations, especially since they were spiritualists specializing in close combat and healing techniques. The question remained, what if Great Earth revealed their secrets? It was believed that those with weaker minds would likely use the opportunity to betray them to save themselves. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to, as this was something they probably didn't know. The moment they broke the rule against revealing information about the four heroes, the taboo magic placed on them would activate. Their brains would experience excruciating pain, leading to a swift death. It was then surmised that healing magic would be ineffective in such a case. And after, the otherworlders' bodies would turn to dust and disappear upon death. Zenobia was reminded that this was her magic, but she retorted, as an archmage, she couldn't possibly remember every single spell she created. Furthermore, she had been preoccupied with understanding the power of the goddesses. Zenovia's allies continued their preparations, awaiting the completion of Ormflau's blessing. They believed that this would allow them to absorb the goddess's holy powers. Meanwhile, one of the figures wondered if they had any fragments left to secure. They were assured that they had already taken care of all the dragon's nests. It was then mentioned that dragon's nests managed by otherworlders weren't the only places the fragment could be. Someone recalled an otherworlder imprisoned in the crater prison camp that they had created long ago. With a smirk, the figure confirmed that they had already delivered that person's information. Elsewhere, a group waited for Leslie to infiltrate the camp. Leslie knew that if she didn't find the Earthling inside, she would be the next one on the list. She knew she needed to hurry, find them, grab the fragment, and escape. But then, she wondered what was happening around her. Chaos erupted as someone shouted, calling another a madman. Leslie overheard someone mentioning the Volturian warrior, surprised that he was alive, as they were sure he had died in the mansion. They also mentioned that the guy next to the Volturian was the one who tried to assassinate the judge. Another person had heard that he came in on purpose after hearing all the wicked things that had been happening there. Regardless, they didn't believe that the kid with the red scarf was the one Garhon was talking about. The man with the red scarf was shown to be level 35 and a warrior, but his level was low and the timing of his imprisonment didn't match. The problem was that they had already reported to Garhon that they had taken care of the Volturian, but he was still alive. The other man was level 5 and a warrior. It was then speculated that he was only level 5 and pretending to be a Volturian. Two guards ordered the prisoners to halt. One of the prisoners questioned who he was supposed to take care of, retorting that he already had 2 dragons to worry about. He thought that if they butted heads with that noble, then the situation would become more annoying, adding that he just wanted to go and spend time in the dungeon. Another prisoner thought that the noble bastard should just leave after taking a quick look around. The prisoner's eyes glowed red. Someone demanded to know what they were standing around for. A guard felt their murderous intent was tremendous. Another guard realized that one of the prisoners was a Volturian. One of the prisoners smirked, understanding what was meant. The prisoners realized that they could no longer stay silent. They shouted that staying quiet wouldn't help to save a single person. The prisoners began to riot. One of the prisoners shouted for those who felt their sentence was unfair to stand up as he attacked a guard. Another guard questioned what they were doing, calling them a moron. Another guard wondered if the prisoners were crazy, deciding that it was the prison that was crazy. One of the prisoners shouted that they had families. The prisoners continued their uproar. One man, face contorted in rage, declared that he had been sentenced to only 2 years, but had been imprisoned for 7. Another lamented that his child had grown up while he was stuck in the camp. Another prisoner, equally enraged, shouted that he had gotten divorced during his imprisonment. He demanded that if they wanted to hunt monsters, they should do it themselves, and that they should release them if their sentences were fully served. The prisoners' cries for release grew louder. The prisoners continued to demand their freedom. The prisoners' unified cry for release echoed through the prison. The prisoners' demands for release intensified, some wondering if they were all crazy, while others realized it was a riot and urged the guards to escape. One of the guards, visibly shaken, questioned how the peasants dared to act this way in front of a noble. The guard, enraged, declared that there was only one way to deal with such lowly bastards and ordered them to bring him out. The prisoners continued to chant for their release. Another man wondered what was going on. He believed it was the warrior's way to save those that are weak, and that they must have realized this. He declared that a true warrior, no, a hero, helps the people to stand up for themselves. Someone marveled at the wonderful character and great martial arts of an unknown individual. Another man declared that he would serve the unknown individual forever, brother. The other man told him to stop bullshitting. The prisoners continued to demand their release, while another man urged them to follow the Volturian hero. The prisoners were revealed to be Volturian. The Volturian panted. A prisoner's breathing grew heavy. The sound of metal echoed. The prisoners were being escorted. One of the prisoners realized something. Guards continued to escort the prisoners. The prisoners realized that there really was an otherworlder here. Two prisoners could not believe it. The prisoners realized that this was the otherworlder that Garhan was talking about. One of the prisoners was revealed to be a level 61 magic swordsman. The magic swordsman thought to himself that they were uncivilized bastards, but now they were quiet. One of the guards thought that showing this much fear was just about right for the prisoners. The prisoners believed that as soon as they released him, he would get rid of them all in less than 5 minutes. The magic swordsman thought that it would be difficult since he had these sealing handcuffs on, and wondered if he should make a run for it right now. However, he was merciful, and his merciful judgment was right now. One of the guards declared that he would add an additional 50 years to every bastard here for the act of rebellion. The announcement echoed through the prison, declaring that the madman who led the rebellion would receive a century-long sentence. Nearby, one of the prisoners questioned what they were talking about, insisting it was not his idea, but his brother's. He added that the Volturian would also receive an additional 100 years. Uma voz riu, concordando que aqueles dois não eram como os outros. O orador lembrou-lhes que não só se tinham atrevido a atacá-lo, como também tinham provocado um motim no seu campo de prisioneiros. The prisoners were informed that the merciful judge would offer them a deal, with everyone's sentence on the line. The judge's voice boomed, declaring that he wanted them to win a fight against this otherworlder. The judge explained that the prisoners would be stabbing and slashing. The judge continued, adding that they would be ripping each other apart. The judge roared that if the prisoners won, he would reduce not only their sentences, but everyone else's as well. One of the prisoners questioned what was happening, refusing the offer. He realized that the otherworlder could not see in front of him right now, but as soon as the fight started, he would be able to see his level. The prisoner continued, stating that if they hunted monsters in the lower floors for about 2 to 3 months, they could easily cut 200 years off their sentence and repay their debts themselves. The judge asked if they really thought that doing that would help them reduce their sentence. The judge called out, "Eric Garun." From behind, Eric Garun turned his head. Eric questioned what the hell the judge was. Eric groaned, noting that his injuries still twitched from the last fight. A figure in armor demands a fight. The challenge is met with disbelief. Felid is the focus of the challenge. Meanwhile, the judge muses about the history between the two fighters, anticipating a fun spectacle. The odds of 2 against 1 don't seem to excite one of the observers. The judge asks if there are any criminals willing to fight with the otherworlder. He states that he will release the participant regardless of the fight's outcome, but then hesitates. Someone objects, believing there's no way the judge would let them go. It said that no one is crazy enough to face that Volturian, and that getting released is meaningless if you're dead. A woman watches the scene unfold. She thinks things will work out as they are. A sinister smile spreads across her face. Someone reflects on the fact that the otherworlder, normally imprisoned on the lowest floor, is out on his own. They also believe the Ormflau's blessing should be implanted in that guy, and they can make sure the fake dies so that the report they made to Garhan doesn't become a problem. Someone else thinks this is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It had been some time since the man with the large mustache had looked forward to something so entertaining. Elsewhere, a group of individuals watched with varying expressions. A vast canyon stretched out before them. Suddenly, a swirling portal of blue energy materialized. The portal seemed to connect to a cave high in the canyon wall. Atis, Amphitter, Ragnaraka, and Epher were sent flying through the portal. Epher congratulated Atis on clearing her first dungeon. Epher wondered how Atis withstood the essence share, the method Hanbin devised to increase Atis' level. The explanation was presented in a retro game style, detailing how Hanbin weakened the monsters, Atis finished them off, and then absorbed the essence to level up. Atis admitted that it was difficult at first, and that it felt like her soul had indigestion. Epher complimented Atis on stabilizing her dragon core and absorbing essence in record time, saying it would be impossible for a normal wyvern, or even a dragon like her, to do it that fast. Epher called Atis a genius wyvern, but Atis said that even with the compliment, she was at her limit, and that she needed to digest as much essence as she absorbed to level up. Epher suggested they rest and figure out a way to digest all of it, now that they had an artifact from clearing a dungeon that they needed to get appraised, and Atis cheered, happy to be going home. Effer lamented that if Han Bin were there, he would have used his guideline to tell them the usage and features of the artifact. Effer reminded Atis that if someone would have heard them, they would think Han Bin was dead or something, but he just went to prison. Atis hoped that Han Bin would be okay in prison, as she heard there were a lot of shady characters there, and hoped that he could just take the beatings. A figure declares himself the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness unleashes a surge of power from his left arm. The surge of power is accompanied by a declaration of vengeance against an otherworlder. Elsewhere, a woman with red hair expresses her frustration at having to wear an embarrassing outfit, while another figure tells someone to go to hell. The woman with red hair states that she has no business with him once she plants Omphalos' blessing, and asks if the other party has thought about the power she wanted to lend to them. The other party appreciates the gesture, asking if she means the crystal fragment that would increase their power. The woman with red hair responds that just the other party's bright smile makes her content. Raud Estelfia, mistaken for an otherworlder and thrown into prison, vows to stab someone during the match. Raud states that he can never forget the pain someone caused him that day, and that he can spot them from anywhere with one glance. He is announced as the Fearless Barbarian. Someone identifies Iragaron as being from the strongest warrior tribe of Rafna. Another voice calls out to Felid Bin, identifying him as a Valerian warrior. The Valerian warrior wonders who is calling out to him, realizing it must be another otherworlder who knows his old name. The King of Darkness exclaims that he has been found out, and that if it's Great Earth, they could even figure out his background. The King of Darkness realizes that if they know his real identity, there's no need for him to fight to corner him. He doesn't know what they're scheming, but if they know his identity, there's a chance they might target Atis and Effer. The King of Darkness decides that he will have to kill him and get out of this place. Someone calls out to Hyungnim, who responds, asking what they want. Hyungnim's companion expressed respect for his strength and character, but questioned the necessity of eliminating the Earth otherworlder that day. Meanwhile, another individual wondered if it wouldn't be more beneficial to engage in conversation rather than resorting to fighting. It was determined that the kid didn't know very much about Great Earth. Elsewhere, a figure commanded now. A voice boomed, declaring that the match would begin now, and that there was nowhere to run, questioning who would be the victor. On the ground, monsters spilled in from every side. The ceiling was blocked off by a powerful barrier cast by a total of 20 spiritualists. Ryu Hanbin suggested saving the conversation for later, to which Berkman Ropal agreed. The match was about to begin. A figure stood ready, sword drawn. Someone admired the neck muscles that stood tall like a mountain and a back that resembled the ocean. They also noted the way his chest flexed when he swung his sword, and how the muscles slithered around his waist. The beautiful, chiseled, brown muscles looked like an artistic masterpiece. The Baroness was asked if the Volturian warrior had caught her interest, to which she responded that he was just a bit of eye candy. Now that he thought about it, the man realized he'd heard that if the Volturian warrior won the match, he'd be freed. He wondered if he should consider having him as a servant. Another man replied that he had been needing a servant to take care of his house in the country. However, he noted that the Volturian warrior didn't use magic tools, so it might be hard for him to work in a mansion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man approached two women. He began by asking who they must be. The man, from the Frelsis company, stated that it was an honor to be recognized by such esteemed ladies, but that he was no more than an insignificant merchant. The merchant asked if it would be a bother to the ladies if he took a picture of their unmatched beauties. He then presented the newest magic item of their company, the portrait recorder, stating that it was like carrying along a whole mansion. One of the women noted that he was using a magic item without any strain, and that he must have a high level. The merchant replied that in his humble background, he had done some hunter work with his young Nim, but that it was nothing to boast about. He then stated that they should check if the magic item was functioning well. The merchant prepared to use the magic item. Elsewhere, a figure wondered if that was the otherworlder that Hyung Nim had told them about. Someone cleared their throat, noting that the unique mask made it hard for them to see his face. Back with the merchant, one of the women asked if he was Baron Elhauer. The merchant hoped that she could refrain from doing business around there. A man below noted that he got his ticket from a marquis, so he couldn't deny him, but that he was nothing but a lowly merchant. The man stated that of course the ticket prices must have been quite steep for someone who was not a noble like himself. He added that this was no business and that she flattered him. The merchant thanked the woman for concerning herself with his financial well-being. The man below stated that the marquis also sold him the tickets dirt cheap, so he was able to afford it. He asked if she called his battle arena tickets dirt cheap. The merchant stated that if he said that, then his pockets must be very deep, and that they should make a little bet for fun. The man wondered, between the Otherworlder and Volturian, who he thought would win. The man stated that he would bet on the Otherworlder. The merchant wondered if he was going to bet that kind of money on an Otherworlder. Then he stated that he must be on the Volturian side then. The observers noted the strange phenomenon. Monsters were emerging from every direction. The sudden surge of monsters caught another observer by surprise, prompting him to question the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their advance. They moved with a singular purpose. The Volturian warrior, however, remained unfazed. His movements were described as having amazing momentum, cutting down each monster with a single swing. It was said that he was merely playing with the monsters, treating them like mere bugs. Despite the magic item preventing him from using his 4 powers, his strength was unbelievable. To the warrior, each of these monsters was nothing special. Yet, their numbers did not seem to be shrinking. The observers wondered how this could have happened, noting that every single monster from the dungeon was present. The dungeon's monsters were surrounding the Volturian warrior. He prepared to strike horizontally. With a slash, he unleashed his attack. The force of the blow was immense. The attack scattered the monsters. The force of the attack sent the monsters flying. The Volturian warriors group had successfully scattered the swarm, creating a brief respite in the onslaught. Even though Ryu Hanbin had been carefully controlling his strength, the power he unleashed was already proving to be immense. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin heard someone calling out to him, using an honorific. The voice seemed surprised by the appearance of the prosthetics. The mechanical insects buzzed erratically. The monster continued its search, seemingly fixated on a specific target, particularly an insect monster with low intelligence. Ryu Hanbin's expression hardened as he listened. Efra's eyes widened, her expression a mix of shock and confusion. She was stunned that it had simply walked past her. Efra realized she had never heard of such a spell being in the guideline. The mysterious figures stood tall, their augmented arm prominently displayed. Raud had been formerly monsterized by the boss monster, the Tentacle Beholder. Normally, there was no way to stop monsterization once it began. Due to Raud's malnutritioned and dehydrated state, the monster cell's growth was halted. His left arm had fused with the Tentacle Beholder to gain a new skill. The skill, Overmind, allowed the user to control monsters that had a lower level than the caster. He didn't remember what happened in the dungeon back then, but because of his cursed ability, he was framed as an otherworlder. Locked up in this prison, Raud was forced to fight monsters and other inmates. How ironic. He thought this fight with the man who took everything from him would also be his last fight to gain his freedom. At that time, Raud was only level 5. Even if he'd been training hard, he'd be only around level 20, right? He thought that if he confessed his mistake and asked for forgiveness, he would not take his life. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Eric!" Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin stood amidst the fallen bodies of his enemies, his sword at the ready. Ryu Hanbin's expression was grim. Someone called out to him, "Hyungnim." Raud looked on, his expression unreadable. The man wonders if he has targeted the wrong person. Zhang Luxin is asked if he is okay. He replies that he is okay, just caught up in the attack and blown away. Someone asks if Hyungnim is okay, noting that the monsters seem to be targeting him. The man agrees, stating that he is the one being targeted. Hyungnim is asked why that man is targeting him. He responds that he has some theories, but that the man is like a crazy hound. The man thinks that it just needs to be. Hyungnim is called out to again. The text describes artifacts. Artifacts are described as powerful tools that power the dungeons that can be gained by dungeon closing. Artifacts are a symbol of honor for hunters whose mission is to achieve a dungeon close. However, if you do not know the level restrictions, latent powers, and activation method, it only serves as a decorative piece. Therefore, hunters visit appraisal shops to learn about the artifact's powers and price. The appraisal street bustled with activity, situated conveniently next to the Hunter Guild. Inside one of the shops, an artifact was being examined. It had a level 30 restriction. The artifact was noted to have 10 uses per day, but its total uses were unlimited. The appraiser explained that the artifact's ability was to save the user's clothes, allowing them to dress and undress at will, using the incantations undress and dress. Because it had unlimited use, the appraiser believed it would sell for about 3 times more than one of the same level, estimating around 5,000 EX. One of the customers thanked the appraiser. The appraiser felt bad about giving free appraisals every time, but she had been using her knowledge of magic tools, gained at the Great Earth Base, to work as an appraiser. One of the customers pointed out that they needed bail money since Felid was in jail. It was also revealed that Atis had to sell all of her treasured spellbooks because of it. One of the customers stated that she didn't really need those spellbooks. She had put all the magic that she really needed into the artifact. The appraiser thought that the artifact that Atis made would go for 10 times as much as most artifacts. One of the customers revealed that she was just kidding and that she knew that the demon's blessing was a secret and that she didn't say anything about it at the order either. The appraiser suggested that they shouldn't sell the artifact and that it would be better if they too used it, since they could always swap out their clothes whenever they wanted. One of the customers pointed out that they would have to trash their clothes if they had to suddenly transform, and that she was right. Once she transformed, her clothes get torn to shreds. The 2 dragons stood together, one holding a small knife. The silver-haired dragon admitted that even though they were both dragons, it was still embarrassing to be naked in human form. She then asked if they knew about their identities, waiting for an answer. The dark-haired woman with them gasped, seemingly surprised by the revelation. The silver-haired dragon was shocked, wondering how this could be. Both dragons looked on with wide eyes, surprised by the woman's reaction. The dark-haired woman confirmed that she did know about their identities, explaining that she saw Han Bin's memories when she was in Feel It SSI's consciousness. The red-haired dragon asked if she knew about him too. The dark-haired woman confirmed that she knew about it, but it wasn't like she was trying to hide it or anything. She had just been thinking about how she was going to tell them. The silver-haired dragon said it was okay, explaining that she found out about his identity when she was a wyvern, but he didn't harm her. The red-haired dragon vouched for Ryu Hanbin as the descendant of the fire dragon. The dark-haired woman stood in a room, seemingly frustrated. The dark-haired woman ominously stated that they didn't know what was inside that man. A monstrous image appeared, filled with red eyes and sharp teeth. The dragons discussed Ryu Hanbin, noting that he had spent 22 years in that hell before coming to Rafna. They believed he was pretending to be normal on the outside. It was emphasized that Ryu Hanbin was dangerous. Ryu Hanbin was shown in a fighting stance, ready for battle. The warrior continued his assault, swinging his blade with brutal efficiency. Each strike crushed the monstrous insects. The onslaught continued, the warrior showing no signs of slowing. The blade found its mark again and again, cleaving through the swarm. He pressed his attack, driving the monsters back. The monster's eyes glowed with a menacing red light. Through the carnage, Ryu Hanbin could be seen standing tall. Elsewhere, the dark-haired woman watched with a masked figure beside her. The woman expressed her disbelief at the monster's weakness, but the masked figure countered that the monsters were not weak, and their average level was over 30. The woman continued, noting that there were even boss-level monsters present, yet Ryu Hanbin was only level 5. Back at the battlefield, Ryu Hanbin stood amidst the fallen monsters. He asked if there were any more monsters. Nearby, two observers expressed their disbelief at what they were witnessing, one questioning what the other was doing. From within a darkened room, a man with slicked-back blonde hair and a thin mustache orders that more powerful monsters be brought in. He believes the previous wave, capable of leveling a city, was still not enough. The man's associates agree that even that wasn't enough to draw out all of Ryu Hanbin's potential. It had been some time since the inmates' cheering had stopped. Those who had experienced Ryu Hanbin's power firsthand realized that the fear of him was suppressing the entire arena. The Volturian warrior's valor was no more. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin stood silently, observing his surroundings. He questioned if this was truly all they had to offer. His opponent, injured and enraged, insisted that Ryu Hanbin must have something else he was hiding. He demanded to know if Ryu Hanbin had more coming. The white-haired warrior declared that this time, he was really going to crush it all. He unleashed his power, declaring it an act of impudence. The warrior's power manifested as a surge of energy. He prepared to strike, his energy crackling around him. However, the arena floor suddenly gave way as the ground beneath Ryu Hanbin and his opponent crumbled. The ground continued to collapse around them. The destruction spread rapidly, consuming the arena floor. The collapse intensified, sending debris flying. Ryu Hanbin and his opponent were caught in the midst of the destruction as the arena crumbled around them. The arena's collapse sent the crowd into a panic. Elsewhere, a figure reveled in what they believed was a successful maneuver. Nearby, someone noticed something. The source of a disturbance was a monstrous figure. The creature was Queen Antonia, a level 80 dungeon boss from the deepest level of the Creta Valley dungeon. The queen's eye twitched as she registered the pain. She wondered who dared to use such an indecent skill on her. The scent of her children filled her senses, and she realized that a human was responsible. Ryu Hanbin confirmed her suspicions. He lamented that his sword had been shattered because of her power, admitting he expected too much from it. Queen Antonia prepared to strike. Ryu Hanbin braced himself. Meanwhile, the spectators were being evacuated. One of the observers mocked the other for still being a coward. The observer explained that if the inmates saw the queen, they wouldn't even think about rebelling, adding that there were 20 level 60 spiritualists holding a barrier there. From above, onlookers expressed their confidence in their ability to handle multiple dungeon bosses, content to watch the Volturian warrior be torn to shreds. Suddenly enraged, someone shouted at them, calling them dumb bastards. The man declared that he wasn't afraid of the dungeon boss. The onlookers recognized Ryu Hanbin as the Volturian warrior. The sound of something breaking echoed. The force of the blow sent Ryu Hanbin crashing into the ground. Having broken his sword, Ryu Hanbin asked for someone to lend him a hand. The ground trembled. Another tremor shook the area. The broken tip of a sword lay on the ground. The swordsman, having just broken his blade, held his opponent in a tight grip. He remarked that since his sword was broken, he would need a hand. A sinister grin spread across Ryu Hanbin's face. The broken sword was thrust forward. The attack was a reverse vertical slash. The broken blade pierced through the air. The blade continued its descent. The broken sword struck its target. The impact caused a massive explosion of energy. The Tarantula Queen was struck by the attack. Debris flew in all directions. The force of the impact was immense. A notification appeared, indicating that Queen Antonia had been eliminated and experience had been earned. The main reason Otherworlders are feared is because of their murderous impulses. These impulses stem from a guideline shared by all Otherworlders. This guideline is a secret quest, a sacrifice for the cause, demanding vigilance. The starting condition, murder a Rathnian. The details reveal that Rathnians are being tricked by evil goddesses, making it a small sacrifice to save the world of Rathna. Hidden within this quest is a reward system. The reward for murdering a Rathnian is a substance delivered directly to the brain. This substance grants the user immense pleasure and alleviates any impulsive feelings. Therefore, to an otherworlder, the murder of a Rathnian gives them immediate pleasure and is highly addictive, making it the greatest drug. That's why, if otherworlders murder even one Rathnian, they can't escape from that impulsive feeling. She recalled being in Great Earth, a place not very well known, but a definite fact. Another woman countered that Ryu Hanbin has never done something like that. A third woman agreed, stating that he's never had any conditions like that before. Someone agreed, but added that it wasn't yet the time. Because Ryu Hanbin has never killed a Rathnian, he hasn't experienced the murderous addiction that plagues other otherworlders. The reason he never got afflicted with a murderous addiction is because everyone he's killed was an otherworlder. And killing other otherworlders doesn't give any rewards. But how long will his luck last? The hunter's eyes widened. A tarantual queen descended upon him. He turned to run. He can't hide or run from them. In absolute solitude, it was kill or be killed. The fact that he is normal is what's not normal at all. He came to Rathna physically. Time passed, but he's still on that mountain. If there is an enemy that chases him, his repressed instincts can emerge at any time. For someone like him, becoming addicted to murder wouldn't be difficult, even compared to other otherworlders. Atis Emphater Ragnar aka was told that she must have felt his murderous intent at least once. Atis Emphater Ragnar aka seemed surprised by the question. She explained that it was a misunderstanding, as she had only met him a short while ago. The matter was cleared up, and they fought against the Lich together. It was stated that Ryu Hanbin doesn't murder without discretion. The man appeared shocked. The scene showed people on the ground, seemingly in pain. Broken glass lay scattered on the floor. Someone was yelling to open the door quickly. Someone questioned if there were really no human casualties, suggesting that the Volturian warrior controlled his strength. It was considered that maybe they were just lucky. The stone floor was cracked and covered in moss. Atis Emphater Ragnar aka said that they should stop talking about stuff like this. From above, a woman wonders what Ryu Hanbin could possibly gain from meaningless killing. Below, a hand grips a weapon tightly. The weapon is raised, ready to strike. Suddenly, a figure shouts for them to get away. Below, a man demands to know if there are no more monsters. He wonders what if. Another wonders, there was a reason? The figure from before is shown again. What if his identity was revealed? A muscular man is shown, and it endangers his friends after 22 years of solitude. He won't hesitate. The scene shows a person lying on the ground, covered in blood. Atis lay on the ground, blood pooling around her. A voice declared that as soon as he murders the Rathnian, he will become addicted to it. The woman with red hair looked up, her eyes wide with shock. Her body tensed. Her hand reached out, grasping at the ground. Elsewhere, two figures struggled against an unseen force. A figure stood, a sword at their hip. A man with dark hair looked up, his eyes wide. Someone called out, questioning if it was Zhang Luxin. The man admitted that he really thought he could block it. Another man insisted that people should settle things with words. A woman with white hair warned that if you mess up, bad things will happen. The woman with white hair looked down at the man. A man with dark hair looked off into the distance. The man stood, his expression unreadable. Dust billowed as a figure was thrown against a wall. Another figure stood over the fallen one, their intentions unclear. 2 weeks later, the scene shifted. A massive, segmented creature lumbered across a bridge, its heavy steps echoing. Someone exclaimed in awe at the sight of the creature. Another observed that the magic stone truly lived up to the size of the creature. Someone else cheered, celebrating their discovery. The group realized they had hit the jackpot. One of them remarked that something of that size should be worth at least 500 EX. Another wondered if they could really just have it. Elsewhere, someone stated that their lives were indebted to the Volturian warrior, so they would help. It was noted that having received the artifact, just this was nowhere. It was determined that it was near enough, and, also, he would rather die than admit his feelings. Elsewhere, someone thanked Brad profusely. She found something to be very cute. Meanwhile, someone nervously asked Effer if she had time to do something. The two looked on in surprise. Someone called out to Atis. Two figures stood on a bridge. It was the healer, Unis. Two women urgently warned that there was a big problem. The individual prepared to move. The person stated that they could not hear very well and would be right back. The healer, Unis, was surrounded by energy. Someone screamed. It was observed that she just flew across a cliff and was not scared at all. Two armored figures wondered why the girls were not waiting at the Hunters Guild, as they had said. Elsewhere, one of the women remarked that since their party had been helping, they'd gathered money much faster. She continued, noting that the maiden's words had merit as well. The woman believed that if Ryu Hanbin was near, they should be able to avoid unnecessary conflict much easier. Someone else exclaimed that to do that, they needed to get stronger as well. Suddenly, Unis, who was with the group, seemed to notice something. She voiced her confusion. Someone asked what was wrong, inquiring if there was a problem. The woman from before stated that she couldn't hear them since they were so far away. She thought to herself that it couldn't be. Her eyes widened in concern. She wondered if something had happened to Ryu Hanbin. An envelope, sealed with a red wax stamp, contained information on otherworlders from Krita prison, as requested. The recipient of the envelope remarked that they had almost died for the sender over there. The man sitting at the desk, seemingly annoyed, told the other to be quiet and let him read, pointing out that there was water right next to him. He thought he would get some face-to-face time and questioned why he was tasked with this kind of research, which would probably be faster with the Dark Order. The man admitted he had some personal things to look into. He wondered if this man was an otherworlder from Krita prison. The rustling of papers filled the room as the man continued his investigation. It was noted that the Baron wanted him as the show horse of his arena. Delving deeper into the account, the man discovered that this guy was not an otherworlder. He had looked into this guy personally, so he knew for sure. The man was surprised to find that when he had looked into him, he had no family. There was no registry or anything. The man cursed that damned loud-mouthed noble. It was revealed that he got rid of his records and framed him as an otherworlder. The man realized that Krita was a dud too. The most recent message from the goddess about an otherworlder was referenced. The man knew there was a reason since it was the goddess' work, but wondered if he was too premature in trying to control the situation before it got out of hand. The man perused the documents, a question forming in his mind. He studied the photographs, wondering who this man was. He realized that the opposing inmate in that arena was apparently a Volturian warrior. According to rumors, the warrior had taken out the leader of the dragon's nest when the Light Order ambushed them. The man had been taking out boss monsters with just a swipe of his sword. Since Volturians don't measure levels, Felix recalled borrowing money from someone about a year ago on short notice. The man remembered arresting the wrong guy at one point and having to pay compensation. He demanded that Felix pay him back right now. Felix declared that he needed to go capture a level 5. The characters promoted their Discord server. The tension hung heavy in the air. Panic began to set in among the onlookers. It was noted that withdrawal symptoms from murder after killing a Rathnian were very serious. The crowd's mental state continued to deteriorate. It was clear that, judging by their levels, they were already out of their minds. Elsewhere, Queen Halian's associates wondered if she was let down because their symptoms were less extreme than she expected. Queen Halian remained stoic. Zenobia told Halian not to make fun of her, adding that she wouldn't have seen even more disturbing things after becoming Alindia's queen. Halian remarked that they still didn't look like they were seeking something. Halian's associate asked what about that girl. The scene shifted to a woman with red hair. Someone called out to Leslie. It was explained that there were some cases where the otherworlders self-harmed as a result of the murder withdrawal. It was added that at these times, their option to commit suicide could come in handy. The focus returned to Queen Halian. The woman with red hair was not alone in her suffering. The weight of her actions pressed down on her. The desire to kill warred with the desire to live. The conflict raged within. Leslie's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. Nearby, a bouquet of flowers lay near a blade. She was informed that her subordinate had passed away. The woman with blue hair extended an offer, asking if Leslie would like to come along with her instead. Leslie sat on the ground, barefoot, as the woman stood before her. Leslie harbored resentment towards the 4 heroes who had confined her. She wanted to tear apart the Rathnian within arm's reach. Yet, she found herself unable to resist the woman's offer. Leslie looked up at the woman, her expression unreadable. Leslie understood from the woman's elegant tone and kind voice that she was someone like her. Leslie lay on the ground, surrounded by flowers. The flowers were splattered with blood. The woman's thoughts drifted to the past, a time when she was nothing more than a toy, easily disposed of. She recalled the condition for her freedom from that cell. It was a restraint, something that suppressed her murderous urges. The restraint was a result of doing the dirty work of the 4 heroes. They became the fake Great Earth. The restraint was created by her fear of them. It was fear enough to vow loyalty to those she hated. She never thought she would feel that fear again. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin continued his fight. For Leslie, rebelling would be meaningless. Now that she had seen that strength, Leslie could only utter a desperate, wait. Levels are meaningless. The attack came swiftly. Leslie screamed in agony. The sound of flesh tearing echoed through the chamber. The blade continued to cut into the arm. The man holding Leslie demanded to know if she was a spiritualist. The man tightened his grip on Leslie, the sound of his actions echoing. From below, a man pleaded for Leslie to save someone. Leslie, held captive, could only look on. The man holding Leslie looked down with a stern expression. From below, the man continued to beg. Leslie's eyes widened, her expression filled with desperation. The man's grip tightened further. Someone demanded that pressure be released from an arm and requested the wrapping that was on it. Nearby, someone confirmed that they were okay. An unknown person expressed outrage that someone would dare ruin their game. The man's face was contorted in rage as he pointed forward. A voice declared that all of them would be executed immediately. The declaration echoed through the halls. Meanwhile, the injured were being tended to. Someone lamented that the situation was dire, even as a man was dying. Someone was wrapping an arm tightly. A voice called out, urging Zhang Luxin to wake up. Zhang Luxin remained unconscious as a green glow surrounded him. Again, Zhang Luxin's name was called out. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka insisted that they were not even done with first aid, and if they stopped, he would bleed to death. The Volturian was to be treated as... Suddenly, someone shouted that there was a monster. A ballista was aimed and ready. The order was given to ready the ballista. The ballista fired. The bolt flew. The ballista bolt hurtles towards its target. The impact is imminent. The bolt strikes the monster, sending dust and debris flying. The force of the impact reverberates. The masked figure's weapon is raised, ready for another strike. The weapon descends. The wielder of the weapon, Epher, prepares to strike. The weapon connects with a resounding crash. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. Debris rains down around the monster. The ground trembles from the force of the blow. Epher's weapon continues its assault. Felid, still recovering, questions why he is being saved. Epher demands to know why he is lazing around. She shouts at Felid, questioning why he isn't fighting. Epher, still demanding answers, insisted that they wouldn't allow the man who they owed their life to die. The man with dark hair urged someone to get in the hole in the floor. Another man, with a rough beard, seemed to be responding to the previous statement. A figure declared that someone shouldn't die before they had a chance to kill them. Felid bin stood in the distance. Someone apologized. The man with white hair carried a woman away from the scene. A hand with a strange marking was shown. The white-haired man smiled. He thought that was cool, and as for him, he considered that he was a noble's secret weapon, so they probably wouldn't kill him. Someone was struck by arrows. They were still being struck. The white-haired man was shown from above. He was confused. The cavern walls loomed, a testament to the depths they had reached. Further into the earth, the group found themselves surrounded by stone. The rough texture of the cavern walls spoke of ages of erosion. The cavern floor sloped downward, leading to unknown depths. Meanwhile, the immediate danger seemed to have subsided, as it was noted that the bleeding had stopped for now. Lying prone, Raud was being healed. Green energy emanated from the hands of the healer. The healer explained that all they could do from there was to boost his normal healing factor a bit. Another member of the group questioned what could be done about the arm. The healer continued to focus their energy on Raud's body. The woman with red hair remarked that since she was the one who struck him, she was surprised his body didn't split in half. The red-haired woman continued to kneel, focusing her attention on the wounded man. She stated that fixing a severed arm was too much for just her. The wounded man remained unconscious, his expression unreadable. Nearby, Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka watched the scene unfold. She insisted that she wasn't lying about her level. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin thanked someone and decided to rest. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka asked where he was going. Someone stated that once Zhang Luxin was healed, they would have to escape by closing the dungeon. Another person added that since Raud pulled out the boss by force, they just needed to find a boss room. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka decided to scout the area to see if it was safe, asking them to wait until then. Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka looked determined. The dungeon's interior was dimly lit. Someone moved quickly. A fist struck the ground. Ryu Hanbin stood, ready to fight. Below, Atis Amphitor Ragnaraka questioned how she could have failed. Men vila, Ryu Hanbin gladiated intensity. Nearby, the fur of his clothing shifted slightly. Back with Atis, she landed hard. Her boots hit the ground with a thud. She realized that she couldn't plant the Omphalos blessing. Atis continued to run. She thought that her duty was not important right now. Atis knew that if that monster changed his mind, she was as good as dead. She realized she needed to run. Atis continued her escape. Ahead, an eggplanter waited. The eggplanter was at level 70. The eggplanter's ovipositor extended. Atis looked on in horror. The scene shifts to a wanted poster. The poster is old and worn. The poster displays a picture of Felid bin, wanted for escaping jail. The news of Felid's escape spreads among the people. The people are shocked by the news. The Onfrost Guild receptionist questions why this is happening. Atis is seen with a bag full of money and magic stones. The bag is overflowing with purple crystals. It seems that with the money and magic stones, they should be able to survive for a while. The dark-haired woman asks Atis what she is planning. Atis explains that they need to take Han and Felid and run for it, as Felid ran to a dungeon not meant for inmates to go through. Atis believes that if they move first, they can find him quickly. The judge states that the more monsters there are, the better it is for them. The Onfrost Guild receptionist wonders if Felid hasn't been caught yet, because he is in hiding. The dark-haired woman explains that the dungeons are complex and it will take a while to locate them with just the two of them. A man questions whether they plan to proceed alone. Another man offers assistance, suggesting that their group could help with the search. A third voice chimes in, believing that their debt will be settled if they help. Two women express their gratitude to the group. A figure instructs the others to prepare themselves and meet at the 24th lift later. The group agrees to regroup, with one member planning to sell magic stones and another intending to buy 2 dungeon maps. Someone states that they will see the others later, while another voice warns that external organizations might start looking into things if they wait any longer. The woman with red hair reflects that if that happens, even Ryu Hanbin won't be able to escape without killing someone. A voice urgently states that they have to get to him fast before he ends up in a big fight. The scene shifts to a close-up of a door. The dark-haired woman is seen entering a building. The focus narrows to their feet as they walk inside. A close-up reveals the back of a masked figure's head, showing a geometric pattern. The camera focuses on the masked figure's face, highlighting the glowing geometric design on their mask. The masked figure remarks that they meet again. The dark-haired woman's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Then, a voice called out, addressing Atis Infitor Ragnaraka. The woman with red hair considered the situation. An otherworlder, she knew, could not have true allies. To someone who hid their identity, an ally was more dangerous than an enemy. For that reason, they spent their lives fleeing and dying to a monster stronger than them. Nearby, an eggplanter, level 70, lurked. That was the life of a normal otherworlder. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widened in alarm. A tentacle shot out towards her. She was sent flying. The man with brown hair gasped. He reached out to her. He shouted for her to run away, realizing that monster's level was... Another tentacle shot out. The man fell to his knees. The tentacle struck him. A golden light erupted from him. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka cries out, her hands glowing with a faint light. Below, Sana and the eggplanter are locked in combat. A beam of golden light erupts from Sana. The eggplanter reels back, momentarily stunned. The light intensifies. The eggplanter attempts to strike, but the golden light blasts it away. The eggplanter is sent flying backwards. It crashes into the cavern wall. Ember looks on in shock. Sana stands his ground, the golden light still emanating from him. The light intensifies further, bathing the cavern in a golden glow. The eggplanter is engulfed in the golden light. The light fades, leaving the eggplanter defeated. Bound by shackles, a muscular figure stood defiant, unimpressed by his restraints. He considered his captors, deeming them too weak to even serve as bait for his escape. Elsewhere, a man was being urged to plead with the Volturians, claiming he was threatened by them in order to avoid execution. Meanwhile, another man vowed to kill someone with his own hands before allowing anything else to happen. Leslie's eyes narrowed, the storm brewing within her gaze. The man with the red scarf laughed, doubting he would be of much help in his current state. Despite his injuries, he couldn't bring himself to abandon his companions. The man in shackles wondered how he could abandon someone in pain. Suddenly, the man with the red scarf was grabbed by the throat. His attacker questioned if he truly wished to die. The man in shackles asked if losing an arm wasn't enough for the man with the red scarf to lose for him. The man with the red scarf considered it a cheap price to pay, compared to the times he had been saved from being exposed as an otherworlder. Leslie realized he was an otherworlder, recalling what they had done in Rathna. The man in shackles explained that by revealing the man with the red scarf secret, he was essentially saying he wanted to die. Leslie countered that it was quite the contrary. The muscular man declared his intention to aid Rathna as much as he could, just like the people from Earth. Leslie stated that she wanted to show the Rathnians that not all otherworlders were evil, and that she would do so with a confident smile, hoping that there would be a day where the Rathnians and people from Earth could live peacefully. The man with the scarf wondered if the people from Earth would live peacefully, to which Leslie responded that they may have to fight against the people from Earth that are doing evil things. The man with the scarf stated that he needed allies to help him fight. The muscular man bowed his head. Leslie's expression darkened. Leslie realized that he was truly insane. Leslie wondered if a world where otherworlders could live in peace was even possible. Someone gripped a dagger tightly, realizing that it couldn't be. The man with the scarf's expression was grim. The group continued on their journey. Someone asked if the man with the scarf knew what he was saying. The muscular man asked if the man with the scarf could kill otherworlders. The man with the scarf stated that he should never murder, but if it was a beast who lost his mind for bloodlust, then he was prepared. The muscular man extended his hand. Ryu Hanbin stated that negotiating by words should come first. Then he declared that was that. Leslie thought it was impossible. She considered the idea to be the closest thing to suicide. The other man with them believed it was the dream of a naive human new to Rathna. He added that he would think of the details later, after Sana asked if he even had a plan. He thought they needed to find a way out of there, and that night would be the best time to sneak out. Having worked for 10 years for Great Earth, Leslie understood her reality, but she was now faced with an unrealistic character. She thought they might stand a chance. Elsewhere, Sana lay unconscious. It looked as though a residual aura was protecting him. It seemed like the aura originated internally. Leslie noted that Sana's residual aura was at least guarding his body, so it didn't get too bad. She wondered if he thought that a spiritualist wouldn't know about that, since it was the aura that strengthened the body. It was explained that a spiritualist is a defense specialist, but it's a similar principle with remaining plana. Ryu Hanbin wondered if his body wasn't getting stronger because of leveling up like a game, but because there was more aura in his body that he was getting stronger. He then wondered why he could only use physical attacks. Atis Emphator Ragnar aka called out to Ryu Hanbin, mentioning the thing they were talking about before. Ryu Hanbin responded with a confused huh? Leslie thought that perhaps she could also. Leslie seemed surprised by the statement. Ryu Hanbin explained that if others discovered she had healed an otherworlder, it would only burden her. He wanted her to forget about it. He continued, saying that if they were caught and unable to do anything, they should just say they were threatened. Ryu Hanbin apologized for dragging her into this. Leslie's eyes widened slightly. Ryu Hanbin sternly warned her not to get caught and reveal that she had treated him. He then told her to rest as much as she could, as he would close the dungeon right away when she got up. From a distance, Ryu Hanbin stood over Leslie as she rested on the ground. Leslie lay still, her eyes partially open. Her hand rested near her chest. Leslie's hand was clenched tightly around a glowing orb. Elsewhere, a large fortress-like structure stood between two cliffs. Inside, a man slammed his fist on a table, exclaiming that there was no news on him even with such a large bounty. The Hunter Guild stated that if it wasn't a reward comparable to a C-rank raid, they couldn't move. If it was a C-rank raid, that was a nation's worth of money. Someone wondered what the guards and inmates were doing, as the dungeon was so complex that there was no news. Damn, the man lamented that if Volturian got out and revealed the otherworlder was a fake, he would be tried by the Order instead of the state. The man was told that it was not the time to think about money. He was informed that someone was requesting to meet the Baron immediately, and he was asked if he couldn't see the situation. The armored figure demanded that the man be told to get out of there immediately. The figure stated that it wouldn't be possible, but it was declared that if they didn't understand with words, they should be thrown in a cell. A figure was seen falling through a bright light. The figure continued to fall through the light, surrounded by debris. Someone apologized for bothering the person when they were so busy, but hoped they could comply with the investigation. The Dark Order Heresy Inquisitor was shocked. The Inquisitor stated that he was quite short on time, so he didn't have a warrant. The Inquisitor believed that would matter. The Inquisitor's subordinate, realizing his deception has been discovered, is visibly shaken. He reflects on the fact that he was holding a fake otherworlder. Meanwhile, the Dark Order Heresy Inquisitor expresses his hope that someone will comply with the investigation. The Inquisitor wonders where the inmates that escaped are now. Elsewhere, a window shatters. The sound of breaking glass echoes. Because of this, the Inquisitor's subordinate is sent flying through the air. Now that things have come to this, the subordinate realizes he will have to take care of the fake otherworlder himself. As he plummets, the subordinate wonders who the fake otherworlder could be. The subordinate continues to ponder who the fake otherworlder is. The subordinate screams as he falls. Meanwhile, someone is seen falling headfirst. The Inquisitor's subordinate screams in terror. Someone shouts the name Baron. The subordinate orders all sections to be locked down, declaring that there are intruders. The sound of a lockdown echoes. The subordinate of the Inquisitor continued his pursuit. Below, the man who had been thrown demanded to know why a hunter had come with the Heretic Inquisitor. The mechanism that had launched him glowed with heat. The device was clearly designed to launch people. Meanwhile, Atis landed gracefully. She demanded to know what they had done. Atis demanded to know what they had done with Felid. Below, the man who had been launched wondered if this was Felid's current state. Atis watched as the man landed in a minecart. She then saw guards approaching. The guards leveled their weapons. Atis warned them not to get in her way. She prepared to attack. Her weapon crackled with energy. The guards prepared to fire. The guards are struck by an unseen force, apologizing as they are knocked back. Atis Emphator Ragnaraka is told to be content that she wasn't burned away by her own magic. Epher asks where the Heretic Inquisitor is, but is told that there were no signs of him following. The group decides to take the Magic Stone transport carts to follow the noble. Elsewhere, someone remarks that Ryu Hanbin should at least know the direction he ran. The group hopes to reach Ryu Hanbin one step quicker than the Heretic Inquisitor. As they move, Atis is asked what they should do if the Heretic Inquisitor finds Ryu Hanbin first. The worst-case scenario would be that they are unable to avoid a fight, but they need to prevent Ryu Hanbin from being killed no matter the cost. Epher considers what would happen if that were to occur. The Heretic Inquisitor resolves to kill Ryu Hanbin, even if it costs him his own life. He activates a spell. It will take a bit of time to reach the bottom floor. Someone expresses disbelief that Baron would run off before they even said anything. The Heretic Inquisitor continues his descent. Following the clues to the Lich from Great Earth, they reach the small town of Onfra City, but that Lich was never heard from again. It would be fair to say that the skull had died. Then, Alejandro's dragon's nest was destroyed. However, all the demon god's blessings were at the dragon's nest. Then it is highly likely that Alejandro also made an Omphalos blessing, and the man who is connected to all of these events. His aura was not something that a normal level 5 could ever have. Then his companions cannot be normal as well. Someone could sense something. Something related to an otherworlder. They were readying the ballista. But there hadn't been any prophecies from the goddess. This is all my own deduction. Even so, an otherworlder is an invader for Omphalos. There is no need for forgiveness or mercy. The pair moved deeper into the dungeon. They found themselves in what appeared to be a stadium. The walls were cracked and damaged. The woman with white hair observed the destruction and surmised that an insane monster must have been present. The woman with red hair wondered if Ryu Hanbin could have done this. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, calling them dirty hunters. The voice continued, daring them to try and kill him, even if they had to get the heresy inquisitors to do it. The man tied to the chair asked if he was the man they were looking for. The man holding the staff declared that he was the king and god there. The woman with red hair wondered if it was Raud and stated she had no clue who that was. The man holding the staff repeated that he was the king and god there. A surge of power erupted. The man with white hair screamed that they all treated him like a fool. He vowed to kill them with the strongest monsters from the dungeon. A monstrous hand emerged. A figure descends, surrounded by a radiant, turquoise light. The man claiming to be king and god declared that the monster the Volturian killed was a mere queen. He then proclaimed that the one suited for him was the king of the Creta dungeon. Meanwhile, Ariana Staya and Ellie stood in a large, stone chamber. Ellie questioned if they were referring to the king of the Creta dungeon. Suddenly, a large monster appeared before them. The ground shook. Ellie recalled hearing rumors of Queen Antonia in the East Valley. She also remembered that in the West Valley, there was a monster stronger named King Antonio. The monster towered over the two women. The monster's presence was overwhelming. The monster roared. It was the king of Creta. Ariana and Ellie looked up in shock. The king of Creta loomed over them, as Ariana thought that he was supposed to be a boss. A voice echoes, declaring that escape is impossible. From just somewhere, a figure emerges cloaked and masked. The figure strikes with incredible speed. The attack cuts through the air. Elsewhere, a prisoner is held captive. The hero of the next generation, the one the goddess has chosen, is on the move. The hero of the next generation, the one the goddess has chosen, is on the move. After seeing the weight of that name for himself, Atis Amphitor Ragnar aka realized she was the goddess chosen. Atis Amphitor Ragnar aka declares that even putting one's life on the line is meaningless. Atis' words echo, it is meaningless. The cloaked figure continues forward. Elsewhere, two figures stand before a large door. It is the Eastern Valley's boss room. A voice booms out, declaring that there is a runaway inmate. The figure, cloaked and masked, lies prone on the ground. Meanwhile, Ariana Staya and Ellie look up, startled by the announcement. The announcement echoes, questioning if there is a runaway inmate. The ant-like monsters continue their advance. One of the creatures cursed the noble. Elsewhere, a man noted that he was told it would be easy to find the inmates since there were no more monsters in the dungeon. He realized that it had been 2 weeks since the fight, and the monsters were starting to come again. He wondered if the monsters were grouping up because of the artifact they had acquired earlier. Another man suggested that if they were going to work this hard, they might as well take something to make it worth their while. The first man knew something like this would happen. He declared that he had brought the Volturian sword. The man swung the sword. The man yelled. He thought to himself that the sword was so damn heavy and dull. The man continued to yell as he swung the sword. The man yelled at the insect to get off of him. The man was surrounded by the ant-like monsters. The ant-like monsters continued to advance. One of the ant-like monsters prepared to attack the man. The man with the ring examined it closely, realizing it was more than just a trinket. He speculated that it might be an attack spell of some kind. As he tried to activate it, he shouted out the names of spells, hoping one would work. Frustrated, the man exclaimed that he wasn't an otherworlder and had no idea how to use such a thing. Suddenly, he was struck by a powerful blow. The force of the attack sent him flying. He crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin continued to fight, his sword cutting through the monsters. He thought to himself that nothing beat having this guy, referring to his sword, in his hands. Elsewhere, Bene asked if the others had been sent by the noble. He observed that they were all in a similar situation. Someone shouted for everyone to charge at the monsters. The prisoners charged forward. It was said that the prisoners were promised freedom if they could find Zhang Luxin, Leslie, or the speaker and throw them in the dungeon by force. But Zhang Luxin convinced them to join him instead. The prisoners were running out of options. There was only one area left in the dungeon, the boss room, but it was empty. The prisoners were told that by the next day, the dungeon would be closed off from the outside world. The prisoners murmured amongst themselves, some believing that running from the prison would be better than becoming monster food. They wondered how the speaker planned to escape the city. The speaker declared that they would not run away. They needed to inform the entire city of the truth about the prison and the corruption of the nobles. The prisoners considered earning their freedom by reporting the noble's misdeeds and having him stripped of his position. Some prisoners thought it would be easier to comply rather than fight the Volturian, believing it was best to deal with the situation peacefully. One prisoner laughed, asking if they should put the noble on trial. Another prisoner admitted that he thought the first was crazy, but now he believed he was a madman. Another prisoner scoffed, wondering who would listen to runaway inmates, no matter how badly they were wronged. One prisoner suggested that with so many people, they should just power through the soldiers and split off after exiting the gates. Another prisoner questioned if their plan was to run for the rest of their lives and die on the streets. He argued that if they fought against other people, they would be doing exactly what the nobles wanted them to do. One prisoner asked who would sympathize with them if they had blood on their hands, stating that if that happened, then every single one of them could not live in peace. Another prisoner declared that he didn't care about pride, as he had family in the city. He told those who wanted to rot in jail to go by themselves. Someone questioned who had just said that. The prisoner who spoke up earlier reminded the others that they couldn't even squeak a word before, and now they were all high and mighty. The prisoner continued, asking what the difference was between rotting there or rotting in the streets, always on the run. He stated that he'd rather just land a blow on the nobles. The prisoners expressed their confidence, believing that with the Volturian warrior on their side, they were untouchable. Meanwhile, others were more pragmatic, suggesting they should simply follow Zhang Luxin. The sentiment to follow Zhang Luxin was echoed by others in the group. One of the prisoners expressed his gratitude to everyone. Another prisoner remarked on how well Zhang Luxin was speaking, considering how nervous he had been previously. Another prisoner agreed, stating that they just needed to escape. The conversation shifted as one of the prisoners addressed Leslie. He asked Leslie if she was okay, noting that she had been looking down lately. Leslie remained silent, her expression unreadable. Another prisoner interjected, telling the first to check his manners, stating that women have times like that. The first prisoner seemed to accept this explanation. Benet, standing nearby, announced that the area reeked of sweat and that he was going to rest nearby, telling them not to look for him. Benet's expression was somber as he looked off into the distance. Elsewhere, two figures stood silhouetted against a glowing backdrop. One of them admitted that he couldn't sleep knowing his friends were out there and would nag him. The other responded, amused, saying that he was doing the same. The first man expressed surprise that the other had the luck to be in a party with beautiful women, to which the second man pointed out that one of them was a guy. The first man stated that it was the craziest thing he had heard since arriving. The thought of friends lingered in his mind. Ele refletiu que sempre foi solitário na terra, além de tudo, surdo. His memories drifted back to a classroom bathed in sunlight. Because of his deafness, he kept his eyes on books rather than people. The heroes of the novels told him things that no one else had ever told him. However, he lost his life for that silly reason. He wondered if he had come to this world after dying. He had wondered if he should just end it first, but he somehow got to level 5. He met others who reincarnated like him at the next tutorial. And though they had never met before, the harsh environment was enough to make them all friends. He realized that these were the first friends he had ever had in his life. While Benet was distracted by the happy life he had found with his new friends, he reached level 20. And then, he was alone again, transported back to Rathna. Elsewhere, another man explained that the reason he didn't wear a mask and use his real name was to become a famous warrior and spread his name so that one day he could find them once more. Someone else stated that they wanted to create a world where Rathnians and otherworlders could coexist in peace. Helping the inmates and acting righteous was all for their own interest. If that was the case, everyone had a dream of their own: money, fame, or peace of mind. People who claimed they didn't act for their own self-interest were either stupid or lying. The only important difference was if others could benefit from that too. Because of their self-interest, the people here were alive. Then wouldn't the dream of a world where others could understand each other be righteous? KHMM. Ugh, wasn't that a little bit too serious? Thinking about it, he was over 40 years old, right? He could say this much as a mentor in life. If he looks at him weird after he said all those things to him, it might hurt. Benet's companion declares that he is her life's motto, promising to forever bow towards him every night before sleep and write of his glory for generations to come. Benet responds with a simple, hey, and then a somewhat awkward, thanks. The woman's internal monologue continues, berating herself for what she said. She thinks she should have told him to throw away the righteous act and told him to think about his own well-being. She continues to reflect on her earlier words. The scene shifts to a dark cave. A faint chuckle echoes through the cavern. The source of the sound is revealed to be Zenobia, who is crawling along the cave floor. She struggles to move forward, telling herself she needs to go a little bit further. Zenobia's thoughts turn to her current predicament. She thinks to herself that just because her report is a little late, they turn her restraint like this. She is furious, wondering if they're kidding her and telling her murderous urges to go to hell. Zenobia declares that she's going to die anyway. She thinks she'd rather die than continue on like this, wondering where they were heading but acknowledging that she has gone this far. A figure approaches Zenobia from behind. The figure tells her that there's no reason to be afraid and that she didn't want to be with those crazy bastards back there, right? The figure continues, stating that they're actually supposed to meet some soldiers around here, and that turning them in has a fat bounty on it. The air crackled with unseen energy. Nearby, a figure knelt beside Zenobia, their intentions unclear. Zenobia gasped, struggling to regain her composure. She wondered what kind of nightmare she had fallen into, but knew that it didn't matter. No matter what she did, she couldn't run from it. She was their toy. The system declared the Rathnian extermination complete, awarding 54,902 experience points and bonus rewards. 2 armored figures stood guard. A sinister laughter echoed. The laughter continued as Zenobia remained on the ground, a figure looming over her. She thought that they'd all die. From the shadows, a pair of eyes peer out. The man mused that bad things happen from places one can't see. He reflected that when he came looking for Leslie with Zhang Luxin, it was all too late. The narrator stated that one of the inmates and the noble soldiers were dead. The problem, it seemed, was that the soldier had been killed by an inmate. It appeared that Leslie had tried to take her own life, but she was alive for now. Someone desperately called out to Leslie, begging her to wake up. The man considered that if an armored soldier died in one stroke, thinking about levels, it had to have been her. He wondered why a noble soldier would come alone. He questioned if he was alone. The man stood in a cavern. Another man asked if he had said something to them first. Zhang's name was spoken. The inmates were told to come to the boss room immediately, which meant they would be closing the dungeon right now. It was said that Leslie was being healed by her residual prana, but it was only a temporary step, and they needed a healing potion from the surface. Despite the urgency to find a healing potion for Leslie, Ryu Hanbin noticed something else. It appeared that one of the soldiers who had been attacked was still alive. Elsewhere, another man realized that the entire force would soon be rushing in. He questioned what they were going to do, Hyungnim. The tracking was complete, with 5 hours and 59 minutes until the next use. The soldier seemed to have gone the opposite direction of the boss room. If he went, he could at least block their path. The man from before stated that when they closed the dungeon, he would meet them at the end of the Eastern Valley, asking if they could do that. With a determined look, Ryu Hanbin charged forward. Someone shouted for Hyungnim. Ryu Hanbin continued to move forward. He admitted that he was nervous. Something didn't feel right. Ryu Hanbin realized that he should have turned back. Then at least, he thought that he would have avoided the worst. Ryu Hanbin continued to move forward. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened, a sense of unease washing over him. The ground trembled. Dust and debris exploded into the air. The figure of a warrior emerged from the cloud of dust. Ryu Hanbin, witnessing the arrival, wondered what was happening. Eric Garen stated that Ryu Hanbin had saved him the effort of having to find him. The warrior corrected Eric, stating that he was now the Volturian warrior Phil had been. Ryu Hanbin, observing the exchange, couldn't believe it was a coincidence. A masked figure responded, stating, of course. The masked figure declared that they were there on business. The sound of footsteps echoed. Even if the plan was changed, it was noted that the Volturian warrior still wasn't there. Someone reassured another not to worry about Hyungnim. The figure explained that he was going to distract the soldiers so the others could escape freely, adding that he would see them outside once they closed the dungeon. The others celebrated, imagining the look on the soldiers' faces. They cheered, confident that even the noble soldiers couldn't touch them. The man apologized for the dead soldiers, but he thought that Leslie probably had a reason for everything, and that he was doing this for all the people that believed in him. Taking responsibility was for when all of this was over, he thought, as the door to the dungeon opened. No matter how much times change, heroic stories always move people's hearts. That was likely because those stories are nothing like real life. The world is not nice enough for heroes to survive. He had been too excited because he was in a new world. He reflected that he had met allies and Hyungnim, so he believed that things would work out no matter what. Even though, without them, he'd never be the main character. He shouted for everyone to rue. The battle continued to rage, a brutal dance of desperation and survival. Amidst the chaos, a haunting realization echoed. It was all his fault. Elsewhere, the narrative shifted to those who were powerless, those who strive for justice without the means to achieve it. They were trapped, caught in a cycle of futility. The story, it seemed, was reaching its end. The end was near. The book was closing. A young man sat at his desk, engrossed in the pages before him. Towards the end, it all ends without much meaning. An obvious ending. He looked up, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He held the book close. But there's still more of the story left, she thought. There will never be an ending that you want. You won't be able to be a hero. And so, the end would come. She knew that they were going to hate her for this, that they were going to die cursing her name. The end was near. A strange artifact pulsed with an eerie light. And they would. The order was given to search for any sign of the Volturian warrior. The soldiers discussed the importance of finding evidence of the warrior's death. Otherwise, their week-long wait for him to close the dungeon would be meaningless. One of the soldiers announced that they had found a survivor, noting the inmate's possession of an artifact. The survivor pleaded for rescue. The soldier responded that it would be difficult, as the Baron had ordered them all killed. The soldier offered to spare the survivor if he revealed the location of the Volturian. Terrified, the survivor asked what they were. The soldier questioned what the survivor wanted to be saved from. The soldier loomed over the survivor. The soldier stood, awaiting an answer. Even if he knows Atis, the fact that he knows Ephor and is looking for Omphala's blessing, the man was asked what he did when he met them. They wanted to find him before the Inquisitor got to him, but it seemed that he was a bit faster. He stated that he hadn't done anything yet, and that his priority was to find out more about the man. Of course, he didn't have to answer right away, but he wouldn't tell the Inquisitor the truth. The Inquisitor stated that he would not believe him, and that there was no meaning in further conversation. Chapter 63. Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. The title card displays the name of the series, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. Chapter 63 begins. The battle continues at a furious pace. The masked figure's blade clashes against an unseen foe. Hanbin continues his assault, his muscles straining with each strike. The masked figure remains focused, their movements precise and deadly. Hanbin and the masked figure continue to trade blows. The ground cracks and splinters under the force of their battle. Debris explodes outward from the impact of their attacks. The masked figure speaks, commenting on Hanbin's destructive power, but dismisses it as all there is. Hanbin retorts, questioning if the masked figure isn't being a little too easygoing for someone who challenged him first. The masked figure prepares for another attack. The force of their blows sends shockwaves through the air. Hanbin responds that he is doing his best. The sword was stuck in the wall, but that didn't deter Ryu Hanbin. Meanwhile, the masked figure questioned if Ryu Hanbin was using his full power. The masked figure was struck by a powerful blow. The masked figure stated that otherworlders use skills given to them by their guideline. The masked figure continued, explaining that it was different from those who train their skills through sweat and blood, and therefore, Ryu Hanbin shouldn't hold back. The masked figure believed that habits never lie. Ryu Hanbin struck the masked figure with a powerful blow. The masked figure didn't believe that what Ryu Hanbin was doing was a skill. The masked figure prepared for another attack. Ryu Hanbin thought that now that was something he hadn't heard in a while. Someone asked if the other person knew something. Someone exclaimed that they had never learned anything great like that. The force of the blow was immense. Ryu Hanbin struck with incredible force. The ground shattered from the impact. The force of the impact from Ryu Hanbin's attack shattered the ground around the masked figure, sending debris flying. The masked figure, however, remained standing, unmoved by the destruction around them. The masked figure remarked that even if Ryu Hanbin wasn't an otherworlder, his strength was still impressive. They wondered how someone who was only level 5 could possess such power. Elsewhere, Ryu Hanbin recalled how he had gained his strength by defeating countless foes. The masked figure retorted that Ryu Hanbin didn't seem to be in his right mind. They lunged forward, ready to continue the fight. Ryu Hanbin countered, questioning why the masked figure had suspected him of being an otherworlder in the first place. The two warriors clashed once more, their weapons meeting with tremendous force. Each strike sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The ground continued to crumble under the intensity of their battle. Ryu Hanbin's determination was etched on his face as he prepared for another attack. The masked figure mused that it wouldn't be strange to see a level 5 otherworlder. They then stated that this world, created by the 6 goddesses, had never had otherworlders in the first place. The masked figure's weapon remained steady, ready to strike. The masked figure's words seemed to have an effect on Ryu Hanbin, who thought the masked figure was also being weird. The masked figure continued their assault. Ryu Hanbin was sent flying by the force of the blow. Despite the attack, Ryu Hanbin considered the masked figure's words, wondering if there could be good otherworlders. He admitted he didn't know who the villain was. The masked figure pressed their advantage. The masked figure's weapon crashed down. The masked figure questioned Ryu Hanbin, asking if he was the villain. The Dark Order Heresy Inquisitor thought to themselves that only the strong could say such things, and that sheep will always tremble in fear in the presence of a wolf. The Inquisitor struck. Ryu Hanbin realized the Inquisitor was stronger than he expected. The Inquisitor thought to themselves that Heresy Inquisitors specialize in combat in the first place. The Inquisitor mused that fighting one-on-one against them was nothing but a disadvantage. The Inquisitor continued their assault. Ryu Hanbin realized he just needed to pressure the Inquisitor with strength. The battle continued. The Dark Order Heresy Inquisitor stood firm, unfazed by the attack. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin was determined to make sure of his next attack. The Inquisitor's hand glowed with power. The Inquisitor declared that it was too late. The Inquisitor's class was revealed to be Spiritualist, level 120 with a goddess blessing. A surge of power emanated from the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor's hand crackled with energy. The ground around them shattered. Debris flew in all directions. Ryu Hanbin was surprised to see the Inquisitor's level. The Inquisitor wondered how strong Ryu Hanbin was, and what plus alpha meant. Ryu Hanbin wondered why his hand was shaking. The Inquisitor struck Ryu Hanbin. The Inquisitor remarked that Ryu Hanbin looked like he didn't understand what was going on. The Inquisitor explained that the reason was simple. Ryu Hanbin's sword attack couldn't pierce his barrier. The Inquisitor declared that Ryu Hanbin might be stronger than him. However, he believed his prana was stronger than Ryu Hanbin's aura, redirecting the damage from the sword attacks back to Ryu Hanbin's hand. Ryu Hanbin accused him of cheating, but the Inquisitor simply asked if it was a cheat. The Inquisitor stated that he was fighting without holding back, and that predators who survived the longest neither underestimated nor rushed at their prey. They did not obsess over it nor ignore it. The Inquisitor prepared to go in for the kill. The Inquisitor remarked that Ryu Hanbin was able to survive until now, and that his inability to use aura in his attacks was outside of his expectations. Below, Ryu Hanbin was encased in a cube of energy. The Inquisitor stated that Ryu Hanbin smelled like the same kind of predator as he did. The cube of energy continued to encase Ryu Hanbin. The ground around Ryu Hanbin began to crack and crumble. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened as he strained against the energy. His muscles bulged as he struggled to break free. Debris exploded outwards. Ryu Hanbin, having broken free, stood amidst the rubble, his sword at the ready. Having broken free, Ryu Hanbin grits his teeth, the remnants of the energy cube still crackling around him. The Inquisitor's attack continues, the energy shards flying towards Ryu Hanbin. The shards explode on impact. Meanwhile, the Dark Order Heresy Inquisitor remains suspended in the air, directing the attack. The energy shards continue to bombard the area. Below, the Inquisitor's subordinate observes the battle, noting that he didn't appear to use a single skill. The Inquisitor muses that Ryu Hanbin didn't use Ormflau's blessing. The Inquisitor continues, realizing that there wasn't a single thing that showed that Ryu Hanbin was an otherworlder until the end. He concludes that if that's the case, then the only answer is that the other criminal, Zhonglu Xian, is the one. The subordinate admits he was looking forward to it, so it was a bit disappointing. The Inquisitor reaches out his hand. The Inquisitor prepares to attack again. The subordinate wonders if it's his real form. The subordinate questions if it's his real form. The Inquisitor prepares to strike. Ryu Hanbin's sword is raised, ready to meet the Inquisitor's attack. Ryu Hanbin moved forward, kicking up dust as he advanced. The Inquisitor lay on the ground, unmoving. Ryu Hanbin's eyes glowed with a fierce, red light. The light shimmers, reflecting off a surface. The man with the light hair smirks, confirming that it is indeed his true form. Below, Ryu Hanbin grips his sword, questioning if that is his opponent's real form. He takes a step forward, kicking up dust. Ryu Hanbin's eyes glow red as he grits his teeth, preparing for battle. The air crackles with energy. A massive foot slams down, crushing rock and earth. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Ryu Hanbin is sent flying backwards from the force. The light-haired man stands amidst a field of glowing, geometric shapes. The geometric shapes pulse with energy. A barrier of light forms, shimmering with power. Ryu Hanbin raises his sword, preparing to strike the barrier. The light-haired man declares that it is a reflective barrier. The monster declared that attacking him without aura was useless, a fact Ryu Hanbin should know well by now. The monster then questioned if Ryu Hanbin had fallen into despair. The monster regarded Ryu Hanbin with disdain, deeming him pathetic. Ryu Hanbin roared in defiance. He pressed his attack. The monster's barrier held firm against the assault. The monster's eyes narrowed. The barrier continued to deflect Ryu Hanbin's attacks. The monster wondered if Ryu Hanbin was able to penetrate his barrier with the residual aura within his body. He reasoned that doing so would only destroy Ryu Hanbin himself. The monster questioned if Ryu Hanbin was in a state where he wasn't conscious of his own pain. Ryu Hanbin's sword struck the barrier. The monster watched as Ryu Hanbin continued his assault. Ryu Hanbin pressed forward undeterred. He continued to strike the barrier with all his might. The suited man declared that this wasn't even considered swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the barrier continued to glow with an eerie green light. The suited man thought that Ryu Hanbin was like a savage beast. The suited man was sent flying back from Ryu Hanbin's attack. The suited man smirked. He recalled the saying that one becomes a monster the longer they fight against them, and wondered if that was the case. Ryu Hanbin, teeth bared, wondered what in the world he had been fighting against all this time. Ryu Hanbin's eyes glowed red. The suited man was grabbed by the head. The ground exploded as they crashed through it. The impact left a gaping hole. The hole led deep into the earth. Elsewhere, Atis Amphitter Ragnar aka thought that something sounded like. One of the pair wondered if Ryu Hanbin was already fighting against the Inquisitor, and if it was him, he would have already made his way to the boss room to clear the dungeon. The pair continued on, knowing that the fastest way to the boss room was this route, but something may have gone wrong. Atis Amphitter Ragnar aka wondered if Ryu Hanbin would lose. Losing, however, was not the immediate concern. Fighting against the Inquisitor meant that Ryu Hanbin would be considered an enemy of the Brotherhood, and an Inquisitor would not be an easy opponent. Someone believed that the fight would end with one of them dead. If that were the case, Atis Infitor Ragnar AK knew that even if Ryu Hanbin won, he would become addicted to killing. She vowed to make sure that never happened. She knew that they needed to hurry. Atis Infitor Ragnar AK continued to move forward. The warrior had risen once more, and the skeletons turned their black gaze towards him. They were atrocious monsters. Monsters that killed people without hesitation. The warrior swiftly dispatched the monsters, knowing there was no reason to feel sympathy for them. Meanwhile, one of the skeletal monsters, speaking human words, called him a monstrous bastard. Screaming, the skeleton lunged forward, shouting for the warrior to die. As monsters that spoke human words, the skeletons rushed forth, screaming that skeletons would never die. Even as the monsters screamed in agony, the warrior remained on the side of justice. If the warrior heard the monster cry out in pain, he may have hesitated in his actions. But hunting monsters wouldn't be as enjoyable if he hesitated. The warrior prepared to strike. He moved with incredible speed. His foot crashed down. The system informed him that his level was too low to utilize Ormflau's blessing. The warrior continued his assault. Nothing could stop the chosen warrior, since the main character is someone who cannot falter. Someone observed, stating that this was only a storybook. The warrior continued his battle. The warrior continued his advance. The skeletal monster was struck. The monster cried out. Experience points continued to accumulate as the warrior leveled up, reaching level 62. He had acquired the joy of Ormflaus. 805 milligrams. Elsewhere, a prisoner wondered what was happening. The prisoners and the guard were all dead. They had all been killed. Another prisoner looked on in horror. He screamed. The prisoner pleaded for his life, claiming the item in his possession was an artifact he didn't know how to use, offering it as a bribe. He begged to be let go. The artifact glowed. Its power surged. Felid, confused, wondered if the item he offered was a healing artifact. Elsewhere, one of the armored figures considered that if he knew the activation words, then he's. The armored figure realized that Felid was an otherworlder, but reassured everyone not to worry. The armored figure pleaded with the other figure not to fight. From the shadows, a voice declared that everything was proceeding as planned. The armored figure stated that they would talk it out and clear the dungeon. The armored figure stood ready. A figure unleashed a powerful attack. The armored figure yelled for them to get back, warning that if they got any closer to the magic source, they would fire at full power. Two figures stood ready to fight. The man considered the situation. He admitted that he always thought the other guy wasn't normal, but to think he was an otherworlder? The red-haired woman watched the battle unfold. Below, the Rathnians fought against a monstrous foe. Atis called out to someone. The red-haired woman stated that she could tell by the Omphalos blessing that was in her staff. It was observed that he used the Omphalos blessing, but it was also thought that he had lost control. It was noted that on top of everything, he had already killed quite a few soldiers, and his level must have risen by that too. One of the women wondered if Great Earth could be targeting the city, but the other wasn't sure if it was Great Earth this time. The red-haired woman exclaimed that they've turned Rathnians into experimental monsters before. Someone asked if she happened to be with a Volturian warrior recently. She responded by asking if they meant the Volturian, and another person said that he was with them before, but they didn't see him coming here. One of the women stated that they must have crossed paths, and the other said that was a relief, and it sure was. It was stated that the dead soldiers definitely wanted to wipe out the inmates that were coming. It was a relief that Felid wasn't the cause of this massacre. The man demanded to know what was meant by it being a relief. Elsewhere, a voice urged everyone to just get out of there. The armored figure carried an injured companion, noting that the man had survived a hole being put in his stomach. It was further noted that he sliced armored soldiers in half like butter. Meanwhile, a voice declared that the listener didn't believe them because they'd never seen anything like it. The dark energy pulsed. The group of hunters stood ready for battle. The white-haired hunter argued that if they left now, the other hunters on the surface would have to die as well, and that the monster would get even stronger. The red-haired woman stated that they would be the only ones who fought monsters like that before. The woman continued, stating that if they got the Omphalos blessing that the monster had, they could free suspicion off of Felid. A large, armored foot stepped forward. The hunters continued their assault. Someone called out to Felid. The white-haired hunter told them to wait. The red-haired woman wondered if he was still conscious, adding that they needed to find Felid as well. It was stated that it would be easier for the monster to escape in its original form, urging it to talk it out. A surge of purple energy crackles around a weapon. Atis Infitor Ragnaraka explained that she had prepared a spell to separate an Omphalos blessing for just such a situation. Yet, even as she spoke, the spell was being cast. The blessing was being separated. The weapon pulsed with power as the ritual continued. The armored figure held Atis Infitor Ragnaraka close, protecting her as the spell took effect. The energy swirled around them. Atis Infiter Ragnarok's eyes were closed. Elsewhere, a figure stood on a stage, facing another. Great Earth realized who it was. Ryu Hanbin swung his sword. The armored figure stood with Atis Infiter Ragnaraka and another figure. Someone declared that they wanted to die in a place like this. The man's face was contorted in anger. The armored figure stood alongside Atis Infiter Ragnaraka and Great Earth. A voice called out, demanding they wait. Atis Infiter Ragnaraka was being carried away. Elsewhere, another figure stood ready. The figure gripped their weapon tightly. The armored figure crushed their opponent. Atis called out her own name. Her hand reached out. She stood within a glowing circle. The circle pulsed with energy. Atis stood ready, her swords drawn. She realized she couldn't touch him, and that they had been sent to a different location. Someone asked if they had closed the dungeon, explaining that they weren't at the rendezvous, so they were looking for them. A man in armor looked down at Atis. Another man shouted about an otherworlder. He explained that there was an otherworlder in the dungeon that killed everyone like a monster and demanded that they get some hunters and kill. An explosion rocks the Hunters Guild, sending debris flying. Nearby, Ellie wonders what is happening. Another man notes that the explosion came from the direction of the Hunters Guild. Ellie expresses her shock. A figure stands in the distance. Elsewhere, someone shouts at another to aim at the monster. The man yells at them to hit the monster. Another person shouts for them not to hit the people. Someone yells for Atis Infiter Ragnaraka to wake up, cursing under their breath. The speaker notes that the enemy has a hostage and warns the magicians to back off, telling them to watch his movements carefully. Someone realizes that something was off when the Dark Order Heresy Inquisitor showed up. Another person notes that this kind of monster hasn't even been sighted around here. Someone thinks that it's not possible for a monster to come out of a dungeon closing in the first place. The battle continues. The fighting intensifies. Amidst the chaos, a man with blonde hair shouts, demanding to know what everyone is doing. Nearby, a man in armor reassures another that the large creature may be docile. Elsewhere, a man declares that the head is his. The armored figure from before is seen. A man's face is shown with blood splattered around him. The armored figure is seen again. The ground shakes. The battle continues as the winged monster fights against the armored figures. One of the armored figures calls someone lowly. The armored figure declares that they're monsters. Someone shouts not to get in their way. The aftermath of the battle is shown, with bodies scattered on the ground. A woman with white hair looks up in shock. The woman walks forward. Another woman shouts the name Brad as someone groans in pain. Effer called out for Brad. Effer was then told that she was safe. Elsewhere, someone noted that it was stronger than they thought when it was taken away. Effer held a golden artifact in her hands. She resolved to find a spiritualist right away. Someone stated that there was no need for that. It was revealed that Martin happened to have a healing artifact. Someone asked if that was right, Martin. Another person commented that Martin always fought so recklessly. They were told to go find Atis Sasai, because if the hunters rushed in to fight, then it would be worse for them. Someone asked if she was scared, remarking that they thought she was the genius girl. A hand reached out. Someone said thank you to Brad SSI. Someone asked if that was good, before stating that it was a bit dramatic, but good. Someone thought that they still could not hold that girl back. The figure resolved to push onward, determined to soak much further into the unknown. The determination was evident in their eyes. A close-up revealed the intricate details of their attire. The sky above was a canvas of purples and blues. Meanwhile, a winged figure soared through the sky, its silhouette stark against the fading light. The winged figure approached the end of the eastern valley, promising something. The figure's helmet gleamed in the dim light. With a burst of speed, the winged figure accelerated. The figure continued to fly through the air. A closer view showed the figure's helmet. The figure thought of a dragon. The figure's head was that of a dragon, and it spoke of worlders. The figure declared that they were a wyvern. The battle raged on in the skies above. The wyvern and the dragon continued their aerial fight. The wyvern's white hair flowed in the wind as it maneuvered. The wyvern demanded that the monster release Atis. The dragon, a monstrous figure in white armor, responded with a snarl. The dragon coughed, its grip on Atis remaining firm. Atis coughed, struggling to breathe. She managed to utter a promise. The dragon questioned where she thought she was going. The wyvern descended rapidly, streaks of energy trailing behind. They plummeted towards the city below. The wyvern's eyes narrowed with determination. The dragon taunted, asking if the wyvern truly thought it could escape in the air. The wyvern continued its descent, a trail of energy marking its path. A purple trident falls through the air. Below, a cloaked figure and a knight stand ready. Meanwhile, the wyvern exhales a torrent of blue flames, thinking that they need to do something. The wyvern continues to unleash its fiery breath, declaring that the enemy should eat this. The flames engulf a figure clad in armor. The flames continue to burn. The wyvern calls out to Atis. The intensity of the flames rises. The armored figure coughs amidst the inferno, struggling to endure the intense heat. The wyvern realizes that if they spit fire from behind, Atis will be in danger, and that if that's the case, the armored figure continues to struggle against the flames. A warning appears, stating that the regeneration ability of Ormflau's blessing has reached its limit. The armored figure wonders why they are running away. The armored figure's hand clenches. The flames continue to burn intensely. The armored figure is struck by the wyvern's flames. The flames engulf the figure, searing their armor. The heat intensifies. The armored figure continues to endure the flames. The wyvern soars through the air, dodging the falling debris. The armored figure unleashes a barrage of attacks. The wyvern narrowly avoids the onslaught. The wyvern breathes a sigh of relief. The wyvern thinks to himself that they almost turned into Swiss cheese. The attacks continue to rain down. The wyvern flies through the crumbling structure. Debris falls around the wyvern. The structure continues to crumble. The wyvern navigates the collapsing environment. The wyvern continues to evade the armored figure's attacks. The scene is cast in shadow. The wyvern's face is visible, its expression unreadable. A figure looms over the wyvern. A magical staff crackles with energy. The title card reads, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World, Chapter 66. Someone apologizes for looking into another's memories without permission, explaining that upon hearing of an otherworlder, they thought it would be him. The figure continues, stating that they know everything that has happened, and that this isn't what Zhonglu Xian intended. A woman with red hair urgently tells someone to stop, insisting it's not too late. A man, his back to the viewer, says no. The voice continues, stating that nothing has changed, despite the pages that were turned. The woman is now behind the man, her hands on his face, as she speaks of even the pages that haven't been read. It is said that everything has already been decided, and if his fate is to die, the woman insists that it's better to die in an illusion, and pleads for him not to be woken from his dream. The woman is seen from the chest up, as she says that he is. The woman stands in a pool of dark energy. Erwin Ropal's face contorts in anguish as she witnesses the unfolding events. Above, a figure is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The very ground seems to shatter under the strain of the energy being released. Blades of pure energy materialize, vibrating with destructive force. The figure, now fully engulfed in the energy, plummets downwards. Meanwhile, a monstrous entity watches with malevolent intent. The world around them continues to crumble, the very fabric of reality seemingly unraveling. Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka falls through the chaos. Another figure, surrounded by swirling energy, descends rapidly. The monstrous entity looms closer, its expression one of cruel anticipation. The figure is pierced by multiple energy spears. The energy spears converge, their power intensifying. A beam of pure energy erupts, tearing through the surroundings. The monstrous entity recoils, its face contorted in a silent scream. Atis Amphitter Ragnaraka lies still, seemingly unconscious. A beam of energy pierces through the landscape. The energy intensifies. A figure with large wings stands tall. The winged figure flies through the air. A voice echoes, noting how cold it is. The voice continues, remarking on how cold their body feels. The speaker wonders if this is what it feels like to die. The Wyvern_154 is surprised. Large-scale ice magic is in effect. A crevice dome is formed. The Wyvern_154 is seen with Artist Benister. A voice tells someone that it's time to wake up from their dream, calling them Zhonglu Xian. A close-up of the winged figure's face is shown. A fist clenches. Two figures stand before a portal. The man in the suit unleashed a flurry of attacks, his movements precise and calculated. Not only that, but all his habits showed that he's a veteran hunter with more than 10 years of experience. Even though he's lost consciousness, his body is used to facing an opponent. His eyes glowed with an eerie red light. The sound of metal echoed as the sword was swung. The swordsman moved with incredible speed. The force of the impact sent the man flying. The man in the suit realized what was happening. His expression hardened as he prepared for the next attack. The swordsman continued his assault, each strike more powerful than the last. Debris flew as the attacks collided. The ground trembled from the force of the battle. The man in the suit realized that the swordsman was copying his fighting style. He realized he had never noticed before since the swordsman was just coming at him so irregularly. The man in the suit understood that the swordsman was not someone with only super strength. His instincts were honed for survival. It would be dangerous to continue a melee battle. The swordsman gripped his sword tightly. He raised the blade, a crimson aura surrounding it. Alejandro's eyes widened slightly. He realized something. Omoha. The swordsman brought his blade down in a vertical slash. The blade slashed through the air. The attack continued towards Alejandro. The armored figure's hand extends, its metallic fingers poised to strike. The figure lunges, its movements swift and deadly. The blessing fragment weakens, its power waning. If he wastes any more time, the armored figure won't stop until he runs out of life force. It would be impossible to extract the fragment in this situation. Energy crackles around the armored figure as it descends. The woman with red hair stands her ground. The armored figure continues its relentless assault. The woman prepares to strike. She shouts for Zhonglu Xin to come back to their senses. The armored figure is told that it lacks sufficient life force to heal, but auto-hunting will continue. The woman's expression is grim. Artist Bannister watched with a calculating gaze. The air crackled with energy. Debris flew in all directions. The impact shattered the ground. Elsewhere, a figure sat in a chair. It had been determined that the user had no motivation to fight, and the system asked if they agreed to give control of their actions to the entity. The user cried out, questioning how many people had to die because of him. Tendrils wrapped around his neck, tightening their grip. It had been determined that the user had no more will to live. The tendrils converged on a central point. The system announced that the user's action would now be completely taken over by Ormflau's blessing. The transformation began. The armored figure glowed with power. Artist Bannister watched as the figure, now fully controlled, prepared to strike. The chapter opens, revealing the title, Survival Story of a Sword King in a Fantasy World. Below, the system-controlled figure stands over a burning foe. Artist Bannister, observing the scene, wondered if that was the limit of the blessing. She resigned herself, thinking that this was as far as they would get. Footsteps echoed. The sound grew louder as Artist looked up. The white-haired figure asked if she was part of Great Earth. Artist remained seated, looking up at the figure. The figure asked if Artist recognized their face. Artist stared intently. She responded that who knows, since there were countless Rathnians who wanted to kill her. A sword was then pointed at Artist's face. A voice demanded that they stop joking around. The white-haired figure stood over Artist. The figure stated that it was true, they never expected Artist to remember, since there were countless people who lost their lives because of her. The woman with red hair expressed her frustration, accusing others of using people for their own purposes and then discarding them without a second thought. Below, a monstrous figure seemed to echo her sentiment. Responding to the accusation, a woman with white hair questioned how they could do such a thing. She continued, asking how they could do it without feeling anything at all, especially since otherworlders were involved. The woman with red hair countered that they were the villains. A monstrous figure declared that if they didn't act in their own self-interest, they would be hunted down or killed once their identities were exposed. The woman with red hair stated that whatever they did was meaningless. The woman with red hair continued, stating that the otherworlders left in this world were villains. Another voice speculated that they might have been summoned to play the role of the bad guy. It was declared that, not knowing how or when this all started, they were destined to be chased down and killed. The woman with red hair told her companion not to hesitate, as dying like this was their fate. The woman with white hair exclaimed that those were all excuses. She declared that if they were human, they would at least. The woman with white hair was struck down. The sound of the blow echoed. The attacker loomed over the fallen woman. Another strike landed. The woman with red hair plummets down the cliffside, her body twisting in the air. Below, Effer falls as well, though she manages to right herself, slowing her descent. Artist, her expression strained, prepares another attack. The magical energy crackles around her hands as she focuses. Both women continue to fall, the wind whipping around them. Effer calls out to Artist, asking if she is okay. Effer responds that she is fine and believes Artist missed her. Effer's expression is strained, but she appears unharmed. Effer wonders if Artist was only trying to threaten her. Effer admits she doesn't know why, but Artist wonders if this will make up for a small part of the things she's done wrong, placing the blame on Alejandro. Artist tells Zhonglu Xin that he should run, as the Heresy Inquisitors will be there soon. A figure remarks that capturing Artist, who is part of Great Earth, will be good enough for them. The eyes of the figure glow with an eerie purple light. The sound of something breaking echoes. The monstrous figure held Atis Emphater Ragnarake aloft, its intentions unclear. Atis, however, seemed to be coming to a realization. Suddenly, a system message appeared, stating that the target had changed to the highest-leveled individual. The monster's maw opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as another message declared that the target would be used to replenish life force. Atis realized that the Ormflau's blessing was thinking of using her to develop. She thought to herself that she would be helping those heroes this way, and that this was the worst ending. A look of grim determination crossed Atis' face. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin was still in the midst of battle. He and Ellie looked on in shock. Ellie thought to herself that it wasn't over yet. The skeletal monster roared that it wasn't over yet. The monster lunged forward. With a powerful strike, the skeletal monster shattered. Ryu Hanbin stood defiant. He declared that a person who strives to be a warrior will never be satisfied with an ending like this. Atis Emphater Ragnaraka looks on, a grim determination etched on her face. The skeletal monster looms over Atis and the man she is protecting. Atis realizes that the blessing is still in effect. Below, the man cries out as he falls. The skeletal monster descends. The man shouts to Atis that she can use her full power now. The skeletal monster continues its descent. Below, Atis stands ready. Atis thanks someone for stalling for time. Flame Dragon's magic, Ignition Ray, is activated. The Ignition Ray stacks ×3. The magic intensifies. Atis realizes that she won't be able to control the flames. The magic continues to build. The magic is released. The unleashed magic of Flame Dragon's Ignition Ray erupts in a blinding display of power. The force of the blast sends a figure flying through the air. The magic's raw energy takes on a monstrous form. The landscape is engulfed in a fiery inferno. The flames rage uncontrollably, consuming everything in their path. As the flames subside, the landscape is forever changed. The Ignition Ray's power shifts the very sky, turning day into night. Meanwhile, the impact of the blast reverberates through the icy landscape. The force of the magic sends the two figures sliding backwards. Atis, exhausted, is questioned about why she didn't use magic like this before. Atis explains that the magic exceeds her level, making it impossible to control once released, adding that even her last trick was done at her limit. Her companion asks if she thinks she can keep fighting. The two figures are sent flying backwards by the force of the blast. It is hoped that the other two are also at their limit. Ryu Hanbin realized he could only place a buff for now, lamenting that he had been careless in assuming his opponent couldn't use aura. He thought it was strange that his opponent couldn't use aura in the first place. But to think that he'd awakened to be able to use it against his prana, Ryu Hanbin considered himself lucky. Meanwhile, his opponent was unable to control the aura. That aura was exploding within his body. The uncontrolled aura surged violently. The aura continued to build. The uncontrolled aura continued to surge. Ryu Hanbin noted that it was a ridiculous amount of aura, but in that state, his opponent's body would end up destroying itself. If that happened, then the aura would cause his body to explode. The man's body was being consumed by the aura. The man struggled to contain the power. Ryu Hanbin watched as the man writhed in agony. But it looked like that wouldn't be possible. The man's body continued to be consumed. The man's body was reaching its limit. Ryu Hanbin is sent flying backwards from the force of the aura. The uncontrolled aura continues to surge around the man. The man's face is contorted in pain as the aura overwhelms him. The aura intensifies, crackling with energy. The force of the aura sends Ryu Hanbin spiraling through the air. The aura continues to spiral out of control. The energy crackles ominously. The aura explodes outwards, shattering the ground around the man. The destructive power of the aura is immense. The man struggles to contain the overflowing aura. Ryu Hanbin prepares to strike, his sword glowing with power. He leaps forward, aiming to end the chaos. The aura explodes in a blinding flash of light. The figures in the distance watch the unfolding events. One of the figures comments on the situation, noting that Ryu Hanbin is fighting someone with the goddess blessing and that he is using aura. The question hung in the air, did his aura awaken during battle? Below, a scene of swirling red and teal energies hinted at the immense power at play. Elsewhere, it was a relief to some that Ryu Hanbin wasn't defeated by the Inquisitor. However, the murderous intent emanating from his aura was undeniable. The intensity of the aura raised a question. Was that really Hanbin? Regardless, there was no turning back now. Leslie stood with a stoic expression. A gauntlet clenched tightly, a purple gem glowing within its grasp. Miss Leslie reflected on the past, not knowing what she had done wrong, but she knew she was able to live thanks to someone. Meanwhile, it was noted that the Hyung, who had done nothing wrong, was fighting a blood-splattering battle. His opponent was surely another with no sin. The observer lamented that the people who died because of them were also those with no sin, as well as those who were saddened because of their deaths. They believed it was all their fault for being absorbed in such a weak fantasy. Someone asked that they give it to him. The response was firm, and not you. It was declared that this is where someone would be taking the blame, and not someone else. Zhonglu Xian was called out. A figure was struck with great force. The impact was severe, drawing blood. The figure's face contorted in pain and rage. The force of the blow reverberated outwards. In the distance, two glowing eyes pierce through the murky haze. Then, a symbol appears, etched with power. That skill manifests as the giant's right hand. The hand materializes with immense force. Its power dwarfs the figure below. Another skill is activated. This one is called Side Slash. The attack rips through the air. The figure below realizes how they are being played. They prepare to cast a spell. It is another spiritualist materialization skill. This time, it's the giant's left hand. The final skill is a spiritualist sealing skill, the giant's prayer. The power surged around Ryu Hanbin, crackling with energy. That energy coalesced in his hands, a bright, almost blinding light forming between them. His expression hardened, a grim determination etched on his face as he prepared to unleash the next attack. The energy intensified, the light growing stronger as he focused his power. The attack manifested as a crimson energy, a destructive force ready to be unleashed. The force of the blow rippled across his body, a testament to the power he now wielded. The combo skill was initiated, a vertical slash poised to strike. He unleashed the side slash, the energy erupting outwards. The attack became a stab, piercing through the air with deadly precision. The energy exploded in a cross shape, a devastating display of power. The impact of the attack was immense, shaking the very foundations of their surroundings. Ryu Hanbin realized something. He thought to himself that he should have brought an artifact. The crimson energy continued to surge, a testament to the raw power he was channeling. The energy crackled and pulsed, a destructive force waiting to be unleashed once more. The sword could not contain the immense aura. The voice declared that neither the sword nor the body could withstand the power. The figure stood tall, observing the other kneeling before a broken sword. A voice wondered if the injuries from the battle and the aura had destroyed his organs. It seemed that this was as far as Leonhardt Cattle Francis could go. However, Leonhardt stood, his body marked with scars. The figure with the sword commanded that they not be killed. Leonhardt stood tall, his arm glowing with a green aura, as the other figure knelt before him. The kneeling figure stated that Atis, Epher, and Zhonglu Xan were all good people. He continued, saying that if it wasn't for him, they would have never been mixed up with the heresy inquisitors, and that it was funny of him to ask this now. Leonhardt asked that they pretend he had never met them, stating that he understood. As someone who had received the goddess blessing and was Rathnian's strongest fortress, Leonhardt vowed that he could not lose a battle as he had vowed before the goddess names. Leonhardt, who had received the goddess blessing, was never here fighting against a level 5 otherworlder. Leonhardt stated, "Okay." Leonhardt declared that would be enough, stating that his name was Leonhardt Cattle Francis. The blonde-haired man asked who his opponent was. Leonhardt stared back, his expression unreadable. The blonde man prepared to attack. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Bro!" The blonde man was struck by a blast of energy. The force of the blast sent him flying. The dark-haired man who had attacked exclaimed that it was a close call and asked if the blonde man had come to headbutt him. The blonde man, now being held back, was dismissed as just a crazy kid. The dark-haired man introduced himself as Zhonglu Xan, an otherworlder. Zhonglu Xan declared that he had come to pay for his crimes, referring to those who had killed innocent people. He stated that he had come to pay for his crimes. The blonde man, still being restrained, questioned what Zhonglu was talking about. Leonhardt demanded to know why Zhonglu had. Zhonglu Xan ordered them not to move. Zhonglu Xan commanded both of them not to move. A massive chunk of debris crashed into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the area. The force of the impact was accompanied by a deafening roar. The battlefield was thrown into disarray as the combatants struggled to maintain their footing. The sound echoed through the ravaged landscape. Leonhardt's expression was grim as he assessed the situation. He resolved that this would be the only time he would allow such a thing to happen. The assembled group watched as Leonhardt stood tall, his glowing arm a beacon in the dim light. Meanwhile, a woman with red hair observed the scene from a distance. Her expression was unreadable as she watched the events unfold. Elsewhere, a fist clenched tightly, drawing blood. Atis Emphator Ragnaraka looks down solemnly. Atis thinks to herself that he has, but since the wounds are so deep, she doesn't want him to strain himself too much. Meanwhile, Atis believes that he'll need a bit more time. Elsewhere, a figure apologizes. The figure laments that if they had just stayed and not chased after the otherworlder, or if they had just gone to find their sisters, then this would have never happened. Epher asks what they're talking about. Epher wonders if Brad really didn't know this would happen. The people around Epher tell her that the kid knew she'd be a super strong hunter. They continue, saying that if she keeps acting like this, then that'll mean he thought wrong, and that this is why she'll never be able to defeat bad guys. They wonder if he always had a bad judge of character. Epher states that she'll level up soon. Epher says that she will level up soon and defeat all those bad guys. Originally, they wanted to give this to the Volturian warrior. But here, Epher realizes that this is Mr. Brad's artifact. The words hung in the air, it would never end. Meanwhile, Leonhardt stood, his torso wrapped in bandages, as the woman with red hair spoke of things they never wanted in the first place. Above them, a voice echoed, describing them as smiling as they do so. The woman continued, explaining that since there are those who cause fights with killers, they never told her what they intended to do with Ormflau's blessing. Leonhardt listened intently as she declared that this wasn't something like justice or goodwill. Truthfully, blood trickled from her mouth as she spoke. She admitted that she did all the dirty work that they ordered her to do, even going so far as to steal their identities. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. She warned that she wouldn't be able to say it twice, so they should listen carefully.